Rickety, right, let's get down to it. It is day number 2, baby. See, I don't mind these ones as much as the, like the ones that are like, guess this fucking logo that's only kind of blurred, but there's only one team on the choices that have the colors of the logo. Oh yeah, since it's Thursday, it's officially start of football season, huh? Like start of the regular season anyway. All right, let's go.
London, but a third time's the charm, or so they say. We find ourselves in Birmingham for the rest of the 4 days, and to finish off the week, that will finish off the year.
There is no ham in Birmingham.
Year 3 championship is here, and we are live with the best teams in the world who have found a way to the top. But they are just at the bottom of the summit. Who will climb to find themselves at the very pinnacle of what it means to be a champion?
We're starting with Group B versus C here,
ladies
chat.
and gentlemen, you only get one chance to do it, or you gotta wait again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Birmingham. We're at Resorts World. It is a fantastic environment. And for those of you watching at home, whether it's early morning on the U.S. West Coast, or whether you're here live,
but these are the teams that are going to be playing,
or in the stands, we love you, we appreciate you, and we cannot wait to kick off our second day of the bracket stage, group stage, excuse me. Now, of course, my name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by two of the best in the business, my dear friends, Vicky and Lauren. What a great time to be here. And Vicky, again, day 2 of our group stage. We still get to see all these teams go head-to-head. How is it feeling? You can already hear the crowd getting ready.
I mean, if that isn't a statement enough, it's pumping me up. I'm so excited. I mean, after everything we already witnessed, day number 1, the action continues here in day number 2. We saw some groups play twice, and now we're going to see that repeat here for the groups that didn't get to compete twice. They only played once, so that's why it's going to be so exciting to see how that's going to even out the playground when it comes to the group stages.
Similar dynamic, different energy, though, as you're right, Lauren.
Bro, we've got to start working with the casters on how to save their voice.
Now some will have that chance to be on main stage more. How's the environment feeling stepping into the arena this morning?
I'm surprised that there's already as much energy going. It's very early in the morning, and the fans are ready to go, which just makes me that much more excited. We saw so many phenomenal performances yesterday, some from teams that we hadn't necessarily anticipated for a day 1 performance, which means that today's going to be tougher for some of the teams that ended up towards the bottom, towards the middle. But like you said, a couple still need to get that second series in general, and that's going to completely change up the standings.
Yeah, well, it's easy to do it once, but can you do it twice? Can you repeat it? Can you close out? That's obviously the question that these teams are asking themselves and asked hopefully last night as they went over the tape. But if you didn't catch it and have a chance to see it, we've got a little bit of a recap for you for how day 1 went, because it was very entertaining and also surprising in some ways.
See, I feel like this
with Dreamfire, Vicky, having an amazing performance.
In this group, Dreamfire found themselves taking 2 dubs, a 3rd place finish, but not only did they take those 2 dubs, they finished not only with the win, but with double-digit KP. That allowed them to skyrocket
big games
in the overall standings for the group stage A and B. They finished with 78 points, but we got to see some more action in group C and D.
Yeah, C and D, the only time that DZ has played so far, and they didn't even need a win to be at the top of their leaderboard. 2 second-place finishes with 14 and 12 kills respectively put them right at the top. So if that's why anybody wondering where DZ is in the overall leaderboard, they've only played one time. So they
Oh yeah, they didn't
lots
win
of
one, did they?
opportunities to get those points.
Forgot they got that
followed
close twice.
Very closely though. 1 point behind them was NRG, a team that gave us a very standout performance on day one as well. You'll see that reflected here in those series results. So excited to see what both of those squads can do later on.
A lot of APAC representation. Dreamfire, Black Hand, Ironblood Gaming, all great performers. A&D would close out the day, though. We'd finally see these teams play for the second time, and it would ultimately end up being a match of juggernauts that Optic Gaming would come out on top of.
I like seeing
We talked
Optic
about
showing
skill
up, man.
games and his ability to predict zones. But what we didn't know was how Dropped was going to fit in to Noct and Skittles' already established identity. Obviously, Duplex earlier in the year being a part of this team, and now having to adjust. But they have adjusted.
Bro, I love Loopy
quite
as a
well.
coach.
62
He
points,
always
a
seems like
first
he's one of the
place,
ones
but
that's
a
just like
notable finish
so
with Moist Esports right
not just
behind.
involved
And I think
in
ultimately
the
when you
prep, but like
consider that this is
he's
just the beginning,
in
there's
it
so many
on
different
game
teams,
day,
Vicky,
bro.
that are bouncing back and forth in terms of the leaders, the pack that we think is trailblazing, and ultimately maybe teams that we're starting to say this could be a contender to hoist the trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's so many teams that I'm excited to watch, honestly, now going into this. How is Alliance going to do? We know we're seeing some changes going into that roster. Say hello to Effect, even Wives making an appearance. Listen, I'm just really excited to see how that plays out. But also, teams like XSET.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, some teams haven't been able to play two in those lobbies, but this is where we get to see which of our teams are going to fare in the winner's bracket or which ones are going to start in the loser's bracket tomorrow.
Absolutely. That's left us here with the standings as it goes for day number 2 to jump in. Because, yes, we did see amazing performances over A.
Boys had such a
TSM,
big
NRG,
bounce back in their
they
second
found
lobby
their
too,
way
man. I'm really
into a
surprised.
top
Well,
3 position. But
I'm not
remember, they
surprised they
played
didn't talk
2
about them
sets
because
already.
they always
Ironblood
find ways to
Gaming
not talk about
right
APAC
behind.
South unless they have a
Dreamfire,
70-point
something I want to notice,
session.
and we'll talk about them a lot today.
But
they've only played 1 set, so they played twice today, and they are still in the top 10. And when you talk about what does this mean, it really just means you are now getting yourself a chance to be in the winner's bracket, and then it all starts again.
Yeah, and which is crazy when you consider, like you said, 1 performance. We've seen so many of these teams not match that in 2. So this is what's called impressive. Now, also, though, we need to talk about the other regional representation. We saw some pop-off moments from Realize, from Start a Fight, from Team Singularity, from Tom Young-Kung.
Yeah.
I mean, we could not stop talking about some of the APAC pop-off moments from yesterday as well.
Absolutely, and when you take a look at these 20 teams, if it finished now, they'd be in our winner's bracket when we get to the bracket stage tomorrow. But the teams below that, in 30th to 40th, obviously right now have a little bit of work to do. For some, it's just a matter of having to play twice today, so you'll see that balance out. For some, maybe like Alliance, or if we take a look at our bottom 40, it just maybe is that they've got to figure out how they're going to approach this tournament to be more effective. We know Dreamfire with 1 can get all the way up to 7. What do these teams have that's stopping them from being there? Maybe Effect joining this squad for our EMEA crew. We'll see if they can have the title of the Hope of Europe, or EMEA, still after this. But as we settle in, it's obviously now talking about what is going on today. We've seen B and C now have a chance to get excited and connected to one another. And in terms of the way that I think this tournament has gone, these matchups often really determine how a team performs. There's so many little things in terms of drop spots and early contests that we've seen, even with TSM and Kick yesterday, really change the narrative of how a game goes.
Man, when you really want to just go in for that 50-50 and go over and over again, and you hope for a different result. I mean, it happened once, but that didn't do anything for them, unfortunately. Are we going to see them do something different, or are they going to keep contesting Tier 1 teams? It's going to be very difficult, but then you will get to walk away with lackluster points.
Yeah, and when you look at TSM as well, specifically, how did they manage that? Vainglorioso was saying, if I can't beat them in terms of the contest in the game, I'll try to do it by getting the biceps bigger in the gym. It didn't really help. TSM still on top. NRG, though, as well. You had mentioned it a little bit, Glitter. Surprising from them to be this effective in your eyes?
On day 1, I think definitely it was. We've seen them have a little bit of a slower performance in the last season in general. And we know just how strong that team is, and they came out yesterday trying to prove that. And you'll see just how dead even they are with TSM, with the exception of just the matches won. I mean, you've got 52 to 56 kills, with NRG actually in the lead there. You've got 25k to 26k damage. That's a negligible amount of when it comes to a difference. I mean, the consistency that we saw out of both of these squads shows why, Rain, you've done so many Howlin' Sweet pieces.
That's right. Do we have another one this land? Will it be a little different. I'm, you know, not going to say anything, but I do know that maybe this man right here, if he continues playing like this, could be a contender for another version of one of those docks in another moment. We have an opportunity to gather the players. Look at that, 21 kills so far, 7,000. He is the kill leader on the day. His most picked legend, Catalyst. We've seen this happen with some of the stars in terms of our controller fraggers, aka Verholz on the other side, also playing Catalyst, which is not necessarily what you would have assumed in terms of, I think, going into Apex or maybe playing your games. You might have somebody on a more aggressive character getting the most kills, but this is really the, I guess, responsibility that these two young stars have taken on for their teams, and it is certainly putting them in pole position. However, looking to today, let's switch gears and focus on B and C, because these are the teams that will be competing first off in this bracket stage, excuse me, group stage. Again, I'm just excited. I want to get to the brackets, guys. I want to get to eliminations here. We're going to have those B and C groups come up really shortly, but again, just a little bit of a teaser talking about it. Vicky, what are you most excited about with what today is going to bring?
I want to see consistency for our teams that didn't get to play more than one game yesterday, because we get to see now certain teams in action where is it that consistency going to transcend from yesterday's performance into today? We highlight Dreamfire for a reason, because to have that one standout performance allowing you to allocate 78 points is actually insane.
Yeah, all right, well, we're going to bring those up, like we mentioned, to see the groups B and C. Here they are, finally. Lauren, overview. We're going to talk more in depth in just a moment of what these groups mean. What is the tone of this B and C group for you?
I mean, we've got lots of heavy hitters in here. Right in Group C alone, you've got DZ, you've got Alliance, like you said, Vicky, now Effect being able to jump on board with the squad for today. Dreamfire after a standout performance. But for me, I'm looking at Dojo, okay? They could not catch a break yesterday with some of those contests. They'd win them and then get thirded. I want to see what they can do without having to worry about that now.
Well, there's certainly a lot of stories we can kind of jump into. For me, LG Chivas, another team that can win at any point in time. They could be a surprise today. Complexity as well. You know,
not gonna lie, this is a lobby I'm probably least
you know, throughout the venue. I love the
I
way
feel
he's
say least
performing.
invested in is kind of like weird to say, but I think it's probably the most accurate, right?
That we're going to be focusing on. This is who we've selected, and I'm going to leave
and the
it in
reason
with
for
you,
that
Vicky,
being
to
is
talk
just like
about your selection here.
I mean, there's Dreamfire in here, I guess,
but
but
all the IGLs are doing a special pose, striking a special pose while they get to take a picture with the rest of their team. But my team to watch is XSET. I talked to them yesterday. I talked to the Nocturnal specifically. First off, they want to be under the radar. They don't want us to talk about them. They want to slide through, and I said, unfortunately, you guys are too consistent and you guys are too good for us to just overlook you.
Yeah.
So while we are on this topic, this is the team that has gotten first into the Split 2 Pro League to then get fourth in the Split 2 playoffs. The same thing happened, it was replicated in the Split 1 Pro League. They didn't get first, but they got second. And then they got fourth again in the Split 1 playoff. What is it that is the difference between their performance in the Pro League versus these playoff matches? Yes, you're in LAN. Yes, you're in front of a crowd. But throw those nerves out the table. Hotsick, you know what? They call him Grandpa Hotsick for a reason. He's a veteran. He's molded by all the pressure, and he knows what he needs to do.
I think for them, they're
so
like
they can
one
finally obtain that dub
event
that they've
though,
gotten so
from like
close
all
to
of that
getting.
kind of being
One of the
away.
things I almost, you know, want to talk about a little later, but is there a personality thing that needs to step up for XSET? I know that Sykes is ready to laugh at anything Fun says after yesterday, but what does Nocturnal have to say about this? Who has to be the golden child, so to speak, to kind of take on the mantle and say, we are a team, but yes, I'm the standout leader? I think every championship squad typically has that standout player that kind of takes a lot of the attention. Which person from XSET will that be? Such a good team, but maybe that's what they're missing in terms
Nocturnal
of
for
voicing the
sure.
trophy. But Glitter, I want to pass it on to you. Who's your one to watch here in B versus C?
All right, we've said their name a million times. We're probably going to keep saying it throughout the day. For me, I have to talk again about Dreamfire. I mean, their performance yesterday cannot be ignored. They came out on top with 78 points, which, a reminder, that was 20 points above the second place team. That is a performance that cannot go unspoken about. And honestly, their macro yesterday was untouched. They had done such a good job making those early rotations.
Brought the
getting into solid
Dreamfire
positions, knowing where the zone was going to end,
mouse
and
pad
holding
just
it
to have it there
until
for
the
a
late
show.
game. They were patient, they were decisive, and then you take into consideration, you've got Roy running the whole show, and the stats coming out of 3MZ, 17 kills to match the 17 knocks, over 5.6k damage. I mean, come on.
They're the only team that played once twice yesterday that is in the top 10 in the group standings currently right now, and that is a statement on its own.
I think ultimately, too, APAC has had such great representation, but let's just remove APAC. Let's just talk Dreamfire. They have half the stands currently right now filled with their supporters. That's got to mean something.
And we've seen that for 2 events now. They have a fan base that is coming with the signs, ready to go to cheer them on. And honestly, we've seen how much fun Dreamfire has. We're seeing it now yet again. They win, we get dances, we get poses. I mean, not only are they doing well, but they're having a good time.
And that's one of the most important things to see. And I wonder if those dreams will stay in their heart and their fire in their gut. I don't know. We didn't plan that, but that was about as good as it could get in terms of synergy. That sign, that phrase, that is what Dreamfire are hoping to bring to today. Will it unfold the way the fans in the front row are hoping? We'll find out very, very shortly. For me, though, I maybe have a twist on what I want to talk about. We've got some heavy hitters in here. DarkZero, of course, playing, and I think they might be, alongside TSM, the 2 teams I expect at the end of this LAN, unless someone proves differently, to be the ones holding the trophy. But a team that I think has a chance to get a little bit better than their top 5 finish in Split 2 is FaZe. Honestly, I think FaZe Clan has had such an incredible journey to even getting to this position. Sniped0w returning from Halo, taking that hiatus and coming back in to join Phony and Frex, obviously, with this kind of dynamic of a team that is veteran, that is not necessarily journeyman, but also found their ways as a unit together better than maybe they would have expected had they picked 2 other players randomly and said, these are the 2 that I would play well with. It's just worked out for them. And for me, one of the biggest things I've asked, and I've said to Phony as we rode the elevator down before this entire event started, he was about to get a workout in a jacuzzi. I appreciate that prep, but he also commented on the fact that I said, you know, you need to be the one that steps up. If there is someone who in this team leads them to victory, becomes the personality, and helps to bridge that gap between your other 2 players, I think Phony is it, and I think he's taken on that challenge this tournament.
I think it's a Cinderella story too, because Phony has always wanted to be part of FaZe, you know, and then Sniped0w making the realization and the adaptation, you know what, I've been gone for a little bit from the scene, I'm gonna step down, what I was doing wasn't working, gave that mantle to Phony, and in him taking the reins, not only being part of the team that he really loves, but also as the IGL to help guide this team to victory, is the story that you really love to see from FaZe.
I really can't wait to see if those 2 guys have a chance to do it today. We will find out very shortly as BNC is nearly underway, which means that we've got to dive into our talent predictions. What do we think is going to actually happen right now? Well, you know, I'm going against who I'm
Look at all these Dreamfire bandwagoners. Oh my goodness.
Going to be able to get it done. But again, a lot of choices. Vicky, you're going DarkZero. I appreciate that as well.
Yeah, they played once yesterday, just like Dreamfire, but I talk about consistency, and I have seen that from Dreamfire before. But last line, there was a bit of struggle, and now I want to be able to see things change up going into this championship. DarkZero's been one of the teams alongside TSM that has been the storyline of the century when it comes to champs. So that's why I had to go with DarkZero for this group, because now we get to see them play again.
I mean, Lauren, it is kind of hard to pick anybody but Dreamfire after only seeing them once and seeing 78 points on the board.
Above TSM in that group. TSM was the 2nd place team, 20 points above them. I mean, obviously we agree here. Rain Dia also agrees with us, and I trust Dia with my life when it comes to some of this stuff. So I feel good about this choice now.
Yeah, and let's take a look at what the other talent have said. Gaskin with a DarkZero pick. Graceful going Alliance, representing EMEA. It's been fun to hang with Graceful backstage as well. Peeps going 100 Thieves. That seems like a very Peeps pick as well. And Dreamfire and Zephyr, another one on the Dreamfire train. We'll see what ends up happening. There's only so much prediction that
for
we
100
can do
Thieves to have a pop-off series. I feel like if they were to do it, group stage would be more of a place to do it than later in. But I don't know.
Twitch drops. That's right. You just by watching will have a chance
I'm gonna sit down
to
though,
grab
champ.
the Crimson Hawk Valkyrie skin today. So watch 60 minutes. You'll have a chance to actually go play Apex and look a little cooler, look a little different. People will ask you, where's that from? You say, oh, by watching the ALGS. And it just gets better. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, specific, beautiful ALGS stickers, hollow sprays, and gun charms that you can only get here
hollow sprays
this
cute
weekend. So make sure to watch in and enjoy. All right, I'm excited. I'm a little bummed that I gotta watch backstage, but I will have my Twitch drops rolling. So even though I can't be actively in Twitch, I will have the drops happening as well. So hopefully you guys
Facts.
follow suit. It's been great.
Why
to
can't
open
you be
today,
active
and you
in
know what? I'm
Twitch,
ready
Rain Day?
for some action. Let's send it over to our casters to kick off day 2 of our group stage here. I believe we've got Dia and Tiff ready for the action.
That's a great
Thank
combo,
you so
bro.
much, Rain Day, Vicky, and Glitter. That is right. Spider, Tiff, and Dia, we will be bringing you all the action for the second day of group series, and I couldn't be more excited. But Rain Day did mention here, he was talking about maybe getting his Twitch drops, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be back there 1v1 challenging Vicky. Didn't we see a little bit of that action yesterday?
Yeah, we did. And she'll probably show him some clips in between, just to,
Yeah, that's been
sure.
kind of interesting. Vicky, if you guys ever see her in the arena and she shows you her clips, definitely enjoy those. But let's go
Shows
ahead
you
and
her
look
what?
at
No,
we've
okay.
got in store for you guys today with that map schedule. We will be kicking things off on World's Edge for the first 3 maps and then switching over to Storm Point later. And when we start off on World's Edge, you know, I only got to cast over some Storm Point yesterday with you, Dia. We've got a lot of action that's going to be handled very quickly.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we are getting to start all of our matches on World's Edge as well. It's a typically more calculated map where teams tend to share a lot smaller spaces, and it'll give the more veteran squads the opportunity to really flex their muscles. And the team that I have to be looking at is Alliance as we jump in. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The change-up going into today is going to mean so much, as even yesterday, while their performance was fun, it wasn't the Alliance that we saw in Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up, because when you think of Alliance and Split 2 playoffs, the one difference there was they had effect at the early stages of group season. Throughout the entirety of Split 2 playoffs, effect accumulated 75 eliminations. He was at the top of the board, and 23 of those came from just his first appearance in group stages. But now that they already have one under their belt, Effect's kind of got his little work to cut out for him there.
Yeah, this is not going to be
All
an
right.
easy lobby by any means.
I think this is their easiest lobby. It's a good lobby for him to warm up in.
Contests that are happening around the map. Riddle and FaZe.
Like, I know they don't want to say that, but like,
and then up in
if
the
we were to
top
look at their
left,
lobbies, this is the
Exet
lobby
and
they should
Element
score the
6
most points in.
Trials.
Back
This is a really
shot?
storied matchup that we also saw play out during the Split 2 playoffs, and it tends to be quite a difficult contest because both of these teams are not going to 50-50. They're not going to drop on each other's faces, but they will take every opportunity along the way to take each other down.
Yes, and that's really smart, right? You have
Why does that
trials
say
there,
start
you've
a
got
fight but has
Sky
MDY
Mode West, and
white?
they'll probably do some of the building looks there and run into each other. It's going to be really tough for the rotations, but as we keep moving over, there's that middle order versus phase contest. And typically, if you're contesting at Climatizer and you have complexity over at Survey Camp, you know in your mind that there is about to be a contest, and that could be potentially an
All right, let's
easy
get it,
third
chat.
party to look to clean that up. And with complexity
18 games to
coming
date,
into their second
baby.
round of group stages, they're sitting in 40th place and need every point that they can get to situate themselves in that winner's bracket.
Now, having
Looks like they're going
spoken
into Agent
to
Select.
Riddle, who's another team who needs every point that they can get. They started off yesterday with a 20th place finish. They were also contested, and it was really tough for them. The biggest thing for APAC North was going to be this battle for POIs coming into this championship. Now that we're back on World's Edge, now that Riddle had the opportunity to again fight for a POI, will they return constantly to Climatizer? Will they instead pivot to Overlook? We're about to find out as we've got Legend Select live in the arena, and we're starting to figure out how we're approaching this very first game of the day.
Yeah, it's been really fun to see all the Legend Selects done live. You can see Timmy there on the Bangalore Enemy, on Cat, Designful Horizon. I
Dojo
did see
only
a
played one.
Loba
Yeah.
in the midst. And
Oh,
I know
actually,
a lot of
both
teams
of
that
these
were
teams,
electing to
both
play
everybody in
Loba.
this
It looks
lobby
like it's gonna be Pulverex,
is playing
Shumi.
twice today.
When you're
It's
rotating
actually
out
probably
of
the better way.
POI such as Tree, you want that quick rotation.
I remember that.
And you have to kind of
My
loop
bad.
on your way.
That's going to be really helpful.
Oh, I meant to look for FaZe to see if they were still running the
Valkyries picked up here as well, which is really
Seer.
interesting. Teams that are pivoting back to Valkyrie, even with evac towers in the game, find that early rotation so much more necessary. And let's not forget, sort of get out of jail free card that she can provide you at any point in the game. We are jumping into our first of the day, match number 1 of C and B, as we get ready to drop in. Everybody going to be pretty calm during the early stages, and in fact, taking a look at the drops even as they lie now. It does
All right,
look
let's
like
get
Riddle
it.
has forfeited the contest early on and dropped over at Overlook instead of contesting FaZe at Climatizer.
Look, it's smart, right? Especially knowing where you started off early. You don't want to forfeit any more of those points, specifically when we're gearing up for that bracket stage that will be kicking off tomorrow. It is pretty imperative that you can find yourself in the winner's bracket to situate yourself going into finals.
as a big buff for
I
Riddle
think
as well.
a lot
They
of
drop,
people
as we said, near
underestimate the
Overlook, where they have
value
a
of
ring
being in the
console
upper
to
20.
make use
Because
of.
it's not
Since they're running
just
Catalyst, they'll be able to grab that and then start
the fact that
rotating
you're
in.
that much
Geyser's
closer to the
also
grands,
got
right?
one, and they've got
It's the fact
same
that you are
landing over there.
also-
One of the other teams that could take a step up today. They did finish
that's
ninth
your only
in
chance in
yesterday's
upper
line,
bracket
which is
1
not bad for
to
them, but
get
they are
yourself a
coming
head
off the
start in
back
grand
of a
finals, which we've seen
lens
so many teams
performance
be able to
they
use their
surely
advantage.
want to write the course of.
Exactly, and this is where it all starts. They have that ring console. You're right, Riddle Order already just popped theirs, and you can see immediately where that zone will pull for them. It's nowhere near Overlook. We're going down towards the tree, so the dojo landing at Lava Siphon will have a really preferred
Good
rotation.
zone for
DarkZero,
DarkZero.
Harvester, and then
Alliance
as well with the survey beacon information should be just fine.
And notably, DarkZero will be rotating likely over through Siphon if they
The
want
question
a bit of
becomes for
extra
Alliance.
information. You do have the opportunity to go down.
Do they
the tree,
rotate
but
into
it's very
tree?
out of the way, and DarkZero
Or do they go into
do
that choke
have,
after the second?
I will say the opportunity
Fuck,
to
where's my
go
epic
a
pen?
little bit
Hold on.
slower, to farm up teams that are rotating, and they know exactly where the ring is
Fuck.
going since they landed with both beacons right next door.
Oh, that's very nice. You can see Element 6 knowing they were able to get trials. Quite nice, but Enter Force 36, this is what you want. Sitting on triple blue, knowing that zone is coming to you, but you have to be prepared to fend off any of the early rotations that will be
Or do they
coming
end up
through.
going to that
LGS
little choke right
lands
over
and
here?
Launchlight. You know that this is likely a choke point that they will filter through.
I'm really scared to fight against LG. I gotta be honest, this is the team that is known for fighting
Because
in
if you
North
go
America.
right into
We've
tree,
seen them
if you're Alliance,
slay
right, like you know more
incredibly
teams will be
quickly.
rotating in.
Their
Whereas I feel like if you
rotation,
take
as said,
these,
extraordinarily
those
fast,
buildings
all with triple blues as well,
that are
means they
just
have a bit of
over
extra HP
the
that
choke
those
point
in
that's over
tree
here,
might
not these,
otherwise have tree, not as powerful
but on the
of a
other
POI
side of the
kick.
actual mountain.
Yes, and with Jaguares on the Catalyst, they should be able to lock down that side of the building and maybe coexist with E36. Now, the issue with that is maybe E36 is like, hey, maybe we take this early engagement and clear this building, but honestly, at that point with DarkZero so close and operating on the low ground buildings, I wouldn't even want to chance that. But start thinking about the teams that are going to have the longest rotations. FaZe, Complexity, Xset. FaZe coming from Climatizer, since Riddle did leave them, would leave Overlook open to go ahead and rotate through there, grab that ring console information for themselves.
Be really nice to have a little bit of extra data. Plenty of time to pick that up as well. Overlook and Geyser both having ring consoles, even if you want to go over down towards Big Mod, as Ascend are doing. Northeption, meanwhile, they're coming down towards the south from a bit of a different angle. Going to move through Landslide and see if they can get a bit of additional information. And if they want, Like can actually find the people beacon and see where everybody else is going, where the rest of the lobby thinks the ring is going to end, which can provide you just as much help, if not more, than a ring console.
Ooh, but we've already got LCDF Kitran going down, but they're hitting the quick res, and they do have the loot from Big Mod. You know, that was originally a contest between Gombre and Tosan, but it looks like they may have split that POI amicably, or maybe Geo dropped to actual stacks, which provides a good chunk of loot. And for all the loot redistributions that we've had, our teams are doing so well at finding decent loot and shields and then crafting them up.
100 Thieves maybe hoping they can find a crafter pretty soon. Double whites is not where you want to start, and certainly not where you want to finish this lobby, but they're bunkering up for now, which is an interesting choice. There's not a whole lot of defensive capability outside of the legend choices on 100 Thieves, and it'll make an actual push coming into Lava Siphon that much more difficult to defend against. Dreamfire's position also really difficult to manage.
This is such a tough one to hold. Specifically, everyone is going to be looking at them, and Pulverex, with them being on their rotation, 30-30 in hand, able to just poke and prod at Dreamfire, who showed off so
What do they call it?
exponentially
Upper bracket, or
yesterday.
they actually
That's
call it
their
winners? I
fans
think they call it
here. We
winners,
wanna see
right?
them do well, and starting it off like this, hey, they were able
Winners.
to retain the res onto Roy, though.
It's really cool to see how different teams sort around how they want to deal with loot. Loba and Watson, two big picks that we've seen to make sure that you have enough shields, both providing you the extra economy of Apex Legends. We even saw Newcastle picked up yesterday to try and answer a bit of that question for teams.
I
Find a way to gather
wish more
more
teams played
bats that make
Newcastle.
such
But if y'all
a
been through
difference
before, y'all know
at
how
any
much I love
stage of the
Newcastle.
game.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, Complexity, they started in survey camp. They rotated over to the survey beacon on the outskirts, hit that, grabbed an evac tower, and are now in landslide getting themselves a survey beacon for all of the information.
And that means they'll actually see other teams that could be rotating in on them. And there's only really one up to the north of Complexity. Exet have just left Skyhook proper and are starting to make their way down. A very slow rotation for them. The same cannot be said of LCDF, who have just made their way past Harvester. In this ravine, you do have a decent bit of safety, but it isn't a place that I'd want to stay in the long term, especially with the ring pulling as far south as it is.
Good smoke out there from Sikop and Kizaron trying to get inside, at least just hang out here for the moment. Good use of the Jenny, immediately fencing up the area, but this is tough, right? They're electing to play Watson as opposed to Catalyst, and Catalyst yesterday had an 80% pick rate, so very interesting.
Yeah, Watson helps in some situations, especially against Fuse, right?
100%.
Super nice to have, but as you say, is more of an economy pick than a strong pick for playmaking. Catalyst is just so ridiculously flexible, and it's why we see her so often appear in team compositions. Well, we've got the rest of the lobby setting up for their own way to play.
I think if I were to not run Catalyst, though, I would run Watson to run with my Newcastle and
through Harvester, and that's going to be a really common rotation for
Horizon
anyone coming from the north.
It's like, I don't think it's like a terrible pick.
LCDF is trying to apply pressure, keep them from poking and prodding, but to close that distance would give LCDF, but we're keeping on the method here. But okay, so here's the deal. LCDF, they only have 5 shield cells. You're talking about economy with Watson.
Yep.
Having that Jenny out, you get, I believe it's around 175 shield recharge ability just from that Jenny, which is perfectly nice.
Could even get an Evo, keep landing shots like that. A longbow is going to be really nice, and a gold longbow, no less. I like the pickup from Psycop. We'll see how it works out. This is a pretty unusual scope as well. It's very difficult to find gold sniper scopes, but when you're in a lobby with a lot of Bangalores, that could result in a few extra kill points going your way. I would like to see, if we are going to abuse the particular weapon that you've been able to pick up, an opportunity to grab a little bit more high ground that is available in places like Shrink.
Complexity, they've made their way in, and Cody on the rotation goes down to 1 HP, finally able to find a chance to heal, but utilizing the Beast of the Hunt to go ahead and get that speed.
Is this our first lobby that we've had
They would like to play this RV, but
where we haven't had
going to be a little challenging. The issue
an elimination,
yesterday was the
like right up off rip?
in the lobby, able to provide all
I think so, right?
clusters, which was making playing RV.
I feel like usually by second ring closing, we're
Complexity
usually
are
at like
playing it on
18,
an even
16.
harder mode because they don't
Usually
even
close
have
at
Catalyst
18.
to seal the doors. They don't have the traditional, the old pick
Right?
of Caustic, even no defense to put up in here. So this is a temporary stopping point, but it won't be what wins them the game. Alliance, meanwhile, are trying to win a fight on their own terms outside, up against, I believe, Element 6.
It is Element 6, and we know
Oh,
Tyler's a crazy
that
player.
PK hits different.
Showing it,
Oh my
Yuki.
goodness.
Anytime you get a PK in his hands, he can go off, able to grab another one to Tyler, but does get traded out. So we ask yourself, is Effect going to be able to
Oh,
clutch up this
no,
moment?
a third party,
from
Northeption.
Northeption coming in. They want
Damn.
a piece of this action, and with K-Swinny and Slayers, the only 2 members up from Element
That's
6,
tough, bro.
this should be really enticing.
Jumping onto a weekend E6, like does waste a clip into the knockdown shield. Coming over the top right now. It's really difficult to contest a Bloodhound push through all the chaos. E6 lose Tyler, and now still got to play defense on the low ground. Northeption are wasting a lot of time finishing off with just a duo. I almost wonder if they want to just relocate past it.
I love what they're doing, right? Clearing out E6 is going to allow them to rotate through and have their back on the furthest side of the ring, but Black Hole will be wasted. They're able to destroy it immensely quick. In a 3v2, Link does take the issue to them, but loses out on their shields. Now Slayers is one to clutch up, but goes down to 1 HP. The number advantage just not in their favor. Now K-Swinny, the IGL, immensely talented, is going to need to clutch up here or disengage.
Swinny has the opportunity to survive. In fact, the scan doesn't even reveal him. So Swinny has gone out.
I was gonna say, has to get just like say fuck that and get out, bro.
This fight anymore as E6
like
lost
fuck
the
that, dude.
Northeption took a while to clean up, but now we finished, and we'll see what E6 can do. Exit, on the other hand, they've got a different story to tell as they defend Thermal Station from rotation out of the north side.
You can see Northeption rotating out, but Exet able to regain. Knock does have the Bangalore ultimate available to utilize should that be necessary, but I don't think you have to expend it just yet. Doubling back down into Harvester. The last team we witnessed in this area was LCDF. Likelihood of them to still be here.
We're gonna hit a quick pause, make sure that our players are all sorted. It was nice to see XSET taking a bit of harass, like you said, towards Harvester. FaZe are actually sharing space in Harvester with LCDF, and they're the team that we saw trading. The nice thing about the position that FaZe holds is that they've got priority over the Crafter in Harvester, which is why you're rotating through there in the first place, especially as that team that has come from so far away, has looted up so much. At this point, you are using the Crafter as a bat machine, getting yourself ready for the very difficult
first
rotation.
game in,
It will
chat.
take
Let's
you
go.
further south into a zone that is continuing to pull towards tree and a bit of lava siphon.
Yeah, it's really tough. So you mentioned their rotation, right? We thought they would potentially go to Overlook, maybe hit that ring console, but they actually dipped down into Epicenter, which also had a ring console. So it's such a nice pattern for them to just drop straight down, go through, maybe potentially get another information, because Harvester has a ring console as well. So they're just kitted out on utilities, health, and information. But think of what lies about them, because even if you have that information, trying to get through LCDF, try to get through Area 310, and then you have to break through Dreamfire on your way, which that will not be easy by any means.
Especially because Dreamfire have put themselves in the large and in charge position in the lobby. That's why you play the bridge, and it's why it's so difficult to play the bridge in any ALGS position, because other teams really want that same ability to influence the lobby, and especially the teams that are continuing to move in, especially not on their own schedule. As the next ring closes, there are going to be a lot of squads that are...
I woke up at 4 a.m. for
area,
this shit and the
even
servers ain't
those that
awake.
are still
It sucks.
Lava siphon that are forced out in ways that they wouldn't otherwise have expected or have been able to plan for.
Yes, now you got Dreamfire on your screen right there. I had a chance to sit down and talk with 3MZ yesterday. He was nominated for an EA Positive Player Award, and when I was asking him what that felt like, he told me he was over the moon to be mentioned in that, and just with so many talented individuals he was talking about, Verholst and Hackett, so being able to be among those legends in his eyes, he was just ecstatic. So all the fans out there representing Dreamfire, the coolest of signs and everything about it, I know I've got the dreams in my heart as well and would love to see them do exponentially
They're gonna
well.
restart
But
this
still, let's
bitch,
start
ain't
to think
they?
about it, right? As we pull further to that zone you were mentioning, outside of Lava Siphon, who lands Lava Siphon, Dia?
Yeah, this one is Dojo, and fortunately for them, they've been able to just chill in Lava Siphon. They landed there, and they have lived there the entire game. It's a fantastic place to play the game.
Yo, guy in the middle is
Especially when it
vibing,
does start
bro.
to pull tree, because often you will have zones that pull a little further north as they start to move, and everybody piles into tree. They go, oh, never mind. We're actually just going to play the high ground to the south of Lava Siphon, and that seems to be what Dojo are set up for, though we haven't jumped on board with them just yet.
Exactly, and I think that's going to be really smart for them. They do have the catalyst. There is an RV out there that is able to play, and you start to think about the dynamics of that team, and I was kind of
Like,
perusing
bro,
social
come
media
on,
to see
man.
how all that was
What are we doing
working.
here?
You know, Design said it's all business today. He's ready to lock it in, so let's hope they can do it. We know they have the fragging power, but the game is back, and let's get on board with XSET, who was currently looking at Harvester, but, you know, as soon as Fun put up the fingers and said, shh, they turned around.
You know, it's funny, their rotation's been kind of stymied just because of a small skirmish that they took. It was start a fight just ahead of them that are now rotating in and retaining high ground outside of tree. It's a good spot for them to be in.
That is unique. Actually, we were talking about Dojo just chilling at Lava.
See, so Northemption is sitting where I was saying I thought Alliance would go and then rotate in down here. So I do like their spot, their positioning here, right? They can push through here if they really want to.
But the other two have circled back around, so it looks like they're reuniting, expecting a push. And
If they really wanted to, they could probably chill back in there, because then you know that nobody's going to be rotating in on your backside as well.
Swinny Element 6 will be eliminated despite his best effort to get some survivability.
It's been a while coming. A good attempt from Swinny, but it's really difficult to survive, not just when you're a solo, but when you don't really have the ability to craft your banners back up, get your teammates into the game. So a conclusion that was a long time coming. We've seen Element 6 on the way out for a little while. XSET collecting that kill point will be nice for them. The position they've put themselves in right now, over by Thermal, as the ring starts to close, means that they're going to be part of a multi-team fight towards the southwestern side of the map.
Ooh, and North Eption, no stranger to fighting here. We knew they were incredibly talented when it came to that. That is something that stood out throughout Split 1 playoffs, throughout Split 2 playoffs, and now coming in with a new roster, seeing Leica coming in from Naked and Ling stepping into the roster as well.
See if FaZe can duplicate what they did yesterday, man.
The group stages, and speaking of
100 Thieves
Gibby Bubble engaging here against
versus
DarkZero.
DarkZero.
Can Peeps Pick make it through our most recent
As soon as the bubble expires, they've got no choice but to fight close range. Wall goes out. DarkZero throws in a Horizon ultimate to pressure 100 Thieves out of the building. And the nice thing about being in tree with everyone else is that once the team is out of the building, 100 Thieves are no longer there, they're no longer your problem. Everyone else is going to be
looking at them for real, though.
And Riddle go down in the meantime, but DarkZero continue to hold squads out of sharing space with them.
This is crazy because they have Gombre Otosan that is currently in their building on the second story that can kind of just dump down and be like, oh, we want a piece of this. Meanwhile, FaZe not able to make it out.
I feel like I might have cursed him a little bit, but that's okay.
Having an L-Star, the
Actually, I don't have that kind of
Oh, nice
sway, let's be real.
Takes down Zainu, and now DarkZero on the ropes, very much so. Defensive cooldown already.
There's always something like casters or, you know, watch partiers like Wig can do, you know?
We can't see, but Gumber
Not little old me.
are struggling to push through all the knuckle clusters that DarkZero keep throwing.
The knuckle busters!
No, on the fuse is just punishment to DarkZero right now, and I always say, if Gombre is going to contest, if you leave Juzna up, he will go crazy, and that's exactly what I expect here, but 100 Thieves do lose out on Vaxlon, and they're looking to bring him back, but Zainu as well has exited, and Jen Burton and Zero do not have the banner. Meanwhile, think about the capability
All right,
of trying to
2v2.
get something back in here. It just might not be possible because you have Geo, you have DZ, and it's
Come on,
chaos
Roots.
here with 100 Thieves.
Might be a 2v1 soon. Jen Burton almost finds a knock. 100 Thieves on the disengage. Leave just the bubble behind, but Jen's flanked as well. Things are getting really difficult. LG Chivas are here to clean up.
They're going up against 310 right now, looking for the last member, but just kidding. It's Enterforce 36, and just like that, they are eliminated. LG Chivas will have to focus on that rotation, but as we jump back to
And what, they got
Chivo,
Gombre below him?
100 Thieves, this building has been absolutely chaos, and at this point, DarkZero is just living underneath, like the trolls under a bridge.
And
Just
unfortunately,
thriving,
they've got
bro.
no choice.
Well, not thriving,
they
but
need to collect Zainu for their chance to win the game, and they certainly can't be rotating ahead of the squads that will then be leaving this building. This is the exodus that I talked about. This is where we are going to drop so many teams moving out into the open.
Starfight Esports, they are one of the people that are not benefiting the most. And Sleep trying to clutch up, and he is
Sleep is disgusting.
Either way, Complexity is eliminated, and 1 HP. The Dream going for the shield swap. Can we get the reset onto Jinx?
Keeping the dreams of Start a Fight alive right now. We'll see how long they last as DarkZero.
I feel like Sleep is the best South American player that like never gets talked
No,
about.
that's going to be at the hands of Ascend. The last we saw them, they had landed dead center of tree, and we're beginning their own rotation. But as we jump towards the free cam, we'll have to
They talk about
see what
Singularity,
happens
you
to
know,
the remnants
other
of that
tournaments where
squad.
Noctum was in, they talk about
Ascend there,
Neelis
jumping
and
on board with Hong Young-Kun. They are
like their
perfectly
players.
healthy, currently sitting on 5
But
points
Sleep
in this
is just consistent, dog.
And Dojo
It's kinda
up
crazy.
on top by Lava Siphon is the team that is in arguably the best position moving towards the next ring. And even in this one, they and Dreamfire are the two squads that have high ground to work with, while teams like Tom Young-kun down here are the ones that unfortunately are in a tighter spot. Dreamfire are going to try and contest the one other team for a chance to win the game. This is a play for the win. Dreamfire sharing space underneath the dojo gives themselves an opportunity to
Dreamfire.
hold out the rest of
Bro,
the
if we're
but this
if
is really
so
tough. You only have 2 members of the dojo trying to hold on.
That means what,
The
Dreamfire has
other
5
is so
kills right now?
separated out, trying to put the pressure on Ascend and keep them where they want them. This
And if
is a typical
Dreamfire
dojo
has a
strategy.
huge game
And
here in
if
game
they
1,
are
they're like
sitting
already
on 7
qualified.
eliminations already, what is going to happen? We knew this is the power of the dojo. You said it yesterday, Dia. The most important series of their life was yesterday. Well, actually, it's probably today.
An incredibly impactful moment for them. We'll see if they can close it out among some of the best teams in the world. We've got a prayer on the outside. Gombre Otosan taking to the skies and Ascend, just laying in the damage off the side. Start a fight, not going to be able to continue anymore. Sleep, well done, but now it's time for the top 6.
Ascend grab the Prowler. You can see he's using it on the full auto select.
So Ascend's was pretty quiet yesterday, but like effective. They had 33 points. It's just you didn't hear about it.
Yesterday, and they were saying they felt a little nervous, but it looks like they're shaking some things off. And Tom Young-kun, they're going to have to shake off those nades because way last standing. Very tough. You just have to survive at this point because trying to get a reset amidst all the chaos with Ascend on the other side. Unfortunately, they will fall here. Top 4 squads.
I don't know about trying to get a reset, but was definitely trying to disappear into the smoke.
Nice that Nocturnal ended up picking up the kill as well, because while it was Tom Young-kun that were in the position to be bullied, now it's Xset most of all. Even Ascend have a better position with the Watson Crypto squad that they're running, and importantly, having talked to Kasher before the competition, the value that Crypto provides you.
And Dojo should know that they've got Dreamfire below them.
Your ability to scout and get a full picture of what's going on as an IGL, even start a fight at an advantage with the EMP, could be devastating, jumping onto squads like Dreamfire or Xset if you need to play defense.
Dreamfire is set up so beautifully here. They have all the shield cells.
I was saying, do they have the bang ult? Probably.
Should decide to push down, they can immediately grab that because that's the issue here. It's all about timing. With the Dojo sitting on top of Dreamfire,
they got to figure out which way.
It's all about who has to move.
Yeah, I was gonna say which way you got to rotate this with this Dark Veil. Oh shit!
Dreamfire's spot is really unusual for them. Most of the time during the course of the last day, during the course of the championship, I should say, they've been the ones that play the active high ground position. Recognizing they finally cannot do that, this is still a game-winning spot. You can hold on to low ground for long enough that you straight up
This is where you gotta put your black veil out, though. Dark veil out.
To block off lines of sight from other teams like Ascend and Xset, because otherwise it is just going to be.
You gotta isolate you and the team that's on the left.
On Dreamfire ultimately not being able to find a win.
G7 Scout in the hands of post-kill, but only 30 bullets.
Especially because you know the team up top's going to drop here soon.
You can see Xset taking to the sky, but with the Dojo on high ground, they're able to take down 2 members and knock his last alive. But unfortunately, that was their only option to play for some more eliminations with these 4 squads at each other's throats. L-Star in hands of Timmy now. They're going to start putting some pressure as Dreamfire cleans up the rest of Xset.
Good rotate over. They're just in people's sight now.
Fire from the high ground height takes to the skies, and they're trying to push up to the Dojo and have no way to do it. Fortunately for Dreamfire, the Dojo have multiple avenues that they need to cover, blocking out Xset as well. They've got so little high ground left, and actually, Ascend has a chance to pick up a win here. The other 2 squads,
reset came in for Dreamfire.
Have to fight.
They're trying to retain high ground. Go for a shot.
No way!
Alive.
What a nade!
Timmy, but Ascend, this is everything for them with the fences, with the Jennies, but they are making the push onto Dreamfire for the win as the Dojo was just eliminated.
Those dirty third partiers.
Damage and post-kill just throwing himself right into it, and Ascend, they are your winners of match number 1.
Fantastic win for Ascend, and it is the day.
That's big for Ascend, man. They needed a good start. Yep.
Ninth, coming out of yesterday, they had a lot to prove. The last land left them wanting so much, and to pick up a win, and a win coming out of Geyser.
But it is like a win for them in group stages, though, right? And I feel like they did decent in group stages at Split 2 playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. It was literally just in Grands that they no-showed. Let me double check that.
Almost a death sentence in game, but for them to manage being able to play from that position, survive
yeah, I mean,
the rotate, and still
they had one really good session during group stage, though, too, to be fair.
And that Jenny, the fences, everything staved off.
Their second group stage session, they got 66 points. Otherwise, they never got more than 23.
Flexible, but Watson is so dang good at what she does. Makes unplayable positions playable. So many of our defense.
Good game for Dreamfire, though. That was what, a second place with like 8 kills. So I mean, you're still 16, 17 points.
As we saw, looking at Dojo, can be game-changing. The nade from Roy on the low ground completely destroyed Dojo's position on the high ground.
And while we have a relook at the final circle over on board with Ascend, you can see so much ammo.
They've really just got to play out of sight, out of mind this last circle, right?
I mean, just Halby's out in this lobby. Regardless,
just
they
big
were able to
vibing.
do so well over here, utilizing that to keep pressure going out. But the moment they see the Dark Veil, they start fencing up. They already have the Jenny at their, oh no, one's for spare, one at their back. Look, he's just prepped.
And I like that as soon as Dark Veil goes down, you lay down a single fence as well. It may look a bit silly little fence, but it actually really helps because nobody on the other side is available to shoot down that fence. A nice EMP afterwards makes sure that Ascend stay topped up relative to their opponents. And at this point, you just watch the kill feed because eventually we are going to get a nice nade coming in. And that's what ultimately decides the fate of Dojo, leaving Ascend fully in the driver's seat.
I mean, just think, if Postkill would have been Catalyst here, they would have had a Dark Veil and Piercing Spikes, and all the incoming ordnance that you mentioned would have taken them out. So they bide their time, they see the Dojo get eliminated, and immediately start putting the pressure. But the fact that Postkill just full sends straight into the mix of it, has the heirloom out, it's just epic. So congratulations to Ascend, that has to feel good.
I really appreciate watching how it all went down, and with a very different read on the meta as well. Ascend with their first place finish do cop a nice bit of damage. It's Dojo,
so yeah, 8 kills,
third, who were the most active.
There's 17 points for Dreamfire. That like already puts them almost to 100 points.
Work across the rest of the lobby. They didn't pick up
That's
many
crazy.
Kills, but you can tell that they were sitting on high ground.
I mean, this is very impressive and very typical of what we saw in a prior series with a lot of the point sponging happening on the top 3 teams, allowing for so many changes.
They're at 95 points.
Games, but Ascent, a 26-point game to start off the morning is everything that you need. Dreamfire, though, 20 points. And then the Dojo. Yeah, you're right. From the high ground, let me just
Dreamfire,
tell you, 5K, they are putting pressure
not 20
on
points.
Now, I'm sure the Dojo are going to look back at this game and have 100 ways that they could have played it differently. But let us not forget that we have just jumped
17
from
points.
LCQ to top 3 on the world stage. This is a great place for them to be, a great place for Dreamfire, and importantly, Ascend. Because Kashera had his confidence shaken after the last land, still was working on it, still playing his own game, and that's what he said. I want to play my own game. I don't want to be taking the read off of anyone else. It lands them at the top for now, where teams like 100 Thieves didn't quite manage to jump into the top 10. Enter Force 36, Riddle Order, North Aption, and even other great EMEA IGLs like Element 6 and Alliance end up falling very early in our first game of the day.
That's pretty tough. I mean, the point sponging is definitely noticeable with everyone on the second half of the scoreboard being 0 to 3. You have your work cut out for you because we do start the bracket stages tomorrow. Your goal is to make it into the winner's bracket, and that has to start with your second showing.
And as we talked about, points cutoff is really important. As
They're at 95 points in 7
really get the opportunity to accumulate
games.
A lot yesterday. And what was the cutoff that we were talking about? It was
Realize with 92 points.
92,
That was the cutoff for Split 2 playoffs on the group stages. And Complexity was the one just out 91 points. So you know them playing here today. They want to get in that winner's bracket, and they have their work cut out for them. But we're going to cut to a quick break. And when we come back, match number 2.
Dreamfire is at 95 points in 7 games. All right. Tough, man.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 3 Championships. We are live from Birmingham, UK, and I could not be more excited because we got match number 2 after Ascend take that match 1 victory with style, with fences, with Watson.
And with their own game plan is the most important aspect of that. This is something that, as an IGL, differentiates Kashera
I gotta
from
say,
so many
with
others.
With Dia rocking the suit on Thursday, you know he is going to flex so fucking hard the next 3 days of outfits for the stage. I'm kind of fucking excited. Not gonna lie.
I think that the best way to do this is Crypto Watson. So we're gonna play Crypto Watson, and if it works, it works. And it worked. And I cannot understand the unshakable confidence that he has in himself, but it has absolutely been worth it here on the world stage.
There's only been a handful of crypto players that we've witnessed throughout the playoffs, one of them being Noises over there on J-Lings, but Kashera has been the mainstay of crypto. His confidence on it, his ability to hit some of the biggest regains has been absolutely insane, often gumming in there with the drone, getting double reses in mid to late game, and you know, honestly, the fact is, when they don't have to do that, look at what they're able to do.
And the biggest part of that pick as well is how much room for error, human error.
Oh, let me get a scoreboard show on chat.
Because it's all on the AIGL. It's not about, oh, well, you didn't come that they were in exactly this position, or that their fences were set up here, or whatever it was, because your IGL has all the information, and it's why we see really confident IGLs play crypto so often. A legend that most people would rather choose to forego for a little bit more firepower instead gets the front row seat to a lot of action as IGLs set up for their team to execute on fights
7 was one
And
yesterday, so it's probably 8.
There's a difference between playing like a very aggressive crypto with getting the information, relaying it quick, hitting the EMP, and pushing immediately, maybe like 10 seconds behind your entry and refragger. But rather than sitting in the drone for, you know, 50% of the fight ahead of time and trying to kind of
The fact that
micromanage
people are
your
still standing up here is worrisome, chat.
Now, since we've got Ascend in a fantastic position right now, the best thing that we can do is see how that translates into the next couple of games. Since this time they were over at Geyser, they ended up getting a ring console.
Yes.
That gives you such a head start. And Geyser's a difficult position to play out.
19 assists.
So my largest question is going to be, when you don't end up having the ring console to help you out, how does that factor in with you having to rotate into places like Big Mod or even Overlook, where we've now got Riddle landing? It is going to be the test for Ascend, seeing how far they can go as we take a look back at how they managed this G7 in hand. And Ascend, honestly, approaching this when the time is right with reckless abandon. Something I really appreciate about their final 3v3, because they played the
I mean, they always play very patient, right? I feel like that's one thing that you can always say about
this corner with Dojo looking on them,
especially when Kashera's like in his shit.
Know they win the game. And it's only Lufka who's out here going, what? We're running at them. And it worked.
I think that was beautiful that you mentioned the conservative play style of it, because utilizing the marksman rifles from a distance to be able to put damage down on the chaos that's happening in front of them while remaining in cover, because that can be one of the biggest issues with Ascend when I was watching kind of all the prep and preparation coming into champs is, was your main fragger overextending? Was that Lufka getting caught off guard? But here, it's completely different just from match number 1. So maybe they're starting to adapt and turn the tides, or maybe, hey, they just woke up, had some good breakfast, and they're feeling themselves.
That very well could be. I'll tell you who should be feeling themselves as well. Dreamfire and their fans in the audience, because while they may not have come away with the win at the end of this, it was a very well-played game from them, and one that
Alright, so they're getting everyone to sit back down, so I'm guessing whatever they were fixing is now
sitting up on high ground,
addressed,
prioritizing positions from where they could be active. And what really impressed me most was what Graceful was highlighting about this team yesterday, their ability to make snap decisions. like jumping onto a low ground position that was not as active, that wouldn't get them as many kills, but that still put them in a position to win the game. It is clear that Dreamfire are not just preparing for group stage, because they slaughtered group stage yesterday. They're now preparing themselves for the finals, for the championship first place by playing for the win.
Bro, APAC
Like we
always
saw
has such
even
good
Optic
like
be able to do
music
yesterday,
scoring
picking up 2 wins in a row.
during
If
their
you can do
breaks
that,
where
if
like
pick up 2
you
wins during
almost
the course
don't
of a group
mind.
stage, that is a
Like, I
testament
hate
to
to
how much
say it,
easier match
but
point
you're like,
is going to be for
you know, I can kind
That's
of.
got to be Dreamfire's focus.
And that's a really unique thing to think about, right? Because we start going through group stages, it's not that they don't matter. That's how you position yourself throughout the bracket stages. But when you get to finals lobby, everything changes. Teams are staying alive so much longer. They're playing a little more reserved, but they're also, that's only once they've hit match point. The chaos
What
that
was
ensues,
Tom Young
the
coming
macro
sit
that
that
goes out the window while
coming
you're
into
trying to
this?
accumulate those first 50 points to get on that threshold is something that will be completely different. And our teams that are playing in group stages, think of, you know, Alliance, that they have effect here, so dominating in the group stages, but didn't necessarily perform the best on finals day.
Yeah, and that's the curse that haunts them. I think, funnily enough, I hate to bring them back up because I'm talking about this so much, but it's mirrored with Ascend, right? Ascend made it all the way to finals. They had a finals performance that will haunt their
They just don't have their
nightmares.
actual
And, Alliance
logo on.
I think felt very similarly. I did talk to Hackies about it, and while he was not shaken, their fans certainly were going, all right, well, we made it all the way here. We're actually doing really well. What happened? Why weren't we able to close it out after such a fantastic tournament? And it is clear that they do have to step to that.
I feel like so many people underestimate just how tough the finals lobbies are and how much it changes. Even from a top 30 lobby. Top 30 being like the lower bracket 2 or upper bracket 2, right?
The past 24 hours alone.
Exactly. You think about those past 24 hours. Yes, Effect is in the building. I don't even know what time he got in, whether it was yesterday, whether it was this morning. But the moment he got cleared to play on that stage, he got in that booth and is ready to throw down. So I am chalking map number 1 up to a warm-up, right? It's his first time kind of stepping back into the fray of things, where Split 2 Playoffs was his first ever LAN performance. And, you know, Alliance, they recently brought on Noth FPS as their Apex coach and recently started sitting in with them on international scrims, kind of working to even further that team. They have a strong team behind them.
They really do. And I don't think that we can doubt that about the performance that we've seen from Alliance so far. It is really about whether they can keep that consistent as other teams continue to change their play styles and their, I want to say, game plan during the course of the next couple of games, during the course of the next couple of days, because right now we're just in the second day of group stage, already very different than the first. Already you've been able to research your opponents on land, not just in scrims, and even during the course of this, we're going to finish today off, and then we're jumping into winners and losers bracket that is so much higher stakes, where playstyles change once again.
Where people will start to go home, but we're gonna start picking legends, because match number 2.
Let's go.
Is that a caustic for Area 310?
We got a caustic? We're gonna have some gas traps. We were talking about it in match number 1. We're like, where is our defense?
Caustic with the Wraith.
Caustic Loba.
That's an interesting.
Caustic Wraith Loba. Did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah,
honestly,
that's an interesting.
It's putting me
Also
in a
interesting
mentally
to notice
position.
that
That is not doing good things for my heart,
FaZe
but we'll see how it works out for them.
has
right
switched
now,
from the.
I like the theory. I do like seeing different legend compositions, and Wraith is somebody who I think people could be making more use of. One of the interesting things is that as soon as we saw Catalyst enter the meta, as soon as Catalyst was released, we saw her really slot in for Wraith in more scenarios than not, which sounds a little bit weird, but the micro rotations they provide in the late game are actually very similar. If anything, Catalyst gets to be more aggressive, gets to be a little bit less predictable. So picking that legend up again is really to unleash your firepower and get a little bit riskier in the positioning, being able to make use of the tactical, not so much the ultimate.
I was told that Area 310 actually played the same comp in the match #1. They just must have not made it to our broadcast, but here we are, finally seeing it. Super exciting about it. Riddle Order, they will benefit from the hot zone. They do have a beacon of sorts over there. FaZe getting their own.
To be fair, going into the first match, you don't always get the chance to
and LCDF, instead of challenging at Big Mod, they're going to go and
really
split
look
stats
into
with Big Mod accordingly. But you know who's really benefiting from this? LG Chivas, able to take both launch site and dome.
As a result, they roll themselves a ring console, which is good because all the way in the south, they've got to hoof it up towards the north. We've got a zone that is pulling us right around the landslide area. Pulverex, fortunately, are going to know this, which is great because when you land landslide and the ring is pulling to you, you may as well make use of it. I'll tell you who else is going to know is Xset, likely Element 6, who approach from the north. Dropping over by Skyhook, you've got a lot of loot, and now you've got a lot of information to make use of. With Dreamfire in the ring as well, this is going to be an interesting circle. A lot of powerhouses just found out that we're playing in their house.
All right, so we're going to landslide. Tom Young-Kung should be able to capitalize on a good game here. Dreamfire pushing up into Skyhook, huh?
This is going to be
They didn't go fight for that beacon?
Ending when you start to think of the possible pulls that could happen there, and landslide being so open, having the platform as the high ground. If you can maintain that and stave off people from the rotations, imagine what could happen. You could have a good chunk of elimination.
Yeah, like high ground is so important in landslide, whether it be Sniper Tower that's a little bit off to the north or landslide proper, even the high ground outside of Countdown, because once you actually get into the field that makes up the outside of landslide, that's when you fall at the mercy of other teams. It's no longer your game to win, it's other teams' game to make you lose, which is an odd way of saying that, and not one that I'll repeat.
E36 utilizing the evac tower, trying to get out, but DarkZero able to put some damage, but it's Dreamfire that's going under fire as they've actually made their way over towards Skyhook.
They just are really wanting to take this fight.
And get some engagement, rack up their eliminations. They've dropped down towards the center of this fire.
Because they know that's Xset.
North Eption, Xset, Element 6.
That's ballsy, bro.
As well as start a fight.
Xset, fortunately, were able to climb up and contest that, which is good. Able to defend their POI, or their landing spot, from those that would otherwise enter it out of Countdown. It's really curious that Dreamfire would end up doing this. A lot of people would ask themselves, why would Dreamfire rotate away from the ring? And it's because they don't know where the ring is going yet. They've come up here for the chance to access a little bit of loot that Skyhook gives them and sniff out whether they have the opportunity to pick up either a survey beacon or a ring console. As it is, though, they found themselves with nothing. They've got no nice attachments, very little shield cells and very little sustain, and they're trapped right underneath Xset, which is a terrible place to be.
As a lot of teams rotate through Skyhook looking for the information that DreamHack wanted, it's Pulverex who have found themselves in their landing POI alongside DarkZero on the high ground. They've made their way from Harvest.
I've already seen these people starting to rotate their way in quickly.
On the ground that will just
Alliance, DarkZero, Pulverex.
In an uncomfortable position and maintaining that.
That's one of the APAC North teams.
High ground being super important when we jump into zones like this, when landslide is in play. Holding specifically landslide high ground can straight up win you a game. Pulverex have it. DarkZero walk in, fuse out them, and Pulverex say, you know, we didn't really want it anymore. That's not our thing. The thing is, DarkZero, they hold a grudge, and Zero is getting so aggressive.
Oh, they are just going to shove it in here.
And DarkZero continues to push up with Jen Burton finding a fry. No knock, but that's a matter of formality, as now you've got Saku and Fitan down on the ground.
And they are just circling like sharks in the water, taking apart Pulverex. You can see in the distance Alliance working on their rotation that will be privy to the engagement happening. But Enterforce 36, because DarkZero was able to push onto Pulverex, have actually regained the high ground. But do they have enough health, enough cover, and utility to maintain this?
I wonder if we're just going to mother load this on cooldown, get the opportunity to push up again. DarkZero do take just another fight, though. Moving into the RV with Jen Burton down, it's Alliance who take the contest up against them. They have the opportunity to knock down the #1 team from yesterday. Alliance are going to take it, moving up quite aggressively.
Jen Burton is down, so we are in a 3v2 situation. Ack is connecting with the PK, but loses his life. Now, in
Bro, is
a
Alliance about to go down
Zero's
early again?
Still up, and Zainu as well, and that's where things will be a little dangerous as Zainu is able to stay up, utilizing Zero's Knuckle Cluster to hold off the push. The black hole not going to connect, but when you get stuck, that makes things
But now they got
so
another
much
team pushing on them.
Effect, not taking any time to focus.
That
He's getting
Interforce
the
coming in?
lift, has to heal, and they're going to prioritize the res.
This is really important. Maintain a numbers advantage, maintain some pressure. With
DarkZero is going to be able to, yeah, that's a good call.
Zero gets to push you all the way out, and DarkZero with the defensive performance
That's really well done.
lifetime in this RV managed to hold on 2v2.
And they were able to hit the gold knockdown res on Jen Burton to get him back up on his feet that much faster. And there you go. You were talking about the cooldowns. Here come the ultimate accelerants, because that is what you need to get the Motherlode back up so quickly. Have the Dark Veil available, because you know Alliance, after they weren't able to make this push successful, will look for other opportunities.
Zainu's running a bit low on ammo. Might be time to kill another team. I would
Maybe.
not be so comfortable sitting where Alliance are. However, it is another, much like Dreamfire's position last game, active place to be. They get to gatekeep a lot of rotates that might come from the south, as well as putting out a general amount of pressure over teams that might rotate down from Countdown, that could be forced into that later. And of course, DarkZero have chosen to play the RV for now. The thing is, that's a two-way street, and Zero, when he gets chunked down, does trade a little bit of damage back. Defensive cooldown forced out of DarkZero, minimizing the opportunity for mistakes. As Zero will get all of his health back off the Phoenix kit, and they'll be able to play this wall for a little while, look for a small bit of pressure here and there.
Well, you have one member of Alliance actively keeping a lookout on that southern choke point, because there will likely be rotations coming through there. So trying to anchor in that role and keep DarkZero from kind of getting any closer to them, because we have to start to think about who's going to be potentially rotating through there. Lava Siphon is where Dojo lands. They'll likely rotate up through Harvester. Now, whether they decide to rotate through the choke point on that northeast or whether they go through staging is on them. But for the teams that are on the north side, they'll be rotating in towards DarkZero.
Got to appreciate that as soon as the ult cells go off, DarkZero go, well, we have Motherlode back, we've got Black Hole back, let's go ahead and push on to Landslide and see if anybody there wants to contest us. And while nobody was in Landslide proper, Interforce 36 are playing through the tunnel.
Kind of wish I felt comfortable not to open up multi-view, man. Like for these parts, it's kind of fun checking in on the team, seeing what they're saying.
Certainly one that they can abuse.
Well, it's safer for them
Next
having minimal
for
shield cells and such. They only had one bat on that player to be able to maintain that, as opposed to that high ground. But Riddle Order making their way from Monument on their rotation path have kind of gotten into this tunnel alongside LG Chivas and another team, Gombreo Tosan.
This is a tough fight for both teams. As
just spraying through the Dark Veil.
They need to step up after their
catching every shot.
20th and 18th respectively. But it's Gombreo Tosan that will go down. Riddle collecting the additional kills, the much needed kills, and now the opportunity to be third-partied. We've got LG Chivas pushing up on them, and a whole other fight breaking out in Skyhook.
Yep, Dreamfire and Xset. Then we're looking for that information in Xset. They have landed in Skyhook for the longest time. They are so comfortable with fighting here and fun, throwing up the grab lift. He's in hot pursuit, trying to make something happen. We're jumping back over. Niazul's down. Jaguares is trying to play his life, but Nocturnal on the offhand hits a finisher on Roy.
As long as Yanya is alive, LG Chivas, they can win a whole fight.
Bro, Yanya looks always so chill, though.
Right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's just
be able to get a lot of HP right back off the shield cell since he's running
a
gold shield, but it is still ultimately a 2v2. Nice pressure laid down with the Pharaoh fluid, and now the fight for high ground begins. Yanya gets fried, but trades out with Jaguars for a good crack. Not enough to be confident pushing off of. Instead, they're the ones that have lost momentum, and Jaguars loses half of his HP as a result. They've got one knockdown shield to play behind, no high ground to work with, and Yanya
this thing gotta hit me.
Making this a fight.
It's going to be Mia K that was last standing, but he was able to turn around and find
shots.
him and take Riddle Order out now.
Looks like Starter Fight's looking to try and rotate up, though.
On the hands of LG Chivas that allowed them to stay alive throughout that engagement. Without those, I think it would have looked completely different.
As long as Yanya is alive, LG Chivas can still win the fight, and that they do.
Dreamfire still fighting up
decent
at
rotation
Skyhook.
Out into Landslide, available to them later, but taking a look at the map, they may
Pulverex
have another
up
challenge
there
coming their
too.
way. Start a fight, are starting to make their
Is
way
Dreamfire
through
is
this
solo.
tunnel. Let's not forget that Interforce 36 are right behind this if it gets too hairy.
And it's tough because you still have teams that are working their way from outside of zone. Dreamfire, PETA trying to make something happen on the outside, and we know about all of the ring changes that have happened. It makes surviving in that late game much more tough, especially when you still have Pulverex, you have Area 310, they're still in Skyhook.
No way the King PETA ends up picking up a kill as a solo. Area 310 are going to get the respawn, but this is rough and definitely not what they wanted to deal with as their composition. The way they're playing
especially
right now,
tough for
Area
PETA
310
here
wanna
too,
play
because like
passive, use
they're going to
Loba,
stay here
find
while
a
they're
few
rezzing.
medkits in the zone, wait for a few more squads to drop because we aren't even in points position yet.
He's going out, he's going out. He had 2 syringes and 1 med kit, and for the rotation, I don't think it was gonna be enough, but at least getting 1 elimination before going out is going to at least help them in the distance on
Got
points.
some
Shunmi
good amount of
is gonna
syringes
make
here for Shumi.
The biggest attempt here, has 10 syringes, 4 med kits, the ability to craft the banner, and the journey at hand.
And a gold shield. And
Yeah.
At that point,
You're
you can
good.
take zone 6, whatever. Do as you like. The dojo, they're doing just that. On the low ground out here, have picked a fight, and while it may not be the best position for the dojo, it's not one they've lost control of just yet. Their opportunity to rotate does go to either side, and a gold knockdown will help Designful get back up with way more health than he had initially. Now, Dojo's problems aren't over yet as Designful goes down again. Now that enemies got the Catalyst wall up, it's got to be a 2v3 defense, and one the Dojo just completely lost track of. No digis, no communication, no shot against Complexity.
Complexity timed that frag grenade on that Designful res so impeccably because
Dojo had a decent first game though. 3-7, right?
And rejoin that fight.
Where were they sitting after their first day?
Well, now our tides are turned over to
They had
Alliance.
30 points their
16
first
squads
day, so I
remaining.
mean,
They haven't found any eliminations on their rotation out through Thermal Station because that's
you figure 31 a game gets you in?
It's been unfortunate.
Or
that they
31 a
had
series
such
gets
a
you
great
in?
Position and yet weren't able to work with it. Likewise, on the opposite side of the map, Exet started off in a fantastic place for the ring and yet have just been constantly sent by squads, had to deal with so many contests that they eventually get in late and just get taken out as quickly as they arrive.
Phase Exet, now 100 Thieves able to be so privy to that third party, cleaning up both of those teams as Enterforce 36 falls as well. But Niazul trying to get in some action, bro. We just had 16 squads, and now every bit of chaos is breaking out at the hands of LG Chivas, about to be on double-digit eliminations.
And they are right underneath DarkZero as well. This is where we saw the big fights go down. Landslide was the place to be. LG Chivas do plenty to unseat the teams around them and have a bit of high ground to work with themselves, but the position is heavily contested with so many other teams in Landslide. Element 6 get pretty darn contested by TYK. That's a nice wipe for them. How does everybody have gold knockdown shields? How's this happening?
Oh, how many gold knockdown kills are in there? But not
Hana
bad
Yi.
on Element 6 for going out there. They had just
Yelling.
wiped LCDF and Tom Young-kun. They went straight in for the third party. They didn't have a whole lot of time to regain there, but now
The passion.
TYK having the
The
north
passion,
side
bro.
available to them. It is on them to decide, hey, where do we want to rotate down towards? We know Complexity had already cleared out that northwestern side, and Northeption was making such a late rotation in, but DarkZero still able to survive, now sitting on double red, a gold. They got shield bats, have a little more ammo than they had previously, and are finally able to start working.
This is how we play in RV too. Plenty of catalyst goop, plenty of ability to fortify the doors, and DarkZero are going to make this position look a lot stronger than it did before them. With LG right behind and 100 Thieves on the high ground, we're about to see why it's so difficult to make rotations.
Man,
out
look
of
at DarkZero,
landslide
bro.
work.
Double
Another
red
drop
with the
down
gold
for
on
DarkZero.
Zainu.
They're fighting on 2 fronts now, being actively shot in the back by 100 Thieves with every move they make.
That's exactly what 100 Thieves has been prioritizing here, but will DarkZero
Ascend's
focus
still
on
alive
Northeption,
too
or will
in
they
top
focus
8.
on 100T? Let's jump in for a listen in and check it out.
I think it's just a different team than I. Yeah,
Good
definitely.
kill.
That's a different team than our team.
Don't outright. Not outright at all.
You play out then.
They're
No,
like
they
in here.
just cacked you here though.
Yeah, they're like
That's their
in
team
the
playing.
wall.
The shooters spray it. No, they are. I think they are. Yeah, they are. They're there. I hit 142.
Somebody care about
Now
it. I
2
didn't say
teams are
it was
shooting, and the team over DZ is also shooting him.
I can share with them.
Oh no, it's
Are we done?
Northeption.
One
Poor
node.
fellers.
Team, I drop. Alright, just yell at us if they do.
I need one node.
I'm at third.
Can I get fuse keys?
Yeah, do it right behind that box. That is,
Is that good? Yeah, it's good. Taking
it?
them all. Yeah, I'm picking them all. Hit them all for like 30.
Hide team still there?
Here, go here! Bro, your khakis are like...
What
Oh,
did
yeah.
you?
Can you take them off the fucking window? It's actually really annoying.
Yeah. Dark cluster this
I
again?
want to. Yeah. Picking them all.
Is it really good?
Yeah.
That's gonna keep tanking.
Owl.
Tell me that! Give me
I kind
We
of
just witnessed Alliance and Complexity, a little bit of that happening on that western side of the zone. DarkZero discussed what is our next course
what they
of
should
action.
do
Can
for
we keep
listeners if
the
they
team
want to
pushing
bring in
off the
something
high
else
ground? But
is do like a
100 Thieves
picture-in-picture
in
sort of thing.
landslide
They need to put
proper,
together a scene like
already
that.
expended the
Would
bubble
be
and
pretty lit.
going up an aggressive LG Chivas.
That quick overextension from Baxlon. It's not bad if DarkZero never turn around, but DarkZero looked for the kill. Got a little bit of damage on, enough to take out Baxlon, and now their backs are a lot more clear. Complexity with a very different
No,
journey.
Complexity
in
hunting
Alliance,
right
who got
now.
The low ground, and with Effect down, with Alliance gone. Complexity owned the southwestern side of the ring.
Complexity doing what we needed
I was
to
saying
do.
they're
We're
away from
talking
the
about
last
that
three
cutoff
teams
on winners
fighting.
and
Oh, there's
losers
another
bracket,
team in there.
And it was Complexity who
top
was
5 right
sitting
now?
just
Oh,
on
it's
the
6.
outskirts,
Oh, shit.
looking in and coming in 40th place. They knew that their backs were up against the wall. They needed to perform here today, and they are starting off so strong. At least 7 eliminations for the team, with 6 squads remaining that could easily turn into double digits. They turn their sights onto North Eption, but not before Zero wants to get in on the action. The mother load down, but this almost looks more like a defensive mother load.
It definitely is. They're making sure that LG can't push up onto them. EMP gonna do nothing in the face of that particular cooldown. Motherload not affected. 100 Thieves instead, the ones that were previously sandwiched between LG and DZ, have gotten to survive for a little while longer, and it is only a little while. Post-kill gonna hit the floor. We'll see how long he's able to survive as DarkZero are on the hunt.
That was a double res from Kashera with the drone. We were talking about it. Kashera does lose his life here. And 100 Thieves going down.
I say, you
DarkZero
just gotta
in the
whip that
center
thing,
of
dog. You
the
can't sit
zone,
there.
wreaking havoc on
Oh.
everyone. Zainu
Defensive ult.
throwing out the
This is
black
big.
hole. It's going to connect, and just like that, Niazul from LG Chivas will go down.
What a great punish off of the Horizon ult as well. It's enough for DarkZero to get a foothold into this fight, while North Option suffer losses off to the north. DarkZero have lost just their fuse for right now, but with Zainu going down, it's all in the hands of Jen Burton, and Jen Burton doesn't find the first shield swap.
And North Eption able to clean out the left side as Complexity fall. We're at the final 4 squads. You have LG Chivas, DarkZero, Ascend falling now, but there's only 1 member. It's been like a rat race, and look where Lufka has
What
been able
is
to position
this?
himself on the Valk. We're
What
playing hide
is
and seek here.
this?
Classic Valkyrie gameplay. We'll see how long Lufka's able to keep hidden, as LG haven't noticed him just yet, but a little bit of noise and nice turnaround. All it takes is 1 drop for the best players to know you're there, and Jen Burton's in a similar spot. He's been sniffed out. Out comes the ultimate, giving him no place to run. Jen Burton is gone.
Well, now we have a quick shield swap.
All
but
right,
North
so North
Eption
Eption
knows
3v2.
the tides have turned. The numbers are in there.
Oh
in
my
advantage.
God.
And Micah finds that first opening. Not they just need to get their hands on the last member of LG.
It's okay. The second clip never actually happened.
Winners, and
It was just the first
like
clip.
that, North Eption reigning from the APAC North LCQ, showing out on match number 2.
Great way to finish that game for North Eption, who did have a difficult rotate. They were being harassed by DZ and 100 Thieves both as they moved in from the south. But it's this little bit of mirroring that they get to pull off on 100 Thieves, making sure that 100T take one nice side of the ring, draw plenty of attention, and they're able to play off of just a little box in the north for long enough that all of Landslide completely devolves. Alliance end up falling to Complexity instead, and it is a fantastic victory for them to walk in and take.
Let me just tell you, I love those North Eption fans out there. I might have to go find myself one of those. That's super cute. I saw Riddle ones yesterday. Now we've got North Eption fans and all the signs. So cool to see. If you guys haven't checked out, there is a whole merch zone just outside the stage, and you can find some really cool stuff out there.
That you can. I was exploring it yesterday. I know you guys have a little Riddle fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are really cute. I'm a big fan. Pun intended, I guess. I'm a big fan.
Oh, look at you, Dio, with your puns. It was Catalyst yesterday, it's fans today. But regardless, North Eption are
I don't know
your
about
winners
all
of
that,
match
man.
number 2 in
I don't know about
technical
all that,
style.
Chief.
After that win, I like that we get the celebrations, a bit of pictures, I'm sure, being taken. However, their focus, of course, has to be on how that game came about and how they can replicate their success moving into the next little while. There are a couple ways to win an end game in Apex Legends, and for the sake of the sanity of everyone, we don't have to list all of them. But the way that North Eption employed was
What are we
largely
gonna do,
staying
Scoob?
out of everyone's sights. They didn't hold a power position at any point, and instead we played a game of timing towards the end of the game. It helped that they're pretty darn good at clicking on heads, as that was the real deciding variable up against LG. But the rotation through the north was one that was actually pretty darn stressful. They almost went down a couple of times. The thing is that even in a spot like this, why would you ever push Leica when you could instead take out Alliance? North Eption
It's big for them
because
because
have a good position to play.
they only had 2
Well,
points
this was the
in
best
game number
position
1,
for
and I'm
them
trying to
towards the
remember.
tie
They did
towards the end. They had
decent.
flown in initially
Yeah,
behind
27
DarkZero, but
points, so, like,
Complexity had saw them, given all
what, they're
their engagements
11th in their
throughout
group?
Landslide. They wrap around, and that was the end of the fight that we just witnessed. North Eption cleans their side out after taking
Something
Complexity
like
and
that?
are able to start
I guess I could probably
focusing
actually just go look at it. So guessing.
Everyone,
doesn't?
You get a gold knockdown, you get a gold knockdown. Look, I can never find gold knockdowns unless I play
Oh, they
skirmish
finished
where I'm scanning
15th.
the care packages left and right, and I'm like, all right,
Ooh.
I'll go get that one.
Yeah,
Ew.
like even then, you know,
Ew.
I find more gold helmets than I do gold knockdowns. But this was the point where it became not a 2v3 and really just a disgusting finish from North Eption. 3v1 with everything they could
Every
ever
shot
want.
just lagging behind just a little bit.
And
Ugh.
a beam like that opens them up fantastically. But it was LG that made it to
You know,
second
he's sitting
place.
there like,
LG,
just hit
whose
one.
praises we were singing during the course of the entire mid-game. A big part of that, of course, Yanya, who makes it possible for them to survive. And as we said, as long as he's alive, there's a chance.
Oh, as long as Yanya's in the mix, it's getting crazy. 1,700 damage dealt, 9 eliminations alone. That is absolutely massive. So you think about that rotation and their timing on coming through Monument into the tunnel, and
17
was
kills.
there. All the
Crazy,
teams
bro.
that were moving
That's the one
towards
thing
their
about
start
LG,
lineup
bro,
by
is they
point,
swing
and
big,
they
miss
kept
big. And when they
pushing
finish
through. And
top,
if you look at our
they're
top
usually
3
dealt like
teams,
double-digit
what is
kills.
that number by LG Chivas, Dia?
Yeah,
17,
What is
bro.
that?
It's plenty. That's the, though you might not expect it, the kills they were able to pick up. Over a quarter of the lobby drops to LG, and that is no coincidence.
That's
One
crazy.
of the best fighting teams, as
Yeah.
we said, in North America. Definitely demonstrates that here on the international stage. Well, DarkZero right below them actually put up similar damage numbers. And it's funny that we see these two placed right next to each other over the course of time, because LG are the ones that needed to step up after yesterday, with DarkZero obviously having already taken a first place in their own group.
Pretty consistent. Ascend even after kind of that late game reset by Kashera and everyone splitting up and just trying to survive and salvage as many placement points, grab 5. And that's off the back of winning match number 1. So they're sitting in a good place, but that is what you need to do. Complexity able to grab 9 eliminations, jumping on to the other half. This is where things got super weird, right? Why were there so many teams in Sky?
Imperfect information, and when
We
teams
back,
and
chat.
players are asking, well, why did everyone go to Skyhook?
Sorry,
It's not because they don't understand. They went to Skyhook too. It's a great place to be. The problem is that
I don't know if it cut out
when you're
before they're saying,
rotating
but
to a
everyone's up at
place like
Skyhook because
Skyhook,
of
you're
Beacon,
predicting
like we
that
talked about.
Many other teams won't be there.
Yes.
And you're taking that gamble and saying, well, this doesn't seem like the best position. And if everybody takes that gamble at the same time, it doesn't turn out too well. I love those glasses, man. Those are fantastic.
And well, here's the thing. All of this looks good. Those glasses look
The hat's
amazing. But you know
cool.
what's also really cool? The fact that we've got watch parties lined throughout the stadium. Peeps caught up with one of our watch partiers earlier. So let's go ahead and see what that's about.
Tiffany, thank you so much. Here we have Restia, the one, the only part of the B stream at ALGS Champs. Dude, how are you doing? And how does it feel to be representing Scars and being one of the biggest content creators in the world?
It's feeling great here, like having my passion here, like broadcasting Apex Legends and having fun with like all my viewers, and like seeing the crowd and the team feels great, man.
That's cool.
I love
That's cool.
it. So we're here at ALGS, right? There's 40 teams. Who are your top 3 teams? Favorite teams?
Oh, my top 3 teams. Like you can't see me wearing like this shirt. But actually, Fnatic is my big fan, but I still have a better team. Exit, my boys, you know, Nocturnal, my beautiful. Oh, I love him so much, but still not my best top 3, dude. Oh, DarkZero, gotta talk about it. This is like one of my favorite teams, you know, like 3-time LAN champions. Jim Burden, such a nice guy, but still, not enough. Oh, let's go with this. TSM, dude. TSM fanboy always, dude. So, nah. This is my favorite Alliance. Alliance on top. They have been like having a rough day yesterday, right? But I think they're gonna bounce back today. And my man, Yuki. Please reply my Discord message, Yuki, or I'm not gonna root for you. This is my top team.
I love that. I love that. You got to get that sign, number 1. 2, Effect is here now. I don't know if you know that or not. Landed in Birmingham yesterday. Final prediction for who is winning ALGS championship right here in the UK.
Yeah, I actually like saw like Effect in the hotel yesterday. So I think Alliance gonna win. Alliance gonna win, dude. Alliance on top. Let's go.
I love that. He's bringing the energy, he's bringing the noise. Thank you so much. Tiff and Dia, take it away.
Thank you so much, Peeps and Restia. When he got the first 3 jerseys off, I was like, I think I see more, but I didn't know where that was going.
Facts.
But I love the faith in Alliance, and of course the Fnatic jersey is so impressive. It was one of the jerseys that I myself was like, I will. I'll be out there tomorrow or today.
I'm going to say, after that, Yuki has to reply to his Discord message.
That too, man. Why
much effort
don't
was
leave
put into
Restia on red. You can't do that. But I mean, obviously, Yuki's in the booth. It's a little important right there. Maybe he's replying right now.
Could be. I imagine that they're focusing just a bit on their last game on World's Edge, because it is their last game on World's Edge for this group. And Alliance are a team that I'd expect to have a little bit of an advantage there. Well,
you would think that this would be a group that Alliance would be rolling through. Maybe not rolling through, because you do have LGS going to be taking a lot of KP as well.
Up for a position to take top 5 as we move into Storm Point. They're not quite there yet.
Yeah,
and what?
Been
We had the one southern zone.
Coming out of Thermal Station, because that's their typical drop spot. But they haven't had anything pull towards them specifically yet. So hopefully maybe they can get a last little bit of luck here for World.
I feel like that's a stretch.
So, yes, and also, you and I talked about it, but Tree Zone should have gone better for them. And I know that's going to weigh on them, because when you are dropping Thermal, if things go to the south, that is your plan, that's your game. So seeing how they can, I guess, collect themselves moving into the future is going to be the biggest thing. It is a big adjustment.
All right, I gotta go.
We're dealing with a lot right now, but the audience has faith. Restia, importantly, has faith, so we can't count them out.
Well, you know, I've got a lot of faith, and I saw some really cool things out there on the floor. But one thing in particular was that Herman Miller chair that the champions get at the end. Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs are being used at today's event. Check out the new colorways on Embody Gaming Online. The new colors, they have a white base with Galaxy and Amethyst upholstery. Be sure to check out the custom Herman Miller Gaming chairs. Embody chairs created for this year's ALGS Champs winning team. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's out there. It's got gold. It's got the emblems that are attached to it. And I have an Embody at home, and they are so comfortable. And look at Z right there, just kind of like showing off another one as well. He's just like, yeah, you know, maybe I'll stand. He's super tall anyways. It's fine.
He is really tall.
I
don't know what it is. I really don't understand it. Like, pros don't need to be that tall. You can keep the same gaming skill compacted, actually, and it'll work just as well. Less effort to move the arm over a smaller space, but I digress. This, for right now, is going to be where everyone's focusing up. That last match of World's Edge, the last match of the most storied map in Apex history, is coming at us, and this is where you have to execute the strategies that you practiced, not just in the past year, but over the past 4 or 5 years.
All right, here we go.
We've been playing Apex Legends.
Last game on World's Edge.
Of our players have been in the game for just that long. Last match, last Legend select of World's Edge is in. LCDF popping in with the Watson and Valkyrie, interestingly enough. While still some of us are playing around with Bloodhound. This has been less of a dominant pick in this particular group matchup. Plenty of people running it, but I'm seeing a lot of teams just completely forego Bloodhound, instead opting into having a Bangalore and Horizon for a bit of verticality.
Yeah, it's very different from what we were even seeing yesterday, and we touched on that earlier, and you were even breaking out the Wraith today. That was such a wild card pick, and the macro, the redesign of the ultimate ability with the portal, so impressive. But this is it, our final match on World's Edge for our first series. The plane line is going to go straight from northwest to southeast.
It's strange to think that we went from metas where it's like information is so crucial, which is why you always see a skin. It went from Bloodhound then to Seer, and now we see neither.
The entirety of the center of Skyhook and getting a ring console.
Are the beacons just that?
Yeah, the ring console is the big difference
crucial
here, and it's great that they've been able to roll it again because XZ did not have a fantastic time last
I feel like you're really only going to get that.
They were like, why is everyone here? That constant mirroring really
maybe 3
was
good
the thing
scans
to shut them down at the end of the match. And this time they'll be able to get a good read on where the future zones are going, what sort of area we'll be playing, and we're getting a very different ring this time around as we'll be moving straight into the center of the map and just a little bit further to the north over by Epicenter where Complexity should have first dibs.
It's going to be interesting because you have
FaZe has got to make sure that they can capitalize on this circle too, since they've had a pretty quiet day. Like, it's about as close to a circle as you're going to get on this map for them, right?
They do have crafting, so they'll hang out for a minute, but that could be another issue where Skyhook is the closest on that.
You have 1 point right now.
Riddle, hopefully,
if you're FaZe.
But no, it's Monument. So Start a Fight Esports, they'll be able to grab.
Although FaZe did have a decent day yesterday for their only series at 40 points.
Well. Harvester is a really nice POI in general because you're able to pick up consoles, but this time with Lava Siphon right next door having one, and I believe Staging having picked up a console as well. They should be able to make use of it.
Epicenter does have one just kind of hidden under that survey beacon in my sight, so that'll be good for them. But Area 310, this is where things started to get interesting. They're landing just the northern buildings of Lava Siphon kind of separated out. They were originally set to go over towards Skyhook, and as the rotations come through, Dreamfire, known for their
he's like, I know he's
able to grab a knock onto Saku, should be able to clean that up fairly easily.
At that point, not even anything you can do, and the shots just keep landing. Pita does have to take a respite, and I'm surprised he's still peeking it even, but the rest of his team is continuing to nade, and Dreamfire should be collecting another kill very soon. Ramsey has a good angle. The smoke is going to cover him on the way in, and while he doesn't have a Digi, closing the gap with an SMG is sure to get Dreamfire another KP.
The passion exuding from him as they grab a knock in a full onto F-Chan. We need one more member of Pulverex who, like K-Swinny earlier, has already dipped out of dodge, but there is an issue with making so much noise so early on while teams are rotating, because they're going to be looking to make their way in.
They'll be fine.
Look who it is. North Eption, the third-party connoisseurs themselves making their way towards Dreamfire.
That's why we get that really clean Dark Veil. Reset from Dreamfire is perfect just because of the expenditure of that cooldown that gets them into a choke point without having to worry about what North Eption is doing. They're fully aware as Dreamfire that a team should be coming up behind them. North Eption are forced to take to the other choke, see if they can cut off Dreamfire or even chase down the last member of Pulverex. Meanwhile, however, the rotation ahead is what is being focused on, especially by Dreamfire, who are going for the win. A win that is largely going to be centered around how well you can play Fragment, Monument, and the escape for both.
Well, 100 Thieves, you're talking about escaping, are
not like this, Penna.
Yoboycue out of their sights. They will be the first team fully eliminated, but not before Area 310 has something to say about all of the chaos.
Yo, talking about busting the door down. Knock, knock, dudes, we here.
And they are just pressuring straight into the building.
It's so much aggression out of Area 310, but they have an advantage. Why not push it even through the smoke? We finally get a little bit of caustic gas laid down, and that's where Area 310 can really feel comfortable. They've got a great position in Monument, and now with the setup that Caustic is able to provide, should be able to hold on to it, grab a little bit more loot with Loba, make nice micro rotations with Wraith.
My boy just dropping canisters.
Game to take control of.
Got that gas.
Love that they're able to utilize the Caustic exponentially, and even DZ sitting on triple white. in the center of zone.
No curveball, no changeup.
Super quickly, and that's what's fun,
Just
right? We always
straight
talk about
gas.
controller versus MNK. Sometimes they'll send the MNK player out to loot for the entirety of the team, especially having the knuckle clusters to be able to
it
punish any of
hurts.
the teams immediately peeking. And just like a triple white a second ago, he's already leveled up to a blue.
Now the nice thing about Fuse is that it isn't just an aggressive pick that you can get offensive value out of running people down with the mother load. It's also fantastic for when you're in zone and don't have evos. Knuckle cluster is going to help so much to make incremental improvements in the armor of DarkZero. It's already something that we're seeing play out with Zero, and they're likely going to swap around the armor so that he can do that for everyone. Elevate DarkZero all the way up to blues substantially, and then continue that journey.
Yep.
Talk about swapping the shields around. We're seeing just that. Kashera will elect to have the blue, and he can level his up throughout the utilization of an EMP. And now making that way towards the no-name area, there's likely some sort of beacon here that a couple of teams will look for that information as the dojo have
So what's
rotated
this?
throughout, guys.
Riddle
They're
order
clearing
in
a send
Gombre?
movement pattern, but there are still 2 other teams in the vicinity. Think of who lands Overlook. Think of all of that.
And Riddle, the team, in fact, that lands over at Overlook, sitting in 19th at the moment. Got to play defensively, or rather that's the mentality that I'm sure they find themselves in. No Name is not a bad place to hold down, but it certainly isn't the most active, and unfortunately for them, they're mirrored by GO once again. We saw these two fight out in over by Landslide, the tunnel previously, just last game in fact, and now that we're seeing them right next door to each other again, it cannot be comfortable for these two squads that played polar opposite games in Split 2 playoffs to once again be face-to-face. In fact, they were even contesting each other for millage in the Split 2 playoffs, rather, during qualification into finals. And now that they're at this again, it just makes the game so much more complicated for both.
I remember back when Gio was contesting Landslide as well, and that was just so wild. But you sort of think about it, now we've got that next ring information for some of our teams that are looking to hit the rotation. Element 6 sitting on triple purple, making their way out of the Skyhook area, and Alliance kind of finally beginning to arrive from Thermal Station. They made their way over towards Lava Fissure to look for extra information, but the last standing member of Pulverex is still outside the ring, Dia.
Ooh, see how well Pulverex are able to survive, because that's actually probably been the biggest tragedy of these first 3 games. Pulverex have not had a good time, even though they were doing pretty well in scrims. They just haven't had the same success going into the second day of champs.
Yeah.
And well, Alliance, they got ahead. They managed to find not just a few more meds, but also a delayed rotation that could bring them through Landslide.
Pulverex had 36
even
points
more.
though on
an evac tower as well. Pulverex
They won
sitting
on their
behind
one
going,
series.
Man, why can't my game be going that well?
I just need a little bit. You hear the evac tower
Could
going
still
up,
have
and
one good game,
immediately
right?
The shots come in, and from the map view, that is likely from Element 6 towards Alliance, looking to poke and prod, but Gombre, they've got their own issues going forward, still electing to mirror that Riddle rotation, but now they've made their way up towards Climatizer, and that is FaZe's homeland, so that's where they'll be positioning themselves for that next set of gameplay.
Now, FaZe did not spawn in with a ring console right next to them, and so the way that they're
Weren't they
playing
running
this is interesting.
Blood
but
earlier,
certainly
and now they're
explainable
changing up
by
the
fact
comp
they don't
again?
have
Are they
much
just that
running
lost
data
right
to
now?
work with as easily. They had to jump over to Epicenter to grab it, and are planning on doing that likely again as they've sat back in the Macaroni building to take advantage of other teams that are rotating in, and then later be able to grab a little bit more information to make a more perfect decision for zones 5 and beyond.
Little poking, prodding, 1 point only on the board, so they're going to need every bit of damage, every bit of Evo shield leveling up. But the issue is, we are so low on ammo. They have about 30 bullets for the Hemlock before we jump on over to Alliance, sitting on triple blue in 16th place with 3 points. So this is another game, but with our point spike
they're able to pick up
at the top, you had LG with 32, Ascend with 31.
whatever was left in those
Complexity with 19.
boxes.
Those were your top 3 coming into the final match. match on World's Edge. So even after one good game, you just need at least north of 20 points, and you'll be within the top 5.
It's funny that you mentioned the ammunition because we jump over and effect just 360.
He has so much.
So much. Oh my god. Now in the meanwhile, we've got Pulverex who have managed to recuperate for now. This is a
Meanwhile, other
ITLs,
ITLs, I need heavy.
Closing in.
I need light.
A lot more damage, and as
I need.
It's not that you can't pull off these same sort of ring stabilization strategies, but they are a lot more difficult to execute on, and it's not going to feel particularly good. FaZe do pick up a kill, which is nice for them. It is on to G.O, whose rotation up from No Name evidently has not gone smoothly, but it's also not the end of G.O. It's not a full push from FaZe. They're still very much focused on their rotation into Epicenter, their ability to gather more information.
Looking to maybe put themselves in this?
Order. Yeah, and they already have used a Dark Veil. They've coupled it with a couple Bangalore smokes. Snipetown does have one more available at the ready should he need it, but the grab lift's going to the high ground, and Frex is already engaging. You hear the black hole in the distance. He's just trying to get into that pocket, find a good angle, and clean up what is able. But what will Riddle Order do about this? There's still teams looking to engage in this once they need to clean it up.
Now they have the 2v1 advantage. FaZe thought about pushing for the rest of it. It's just one member left of G.O, but they're not going to be able to do too much. Meanwhile, Leica, however, takes down
I feel like it's far enough into the game it doesn't matter as much. Because they probably don't get the res. Only problem though is they can still rat and keep a spot away from you, which could be points, right?
On what is happening behind them. They know they need to rotate. They have about 40 seconds left before that zone starts to pull them ever so further through Epicenter, through the train line. But LG Chivas carrying on that aggressive nature here on the underside of Monument. Niazo losing out of the shields will fall down. That's going to be DarkZero, but Jaguarez able to clutch up, and the defensive
DarkZero out early in game 3, huh?
Beautifully done.
Especially because they didn't drop shields for Nizzle, which is what you would
Well,
normally
not bad
do.
though. I mean, they're sitting around 20 points halfway through the
res,
series.
Drop your shield so they can pick it up and have a little bit more. You're healing while they're being rezzed, and this time, because that doesn't happen, Dark Veil
After
is
this game,
the much
chat, I'm gonna
better
have to
option
wake up Blowman.
if you want to play this like slow, full reset game. It's a little bit odd to see in the situation. However, since LG Chivas weren't operating with full information, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt, and they will have that cooldown back up before the time's through.
I know we were talking about, as we see Element 6 waiting, trying to position themselves in a power position. Pulverex actually hit a full reset. They have all 3 of their members up and are looking to make a play to get further into zone. Meanwhile, FaZe, you just miss out on the platform sometimes, and you know, the floor is lava, and it is, and now they've got to turn their tides to the center of the action.
Really surprised to see FaZe taking the southern rotation into this zone. I'd expected them to go up to the north into a slightly worse spot, but one that didn't
Was
require
Jester by
them
himself?
to be in the middle of so many teams. Instead,
Plexi
now they have
out.
to fight their way through what we know is LG in the area. And so they're sat in this corner, holding on for now, but I would not feel comfortable here as FaZe.
Meanwhile, an entire war was breaking out on the north. Complexity was able to take down Riddle Order, but Xset immediately thirding that, looking to clean up the northern side out of zone. But FaZe, can they keep pushing forward? You were talking about LG Chivas having that area of Monument. Well, now they've positioned themselves up in that center spire, which is going to be so tough to push. LCDF, on the other hand, will likely run into FaZe, and LG will just pepper from above.
You got to really
E6
appreciate
has
the
D
Bangalore
Dreamfire
smoke on the
above
high
him.
ground as well. It puts more pressure on LG Chivas because they can no longer defend as effectively when they literally can't see you, can't fire down and harass onto FaZe. It is one directional now, and this whole situation in Monument is going to be cleared up because, well, we've got Dreamfire out here off to the north of the ring. Check out your mini-maps and notice that not a whole lot of people are safe moving into the next zone.
The pool is going to be absolutely atrocious, but speaking of safe, Jinx trying
I want to see
close
another
up,
big
he's
game
gonna
from
knock out a
Dreamfire here.
That's a full as well, and Sleep. The ability for him alone to clutch up, and he's still up with a gold knockdown, quick reset. LCDF is actually going to be able to clean up the rest of FaZe, so just like that, they will fall, but LCDF, the work is not over for them.
Such an uncomfortable spot, and unfortunate to see FaZe going out like that. We've still got a few struggles left in Monument. We do have a small bit of actual Monument still left And LCDF and Northeption share that area right now. LG Chivas with a bit of high ground of their own. But this Element 6 Dreamfire rotation is really difficult. Both teams are going to be mirroring each other and likely harassing on the way in. Xset's in the mix as well. With an evac tower in front of you, Element 6 realize there's nowhere to go where they aren't flanked on both sides.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot here.
Can
they find the space though?
Doing what they have to do.
Dreamfire actually coming back behind
with the Dark Veil
Xset.
Oh
my God!
Down, but Peta going at the hands of Sykes, able to hold the ground. Beast of the Hunt is activated, giving him a little bit of movement speed.
Oh my God!
One more.
Just need to connect it, but he will fall. Dreamfire, regardless, is eliminated.
Jeez
and
Louise.
the glue holding that team together must play for his life.
Now, with both members now down and full thirsted, the smoke wasn't able to save them, and Element 6 could get aggressive. Enter Force 36 go down, LCDF out, Element 6 start rotating over towards Xset, but Start a Fight have already moved up to them where Dojo fight for their lives in Monument.
We have 3 teams in
Oh, Timmy, that's not your homie. Oh, that's the L-Star banging though.
Timmy started off before diving into competitive. This was the playground, so I fully expect Dojo to excel here. They've already got a knock on to Jaguares, and Element 6 has been eliminated off the screen, but the reset coming in. Timmy has the bangle, has an L-Star, and wants to find success, but Northeption will be that next team that they have to turn their sights to, but Designful isn't fully healed, but they're trying to rotate out.
Timmy swapped to anchor so
See,
perfectly.
realistically,
like drops back behind a bit of cover.
This
down
lobby
with the L-Star to make sure that his team is safe. That
if
was
Dojo's going to
expertly
push in the upper
played.
bracket, this
The
needs to
only
be the lobby they
the
do it
only
in.
reason the Dojo get to continue into the top 7, perhaps beyond. As you said, they're healing a bit slow, and time is of the essence. The ring is starting to close, and they are not the only ones that have to move. Dojo and Northeption will be going out alongside each other. Northeption do get a wall to separate themselves a little bit more, but in the ring, what awaits them in the ring? Alliance, Pulverex still alive, Xset the last member, and Start a Fight still have to make their way in.
But everything to the left of this is
They still have to
fully
finish
open.
off
You're just trying to
in a
play
lobby
on
with
the road. Any kind of head peek
Fnatic,
you can, and
Optic,
Ascend has been in their positioning
Realize
from
TSM,
at
even
least 10
Sentinels the
minutes
way they're
ago in
playing
this match, and
to end the
being able
day.
to
Like,
fence
this
up.
needs
This is
to be
starting
where they
look
get big
like
points.
the first match where they won. You can see the Dojo rotating around. Hackis is still up for Alliance, as well as Yuki and Effect trying their best. Grab lift to the
Oh my
sky.
God.
Black hole in between, threading the needle of the 2 Dark Veils. Does get poked and prodded, but everything is connecting. You see the damage going out. It is a fight in the air.
Everybody trying to get airborne, but the gravity lift finally expires. Effect goes down. Yuki's going to follow. An Alliance on the ropes. Have Dojo pushing up on them. This is going to be the end of Alliance. Dojo could take them out.
Start a fight, fall, and Hackis last alive. You can see that it's going to be Effect stepping back in his chair. He knows he's full and must rely on
Ascend
Hackis to
again.
make something happen, but it is Ascend, it is Dojo
Wow.
and Hackis last standing for the final 3, and Timmy up in the rocks, but Ascend is so healthy. They already have a knock-on enemy, a knock-on design, and now we push to cover the distance.
Yeah, it's just a matter of finishing the job. We've seen them do it before, and a little bit of sandwiching coming
Hackis
in.
being
the
a
last
pain
member
in
of
the
Alliance
ass.
helping push the Dojo out.
Wow,
Getting a
Alliance
bit
gets
of
second.
revenge for what happened
Ascend's
earlier.
gonna get their
Ascend
second win.
Are set to mark their second victory on World's Edge, and it just falls into their laps. What a call from Kashera to put Ascend in that position to get
That's
them
big.
their second win in 3 matches.
That is so impressive. What a turnaround from Ascend, doing what they needed to do. Those circles, when they start to pull out west of Monument, tend to be incredibly difficult because
Impressive.
of the congestion that happens in Monument, and for all the teams on the eastern side
So
of World's
Ascend's
Edge
gonna
that
be
have to
creeping
go
up on that
straight
100-point
into
marker.
that funnel. But Ascend, they were like, we're not even gonna go into Monument. We're gonna position ourselves under the road with the Watson fences, and yet again,
So what is
Postal
that going to
coming
do with that
clutch.
qualifying
best
points?
thing
I feel like
about
we've
this,
already got a
talked about
couple
it
of
earlier,
whales when it comes to
is
the
that
points, right?
Ascend are playing their own
What
game,
was-
and what that means is because
When we went to
compositionally
playoffs-
so different from any other team in the lobby, nobody else could even
2.
take that position. Nobody else could dream of holding that position without incurring so
Eh.
much more risk than Ascend were ever
I guess you did have some
exposed
teams
to.
with almost 200
Because
points.
they're running Watson crypto, they're able to get away with plays like that that put them in game-winning positions that nobody else can hold.
And you can see it smiles all around, everything they needed to do. When Postkill told me he was nervous yesterday, it does not even look the slightest bit of it. They have shaken the nerves. They have
I don't know. I'm not sure what that means.
And with the first 3 matches of the day on board, they take 2 of them.
And really
we might actually still be.
Ascend's positioning is what we're focusing on because their fighting hasn't been on display. Fights are great to pick up KP, but importantly in Apex Legends, fights are risks as well. And Ascend are participating in them from long range, not needing to commit fully like we saw, I think it was Northeption do in the last round. When they were able to pick up a win by landslide, it was 50-50. Do they come out on top against Complexity? Just 100 health separating them. Ascend are not in spots like that, and it's what's giving them this consistency, the ability to pick up 2 wins in 3 matches. And I said it at the start, but being able to pick up 2 wins in a group set means so much because it's not just that you're preparing for groups. It's not just that you're getting a lot of points, which is important. You're preparing for match point finals.
Ooh, and that's where consistency really matters. Your ability to get
Not just consistency, but you have to win.
50-point threshold, and then you just need a match win. But I'm curious to hear what our desk has to say about Ascend's 2 match wins as well as Northeption. Take it away, Rain.
Thank you so much, Tiff. Terrible. That's all I have to say. I'm just kidding. Good job, Ascend and everyone else in this group, because we have seen some lightning fast finishes and also some very congested and contested final circles, which have made things very interesting after 3. We'll see what happens as we switch maps in just a moment. But here with our halftime break, we are going to get into it. And of course, I'm joined by Genome, Zephyr, and Bullet. Exciting to talk to you guys and get your thoughts on what we've seen so far after 3. But I do want to start off with you, Bullet, and kind of give us your perspective coming in, having that pro background, and also looking at this final circle of how things developed for Ascend, not to get there first, but their 2nd win overall after 3.
Yeah, look, I have to say, I bloody love their comp. You know, like being able to play Watson, Crypto, like that's not easy at all, you know, to make that work. I mentioned it yesterday when I was talking about Jailings, but yeah, honestly, it's just such a nice comp, and it's not easy to play. You know, it takes time, it takes synergy, but once you get it right, like you can hit amazing end zone games like what we just saw, you know, so. With the final circle, you know, they just played their Watson fences. They had plenty of presence there. You know, it was difficult for teams to kind of push them because there's just so much presence from the Watson fences. And when you have the crypto scan through all the smoke, like look how much like stuff was going on. Like
end games, no one can touch it, whether it be Ordnance or the assault that you just have to push forward through. Ascend are allowed free reign and the potential to pick
at least it's after the game
where they set themselves up. That passivity ends up being one of their biggest strengths, especially in this.
It is rather consistent, which is frustrating. So you have I gotta go wake up
on as almost your you know, light in the dark to speak of how to play this zone when other teams are maybe scrambling a little bit of trying to find that space to hold and play from as well. One thing I'm curious about though is if we're going to see that end up challenging Ascend like it did in previous playoff situations where passivity is no longer enough. You have to actually be aggressive, and I think DarkZero, TSM still in my eyes are the kings of being able to see a moment, know that there's a chance for them to win, but then impact the game in a way that's a little bit different, you know.
Yeah, I mean, DarkZero, it feels like in a little bit of difference to some of the other group stage play we've seen, they are ramping up very quickly here. You know, they are a team who can be aggressive, but they know when to pick and choose their moments, right? And we saw it in their win at the Split 2 playoffs, where they were one of the only teams who were really feeling it and willing to be aggressive, even in the finals lobby. So it feels like they're getting themselves, you know, ready for that kind of playstyle right from the start here.
Questions about Ascend, but questions about the entirety of the lobby as, again, we head into the standings in our halftime recap presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Let's take us through what has happened after 3. Ascend obviously coming off the back of a nice win, their 2nd overall. Alliance getting some rhythm. Dojo, they had a good game 1, a nice game 3. They put themselves in the position to be able to play, especially from 20 to 28 points, which is where 2nd to 7th in this lobby is actually playing from. But on the backside of this 20, I want to look at the teams that maybe whether it's this game or whether in general, you look at teams like FaZe, haven't showed up the way that we might have
boy
expected.
is not
It's probably
bothered
due to
this
the
morning.
contest that they're experiencing over in their climatizer, but it's still something that they need to solve, and we've seen other teams solve contests a little bit better than this so far. So maybe a legend change, we'll find out. As it stands here after 3, it is Ascent with 54 points. Wide away, Zephyr, I see you, fist bumping here behind the scenes. EMEA showing up really nice to kick off day 2.
I couldn't be more happy, especially after our start yesterday with Ascend down in the dumps, really trying to see how they could find their way to exude the
Alliance
play style
looking
that makes them
decent.
sort of more passive in this current meta. The fact that we see them now with
Dreamfire
double wins
just
on the day of
short
still
of
a
100
fantastic
points.
kill line as well there at 25, almost half of their total points.
Strong as ever, like, come on. That was an intense fight in the end to
I don't
take
understand
that
why
high
my
ground, but
PC is
Dojo
having
pulling
issues,
up,
bro.
Doing damage, taking out effect.
Have that movement around the map. You can't schedule it in quite as well as you can.
Yo, what it
when you
do,
are being
Nightmare?
That's
Sorry,
100%.
man. I'm not sure why I'm
Speaking
having so
perfectly
many
to the segue
issues
on
this
screen,
morning.
FaZe, they've been contested earlier on, 1 point after 2. I think they've gotten a little bit more. They're now at 4 points. So if you're looking at
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. It's all good, though. We're good. We're good. What up? What
so
up?
far, so good, but they didn't start well, and that's the thing. I want to open the question and conversation to you guys. How do you feel about FaZe? Is this really some, kind of a
I think I
performance
might
that
need to actually have, like, the
could
technician
suffer
come out here and take a
essentially
look
in
at
the position
things?
that they are? Maybe one of those teams that has still a little bit to prove, despite really performing well at Split 2. I mean, they are an excellent team, a lot of experience. I might have expected them
Just
to come out
getting
a
the
little
day
stronger.
started? Hell yeah.
I think finding their footing has been a struggle here, at least for the last 2 days.
Doing all right,
seeing how
man.
they can finally adapt to this meta is something that is still
Wish I
yet
could,
answered, but we know
I feel like
this roster
I'm
is
very
star-studded.
limited
They have the
in what I can
background
do right now.
We talked a lot about veterans when we
Because I have a
discussed our
sneaking
day
suspicion
one, and
part
this
of
roster has
what's
plenty.
causing the
If there's
internet
anyone
issues
who
is
can
having,
figure
like,
out,
multiple
it
loading
has to be
pages
them.
going on and stuff like that.
I also want to talk about Dreamfire because they played well. They haven't been the
Which
same
is
Dreamfire
unfortunate.
yesterday, Genome, and I don't know if this is.
But,
I mean, was yesterday more of an anomaly, and now we're seeing
I get it.
what we can expect from Dreamfire? You're shaking your head, no?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's certainly not a surprise for me. This is actually sort of the Dreamfire that we know and love in APAC South, right?
Yeah.
The kind of team that does just steamroll a lobby, that is their comfort zone, honestly. And
Yep.
I feel like
Agreed.
over the past year or so, they have experimented with a few different styles, and I think it's made them a more well-rounded team. But certainly they are at their best when they are just running straight at you and putting you down before you even know what's happening.
That's the fun about these groups. Sometimes you get that lobby that allows you the space to do that, and sometimes you're a little bit more congested early game, and so you've got to work on the stuff that might be your sore points to be able to get to the position where you can actually have the level of success that we've seen them have previously in yesterday's
All right, there's
first
updated scores
showing.
through the
Now,
first
as we
half
head
of
into
series
our final
number
3
1 for the day.
games, will Dreamfire
Going to
continue
Storm
to put
Point.
on the star-studded performance that we've seen? Will start a fight, find their way, climbing the ranks and
Better take a
representing
break.
South America. Will FaZe rise up, or will Ascend continue staying at the top of the mountain? We'll find out after this.
See, like, these questions, it's like, who cares? And not because I don't like fun, but was fun the MVP of Split 2 playoffs match point final? No. So who actually gives a fuck? He wasn't the he didn't have the most kills in the lobby. His team didn't win the finals. So, like, why do we care? I feel like there is so much more they could do for the downtime in between. Like, even now, there's like a minute and a half left. Do like a chat with somebody in the crowd, or do something where in the games you're chatting with people who are in the lobbies, or during one intermission you ask a bunch of people in the crowd a question. Who are you here rooting for? Then you show a bunch of those during the minute and a half here instead of how many kills did Nasky get during the split 2 playoffs match point 5? Single digits? Who gives a shit?
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Day 2 Champs action. We got groups B and C finishing off on World's Edge. Ascend having the 2 games of their life, double-digit kills plus the dub on top of it. Now we're transcending into Storm Point. Can they continue that domination?
Holy shit, Glitter Explosion's actually casting.
Them, but I like to see other teams, LG, FaZe, needing to have a point difference in these next upcoming games. Dojo having a much better time this time around in this lobby. So many changes now that we get to see these groups perform once again, since they only got to play once yesterday.
And this is a lot of the stuff that we talked about before the show even started on the desk. I had said Dojo might have an opportunity to get some more points on the board now that they weren't dealing with those contests. They did exactly that. 2 third-place finishes in the first 3 matches of the day. That's not too shabby. I mean, Ascend just popping off outside of the wins that you're talking about, a 4th-place finish, so top 4 all day so far. But those stats you're talking about, they do get the majority of their points, or at least they did in the split 2 playoffs on World's Edge. Now we're moving into Storm Point, where some of the other squads that you mentioned had a little bit more even point differential as far as where they were getting those points from. It might be LG's time to shine.
That would be fantastic to see, considering that they are having one heck of a fragging out.
We're known to get Southern Zones on Storm Point, and they land fish farms.
This team, this is a team that
also, they're landing next to Lasik de France and FaZe,
alone, we saw them finish
so those could potentially be some easy KP for them.
Earlier on with 17 KP in 2nd place for game number 2.
So I could see it.
Where our teams are going to be dropping coming into this game. Once again, going up to Storm Point, the difference from what we witnessed from World's Edge into Storm Point are some teams may go for comp swaps, some teams have that strength going into Storm Point, or there's teams like Ascend that may struggle a lot more playing their usual composition on World's Edge into Storm Point, and the stats are against them, unfortunately, so maybe having some readjustments going into this champs.
And we did see from those drop spots as well that it looks like we're only going to have 1 contest right now between Pulverex and North Eption up there at Thunderwatch. So it should be really exciting to see how things play out here. First Storm Point match of the day, match number 4.
Like, imagine if every break they did that was like a minute and a half.
And things are getting started.
You had your stage host interviewing a bigger content creator that's in the crowd, or interviewing one of the players that's not playing.
Dropping from the ship, we get to take a
like, there's so much you could do then. How many kills did Nasty get? 9 or 8?
We saw what happened after game 3 with Ascend, and we're not wasting any time. Let's get into it. He's got the longbow. He's got 14 bullets, 9 in the reserve right now, and F-Chan already getting Slayer's knocked.
And that was the one contest we said might potentially happen. It looks like Pulverex want to try and push this.
I was say Pulverex needs to have a good
secure some really early KP.
Point.
First knock comes out. Both teams down to 2 now. The clutch coming out of Pulverexo, and it's element 6 that goes down.
E6 struggling a little bit where they wanted to land originally, trying to find the contention versus Pulverex, and failing. Our first team to go down in this game 4, our first time on Storm Point right now. Saw the crowd giving their support over here. The smiles as well from F-Chan.
But that's actually a move from Pulverex, though. They were originally supposed to be up with North Eption at Thunderwatch. They went down towards E6 and Jurassic.
Oh, you know what I want? I realize I don't have...
So that could be where they end up staying.
And let's talk about why we saw E6 land in Jurassic. They had actually opted to land either there or Antenna. They didn't want to take the 50-50 against 100 Thieves, so instead Pulverex said, well, we'll take the fight to you. And now they not only get to loot that vault, but also the rest of Jurassic Park, and if they have any information nearby, we get to take a look at where the circle is going to be pulling.
Yes.
So that's going to be nice too, because 100 Thieves being right alongside Pulverex in their own POI, they have a survey beacon, they have a crafter, and they've already called in an evac tower.
I mean, this move from Pulverex was super clutch. Not only did they clear out the space around them, but now they're super safe for the next 2 rings.
North Eption probably going to be... Are they going to land on Stormcatcher, where Area 310 is?
Or are they just getting out of Antenna knowing it's going to be a little bit chaotic as teams start to move their way in?
They definitely know that FaZe is going to be rotating away from here, but now if you take a look at where the map is, and I mean, right here, FaZe is split up, and wondering how that's going to play out, considering the fact that 100 Thieves are running the Catalyst, Bang, and Gibby, so their goal is to try to play for that positioning. North Eption also getting involved in this fight with that similar rotation.
Another team that we did talk about here for just a little bit, and I want to see how they play this, is LG, because we saw them play really conservatively yesterday when the zone played in their favor. They went straight to the nut building and held that for as long as possible, ended up in a top 3 scenario, and it boded really well for them when we typically see them being quite aggressive. Now they've got another zone that they can rotate into very easily based off of their drop, and I'm interested to see how they decide to play it out today.
All right, come on, Tom Young-Kung.
Another squad that's already made the rotation. So talking about where the circle is going to be pulling and where it could end up.
Damn, you've already got FaZe and 100 Thieves here, though. DarkZero's going to be rotating in behind him as well.
The circle pull actually exactly where Dom Young-Kung has already situated themselves by those rocks.
Looks like FaZe and 100 Thieves, though, are already fighting, so you might be able to rotate in behind.
Ends up pulling. Yes, you have the high ground, but sometimes it pulls away from those buildings, and you see a lot of chaotic fights happening from underneath, or you see other teams sharing up that space from the low ground, but then they're exposed in different directions from the squads that would take a later rotation. When I think about squads like that, I think about LG that are going to be playing by the edge. You think about teams like Gambare, Otosan that are going to be rotating from down Beast, so a little bit more of some space that they have to cross. Taking a look at Exit, my team to take your eyes on at the very beginning, all right? They said, don't give us so much attention. Maybe it's going to be bad luck. Look, I get that the caster curse exists, but they are already rocking the Kraber off the rip, and Nocta's already rocking the purple evil shield. So not stressing too hard here. They also have information on where that circle is going to be pulling. So a good position for them to make their next move, especially seeing how many teams have already made that rotation. We have Dreamfire, DarkZero, Dom Young-Kung, like we saw earlier, 100 Thieves, Pulverex, or Northception are going to be making their way there, as well as Lucite France.
I mean,
Good morning, King. How you doing, buddy?
Trying to avoid a few shots here as they're making their rotation, trying to find a little bit of safe space to land. Needing to heal up just a bit as they at least get a safe corner for now, but there's a potential push coming out.
Popping the Beast of the Hunt, gets the scan, gets the information on the teams that are trying to take height on that rock. Bang smokes ain't gonna help you out here when the Beast of the Hunt is activated by Satuki. See the Catwall also coming on. Forced to use that so that way they can rotate from the back end of this POI, but where can they rotate? If they want to try to take height and wrap around, it's going to take too long, especially with how many teams
I'm good, man. Just big chilling.
Exiting out of Stormcatcher. Looking to try to take this fight with the 30-30 shots ringing through. Nice, didn't even miss.
Not gonna lie,
there.
definitely feeling a little bit today, but
Lucite France after their rotation from the skies.
We'll be aight.
Immediately gets sent back to the lobby by Northception. We're on
Should
a tear
probably
right
eat
now.
some
Let's
food
not
here
ignore
soon.
the fact that they took game number 2, and now they have a good amount of KP to work with here.
And that was a little bit of a rough rotate.
That might help, but I feel
a lot of these teams figuring out where the next zone's going to
so
be shifting,
beat, man.
trying to nail down whatever real estate they can, but a lot of it's going to be taken up by those
And
mountains in the area,
the
so there's only so much playable space.
internet issues
as much time to even really
kind of
work with where
frustrating
they
me,
were
but you know,
landing, and
is
Northception
what
wants
it
to make
is.
sure that they can clear out the space around them. They have that edge pretty much to themselves now, with the exception of any of those teams that are rotating in a little bit later that had those farther away drops towards the north that they can now at least switch their focus to and have uninterrupted attention on them.
It's a really good point, especially if you take a look at the
Does
compositions.
Riddle Order and Dojo?
Catalyst has a pick rate of 82.50% thus far after the action that we saw yesterday and continue on for today. That's why you're going to play for these positions, and that's why Dojo are also making a comeback after their performance, lackluster performance starting off their day yesterday. Now starting off incredibly strong, top 4. Calls in the cat wall as Timmy going to be able to hold shoulder to shoulder with enemy. Nice Hemi stats too that we see. He's got the purple extended heavy mag. They all got full purples, but so does the team right below them here in Mill. It's going to be Riddle Order, and it's also the fight for the ring.
Yeah, and it's just I can't figure out what's causing it. It's like it's just enough where it like knocks down the stream for a couple of seconds.
That is a great point. All right, we've got Beast of the Hump popped for Riddle Order, trying to see if they can get some information.
And today, luckily it's been
going up against
during like in between game times.
Solid off angle.
It's just frustrating.
Getting a nice shield crack in there, and now Dojo might be on the back foot.
Tapping backing away. He had used already the Beast of the Hunt earlier on too, so jumping down from the height for right now. Riddle Order taking split position, but with the Digi threat in the hands of Yoboycue, they get the trade-off. Enemy onto one tapping, Yoboycue onto design full. The cops are coming through, so are the pings. McKay in some trouble too, gets knocked. Yoboycue is the only one alive, but it's not gonna be enough as Timmy is on the other side with the Hemi that we mentioned. Enemy is gonna be able to get the res onto design, and the reset comes in for Dojo. Now they get the extra loot at their feet, basically walking care packages on top of the fact that they have the ring console. Start of fight also in a lot of trouble.
Timmy's been doing a really good job with those clutches, but now SAF down to 2 as they're trying to mitigate whatever incoming damage. That cat wall does go down, hopefully kind of blocking off the squad right now. You've got Exit in the area. Nice Kraber shot coming out of Nocturnal. That's got to feel good.
Puts up the cat wall specifically to
block
block out the sight of the Kraber. Oh man, that must have been the first shot that Nocturnal taken through at least the cracks of that window right there, because they ain't gonna know.
All right, so what you've got? Start a fight, Dreamfire, and Pulverex all over here. Exit looking up from the high ground.
Exit. Nocturnal could easily just hold the high ground on that building alongside Fun and still add in some extra pressure, but it's conserving some of those bullets depending on how they want to approach that next circle too. Dreamfire try to push into the Bangalore smoke, but the 3-2-1 comes in from the other side. 3MZ gets taken out. They lose out on double shields, and Dreamfire, the other team that's going to be hanging out on the high ground here with the squad moving in from the bottom. You saw the Crypto Drone. That could be Ascend now getting involved in this fight.
So much chaos in this area right now. You've got Dreamfire down to 2, but there's still SAF. There's still Exit. All right, the push is being made up in the Dreamfire. That was the perfect time for SAF to do it because they knew that they had the advantage.
Yeah, that was a really tough time to pull out the Thermite.
Now turning their attention on to SAF.
They just turned the corner and absolutely blitz them.
Also having backed off just a little bit, there was a moment where I think DZ was potentially looking for a third party. They kind of moved over, wanted to scope out the situation, but things have calmed down for now.
I do really like this position from Exet strictly because depending on where the circle pulls, if it doesn't end up committing to that south side that we saw Dum Young Kung actually rotate early on,
but make sure low man's
alongside with
I'm
the
gonna stand up, man.
and it continues pulling towards these buildings instead, Exit is not in as bad as a position when it comes to a 50-50 on their rotate. They could try to take either the choke point to the north if it does pull more to the south and there's too many teams there, or they can inch their way to the edge of the circle on where it's pulling. They're also, I believe, babysitting either a survey beacon, it looks like, they're in their building on the high ground, and that will allow them to get some more information and deny that information from other teams with that pressure. Let's jump into a listening right now with Exit to make their next move, to hear what they're going to do as they're holding down the line of sight with the Kraber.
Moving back now.
He's running.
120! I missed my bullet.
In here, Brennan, on the sword. Newcastle.
I knocked the caustic.
Oh, fuck.
I killed him with my Q.
I thought I got the kill, man. I was so hype.
Jumping out here.
Okay. It's a purple armor Newcastle to our west.
Oh boy, tired in there, man. I'm telling you.
This team's gonna fucking ruin our day.
I get Sugma. Sliding down. Northeast.
I love it.
This Newcastle's annoying. Newcastle bang. Newcastle team's going southwest.
Bang 36 blue. Okay.
You need Phoenix?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I just got 2 bursted.
All right, well, sounds like Exet is having as much fun as the crowd is right now, waiting for those Kraber shots to come through. Knock has been ripping shields off. I thought he's about to get a haircut, I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like he saw it and then said, never mind, and then tipped from underneath the rock. He was about to get domed right there.
He was like, oh, what did they go? Nope.
And I just love the comms too. They were looking at Gambare originally, who was off to the side when they were making a comment about the Newcastle, saying, you know what, that Newcastle's annoying. That's Young Hee, by the way, who's now made that rotation alongside the rest of his squad to the south side of the circle, trying to take the edge side close to DarkZero by Jurassic Park. Yes, he was also.
Who's taking a fight over there? DarkZero?
They're actually approaching Gambare and DarkZero at the same time. Good position for a third party here as DarkZero are engaged.
Yeah, really good third party for Dojo, actually.
Getting that first knock. 16
especially they're going to be approaching from the backside of DarkZero.
Cover, but they've used up the cat wall. Is it worth it here with 2 other teams in this area?
Like you said, this could be a huge opportunity for Dojo to take out some heavy hitters in this lobby. DarkZero realizing that it might be a little bit safer to play back just a bit behind this wall. Yeah, they are about to make sure, especially Jen going down with the smoke launcher. Come on.
No way. It was
rolled right
one.
into this.
The smoke launcher is just enough to
oh
take down Jen.
my.
And this is the third party that we were waiting for. Dojo taking you back to the dojo. It's time to get some training in because Design Pool's got some hands. Geo get eliminated in this confrontation. 15 squads left now. Catwalk going up as Dojo now want to fully send it on to DarkZero. Nocturnal then finally gets the Kraber shot. Takes down Lemon. And this is going to be the Dojo versus DarkZero fight.
This is the perfect play out of the Dojo. They pushed an opportunity when they had it. I don't know how that was what started it with the smoke launcher, but Dojo now on the edge. So much loot at their disposal, able to clear out the teams in the way, and all the while other squads going down.
DarkZero got away though.
You've got 310 going down, and I think that Dojo is where
looks like FaZe is going down to LG.
Wrapping around from what we can see on the map, looks like it is Enter Force 36.
And it also just forces DZ to play this as a duo, and that's Complexity, who are rotating from the outside of the circle to get involved in this fight. Enter Force 36, like you mentioned, also being one of the squads in this area. That's 4 teams approaching from the
that's not Hawkus.
side into where this next circle's pulling. And guess what, Squan?
I'm so glad you said
I was gonna say that one squad that has gotten such a good call on this circle, still running the same comp, by the way, with the Crypto. It's Ascend. Your double winners of World's Edge, who are leading the overall standings of Groups B and C. Alliance, welcome back, Effect. We missed you. I know we keep repeating ourselves, but it's always so nice to see familiar faces make their way back to land. Line's playing off the low ground here. This is the spot that we were mentioning earlier on in the game, where if the circle does pull here, it gets chaotic very quickly. So holding down some space where you're out of the line of sight of multiple teams that are going to be rotating from the different chokes into this no-name spot is going to be incredibly important. Or else you're going to end up like Phony Head right here, who has to rat this out with white Evos.
Bro, Phony is become the rock, become the rock.
So much chaos going on. The Phony might be just
No one's looking, no one's looking.
Down to 2 as they're trying to keep themselves alive, going for that res.
Give his boy a quick pat on the back. You got this, homie.
They are getting pushed on by LG.
Open up, get ready. Throw in the fire, gets the crack. Complexity eliminated from your feet as LG. Taking turns to then rotate on this fight.
Oh, that's not Alliance, that's Northemption.
They're trying to fight their way to maybe have some control over the space instead of having to play from the low ground. Smart opportunity, but it has to be a quick one at that, considering that the circle is going to be closing right behind them soon.
Okay, so it is actually Alliance, but they are showing Northemption.
This could be a really solid opportunity for Alliance to try and 3-feed here, but they are going to have to move. We saw one of them kind of scouting out where they're going to have to rotate to for the next zone. 100 Thieves decide they want to dip and get out of dodge as early as possible. Ascend, we were talking about their stats, how they were lower. I mean, technically, it was actually 79% of their points from Split 2 playoffs came from World's Edge and only 21% here on Storm Point. But they are the only team that predicted this ring and has been holding center of that zone this whole time, while everyone else is now fighting to get in.
That's their comp, you know. They're running the Watson that can scan the ring consoles. They're running the Crypto to see how many teams are around the area. They got the EMP ready. They get pushed on in 100 Thieves.
We pulled away from that. That was filthy.
Gets taken out, and so Satuki pops that shield bat. See the different angle as the EMP rings out through their ears. That's going to be Ascend once again. FaZe finally get called out as Phony was the last one alive. Gets sent back to the lobby. 11 squads left, and it's getting so chaotic with this split break closing. Look how many teams get eliminated in your
There's just nowhere to go here.
LG Chivas.
Here comes Exet.
From the buildings. It was Ascend that called this out, and Exet. It's that rotation that we mentioned with a huge crack. Beautiful nades coming in.
Literally the entire
I thought he was about to break out the Kraber, bro.
Done and dusted. Exit, like you said, Vicky, making the call early to move.
Dojo popping off though.
This is paying off for them. Dojo also finding themselves in that area, trying to navigate this engagement, knowing that they have to make it work. Only 45 seconds left before this shrink starts happening, and they don't want to have to fight through the Dojo to then go into Ascend. There is also the 100 Thieves rat that could potentially.
Yo, Timmy is Timmy, bro. It's actually kind of crazy.
I was gonna say the headlock at this, not anymore. Happens through here.
To go from content creator back to competing.
To where the circle's going to be pulling here. Look at where Ascend could be rotating right after
this.
This
squad is just
fight themselves.
nutty.
But is it worth it here? I think trying to call out one of, yes, DarkZero on the other side here too. Alliance get eliminated, but DarkZero overlooking the fight happening that Ascend just took, and now they're going to be able to breeze their way right back into the circle in the safety of the edge. Currently 4 squads left. It's Exet, Dojo, Ascend, and DarkZero. DarkZero playing this as just Zainu right now, staying alive for the rest of the team.
Honestly, it was smart for Ascend to move out, clear out the first rat. They know that Zainu's also a solo. If they can get rid of both rats that were on this other edge, happens right there.
Sheesh.
Now Ascend have nothing to worry about from their backs. All they have to do is
All right,
focus on
3
who's
full
coming
squads
in
left.
from the front, and there's a very real
Ascend with
possibility
another
that Dojo
good
and Exit
read
might
here,
run into
man.
each other first.
Unless Dojo agrees to Ascend in this situation or Ascend wants to grief himself, if they engage in this fight first, that's going to be the green light for Dojo to go in for the third party. Full 3-man squads left in this lobby. Our last 3 remaining teams, Dojo, Exit, and Ascend. While Ascend are safe in the south side of that circle. Timmy with these Hemi shots. Gets the beam once again. He's got the digi threat on the R9 here too, and they have that slight high ground. Wondering if they have the Catalyst wall on top of that, because that's going to be so important for a circle like this.
And this is why Ascend cleared out their backs. They saw what was going to happen, backed off, and now it is Dojo and Exit battling it out. Ascend.
It's crazy to think this is only match 4 for the day.
Timmy trying to deal a little bit of damage to Ascend to deter them from pushing up and making sort of sneaky moves, but now we're falling into a little bit of calm.
But also at the same time, I'm like, damn, we're already through 4 matches for the day. It's kind of crazy how like that time can be like that, you know?
Oh, they destroyed the crypto drone. I was just waiting for an EMP to ring out. That's not gonna happen here. Comes a mother load. The Fuse gonna be able to also get some extra set of information. But the Ascend composition with the Valkyrie, with the Watson, they could send out the Jenny just in case, depending on those creeping barrages. Kashira with the EMP, if he gets that crypto drone online in time. He's got less than 25 seconds on the clock. He should be fine for right now, but Exit has them in their sights. They see that they were split up just a little bit. Saw that Fun was trying to put in some pressure with the 30-30 right now, but they also know that Dojo is to the right. Any of Dojo or Exit commit first.
Every team is waiting for the other 2 teams to fight right now. It's kind of
5
crazy.
seconds before they start shrinking, and someone's going
Because no one's really like perfectly in the middle of either team. I would say if anything, maybe Exit.
As he tries to land an Arc Star, hopefully looking for that initiate to opens an opportunity for Dojo to push.
On the other side too, taking it off angle, Design gets melted down. Enemy gets the knock on Nocturnal. But they can't overextend here. Even with that knock, it's Exit that are going to try to reset here. Which of these teams are going to capitalize? Timmy is dealing with Ascend himself, adding in pressure to the right, while the rest of his teammates are dealing with Exit, giving him suppressed fire if he's in their line of sight. Beautiful communication that we're currently seeing right now from Dojo, and they
Timmy
still
knows that he's got a team to his right.
Timmy spots out Ascend, deciding to make their push, and he knows that he has to alert the rest of the squad to come and help them. Now Ascend are the ones that have the high ground. Timmy deciding to back off, play this a little bit safer within limited amount of time, but post-kill comes through and decimates with the R99.
There's a Jenny coming in clutch too with a creeping barrage, helping out Ascend stay in this position by the rock, tries to set up the Watson fence, gets deleted just as quickly. Here comes that Catalyst wall that they're waiting for. Just that patience paying off for Dojo. See Enemy just trying to restabilize.
Sykes and Fun trying to peek down where Enemy and Timmy are. They just can't over peek without getting looked at because Ascend here.
Lacking of some ammunition earlier on, and here comes a catwalk from Exit. Trying to match that, and he's about
So now Exit's going to push on to Ascend.
Right now, especially having a Fuse.
Massive call out, Vicky. Dojo also now out in the open. Exet able to kind of play this a little bit safer, waiting for the opportunity to use that additional damage for the win.
Oh, they're isolating Dojo. They're isolating Dojo. They know that Ascent's on the high ground here. Design takes an evac tower right in front of them. Where are they going to land? They're going to be playing by the tree. They lose on an enemy. They got pinched. They got gripped by both teams.
They're just playing for a second.
The
They're going to land and win this. No fucking shit.
Dojo in this 2v1.
Wow.
Knockdown, and they come through. Dojo take the dub that they've been working so hard for.
Damn.
Dojo got the mojo.
Well done.
They're here to show it. I love it. I love these fans.
That was played to perfection by Dojo, even with Exit trying to save up their extra damage and then focus Dojo down. I mean, the decision to go up on the evac tower saved them in that moment, and that was a massive clutch out of the trio.
And it really was up to Timmy at the very end. One of the last members alive at the very end. Well, rather, Dojo was just feeling so much pressure taking that tower that we saw what happened to Enemy on the way up. So to play around that space, to play around the mother load, and to wait to have that catwall to utilize it.
Who's going to carry the post
so
Malone?
well today. Who would have thought, you know, when your contests aren't going so great there, or you get griefed by DarkZero at the very end, that now you get to have some room.
See, the white, you can see the design better on the black, but y'all know I'm a big black jersey fan. But the white looks pretty slick too for the Dojo jerseys.
Timmy really have, in my opinion, even the fact that he was solo deterring Ascend for so long in that top 3, as equal equally as valuable a clutch as what he has done time and time again when it comes to handling his ones. I mean, they were in a 2-1 split, keeping 2 full squads away from them that entire time, and somehow not becoming the focus of either one.
It's beautiful too because this allows them to skyrocket overall. I believe this probably sets them up in 2nd place, right below Ascend, who already had double wins for the day. But with the KP that we also got to see earlier on from Enemy, the damage that was putting down after they took that first initial fight into carrying that into the very end, Timothy is Timothy for a reason. Let's take a look at the final circle to take you guys through Exit's point of view. The patience between the double catwall that you saw in front of you. I believe the original catwall on the other side was from Dojo that had put them out earlier, and then that's when Exit put up their catwall into using the mother load. But it was the focus, even when Dojo was in a bad spot to call on the evac tower so quick in a situation like this. This is what you love to see when it comes to LAN in the champs.
Especially because you can see just how out in the open Dojo where they, like you said, suffered the shield crack before they even got onto the evac tower, somehow still escape all of this chaos down at the bottom, as well as the additional damage from the mother load. Exit is forced to then switch their focus to Ascend because they're the only team left on that low ground. All of the time was in Dojo's hands there, and you can see what happened to Exit. Once they realized that Dojo was gone and Ascend was coming down, they had to just change who they were paying attention to, but still, 11 kills for Dojo, 9 out of Exit. That's both squads aggressive.
And 6 for Ascend, a team that stat-wise doesn't usually rack up points on Stormpoint and usually has a better time on World's Edge, having a fantastic, consistent game in this series in general. You take 2 dubs with double-digit kills, you still get 3rd place in our first game on Stormpoint, and with 6 KP. As we take a look at this second page, Wolverex did get that 4 KP, but it was the chaos that we also saw in that no-name spot before the circle pulled closer to where Exit was holding that high ground building just in case it did end up pulling on that side of the rock.
Some big brain plays out of Nocturnal there, setting the squad up for success. And at this point, they have to be feeling good. They're having a really solid series, and it's just about getting yourself to the next stage of the competition.
11 KP. Look how much damage.
Not too shabby.
The damage that they put down all together. Each and every one of the members of Dojo having so much history going into this. It's also just wonderful to see Timmy on the stage. He has been trying to compete in the Pro League, going through the Challenger circuit for so long to make it through the LCQ, to hype up the crowd. He's got some supporters here. He's got his dad in the crowd. Are you winning, son? Well, I'm sure he's happy because he's definitely winning right now, sitting in 2nd place after that performance in game number 4 in the overall standings for this group.
And you know, I know we've talked about them a lot, but I feel like we should probably hype up Ascend as well. Not only because of just today's performance, but because of a little bit of a comeback. I mean, they did not have a great showing in the Split 2 playoffs, and to turn it around in such a short amount of time, this is the Ascend that we remember from the Split 1 playoffs. They are now 54 points, 1st place for the series results here so far, followed by LG Chivas, but a pretty decent point disparity there. I mean, Ascend has just been so consistent. We talked about how they were top 4 the first 3 matches. Once again, find themselves in a top 3 position. That's insane.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. It's crazy to see what they were able to put down on the board here. All in general, putting in so many of those points, looking all the way down, sort of flat on the bottom. It's beautiful to see so many of these teams do the turnaround, coming in from World's Edge, going into Stormpoint, and what you need to do differently, including the chaos that we got to see start off at the very beginning of the game. We saw many teams.
So we still have 2 more games. Really good ending for Dojo there, man. That was like really smart. Well played. You don't overextend.
Just in case, worst case scenario, they could approach.
And Dojo's in 2nd now with 50 points.
That Stormpoint provides. We know on that north side of Stormpoint,
which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy.
So much more open ground. If you take an evac tower, if you have a Valkyrie on your team, you take the Skyward Dive, you cross so much more space. You get information while you're also able to fly down and find your own spot. If you don't have that scared character and you're not going to be able to get that passive done, then you are able to secure a building and play into your strength.
I would say similarly to how Dojo popped off.
Evo, he had the Kraber that he was putting down the work, the crowd was getting hyped for. Ascent had gotten a really good call where that circle
Tom Young Kung needs to pop off here because their other lobby that they have left is going to be tough.
And a double catwalk comes in and it blocks out your vision.
So if they want to set themselves up for winner's bracket,
even if it isn't for the
which I don't know if they can at this point.
The clutch choice to go to the northern side on behalf of Exit.
What did they finish with? They finished like 20-something in day 1, right?
Was to stay on
their
the
first bracket.
Side because while you were casting, all of a sudden,
38.
the kill feed lights up and we lose 4 to 5 teams in a matter of a minute. And that's what happens if you aren't making those reads just the right way at the right time. It is a night and day difference when it comes to your placements, and then obviously the potential KP that's coming along with it. Ascend didn't have to do too much, but then they also did the really smart thing of knowing that there was still a few rats in the area, and they weren't going to let the rats be the downfall from the back end of that zone.
It's kind of crazy to think that the dojo more than likely could be right around that cutoff point for
try and wait it out as long as possible.
top 20 after 2 games
especially
as well.
when it comes to falling in the evac tower, the comms that comes in for something like that in a circle like that, you could do that if your vision's blocked. You put down the evac tower, and even then, you saw the pressure. And Ascend, while they were focused on that, who was focused on Ascend? It was Xset. And then Xset put themselves on the low ground, on that hilltop, that you saw Dojo holding the high ground on those rocks for the start of time between those 3 teams at the very end of that circle. Love to see those type of end circles at the very end where you have the rocks, you have the natural cover of the land to work with. You're not having 10 teams in one building. At the very end, wait to get funneled out, and then it's just chaos. Now going into game number 5, usually my favorite games when it comes to series, because at this point in time, teams know where they stand.
Sure.
Teams know what they have to go for if they want to play for kills, if they already are feeling comfortable with the current points that they hold, if there's a big gap in the overall standings.
If they need to push the pace, yep.
What more can they do to either grief those to other teams, maybe eagle check, maybe send them down to the losers on purpose so that way you can extend and delete the competition. If you can start on the winner's side, always so much planning that goes into effect for some of these teams in the future.
And I'm glad that you brought up the griefing game for 2 different points. One, I'm interested to see what Pulverex does again. Will they keep that switch down to Jurassic and go for E6 one more time, considering it went well, or will they go back up to Thunderwatch? Want to see how that one plays out. But now you're talking about the next stage of the competition. The last 2 lands, the threshold for making it into that winner's bracket was 92 points. The one before that, it was 100. We've seen a couple squads that have already surpassed those numbers, starting to solidify their spaces in that winner's portion of the bracket. And like you're saying, if some of these squads feel comfortable, especially if they have another opportunity to get more points on the board in the next couple series, there is a very real possibility.
I feel like with more teams being above that mark already means that that mark is going to be lower.
Try to keep them out of that winner's bracket.
I love how you bring that up. It's true. It's that comes into play in the future. It's not just within the 2 groups that we're seeing perform in one lobby. It's about planning ahead and what you could do if you've already had the points necessary to sit comfy. Getting started here with game number 5.
Because even though you have teams who are above that mark already, even of the teams that are waiting, right? Like NRG has 91 points, Optic at 89 points, Ironblood 86 points, Black Hand 86 points, Realize 79 points. Like they're all probably good.
This was the original 50-50 that we were expecting coming in, and they already look like they're in trouble with Slayers going down first again.
If it didn't work with one team, try contest somewhere else. But 100 Thieves have been getting contested all day yesterday. They struggled with it up against Go Next a couple times. 100 Thieves this time not looking like they're struggling, putting E6 on the back foot and holding some really solid angles, cornering them down in this one building. E6 are in a rough position.
I just really like the mind games. Our Povorex says, we're not going to land Jurassic Park, and E6 probably thinking that they would get contested again, did not land Jurassic Park, which makes it completely clear, which then forces E6 in this thought process of, well, we're going to take the 50-50 against 100 Thieves instead over here by Antenna. And with E6 playing this at a disadvantage and trying to take height right now, very limited loot to work with. He just picked up the Volt for right now to try to take this fight. Gibby Bubble has already been called in here too. Depending on how long this fight lasts though, we know that FaZe lands in Launchpad. There will be rotating to where that circle's going to be pulling. But I expect more of these teams nearby to maybe prioritize that next circle instead of trying to engage in a fight that's taking way too long here. On move with another crackle. Story comes in from the other side and gets the knock out to Tyler.
That was a rough spot for Tyler, who didn't have a whole lot of loot, and now it's just easy cleanup for 100 Thieves onto E6, the first squad.
Gotta assert dominance, baby.
Number 5, and 100 Thieves have to feel good about holding down Antenna, and they don't even know that they don't have to worry about anyone around them because Pulverex is nowhere in the vicinity.
Exactly, and that goes into what teams prioritize first, right? So they hear the fight's going on, but if they have the information on where the ring is going to be pulling, or rather, even if they don't have that information, they feel uncomfortable and instead want to get ahead of the curve, already start rotating to that circle where they could try to get that ring console first. DarkZero Also in that early fight, all the way over here by North Pad, you also have GO getting involved. There's 4 other teams. DarkZero in a lot of trouble, losing out on Zero themselves. Sign already had that purple too. With Youngie also getting involved, taking down Mia K. Those are all the squads in the area. Dojo, you're winners of game number 4.
Damn, and they're out.
Get taken out in 19th.
Just like
This
that.
is to highlight how many teams that are so quick to rotate here on where the circle is going to be pulling, because look at the minimap. They already have information on where that circle is, and this could be pulling towards the outskirts of North Plaid, close to that armory area where the Dragon Ball Z buildings sometimes are located.
And you can see how many teams are up in the north right now trying to battle for that area. Tom Youngkung, another team, yesterday had fantastic performance that we were able to talk about a little bit here. One of the early rotators in their near SAF. They've got Ascend coming in on the backside. They could find themselves here in a pinch in just a moment, knowing that they want to.
It's just been so quiet today, though, man.
So those 3 buildings right there, that's what I was talking about. We've seen the circle pool on the outskirts of that last third building to the left side of the right of where you saw currently Youngkung situated in. If it does pull towards there, there's a lot of open space between the armory and those buildings, unless a team just rolls right in.
APAC South probably going to have a quarter of the winner's bracket lobby, and it's one of the 2 teams that's not going to be in there is Tom Youngkung.
To go in for an early rotate if you don't have the proper composition to lock down those buildings. You're also denying yourself loot if you don't have the Loba and you are playing for those buildings right off the bat.
We see that now a little bit of the fighting's died down. DarkZero somehow escaping there. No one wanted to really push that, even though
Other one probably going to be MDY White, which is tough.
We've got
they have a really good fan base. It's there.
Order, Enterforce making their rotation in right on the edge, potentially running into Riddle Order in the process of that. But right now, everyone has settled down just a bit and is trying to take a step back and not go out that early because we've already lost 2 squads.
Man, if this ends up being over the water between North Pad into...
Toxic.
I mean, but imagine the teams that have a Newcastle. GO, in this case, that Newcastle wall is going to come in clutch. But then the cat wall as well, in the same situation, to block out sight. DarkZero, letting that squad from inside with the Watson fences. This could be a send, maybe. We have to see. With the Catalyst, probably not. Trying to find the squad as well. They get post-kill at the same time, and it was a send.
Good call, it's a send.
Inside this building with post-kill going down, Loof got to meet that right afterwards. Ascend, a team that have been having such a dominating performance in this lobby, go out in 18th. Now DarkZero could get the extra loot that they need. They're still rocking the Digi, the 30-30 on top of that with the weapon loadout for Zero, and some extra room to breathe here too.
Very, very confident push out of TZ in those moments as well. And LCDF now down to 2, finding themselves in a little bit of a scrap here in the area that Riddle Order was in, and they go down to Riddle Order, caught out on that rotation. We also had seen at least 1 or 2 other squads trying to rotate around that western edge, opting to go a little bit wider, a little bit safer, and LCDF might be wishing now that they'd done the same.
Calm before the storm. Just not gets deleted, having to back away. Lack of cover, you're trying to shoot through the smokes, and you know so many of these teams already have a digi threat. Enterforce 36. The other team that's playing off that slight lip, the low ground. There's over 7 teams in this north side of the circle, by the way. ILY having to pop the shield bat, while Aimbot with the gold Evo is going to be able to pop up that cat wall. And this is the moment where the teams are going to start rotating in, the circle closing in right behind them. Again, this is north side that is going to be exposed. And the circle and where it's pulling. This is where it's going to be hanging out by. Sometimes it also pulls towards the buildings to the south side, but DC is in such a good spot. They could oppress the teams that are going to be coming from North Wall, from Gambare, Enterforce Complexity on that North Pad side. Area 310, rocking the Caustic with Lemon being here. They want to secure one of these buildings, but fighting over here by the wall could be a tricky rotation depending on where they want to approach, especially if they want to approach from the building side of wall. There's already 2 teams there. Tries to call in the Noxias. You saw the Black Hole activated on the high ground, and this is Alliance taking this fight.
This is a fight that Alliance needs to take, though they are currently not safe. They only have a certain amount of time to clear Area 310 out and then continue on their rotation and trying to find a safe area. Like you said, going through the wall, not the best option because you've got Tom Young-Kung there as well as SAF, so Alliance just trying to clean this one up. And Effect is back, and that's why he's here.
Welcome to champs. Once again, Effects gets the beam. Follow-up attempt coming in. Yuki gets deleted on the other side, playing on the Cosmic Dash. It's fine, we don't even care. Goodbye, Lemon. Goodbye, Area 310. 15 squads left. And we talk about the rotation exiting out from Wall. They enter through the vault with so many teams already inside of those buildings, dropping down from that zip line. You could be exposed. There's 3 pills, I believe, on the bottom end of those zip lines that they could play around that space, but that's still not the best space to play around when you're out in the open in the line of sight of not just 2 teams in those buildings, but also the squad that has probably the roof of armory like Exet. Gambare Otosan right now, this is the squad that we mentioned earlier that has the Newcastle that can work benefits into where the circle is going to be pulling.
They're definitely getting pushed right now. They're able to get the shields back off on Jung-hee, but looks like from the outside it was DZ with too good of an angle right now. Really able to kind of be annoying with this poke damage from a safe distance.
A lot of damage. Well, that Hemlock burning some of the ammo just to delete some extra cover that they could work with. They're literally pinched right now with Complexity on the other side. DarkZero giving them the sandwich in the other side of the bread for them to work with here. Geo literally fighting for their life before NA comes in to clean them up. Between DarkZero and Complexity, now both of these teams are going to be walking away.
You know, gotta give a little bit of love to Complexity too, a squad that
And
definitely
DZ's spot's so good on this, with it being in like the northern, like most likely little, it's not a donut building,
kills
but
in the second match of the day, and now looking like they are much more confident starting to make this move. I watched
little
them go
circular
very
guy.
wide on that western edge, and now they're making the perfect timed push into the area. They've cleaned out everybody else around them other than DZ, who assisted them in that fight against Gambare Otosan.
Complexity also a pretty solid spot. Do we know?
We can take a
We're
look at where
following
Exit is
Ringo's.
positioned. They do the very same game plan as what we saw in
Is
the
it still
last
this
game.
far
They
up
set
north?
themselves up in a spot that, in case the circle takes a drastic pull away from where you could expect it, they're still in a spot where their rotation won't be contested. They can have a safer spot, maybe engage for some third parties, depending on the teams that are inside some of these buildings. Taking a look at Exit right now, that is exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be trying to push into this building. They were on the roof of the armory right before this. You see the black hole being called in right through the window crack, and Nocturnal gets that first knock with the Arc Star.
Currently going up against Dreamfire. Nocturnal and Sykes looking for a way into the building to see if they can take this fight to them. Dreamfire down to just Roy with literally no shields and barely any health. Tries to go for the shield swap, isn't able to do it. Dreamfire now out.
Kind of been quiet since those first couple
They've
games.
set themselves up well in this building.
But they're so solid.
Now
Like,
they have extra loot too, especially since they had
more
rotated
than likely
just
for
as
upper
quick.
bracket. I think they're already in the triple digits.
Taking a look on the other side, this is the rotation that we're talking about. They weren't going to take the Volt. This was a smart spot here for them to rotate from the south side of Wall instead. And Alliance right now sharing this real estate with FaZe on the south side of that building.
They'll still have
They
Group
already
A
know.
versus
You
C
can hear the
later.
pings too. Circle is
Or
going to
no.
be closing in a minute and
They're in
less
the
than
next
10
group,
seconds
Group B
here,
versus
and they're
D.
adding on some of the extra pressure. There's 12 squads left. But talking about their next game plan, whether it be Alliance or FaZe, there's a third squad in the mist, and it's LG Chivas, who are on the other side of FaZe. But the one team that has circle advantage and could gatekeep all 3 is 100 Thieves, and they hear the fighting that's happening. There's another choke that either of these teams could rotate to if they don't want to deal with 100 Thieves, but then they would have to be in the line of sight of Exit, where really the only cover that you have is a big rock once you exit out of that choke point.
And I think FaZe have seen LG out in the open. I know 100 Thieves was looking their direction as well, so LG going to have to decide how they want to handle this, backing off just a bit, and FaZe is not going to overextend too much, but they are moving as a trio right now. FaZe might have decided that it's going to be easier for them to go through LG instead of worrying
so
about Alliance, and
tomorrow
Alliance
is
might take that opportunity
lowers
to try and push through the
first.
choke and avoid all of it.
And that would be so smart here too, but they also are getting a little aggressive playing by this edge, and it's because they feel that momentum after already taking another squad previously in the middle of that rotation. Seeing what Alliance wants to do here, if they maybe even want to contest, since FaZe had rotated away.
I feel like if
right
I'm coming
behind
from the
LG,
winner's bracket
LG
and I
have now
lose, I feel like I should have the
hams
advantage
the
of having a
sandwich.
break, not
100
playing
Thieves on
back to
the other
back.
side with FaZe on the other side from them. Under Thieves are going to be able to engage on that fight. While on the north side, there's that Trident blocking out some vision. You see the smoke on top of that if the Trident isn't enough for
Although
Zero.
I guess technically you
Looks like he
earn a
called
day
the
off on
Breaking
Friday if you're in the
earlier
winner's
on,
bracket,
too,
so I
to
also
try to
get
contest
that.
team. Zero's doing a fantastic job right now. He's got 6 kills to his name. The follow-ups are there from Zainu and Jen Burden. But playing on the edge of where the circle is going to be pulling, which is going to be that water, Complexity were also very patient in holding this spot after they took care of GO. They didn't want to overextend. They knew that there was another team on the other side. They didn't know it was DarkZero and LG. This is the fight against 100 Thieves. Coming out on top, Hogwadis with the Thermite, the nemesis that they crafted. And they need to finish this fight just as fast because now FaZe is going to get involved.
That was a huge
They didn't even get to reset.
No, they didn't. They had no time. FaZe tried to go for the third party,
Damn.
but somehow
LG.
they are outplayed and barely
Out
any
here
damage
gunning.
taken by LG even after getting through a first fight with 100 Thieves. That was what we were looking for out of this squad.
LG Chivas, the team that loves taking these fights. Back to back, 100 Thieves and FaZe are the victims to their hand. An alliance holding that big rock that I had mentioned before. This is through that choke point when they made that rotation.
I think that might
all
mean
that chaos.
Saturday chat,
Let's
just so
jump
y'all
into a
know.
Listen in, presented by WD Black to see what their next move is going to be.
That I will probably only watch winner's
Under
bracket.
is better than the roof. Yeah. We can play under and the roof. Like, just fucking, we gotta kill the team in army, but we gotta walk this super slow. I think you just wall the right side. You wall from my rock.
And then when elimination starts, it's gonna be around Z-Man's baseball game time.
We'll have to fight Egg though. No, Egg is already in. We'll just get shot by Egg.
Can we go early, bro? Can we go early there?
I don't know, we'll see.
We can't go early. We can't go early.
It is only like the first game of the season. He'll have plenty of other games.
Why? Because we're gonna get wrapped and pinched. No.
We'll see.
We're gonna go
Probably
early.
though. I think I'm gonna want to go.
No, it's not safe. Not safe. Not safe. Not safe. At all.
Yeah, well, this team's gonna come soon.
That's fine. We just shoot them.
This Egg is still in as well.
We have to gatekeep this team, force them into the building.
No, Egg is fighting, bro. Egg is fighting. If we can take it early, nobody's gonna shoot us.
No. We need to clear back and then go the fucking armory. We need to clear back first. Otherwise, we just mirror and pinch. Go on early, we just get focused by entire server.
Yeah, team shooting. Army team shooting left, yeah.
That's fine.
You want me to wall towards the right of armory? I can
Yes,
over here.
wall towards the right of the army and we clear there.
Yeah, and go right side of the wall. Team watching from choke.
Yeah.
Yes, just make sure they don't land on us. Hit the fuse. Careful. Who's defusing?
Inside here.
The armory team.
Still much damage in armory. They're landing on top of armory. No, behind.
Okay, I think you all know. Nobody behind.
Yeah,
Whoa. I'm gonna bang out the left side. Bang out the left side.
Look at right side. Break it. Break it. Nice.
They're bang all left too.
One on roof, shooting at roof.
Okay, I'm scanning roof.
Fuse 80.
I'm queuing up on ulti. Come.
Yeah.
Ah, 201! 200! I did 200 damage!
Okay,
Let's kill him. Go
Yeet.
ult.
Oh, that's a beautiful ult. Oh, they're
Use
fucked.
that, let's go.
GG's.
On me, we're going.
Don't die.
Track them.
Oh, bad
Get inside.
target priority?
They dropped,
Heal
they're
up
under.
and get inside. On me. It's you.
They're under.
Q this and reset. He's healing here.
Yeah, hold him back.
Heal up.
Wow.
Heal up.
He had to have had him just about dead, but then he finished it in the back. That's unfortunate.
Rest after heal.
Yeah.
Yes. After the thing, heal.
Yeah.
You guys, okay?
Ready? Cover.
They're swinging. No. You shield. Rest.
Oh, what the fuck, man?
Rest.
Roof. Careful.
Yeah, they queuing up.
Pick your roof.
They're both on the roof on the right side.
Is that same team?
They're resing. I have no Q.
Q rest.
Okay, ready.
Just watch.
Yeah, I'm watching. They're shooting me. They're trying to kill me.
Clear me.
Use that.
Give it up.
Yeah.
Pushing you.
Line's dead here.
I'm dead.
They get shot by
Another team coming in. Another team coming in.
Kill this guy. Hackers on me.
I'm just trying.
You're gonna kill me. Help myself.
Awesome miscoms here, but Hoggies is still alive. The Dream is still alive for a fact. They dropped down. The reset happened. The fact that
DarkZero
Exit still
rolling in,
survived
huh?
that with DarkZero trying to go in for a third party. The circle is completely completely pulling away from this armory, where the team that was holding the Dragon Ball buildings have now made their rotation.
Do they realize that Hakas
into
is still in there with them?
Dong Kung holding the north side. Complexity still by the edge, and the circle is now to the backs of Alliance, DarkZero, and XZ.
The chaos in this building has completely shifted all these players.
Shut the front door. No way. Oh.
That up for Alliance, but they
Bro.
go down. XZ go down. Everyone fighting in that building, trying to escape to safe area. And you know who did it early? LG. They flew over everyone and avoided that fight to get into this final zone. Smart choice.
The Trident.
That riddle order while all that chaos was going on. Now they find themselves in a much better position to try to battle it out with Complexity and Tom Young-Kun, like you said.
Even the Trident wanted to get into final circle right there. You saw it dancing in the air on top of the gravity lift real quick. Dong Young-kun, we talked about them before, and now on that north side. Love how you
All right,
highlighted
boys, top
LG,
4.
saying hasta la vista all the way down below, said we want no business on that mess. We're able to go into
on,
the outside
Panna.
of that circle, and now LG get
3v3.
eliminated at the hands of Dong Young-kun to be able to finish off what was left of them, with also some help from Complexity now moving in. 2 squads left, Dong Young-kun versus Complexity here, and they are beaming from the rock. The team that took God spot, that patiently waited in our circle buildings, are your winners for game number 5.
Now we need to remind everyone that they were holding those Dragon Ball Z buildings with SAF. They had to fight through them first, and they did it at the right time. They cleared them out when no one was even paying attention to that portion of the zone. Made sure that they also didn't have to be the first team to rotate out and give SAF their backs.
Has
Tom
every
Young-kun
APAC
played
South
that
team
perfectly,
won
got in
besides
early to hold the northern edge of the zone and let everybody else come to them.
MDY
Complexity,
White?
though, played that so smart.
I
as
think
well.
so,
They were
right?
passive and they were patient at the right times, cleared out the people around them when they needed to, and then made their way slowly in to secure one of those
There's
top
Dreamfire
spots.
won a
Despite
game,
even playing so
won
patiently,
2
they
games
still
the
were also
first
able to
lobby.
get 7 KP with the teams that had to funnel from that south side of that final circle into their line of sight at the hand of the 30-30 that you saw right there. The B with the R9 on top.
Oh,
of
I don't
that.
think Black
Beautiful
Hands
showcase.
technically
I
won a
believe
lobby,
before
have
that
they?
game, They were sitting in 11th. This may have now
They
put
have
them
not.
up in 8th
They've
with
had a whole
their
bunch of
overall
seconds, though.
points, getting that first place on top of it with those 12 extra points. You love to see the patience paying off here for a lot of these teams, but
They've had,
that
what,
wasn't easy. I
3
believe another team
seconds?
that was in those circle buildings that were neighboring alongside them, because we saw 2 teams there early on, will start a fight.
It was.
If there was a fight happening in Armory, like we saw between DarkZero, between what we saw from Alliance, XZ, while that fight was happening, that was the green light to take that fight as quickly as possible. They beat start of fight and then had the clear rotation to that God spot on the north side. Complexity were right there, but they were also dealing with LG, who had flew in on an evac tower, hanging out by the south side of that circle.
This was a very tough zone for some of these teams to have to play, and they navigated it so well, especially when the names, the heavy hitters that got distracted in that massive fight on the southern edge at the end, XZ, DZ, and Alliance all battling it out. Had the res been hit the first time they went for it and they didn't pull off, Alliance might have been able to survive the staggering of the push that was initially from the injured XZ.
Alliance coming through, having to deal with that chaos. Let's take a look at a clip with Alliance here. We're so glad once again to see the gang reunited again with this initial push from the first place. We got to do a listen and we got to hear the comms. A bit of nerves too on top of that. Could have stuck the res, honestly, in the very first place. Called it off when Exit was restabilizing on the low ground. You saw the Phoenix Gate, you heard the comms.
All right, I need to go get a little man's lunch packed while they
I just keep
review
saying
real
that
quick.
just because it's always so exciting to see these young legends coming in and being able to frag out. There was the comms right there. He was trying to pop the Phoenix Kit. He still gets the beam, and even when he got pushed on by 2 other players from the north side, or rather the high ground of this building, was Except, he still was able to get the 1 clip.
And here, this is the moment where had they stuck that res, and look how
Yep.
far through it they got.
And look how
That
long it
might
took.
have been the saving grace. They had those few extra seconds to make sure it was done, because you see that they were not healthy on the roof either. It was the perfect opportunity for Alliance, but I think they weren't sure what was going on with the push above them, and they tried to play it a little bit safer. But either way, Effect has been melting since he got here, and they have got to feel good as a squad, like you said, being reunited.
In a game like this, information is everything. He still got the one clip, by the way. That was disgusting. Yeah. But in a game like this, let's say if Seer was still in the comp, right? Obviously, we don't see him, thank goodness. But let's say he was and you had an exhibition. If you had the exhibit, rather, you would be able to see which of these teams are in that area to see if you could stick the res like that. Information is everything, but playing a much more defensive, bunker down composition, being able to also run the cat, the bang on top of that, play into your strengths with the digi threat. They had to play around the cover from inside the armory because they didn't know what the situation was on the north side, on top of the roofs, what was happening with the team that still had to get the res on the fuse. So they were playing as a duo there while also giving them suppressed fire.
Yeah, that was a tough call to make in the moment, especially when we were watching all that go down. It was just Exit and Alliance, but then when that camera pulled away, we saw that DZ had made a move in as well to try and see if they could third clear that area out. It just devolved into chaos, but now we're taking a look at the final circle, this time from Tom Young Kung's perspective, which we didn't get to see the last time around.
We saw it at the very end here, and it was important because we did at least pay attention to what the rotation was supposed to look like, what fights they were forced to take no matter what. Let's say they went for an early rotation and didn't fight in those buildings. Their backs would have been to start a fight, and they would have just gotten pinched regardless by complexity and then sort of fight. They prioritized that first fight, moved into God Spot, took this fight against complexity, even took height first, not even with a Digi to work with here when you have a Bangalore and the opposition also has a Bangalore with those smoke nades, then taking different off angles, being aware since there was so much fighting happening by the armory that they had to clear both angles of what this final circle was going to look like.
That was actually huge because they made the push over, realized that it wasn't necessarily about to hit in the way they wanted to when it comes to that engagement. Wrapped all the way back, which at the time DZ probably thought that half of the zone was safe at that point, was able to catch DZ out, give themselves enough space to recover, turn around, and then change their focus down onto complexity. I mean, that was a solid match.
Beautiful. You can see Complexity coming in second place right after that. We saw earlier Complexity and DZ individually sandwich GO inside of that underground building that neighbors the edge of where that circle was pulling. LG, who took an evac tower away from 100.
So smart.
The fact that they were also able to fight their way into that circle. We saw Alliance take a much passive, safer route through that north choke point.
Oh my god, DarkZero.
DarkZero were fragging out. They were fragging out because that's where they get to rotate from Mill to North Pad. They were able to funnel Geo in between Complexity like we saw, hold that circle, and we're also farming damage. We saw how much damage Zero was able to put down on the board. They still finished with 16 KP in 4th place. They got more points, 21 total points, than what you would have gotten for our first place team currently right there with Tom Young Kung.
There's literally no more points available for any of the squads on this second page because between DZ and then the 10 KP onto LG, I believe we just saw, that is just the majority of what was available. Tom Young Kung at the 7. I mean, that was insane. I didn't even realize DZ had that many kills. I knew they were farming, but that's almost tied for the highest amount of kills we've seen in the game so far.
The end specifically, as chaotic as it was, and DZ getting involved in that fight too on the south side, you could see that Alliance were in the line of sight. LG was caught in that fray. Get to take a little pan out too with our golden Nessie, which by the way has been cleared out. Our merch shop here is amazing, and the fact that they have the golden Nessies is even better. Even flexing the purple PS5 controller, okay. We can hear the Dreamfire chants in the crowd, giving them their energy.
Wow.
Unfortunately for Dreamfire, they didn't have as good of a game that time around, actually falling rather early, and that's cost them. Look at on the other side of the page, sitting.
Oh, cool. This is what happens. Love it. Fuck yes, brother. Woo!
They're able to force him all the way back into the hands of DarkZero. Gambare heard the fighting that was happening over here by Armory, getting involved in a fight right before it looks like Dojo was able to reset. Free KP here for now, Gambare to actually profit from, being able to finish off design on top of that. See what's happening, because at the moment, Dojo still have height advantage, but the number advantage is in favor from Gambare Otosan, and the gravity lift is coming in.
You know, I wasn't sure if they were going to be fast enough to catch them out on that rotate. Gambare Otosan now down very low. Newcastle, though, trying to save the day here.
And it does. It actually does. Even if it goes down right here, it actually, that gold knockdown, unless Timmy. Oh, the slow, he almost did it! He almost did it, the slow! Look at him! He's won! He's won!
Oh, bro, he is all but one.
I was prepared for the clutch factor of Timmy yet again. That is about as close as it gets. Vicky cannot even function anymore.
I'm deflated. I'm deflated. I know we've all had moments like that in our own respective games.
You saw his reaction too.
Dude, if he didn't get slowed by the Newcastle wall, was able to turn just a slight bit faster. He already beamed him. He did like 156 or so. He was literally won. Oh, I know Dojo are feeling that one. It's still an amazing performance from this team. That we're in the top 5. Lasita Fons re-engaging in this fight. This is what I was expecting from them, especially since this is a really good building to hold in a circle like this, but they lose out on aimbot first. And Lasita Fons gets annihilated by these Arc Stars, thrown out by Onmu. And when you hold buildings like this, holding so many grenades, it's not just like when you're playing Fuse, but holding these grenades are so important. So we go for some resets as Jen unleashes a clip from the car. We're able to find some of these trades as Zero also has to reset, so right now it's Jen Verdi playing around the wall.
100 Thieves have done such a good job keeping people out of or away from this building so far, but DZ heard the shots, knew it was an opportunity to push in and land some real estate. 100 Thieves do go down. DZ playing that perfectly, backing off when they needed to, taking the time to heal. Jen was shredding on that push in, and now they have solidified a really solid spot.
All right, Zainu, we see you. Gonna let them know. Light up their death box real quick. Now in a fantastic spot, taking that building. That's why we saw so many teams try to contest for that position. Once again, especially where the circle is going to be pulling. This is one of the best spots to hold. I bet if they could even pull right here on top of this building, or on the outskirts if it wants to try to pull more so towards launch pad. They could try to clear out from the hillside here of these buildings into the dip, into the water. And with their composition, seeing so many catalysts, Glitter, you are able to reinforce those doors. You'll still have the wall for a late game rotation, but it's about making sure you put in some of the extra pressure to negate any teams from feeling comfortable to push.
It's always when I step away though, man. It's fucking frustrating, dog.
To hold for now as effect. Clearing people out in their path as they are trying to make their way into the zone right now. Lemon going down.
And I thought maybe it had something to do with
really always behind Area 310.
Right, just
me watching. Clearly it
we
doesn't.
saw this happen in the last game. We're seeing it happen again, taking out Lemon.
Just frustrating, bro.
Fortunately, the first one to go down is E6, the team that has been struggling, at least getting some loot on the board after they were able to land Jurassic Park, have some room to breathe, no 50-50, but they're dealing with the gauntlet of a team, LG Chivas, when it comes to these fights, feeling so confident. The reinforced doors here about Waguatis putting in the beam himself. He gets a double knock. He needs some backup here as Yanya comes in. Nizul's also right there with the red Evil Shield. They're playing off of the crate of a little head glitch. Goes in for the wall bounce here too. He's gonna be able to navigate away from the creeping barrage, leaving Nizul there just for right now, but it's the space being bought in to help with the reset. That was so important for E6 because LG needs to also be aware of a third party that can be inevitable in this circle.
Yeah, between that smoke and then the ult, they cleared a lot of space. Hopefully able to do something with it here. They are able to stick the res, get Aguadas back up, and now they're gonna go for those heals. Meanwhile, you saw the injured E6 trying to decide if they want to back away. You see Swinny up on the top, booking it. They don't want to have to stay in this fight anymore, so now it's just down to Enter Force 36 with LG, and LG looks ready to take it back inside the building to close this one out.
Enter Force 36 are playing this out as a duo. We saw what Alliance did to them earlier. Not too sure if LG has that information as they just back away, give them more space to loot those crates. Alliance effects melts it down from the other side, but it's okay. He's got backup from Alliance. You saw the catwalk.
So if Alliance doesn't pop here, if they go down with only 2 points.
They don't want to utilize too much here. They don't want to overextend because there's 3 other teams in this area that could easily come in for a third party.
They're going to be in trouble.
There are lots of scary teams they've to worry about. Nice shot coming out Hackis, though. They've got Ascend in the area, they have FaZe in the area, and Alliance looking like they want to try and make a move up off the squad. They do get some decent damage down. Backing off for just a second here. However, Effect is having none of it, and Ascend is cleared out of that space, opening it up for Alliance.
That was a beautiful approach too, because Effect wrapped around to then start sandwiching them. So Hawkeyes had the front end to try to contest them, and then Effect went from the back and did it so quick that FaZe couldn't engage. This was the other team that had slight height on the back end here on top of that platform. They wanted to go in for an opportunity, see that they're too late, and it may be a reset here. It looks like Snackdown may be checking out the map real quick because now the circle has already closed. The circle is already pulling in, and it is going to move to the south where DarkZero fought for that building originally. This means this is going to be pulling towards one of the legs of Launchpad. Gambare Otosan Dogma in some trouble. They get the crack, but it's not gonna be enough. E6 showing signs of life after some difficulty, taking out GO. 13 squads left in this final game.
Making the choice to back off of that fight earlier has now paid off for E6. They've gotten the full squad back. They are reset, and they get some KP on the board, clearing out space for the entire rotation through into that next zone, which they're going to have to make a decision on how they want to do that very soon. Just about 30 seconds left before we get this next shrink coming in, and there are a couple squads still on those outskirts that
I wonder what's causing the issues, though. Like, dead ass.
Real soon.
There's so much that could be said about this circle and where it's going to be moving. My eyes are on Dreamfire that have the height advantage. But depending on their positioning and how DarkZero makes her rotate, DarkZero will be on the low ground in comparison to Dreamfire. And if that's the case, the teams that are going to be fighting in the Launchpad right here will be able to be distracted enough for DarkZero to make their next move and Dreamfire to decide whether they just want to stay situated here, hold this high ground, deny that space from teams like LG that aren't in that next circle, who don't have that information on where that next circle is going to be pulling. They're forced to play by the edge. DarkZero and LG taking could split the attention of Dreamfire. So much could happen here. But what I do know is that Complexity are hugging the edge of the circle. They got a bow check in their hand, and they're trying to gatekeep E6, who are trying to rotate on top of them. Let's jump into a listening with Complexity while they take this fight.
15 on 2. You have to help me, Cody.
Yeah, I know.
He's on me. He's 1 HP.
I just got fucked if I...
Another team on the left. There's a full other team on the south.
I killed two. I killed two.
Careful, man. On you. I'm trying to look for you. I'm trying to look for me. Look for me. 16 over there. There's another team coming from tree.
Yep, burning scan.
They're landing on us. Can we consolidate on our build, please?
Yeah, they land on top hill.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't want this team to reset. I don't want this team to reset. I killed two.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm down to look up. I'm down to look up on them then.
He's on the left side.
One's on my left.
Yeah. I'm with you. Taking his own.
Yep. Don't go forward. Yeah, okay, I'm not ready to look.
Hit him 60. I'm not there. That's all you two. Dead. Nice. Getting our back right now. Wait, sliding down.
Bro, Element 6 is having a tough go, bro.
He went back? No, he didn't. He's still there. He's going back now.
Careful, Cody. Do not get singled out.
Yep.
They only had 14 points in...
No scan for 12. No scan for 12.
I'm gonna shit on these fucking
57.
guys.
One's here. Hit 57.
Yep, I'm gonna swing to the left.
They only had 16 points in their first series. They're at 9 now.
Yeah, right here. I'm gonna burn
My boy Swinny hurt, dog.
Do it.
He's gonna smoke and move. Yeah, he's moving.
Somebody on him. Looking here.
Hit him for 15 perp.
Can we?
Do we have bangle? I need to pop
no bangle. I'm popping
no handle. No handle.
We're gonna have to.
I can fly up here. I can fly here.
Yeah, okay. I can smoke that off too. We need to start working that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm kind of.
My goodness, Complexity with very cluttered comms. Splitting their attention to two teams. They knew that a team was flying over them. That was Enter Force 36, by the way, playing this out as a duo, but they didn't have that information because they were busy with that fight that was in front of them. Now they can start rotating on the north side by that hilltop. DZ, I saw on the map that they were taking some shots at LG while Dreamfire was doing exactly the same. So both teams currently have information and knowledge.
So Complexity is going to have a little bit of a venture here, and they're going to have to start making this trip shortly. They do have a Valk, though. They're one of the few teams that's running a Valk. I wonder if they try to have Valk ult feed phase here.
It is going to have a little bit of launch pad, and it is going to benefit the team that has the height currently, which is where Dreamfire is.
Not only that, but there are so many teams on that northeastern portion that are about to have to fight through each other. FaZe being one of them, SAF, Area 310, Pulverex Alliance. It's going to be a bloodbath in a few moments. You can see FaZe already getting themselves into the action here, trying to keep themselves alive while also clearing out some space from behind because they don't want to have to get caught out by any of these teams.
Yeah, the catwall's already been called in, and so has the black hole. But this is
Start a fight still up here. Oh no, they're underneath. Start a fight's underneath FaZe here.
Teams. This is 5 teams rotating from this north side circle area. 310 have been taken out, and now they're going to be funneled into the line of sight of DarkZero, Complexity, LG, Dreamfire. They're all going to engage and collapse on each other. Pulverex and Alliance finding themselves in a fight.
Insane frag out of Zainu in the kill.
Yo, even Hawkins like, oh,
helping Alliance right now. Xset going down, Alliance down to 1, and this chaos on the north side is what we were waiting to see happen. FaZe now down to 2, Alliance out. In the process, down to Snipe down alone. 4 FaZe and 2 on SAF. Everyone battling it out, and they're all just
nice.
SAF that somehow comes out on top.
Pizza getting some shots.
Zero's gotten a back-to-back Kraber shot, has gotten 2 knocks. One of them looked like it could have been a hip fire because it was onto one of the members of Complexity in their building, and now are trying to take advantage of one pick onto Pulverex. Yanya from Luminosity creeping up onto Dreamfire, the last one alive from Luminosity right now. What is Yanya gonna do with Dreamfire rotating away? They have the double catwall to work with that they already used up earlier.
But this is similar to what we saw Ascend do. Dreamfire want to clear out Yanya if they can, get rid of the rat at their backs, but they decide it's too much. They're gonna move back to safety because SAF now claiming a bit of real estate in that next circle as well. Yanya has escaped and can at least try to get some points for LG in the process, but DZ.
So sleep rotating back down to the little finger on north pad, or sorry, launch pad.
That they will have to move through.
Yanya looks like he's got too much practice off of last season. Let me tell you, that was a beautiful escape right there. The disengage from Dreamfire, who if they knew that that was a rat, if that was a solo, that could have been absolutely fantastic. But now with Yanya surviving, our last few squads, 5 squads left. He has to inch forward, and DarkZero's in front of him, so he will be creeping up right behind them.
This needs to be perfectly timed for DZ. We've got the full kit coming through. Kraber is ready to go in the
Nog.
Zero. He's
See if we can get some noggin knocking from Zero.
Get that opening for the team to make this push in and get themselves in a better spot. You do see some damage coming out here. This might be the opportunity for DZ.
X marks the spot, and I don't think it's the one piece here as Zero tries to go around. He tries to get another hipfire shot with the Kraber. Backing away while Zainu gets the knock on the R9. Pulverex get eliminated. It is 4 squads left. DarkZero from the skies, navigating through the catwall right now, but their backs are to the circle, and Yanya steals a knock, takes out Jen Burden for now, and the shield swap on top of it. How is he getting away with this?
And he's made himself a nuisance for DarkZero.
And this is why
which means Dreamfire's gonna come in and win this thing, baby!
He does finally go down, but now DC shortly follow. It is all Dreamfire at this moment. The crowd is very happy with Dreamfire closing out match number 6.
That should put them above TSM, I'm pretty sure.
They struggled at the beginning to close out a series with the dub. Hyping up the crowd. Dreams in my heart, fires in my gut. And with that dub and the patience paying off, I believe they only secured 4 KP. But with that dub and the 12 extra points, it was worth it here for this team. So many fans came out just to give them that support, to give them that energy, especially Glitter after the performance yesterday.
Talk about bringing it back as well. We talked about how Dreamfire
they could dead ass hit like 200
series,
points
closing it out strong
if they pop in their next lobby. This next lobby is gonna be tough, though. I mean, the good news for them is they have
once so far, the performance you're talking about yesterday, now coupled with this, they are in such a comfortable position in that overall.
It's very true. When I think about comfortable teams right now in this lobby, at least, talking about points that were needed, Ascent comes to mind.
Yeah.
Ascent did not have the games that they wanted yesterday. I believe they only played once regardless, but it was the fact that they needed to really come out today, and they did. I believe that they're still sitting in first place. They may even be tied with Luminosity, but Luminosity didn't take a dub. They got second place. That was their best placement so far in this lobby. Ascend got 2 dubs, and they got, I believe, a 3rd place on top of that on Stormpoint. So even if they didn't have the best game in the final game and the second to last game, it was the fact that they were able to stay consistent on World's Edge with double-digit KP that probably has set them up in that first place spot pretty comfy. Another team that came to mind when it comes to having the results today, Dojo.
Oh God, yeah.
After yesterday, they needed that performance. Dojo coming out. DarkZero probably finishing off in 3rd place after still having pretty heavy fragging games, but still not being able to find that dub. Their best placement being 3rd place thus far. But man, this is how we open up the day today. Day number 2. Day 1 was so exciting, Glitter. I honestly could not get enough of it, and I'm honestly so happy to see the action continue just as hardcore today.
Yeah, these were some fantastic Stormpoint matches. I know you just listed a ton of teams, but once again, I have to shout out Complexity as well. They brought themselves up after yesterday, put themselves in a much more comfortable position with their performance here. They've got to feel good about that, give themselves a little bit of a steamroll. I know you highlighted Dojo, but the clutch factor out of Timmy cannot be overstated. This is the performance they needed to get themselves where they want to be heading into the final 2 series. I can't wait to see how the rest of it plays out, because I think some squads have started to solidify their spot in that winner's bracket.
Absolutely. That was just one lobby. We got 2 more today, and some of these teams could carry on that momentum from this lobby going into the next one. Yeah, there's a little bit of a break. Eat some food, get the reset that you need. You know, they're not robots. We have to be able to give them some time too. But you would think, right? Maybe if you're playing as efficiently as possible, get everything framed perfect. But it was a beautiful performance nonetheless between our 2 groups. I'm gonna toss it over to the desk. I want them to break down the action. Tell me, guys, did you enjoy what you saw?
Oh,
are you
absolutely.
entertained?
As well, enjoyed what they saw. 6 games of Apex to kick off our day number 2 here in our group stage in Birmingham, and I am so excited to talk about it, especially with these fellas right here, Genome, Zephyr, Bullet joining me on the desk as well. Quick point from you, Genome. What did you see after 6, kicking off day 2? Obviously, a lot of teams in the mix, but what was your quick takeaway?
Yeah, a couple of big performances in that series. I think was definitely something to think about. We had a 17-kill game.
DarkZero actually on top of Dream.
14-kill win from Ascend as well. So, you know, the group stage, you do tend to see, you know, a couple of blowouts, a couple of bigger performances there before we start tightening up more and more as the tournament goes on.
Feels like that's what it is. Everyone's still finding that rhythm, getting tight on the screws of how they want to mechanically go about things as well. Bullet, walking through that final zone, a lot of things could have happened. You were talking about, you know, Yanya causing trouble. He certainly did. Kind of played spoiler for DarkZero's chances there, but it was Dreamfire on height.
We should probably wait and play until we're back from
Yeah, so obviously
got
with
like
DF
10 minutes
here
and we'll be
holding the
heading
high
out,
ground,
okay?
you know, the prime spot, the god spot in zone. You know, they're sitting here, they're doing as much damage as they can. You know, they want to make sure that no teams are able to walk up, there's no opportunities, and they just force everyone to fight each other. You know, DZ decides to go in and, you know, play for the kills on low ground. As we've seen, they've been going crazy, just killing and snowballing, you know, fight after fight, and here they're doing the same thing. And then DF is just sitting here on top, on high, with their long range, you know, just doing damage, getting as many kills as possible.
Well, you can see the cat walls that are used down the bottom there, right? They are to deal with the other teams, not Dreamfire. They've got perfect vision over the top of them. Those other teams down there, they're all playing for 2nd, 3rd, 4th place. They are barely even, you know, bothering to think about that top spot on the podium. DF almost have that locked up just with those vantage points.
And Zephyr, your thoughts on just Dreamfire's performance today? Was it as much as you expected? I mean, obviously, they had a nice kind of back half of it, but pretty tame, I would say, after a 78-point start in their first group.
And I think that's a result of our lobbies really starting to slow down just a little bit. We came out on fire here for some of our first series, and we've definitely seen the pace begin to adjust. Dreamfire, who's known for their tempo themselves, haven't quite been able to find that 78 lead as we talk about today's first results.
I will say, kind of excited about Start a Fight and what they've shown throughout 6. I think they've.
I mean, they might not have found
DarkZero as well. We
78,
expect
but
that from them. They've given us that. It's always good when
like
someone does what you expect, maybe a little bit more. And you can see the bottom of this in terms of our overall match 6 results. But in terms of who took it home, we were wondering who it would be. Well, we are about to find out our first series winner of the day. As we reveal, it is Ascend who take home the top spot in terms of points. Quick reaction to that bullet as well. Ascend, this is a team that in Split 1, they were right there to being able to win. It could have been, you know, I don't know, not Lufka from the heavens, Lufka from, you know, the rock on the side. But, you know, he was right there in that moment. Are they back with a chance here to claim some revenge in Champs?
Definitely, it looks like it. You know, as I was mentioning earlier, I'm so happy to see, you know, them playing the crypto comp. You know, they're one of very few teams to be running that, and they're doing so well. You know, it's a comp that requires a lot of dedication and practice. You know, there's a lot more util. It takes a lot more time to, you know, get used to, and there's a lot of kinks you need to iron out. And just to see them find their form so far has just been so nice to see, and they're making the most of it.
I mean, Ascend, you talk to me. What's the thoughts on that? Is this a team that we should be talking about more? Or is that what they're telling us here at this point?
Well, something I found interesting, definitely talking about Ascend and also a couple of other storylines going throughout this tournament is just, it kind of feels like Split 1 playoffs again, but definitely not like Split 2 playoffs, right? And I think that might be going back to the Legend meta that we're seeing. We saw Seer was used quite heavily in both, but it was a completely different version of Seer, right?
Fair.
It was the scan, the wall hack meta for the first Seer, and then it was the more aggressive focus of attention Seer in the second meta. And it seems like teams who thrived in that meta earlier on this year are coming back and sort of doing very well again, Ascend being one of those.
One thing, too, to just mention, Split 2 in games, it was basically.
I mean, that would kind of make sense why FaZe has kind of fallen off, right? Because FaZe struggled in the first split, even though they did have a very strong Split 2.
I think the flexibility overall.
Well, particularly start to Split 2.
One thing to tell you about is we get our overall series results, so you can break it down by points. LG Chivas were tied, but the reason they got second instead of Ascend is because of a big 23-point game. Essentially, these tiebreakers are broken down by who has the highest single game score. Ascend beating out LG Chivas.
DarkZero still has 62 points, so it's pretty crazy.
And then Dojo, Zephyr, who, I mean, all the expectations, all the conversation in the world, they've performed really well here, and I love some of the in-game fights we saw and the pop-offs from Design and Timmy.
You cannot discuss this series without reminding everyone of that game 4, the ending where we see Dojo lift themselves into the sky with that last-minute evac. And it just goes to show it's not just their first time here, right? There are plenty of experiences found within this roster that push them to the same tempo we see with some of the best across the globe.
Well, one of the things I think as well is that you're seeing teams that are kind of having a resurgence in different ways. I love the point of this is more like Split 1.
So group stages ended after
teams like Complexity who are
2 rounds of games instead of 3.
Teams that we're talking about.
4 of my 5 teams that I said that we'll look out for weren't favorites.
And kind of getting back into the mix of
would
it.
be in the upper bracket. Kind of crazy.
Things about this Apex esport is that things keep changing, and that's partially due to the metas, partially it's due to the players and the way they take on the challenges. A new challenge at Champs, but a familiar name and a familiar team who we're going to be talking to who have been in the limelight. Let's send it down to Peeps. He's got Lufka standing by.
Rain Day, thank you so much. We have Lufka here, an absolute animal in the game, one of the greatest players in the world. Absolute insane series that you guys had there. How are you feeling?
Good, confident.
I love that. I love that. So from Split 1, you guys were seconds away from winning it all, right? Split 2 wasn't that great. Now, what has been the difference that you guys are changing to make it so you guys can win ALGS Championship right here in the UK?
We've worked on our communication, like overall confidence. Like Split 2, we didn't work well together. Like we had to work on it. On the bootcamp, we fixed it, and now it's time to show it.
I love it. I love it. And so for all the people wondering,
solid,
how can you work on your confidence? How can you work on your team building
on that sense?
It's like mostly personal thing. Like I work by myself, like on my confidence. I don't know how my teammates are doing it, but I'm just working by myself.
I love it. Well, based on that series, I mean, you guys have all the confidence in the world, man. You guys were shooting left and right, going up and down. So talk to me a little bit about your comp, because you guys are one of the few teams running a crypto and a Watson. Tell me about that.
Like, for example, like if we don't have zone close, we take it slow. Like we don't force to Valkult into the zone and just die on white shields. That's what we did 5th game, and we died for it, so we just proved that it's not worth it. If the zone is really close and we know we can take good spot that is like holdable, we just go for it. But if the zone is far, we just take it slow. We craft our shields to get stuck. And then with crypto, we take the scan and look for opening on the map.
I love that. Slow and steady wins the race, right? What would winning the championship this week mean to you, mean to your teammates, mean to your family?
The best feeling in the world, like release from all of this hard work. The happiest thing that can happen to us. Yeah.
I love it, man. That's passion. I love it. Well, that's what we got here with Lufka here, one of the best in the world. Rain Day, take it away.
The happiest place on earth, changing locations for a couple of days if Ascend is able to take that one, Lufka says. I am certainly excited to see if they can continue to climb up the mountain. They've done a good job here, and congratulations on taking our first series of the day. But guess what? We've got 2 more coming up very shortly after this break. To keep in tune with what we have happening, make sure to stay tuned to Play Apex Esports. As you can see the schedule here, if you forget, we start at 2:30, and then our final series of the day, A and C.
All right, chat.
We will start at 7
I'm going to go
But
take
again,
little man to school real
If you do
quick.
not remember any of this, that is okay.
We're a block
Play
around the
Apex
corner.
Esports on Twitter. Play Apex
I'm
on
going to step
Twitch.
away during the
We will have you
intermission.
handled for all the
Do I have
information, all the showtime
somebody in chat who
for what
could
we're doing
potentially
here
help
at the
hold me down?
championship. When we come back after this short break, we are getting into the second part of the day, and you do not want to miss it because more Apex action, more ALGS, and more chances for teams to shine here in Birmingham. The championships continue after this.
Sleep! Sleep, what are you doing? He's awake. Complexity is eliminated.
Or Nightmare or somebody. Anyway, chat, I'll be back.
Right into it, and then they are your winners of match number 1. We're playing hide and seek here. Just like that, North Eption showing out on match number 2.
Ascend are set to mark their second victory on World's Edge, and it just falls into their laps.
Dojo, in this 2v1, you played for the knockdown, and they come through. Dojo, take the dub. The team that took God spot are your winners for game number 5.
Literally a block around the
Look
corner.
at him, he's won.
All right. I'll be right back.
All Dreamfire at this moment. They cleaned it up, and the crowd is very happy with Dreamfire closing out match number 6.
Yeah. There maybe? I can't figure out.
There's no way we can go
The zip
right.
line's free. Bottom zip line?
We
gotta go rotate for this. We gotta rotate for this. Oh, that one? Okay. We're gonna have to
Okay.
run along the wall.
Okay, ready? I'm ready.
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, someone might be here.
Shannon? No. I'm gonna kill us into the zip line, right? Stand right here. Yep. Scan above. Scanning in a second. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Are you ready? Yep.
Okay.
Easy.
I'm up, how many souls? I have 5.
I have
8.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sell them.
We have like the best spot now.
Yep.
The left spot's up. Is anyone high ground?
No, I'm not sure. This is good.
Wait,
this is
do
good.
anyone have crafting?
Yeah, I do.
You can craft without getting shot,
I don't
remember?
actually. Fuck.
Jen, do you have crafting? You will.
Yeah, I have 20.
Yeah, you can craft without getting shot.
Okay,
Like
kick
here,
this side?
here.
Yeah, okay.
All sides are safe. All sides.
Nothing but.
I don't think there's anyone across.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Hide is hard staying.
We just need to hold our.
Oh,
back
actually,
here.
it's gonna try to kill us.
Yeah,
Alright?
there's crosses. I mean, they really can't with the team under. That's the
I have
same
4
thing.
too.
I'm 1-5.
6 on. If I get a juicer, it's actually huge, but I don't want to use juicer. I wish you can be staring though. Are they looking?
I can't break that trap. I can't break that trap.
Are they looking? Can I get this? No,
I'm
they're
checking.
I'm not
They're
gonna get
looking, they're looking. I can't break this trap by the way. It's impossible. I gotta like swing out. Yeah.
that. The right bin is unlooted as well for later. No one's high ground. I don't think anyone's high ground at all, bro.
Yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're fine on high ground. Unless there's the team just sitting in that back area, but that'd be stupid. They should be playing out.
Was it nice little rotate, was it? If ALGS doesn't int us, we just control all of height and win the game. It's gonna be like
Plus.
Yeah.
Right, fine.
Look.
Look him,
It's
look
just
him.
oh, all the way low, yeah.
You kill?
That's here.
Horizon.
Come on, run for bottom, maybe. I'm looking.
Hang on, think fire.
They might try key up middle.
Yeah, they're like low. Be ready for key up.
The wall.
Fuck. Did I run middle?
I mean, they're low ground though.
Actually, monk us. I mean, if we play middle and left side, is it better?
Yeah, probably than this, right? But if OXG get this side, I mean, me and Jack could just try to hold this.
I can just wall. I can wall diagonally now, and then we can just cross. You want to do it?
Yeah, but I don't want them thinking this if we can hold them there,
I think
right?
it's better. I think it's better.
Okay, I should use wall now.
There could be someone left zipline. We wouldn't know.
Okay. Oh, we have to swing
she's
out.
looking. They're looking.
I think this is good if we can hold OXG. It's really hard from this intense, you know?
We'll see zone. Yeah, but left side doesn't get inted. Like this side does get inted.
Well, they're shooting out of ground. Well, we just hold height. We just hold height on this side. But we're gonna have to fight that left. That team's just gonna queue up.
I think they just zipped up. Cross side.
Yeah, we're gonna have to fight that team in height. Here's some bad thing.
It's just gonna be spam.
Yeah. Well, we're just gonna have to kill this team in height. And OXG are gonna drop and fight the team again.
Swinging!
You're fine. For sure. We're just got to wall into this.
You just have to wall to this.
You have to wall to the corner, yeah.
We're gonna have to do it from right here.
Yes,
We're gonna break horizon, alright? Nobody run away. We're gonna get horizon off in the corner, you know what I mean?
Yeah, do you have a heavy mag from my prowler? Or...
Yeah.
What's that on?
Fine. Okay. Don't let them cross this for free, alright?
Yep.
We should've gone.
He's in the middle. They're sitting in the middle.
We should've gone left, not gonna lie.
I could've walled, but it's alright.
The sides are pretty even, but I think it's gonna pull more left. I mean, it might be this one, I don't know. Is OXG looking?
I don't know, I don't know what's going down.
I can't run out to this stack here.
Someone is
I'm
going
gonna
up,
break, thank you. Yeah, they're still looking.
There. Mark
Right.
dead. Someone dead.
42.
Be
They're
careful.
gone.
Middle. Fine.
I might get CQ. I might have to wall a bit earlier than usual.
Yeah.
CQ.
Well, I don't have much. No, you're fine. I don't even have much range.
Yeah, okay, you don't? Okay.
Maybe.
Look,
Just sit back
somebody
here.
stare at this. Somebody stare at this.
Sit like right here. They won't kill you on scan.
Oh, she's
Pretty
looking.
sure.
They should
Don't try to
evac
run
though.
forward.
They should evac. Can you break this CAQ gen when they evac so I can look the bin?
CAQ?
Yeah, they're evacing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably break it as soon as they get on it.
Break it.
Alright. Okay, get ready to wall.
After that. They might CQ me. Look. I'm gonna wall
Yeah, you're
soon.
gonna have to do it soon.
Alright, now?
Yeah, probably. Or soon.
Alright. Doing it now.
Still
Go. Going. There. Got a lot of nades.
Look, kills.
There we
I
go.
know if we try
right
it.
side.
I know if we
We
try
just
it.
like
Stick on
left.
You're right, I can get ready to get kills. You guys look left, you guys
Looking
look left.
left. They're going in.
Oh, right, whatever. Look, right.
I'm doing just chill for a second.
Good job.
Yeah, we're gonna kill the fight. We're gonna worry about the 3v3.
Yeah.
Jump, wall jumping soon. 2
Oh,
seconds.
listen, I think if we nade them once, right, if we nade them once, they're gonna... Then we can just int them.
Yeah, I have it in 14.
I think we go for this fight.
Okay, I'm nading it.
Is there someone low ground?
I'm burning up, blue.
Is
Hang on,
there
can you see
Go, 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 go.
Can you see
No, I have it in 3, I have it in 3. Just
Okay,
go
see you that.
No,
No,
go
go
moving in,
see you.
1 second. Just go. They're
They're
not
not
there,
there.
fine. Fine.
Just take it.
Getting?
Where'd they go?
Bottom
They're
left.
down here. I think it might just be a solo horizon, bro.
No, it's 2 at least. 2 at least.
I think it's a full team. I have to get my gun back.
Look at the
Somebody
light.
hold left. Somebody hold left.
I'm holding left.
I have to get my gun back.
I'm
Hold on.
going right, Jen.
Yeah, I'm holding left.
Where's my repeater?
I don't know. Over here.
I got it.
Fighting bridge.
They're blue armor.
We played this corner, right? I'm a ping.
Yeah.
Cannon team is the problem.
Yeah, I'll wall that. Then I get it.
The team height too. Like
Team
up here,
wrapping
they
it?
were- Yeah, look at this, Zero. 90.
Where are you shooting?
Right on this smoke. In that smoke. They're right
They're fighting here. Johnny.
Okay.
Have you seen it around? No one's in there?
Yeah. I'm gonna see on top. I scanned everything but that.
You're gonna have wall again,
Yeah,
John?
that's good.
Yeah, I'm on 15.
So we're fine.
Yeah, we're just going for that corner. We fully played low ground. We won the game.
Look here too. We have to worry about the team, I think, there.
I have 2 nades left.
80. I'm gonna wall from B,
We're running
guys.
immediate right. Running.
Okay,
From
I'm
right.
looking.
I'm gonna jump
Under
down.
here.
I'm gonna jump down the wall.
You're running open. Up.
You boys ready?
Yeah.
Should I do it soon?
We don't have to go soon. Yeah, we're a little bit.
Well, wait for
It should be in the open right.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Wall left.
I will left, come.
I'm one cell.
We need a hold for a second.
The rock's
One cell,
on.
one bout.
Here, take.
I fight top.
Okay.
I fight.
Looted this kid.
There's light. I need energy.
I need sniper. Left too. Chill.
They're running left.
Chill here.
Where are they?
In front of me.
Left.
In the crack one.
Okay, it's fine.
Don't spam them.
You can. There's like they're in the corner.
On the roof.
We're safe here, guys. I don't think
Okay,
they can like peek us from that
I
left
think
side.
I'm 3-1.
They're holding the
How long
rock.
the
They're
wall?
holding. Going down.
They're fighting forward.
Just getting.
I'm on
Break this,
Catch on.
I'll do it. Can't talk. Can't roof. Shoot it to you.
Looking.
Catch on. This is so
We can
weak.
shoot you.
Yeah, we can cut it and shoot.
They all died.
Crack two.
I have zero ammo. No, zero energy.
No energy.
It's fine. Do you want to take roof or?
No, we want to sit low
Okay,
ground the
okay,
entire
okay,
game.
yeah.
Just hold the swing. Can we go fight for a little bit? No, it's too risky. We just gotta hold that corner.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
out before us, alright? We can't let them go rock.
Yep.
They're going rock. That's not good.
I
want
need
a
that. Any heavy?
Well, you're gonna have wall, right?
Yeah, I can give you heavy.
Yeah,
Do you have any
definitely.
altar cells for him?
I have 60%. I'll get it.
Okay. No altar
That's
cells.
the only team that needs to die. They're not really getting picked though. They might though. We can't let them play in here, alright? In here.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
You can play here, by the way. To the
I'm
crouch.
after the wall, right side.
People are... Oh, get free kills.
You're just gonna wall left and we're gonna chill under, right?
Yeah.
Can't hide
Hang
shoot
on.
us.
No,
Hang on,
you
hang
can
on.
chill under. You can chill under.
Okay.
Chill under.
Okay, I'm gonna
Wait,
wall off
Chelsea,
left.
They're playing high ground. They're playing high ground.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna wall off left.
No, do it early.
No.
As late as possible.
Fighting roof.
It's a very slow
Fighting
zone.
roof.
Above us! There's a team above us!
Chill.
I'm chilling, I'm tanking you.
I'm eating this. Yeah. Then you wall.
Nothing.
And I'm wall yet, 5% on wall.
Someone's wall low ground. Someone's wall low ground.
Right, 2 seconds on wall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wall in a
There's
second.
might be someone there.
I'm walling.
You can see the staircase, Smith. You can see the staircase, Smith.
Okay, we're good left too. We're good left.
I killed on.
Nice, chill.
Left
There's
wall's
might be
good.
someone
Left
here.
wall's good, Zero.
Huh?
Left wall.
Okay, I'm batting down here. I'm batting down here.
I'm playing it.
Might be
dude.
someone next to me.
Playing
Might be
it.
someone next to me. I'm picking the
Coming
wall.
back.
Wall's probably gotta go down.
Okay, on me.
Yeah, we're on you. Play
There's
back,
no
baby.
one
Play
on
back.
me, no one on me.
Okay.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
with you.
people might be on us.
Chill
I'm
here.
above.
Chill here.
I'm in the corner.
Right here.
He might be next to
In
us.
this corner.
Wall dropping. Is wall dropping?
Yeah, jumping.
Running back. I'm
I'm staying here. I don't see anyone.
Where are they?
They can see us.
Chill.
I'm jumping there, look.
Oh, right, Ryan. Just stare at this.
I can't heal.
They're gonna drop.
Probably not.
Look at them. I have no heals.
We're
They're
good.
walls.
I'm going to
Chill
loot.
backside.
I'm chilling on the
Chill.
wall.
I'm on the wall.
Dropping on you. No, I can jump cells.
I'm grabbing. I'm fine.
Just chill.
Chill, Josh, chill.
Shoot that guy! Shoot that guy! He died! He died!
They're going!
Look at him! Nice!
He's right, I'm getting you!
Hold on!
Chill!
Last guy! Chill! Dead!
Where's going? Joe, on this backside! Kill!
I'm taking the cube! I won! Get one! I'm dead! Where's the wall? Behind you! No!
Right now, LG is going to be going up in stocks, playing off the bunker doors here. You see the piercing spikes put down in front of them. That's going to be TSM looking for the opportunity to contest LG. They already get the first stock right here. Oxygen now playing a lot more passive, putting themselves in a risky situation. They're not going to get involved here, but the TSM versus LG will.
Nice defensive gravity lift there, I believe. That's blocking TSM out from going in, but he doesn't need it. Verhulst has got way too much damage on the Prowler.
Welcome, Big E, coming out here doing Big E things. Let's jump into a listening with TSM after Effect gets some offensive reps.
I'm safe right here.
Make another run real quick.
Can you connect to you? Maybe, yes.
Realize.
I don't have for him. You gotta cue me and you shoot at him.
Water bottle.
You can give me,
And it's like super freaking hot outside. So I'm gonna go on this back to the school. I'll be back before the intermission's done. I'll be right
I need
back.
overtake over wall. Nobody inside right now. Look at scan. I'm healing up.
Hey, blue bats if you need.
Go outside and heal up.
They might swing inside.
Yep. There's 3 bats here if you need.
I need to look for ultic cells inside.
I got gold knock.
I'm healing outside right now. We need to look for ultic cells inside so we can get wall back.
Put Qs on this doorway over here, Evan.
Yeah. Someone's up. Close doorway. Not the bat.
Are you good?
Yeah.
I'm only my side right now. We have digits. Use the digits.
I'm looking.
I got Kraber from the rooftop.
Okay.
They have a Kraber on the rooftop on the right building.
I think we need to play for the kills on the rock out here.
We play so we can win this game. We can win this game here. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to walk out right side?
Yeah, we're gonna play on the front and shoot the team on the roof.
Okay.
They're right here. Can we shoot? Can we all peek this?
One sec.
Yeah.
The solo's on the roof. He's killing out.
Crack the catalyst.
Horizon has the Kraber.
74 on Seer. 74. Crack Seer.
One dead.
Shit on 2. Nice.
Group has no cover, I don't think. No, they do
Who has the
cover.
Kraber? Was that them?
That was them. Yes, that was them.
Okay.
The team's still inside. I think.
How do you
There's a
need
team on the
that? 3
left rock
frags.
still. There's a team on the left rock still.
Whatever.
I have 3 frags. You need?
Inside. Jumping down. Shoot front.
You're gonna catwalk straight across here, I think, Kraber. Okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna walk to the left and do it, I think. And then wall to the right.
Straight across here, I think. Okay?
Yep.
Look at scan.
There's a team right on our left, like really close to
We're
us.
playing the right side of our wall. Look at the kills.
They're diving them. Shoot the guy on the right. Rising cracked. I cracked 3.
Made that.
I'm popping one. Horizon on the right.
Still on the right. Catwalk.
Yep. All in.
We should look for the kills on the right.
We're in Bangle.
We're safe on me. Left side. Oh, he went down.
I'm peeking the left.
Get the soul army.
I don't know where he's at.
Horizon one's up here. I killed a Horizon left team. I killed one already. It's 2v32.
Where?
On the right, down on the right.
They have caustic.
He's down on the right.
Q and 10.
Our walls are good. We're gonna have no cover. Let me hit the 8 this maybe.
Should we ping right? Should we swing right?
Swing right. Left.
In the
I'm reloading. Hook one.
Nice!
TSM take game number 1. They stand up, they pop off, the crowd goes wild.
Evac Tower's down. Here come Alliance now. This could be a fight for the ages because they're trying to approach on TSM. They're going to have to play under them for now. We've been talking about Verhulst. We've been talking about Effect. Well, this battle could be massive for the context of not just that little story, but where this tournament heads.
TSM are right above them, and they are grouping as well, as Alliance now are getting a little bit of grief from DarkZero getting involved, but all the meanwhile, TSM can just look down from above here,
the black hole.
and they start to get involved.
The black hole comes down, but that just invites DarkZero to come and have a piece of this.
Alliance all of a sudden find themselves in a little bit of a shambles. TSM don't let this opportunity slip. They slide in, they get a couple of kills, exit out in the meantime. Verholst has got to be careful though. He's gone down.
Verholst has gone down, but TSM are picking up kills. 5 points off match point, but FC Destroy are in the area as DarkZero will finish off Riddle Order. 7 squads remain. TSM still alive, but FC Destroy were griefing them. But TSM, it looks like they have got back up to a full 3, and they've managed to get Verholst back on his feet.
DarkZero down on this low ground. Fire Beavers eliminated. Fire Beavers will not be partaking in this final fight that we're going to see. The solo was dismantled, taken apart, as TSM march forward once more. A little bit of loot to play with here for them as well. That's how the lay of the land is at the moment. Optic Gaming right in the middle of that truck. Next to them, sharing the carriage almost, is Pulverix. FaZe have wrapped to the north side of this zone. And then on the other side, you can see FC Destroy overlooking the position of TSM.
Pulverix and FC Destroy certainly in good spots right now, especially when you consider their compositions as well. FaZe, still a squad who could do some damage from this northern side. I like to play north in this zone because you can come from above, you can use the lips as a little bit of a head glitch and manage to just get some nice shots onto some teams and take that advantage. 6 squads though remaining means you have to be very careful with where you try and push here, because if you expose yourself from even the slightest angle, there could be several teams that will just destroy you as you move.
Tough thing here is the rotate for TSM and DarkZero. How do they try and approach it? DarkZero are going to have to go through Optic and FaZe. On the other side of things, TSM are going to have to be so aware of the position of FC Destroy. Yes, TSM have the high ground here, but they don't have the zone. That's going to be pulling towards Pulverix.
4 points required for TSM to get onto match point, and now they're making their move towards FC Destroy. Dark Veil goes down just to give them that extra cover, and even though FC Destroy are going to post up and take this fight, TSM look like they know they have to go in this direction. They can't afford to go north.
The kills might be enough here for TSM if they can get them, but there's the Newcastle wall. The castle wall's a problem, but so is Verholst. He's going in, but can't quite get the knock. There's the mobile shield, and TSM eliminated Newcastle, showing how valuable he is to FC Destroy. DarkZero now using the Dark Veil that was put down to try and shadow their way in.
Pulverix go down as well. DarkZero now will push in and try and take the spot off of Pulverix, and Zainu starts to shred, but he's gone down as well.
Jen Burton now with zero. Couple kills go down. It's FaZe who are feeling the pain right now. Jen trying to survive. Can he win this one? Jen Burton, can you get the armor swap? Or has that just opened the door for FC Destroy? They stop TSM in their tracks. They take them out of the game, and they take game number 2.
DarkZero now find themselves 5 away from match point, and not only that, they now own the entirety of the western side of this circle. They can hold off, they can play patient, and they should get an easy route into the top 3.
I mean, it's a fantastic view to show how much control DarkZero have right now. Everybody else has to walk through each other to get to zone, and then they have to go through oxygen. Who's up on the high ground? Who's on their own? It's going to be DarkZero. Pioneers fall in the meantime. We're down to 5.
It should be a DarkZero or an Oxygen win with the positions that both of these teams currently hold. NRG are down to a 2, so this is going to be a struggle, but they want to just get as much placement points as possible. The other squads, of course, LG Chivas and Exet, you can see on your screen, they've got to arrive from the northern side. It's going to be the most difficult situation for those 2 squads, because not only have they got to fight each other, but then they're going to get griefed by Oxygen and NRG, and then eventually DarkZero.
Rolling Thunder coming down, you can see that on the right-hand side of your screen. LG trying to force their way forward. Exet just trapped inside of that bunker and trying to take this fight right now. Surprising. LG, zone starts to close very, very soon, though. LG know what they're going to do. Just hold. Make sure that Exet cannot escape. And don't take too much damage while you do it. However, they've had to expend now the exhibit from Seer. The Dark Veil goes down from Exet. They're trying to escape.
Yeah, all these ults are being used to escape, which means if they even get into the final circle, it's going to be so difficult for them to win. But at the moment, it's about surviving. It's about moving on and trying to avoid this fight as best as you can. But then when you force it, when you are able to isolate it, then you have to dive on it, because otherwise you're just going to get thirded too easily.
Digi's going to be important here for fun. Nocturnal sends in the smokes. LG are forced out their little hidey hole up into the thinner air above them. The Q is going to be good, and it gets them safe, and now they get that opening knock, but send in Sykes. He'll exchange things. LG eliminated. Another black hole comes in. But while all this fighting's going down, Dan, you've got to think DarkZero. They're able to just hold on to their ultimates for this endgame.
DarkZero just sit pretty. They wait, they're patient. Xset eliminated as DarkZero now find themselves 1 point. No, DarkZero have done it. They will be on match point, but what a big fight this is to try and win this game. As Oxygen Esports, they need these points.
It's a straight 3v3. Vayne is desperately trying to pop that Alt XL, but 99% turns to 100. He is going to be able to throw that Rolling Thunder down. Oxygen do have zone here. DarkZero will have to move, but the damage from DarkZero might be enough for them to have to make the move without too much risk here.
Also, if DarkZero have been doing their math, they know they're on match point. They can play this one a little bit more fearless, but a win going into the next map would do wonders for their confidence. At the moment, it's ring around the rosies from these Dark Veils. Where are you going to go? Is it going to be left or right?
It's height versus zone at the moment. DarkZero do not want to give up this height without giving out some damage before they do so. But as soon as these Dark Veils expire, that's going to be the signal maybe to push.
Here we go.
The black hole goes down. Zainu's going to swing. They're going to go left. They're going to look to tough them up. They're going to look to put them to bed. Zainu moves in. It's a 2v1.
It's a 2v1, and it should just be easy from here, but the knockdown shields makes things a lot more difficult.
Zainu goes up onto height. Vayne left on his own, trying to do what he can. It would be a mesmerizing play if he could pull this off, but Jen's had time now to pop that battery. Send in Zainu. Send in Jen Burden. Send the victory screen towards DarkZero, and Jen's up on the desk. Match point achieved for DarkZero alongside a champion banner.
Let's jump into a listening with DarkZero to see how they rotate from this.
You're done.
16.
They're in, guys. They're right here.
Okay, chill. Let me get chill, alright? I can hold. Is this team being
crafting? Maybe one-on-one.
I heavy.
They have blues.
Yeah. But...
I'm on.
Yeah,
I'm good on me, though, guys. I'm good on me. You should probably play on me.
I'm 2 bats.
I'm
31. Hey, come to me.
I just used it on the guy above me.
They're dying. I'm picking.
You're all thing for you.
Kill. In the block.
Yeah.
Dead.
Nice. Another team.
Another team. I'm going back in. I'm looting.
Yeah, I'm looting. Go inside.
Nice.
Yeah. There's a guy up here. Zero.
There's a bat and crafter. Okay. I need heals. Here, I can drop you 8.
Right here. That's a whole team. 40 on 1.
No bats.
I'm at the door.
I think we have to evac. I don't have
we need to
look at left. Look at left.
Okay, I'm gonna Fini.
On car. Yeah, looking. He's getting naded. Besting.
Nice. Watch your team on height too, guys.
Oh, yeah, we have to evac.
Yeah, back.
We don't have a choice.
The back is good. Yeah, we have to do it.
There's someone right above us though, I think. There is someone above us. I'm gonna pick you up late. I'm gonna pick you up late. I got him.
I'm with you.
Chill.
Come back.
I'm back. I need bats. Just don't be bad.
I'm dropping you one.
We need to go this side. You need to come this side.
I got a few. Come.
Okay.
Dropping
I'm weak.
Pop that bat and come.
Yeah, I am. I'm batting. They're shooting someone else. It's fine.
Yeah, we're running out with you.
Okay, I'm coming.
We can walk up here and look left. I'm pretty sure that team might be a duo.
I don't know if we evac. Okay. I'm just gonna make it. We have to run. I don't know if we can evac. I'm gonna try taking it. I'm hitting.
Take done.
I am. I'm taking. Just float.
Maybe here.
Is this his zone? Land here. Oh my pig.
Landing.
I feel someone there, mate. It doesn't matter.
It's fine.
Chill in front of me. Chill. I'm here. Someone's on us. No, chill. Okay.
Chill right here.
I'm making.
Shoot a little bit. I'm gonna Skydate it.
Chill. We're good. They shouldn't push us. I'm playing piles.
We need to play
cannon.
too.
Full team cannon.
Okay, we need to play a little left. We need to hold.
I can wall up.
No, chill.
Okay,
Just chill. Team here too, guys. Team
cannon might push us.
70 of them.
Big on me. One's on me. I can't on. I'm gonna scan my back.
They're getting shot in their back.
I'm breaking.
Straight down. Flooding.
Run left. They're trying to fight us.
70.
I walled. Chill.
They're running back, guys.
Chill. Wait, okay, on me.
They're running back.
Swing left.
Play right, guys. Play right. Play right. We have to play here.
They're close. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Chill.
I get two zones. Down it.
On you.
I'm down. You don't. You give me a reset, maybe a reset. Maybe a reset.
I'm gonna heal.
No, don't heal.
Hit res maybe.
Yeah, res. No.
Five! Push it, one guy! Nice try.
The dream is still alive. DarkZero gets to lead it out of the lobby as FaZe move in, and they are going to join them. 3 squads left. Alliance keeping themselves on the board. It's going to be Alliance, Oxygen Esports, and KCP who are alive on the other side.
No one else looking like they can make it to match point by the next game, but certainly a couple looking to push up further. Oxygen sitting on 40 at the moment, might be the closest out of that. Actually, Alliance is just behind them on 39. DarkZero, it was a solid rotation, but too many teams. I don't know if they'd worked out if it was DZ or not. There was a lot of sending going on there.
It was intense there too because FaZe was holding that back, and the entire time Catwalk coming in for Oxygen. Vayne looking low before he could pop a medi. Oxygen now moving in. Let's see if he can pop the shield back. He's going to start it right now. The ALGS are getting hurdled currently in Aiden's direction. The gravity lift.
Alliance are in the best position to take care of this. They are just waiting for this to play out, but Pioneers have some high ground.
And the ALGS Nasky with these nades have been on another level. Currently, KCP holding the high ground means the gravity lift is what this squad's going to do to try to contest them. Alliance lose out on Yuki in effect. This is looking to be KCP's game.
From the high ground, apparently it's just too much of an advantage. Oxygen stayed alive this whole time. Wow, the rat play does work out to grab them some points, but KCP and Nasky take center stage here in game 4.
Let him cook! He is hyped! We're doing it, boys! You can already hear it, and the Nasky comes! Lifting his team up in the air as the pop-off comes in. KCP, game number 4 are your winners. Alliance, north of 100 Thieves, shrinking for 100 Thieves. They don't have the natural cover of the rocks unless they go to the right.
Oh, both of the teams might struggle to get out of this one. As you can see, Alliance try and stay ahead of the zone and ahead of the game. Whoever wins this should be able to make it to the train cars just to the northwest of them, but they've lost effect.
The circle doing so much damage, bringing tears to the eyes of Alliance. Nice for the wall hop here. Hockeys! Oh, so much damage, but in the distance. Gets taken out by the teams that have them in their sight. Polbrick still in circle position. FC Destroy on the other side. Moist Esports taking a chunk out of the squad that had to rotate out from Alliance.
Moist has been a little bit quiet today so far, Vicky, in stark contrast to what we saw out of them yesterday. They looked like the best team in the lobby. Indeed, they were, but they are currently 23 points away from being match point. Now, if we have a look at this zone, damn, if I couldn't have called that any better. That is pixels away from the weather station I was talking about. Of course, that very small circle there to the left of Optic Gaming is where it will be ending up. Now, Polvarex have been eliminated. You can see some of the remnants of their amped cover still on that map feed there, but Fnatic have a lot of space to themselves.
Even more beautiful. Fnatic with the Crypto, the Bangalore, the Valkyrie composition. Playing this from the fence line. Seeing if they can get the EMP for an engagement if a squad tries to contest them for this space, but I'm not expecting that to happen until this circle starts closing in. Thinking about Optic Gaming holding the edge. FC Destroy that have not left their positioning this entire game. Closest team right now to match point in this lobby is KCP with 44 points.
All right, it's about to go down here on the south side. Vicky FaZe, TSM, Exet, and Pioneers all coming out of the building at the same time. Moist are on the west of this and should be able to pick up some free points here. They are going to look on with glee as Arcstars, Alt, nades, everything come out from these 4 teams.
Oh, TSM reps getting double knock, taking out FaZe alongside Imperial Hal. The black hole gets called in. He's trying to dance around. He's forced to go into the circle, the gravity lift to take him up. He's taking so much damage off the health alone. Get one behind him, but you can't get out of the line of sight.
Anyone feel like a game 6? We're going again here. FC Destroy are the ones who come out of that alive. Moist also do very well. Both of our match point teams now are gone. Optic, they played this really well. Hid in a corner, essentially, on the right side of the map, and now have decided to make their move. They've got FC Destroy locked in behind that wall, but Exit are right next to them.
5 squads left. Let's jump into a listening with Optic Gaming holding circle advantage.
Think from us.
Yeah.
I'm safe. I'm really safe here.
Here, drop.
Stare at my ping. Yeah, they move to us. Yeah, bang on knock. On me, Horizon.
Coming.
Front, one. Dead.
Nice.
Another one, no anything.
I'm still a duo on the fence. Still a duo on the fence.
Yo, gold helmet in this box.
Need light. I got light. I'm holding our right. Dropping swap.
You have ult?
They're playing back here.
Okay, you're gonna Horizon ult the duo.
With his free kills, I should say.
Okay, fine. They climbed up?
They have to move. They're gonna put their just straight up.
What up, chat?
I'm playing on low ground here.
Hold your that waiting before intermission was done.
Just walked in.
Flush, 50 flush, 60 flush, he's one. Nice.
Queuing up towards us.
Yeah.
I'm ulting these guys.
Okay, shit on, 1-1.
I wonder if the intermission feels as long in person.
Cat is one. Nading our other side, guys. They're swing.
I'm landing behind them. 60, 70 on knock. You go crazy knock.
I got the ball.
Nice. Play aggro.
Crack the swap.
I have knock for you. Knock for you.
1v2.
Alright.
Gold swap on the ground.
I need to get cool, bro, because it's hot outside, dog. Getting hot.
At the hands of Fnatic, the sigh of relief from this team as they were able to approach Optic from the back angle, crossing that open ground that Optic was holding for the longest.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all, chat. I almost thought about just saying F it on the
Fnatic
water.
putting themselves on the board to pop off from the crowd.
All the way or whatever, but man, it's so hot.
100 Thieves can hold out TSM in this building. And if they've got grenades, 100 Thieves could stop TSM from winning this one. And look, I love this from TSM. Get some setup already. Get the ability to be able to just push out. The DarkZero will give them cover from 100 Thieves, but it's about where you go. As soon as you're on that platform for TSM, you're going to be so vulnerable.
Vaxlon's got a Kraber though, and if TSM poke, if
What are they
TSM
doing?
prod,
Last circles from last event, it looks like.
take a head off. Neazul now trying to hold
Black
on
hands
here
there,
for
but
LG.
it's still Bugie. They're third.
We'll find one. Now has to move behind the Newcastle and eliminates FC Destroy. LG stay alive here. Yanya should be able to get rezzed as we're down to just 9.
This next circle is going to be everything. This could define Sunday here at the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Where did TSM go? Black Hole goes down. DarkZero's also down as they take the space. They're protected for now, but when these walls fall, they're going to be very vulnerable indeed.
TSM trying to force a back-to-back, looking to become champions once more. Let's jump into a listening with TSM.
What's on the horizon? Loot up. You got one under here, one nuts. Loot up, wait, we might get chewed up on. Just chill. Chill. Peek up. I'm chilling. There's a guy in the smoke here. There's a guy in the smoke. Full team in the smoke. There's a guy right underneath us. I'm gonna throw my back. Can we fight this? I have 60 energy. I'm looking at that. Let's not tunnel on that. Yeah. They're fighting underneath. They're queuing back up. They're anything on height. Maybe we go fight it. I don't have catwall. I'm down though. Come here. Coming.
It's still out. Ow.
They're dying. Come over here. Follow me.
Light sure is only making it better.
Scanning that. Jumping on something. Nice. Swap. They might take our queue. I'm batting right now. Yep. It's 5-12, guys. I got to loot. I have done. We have zone. Grab nades. Yeah. Hold. What do you hold? I need heavy ammo bad. I have 30 heavy. That's it. I'm looting right now. 50, I have 60 energy. That's it.
TSM top 5. Optic Gaming eliminated, making the top 4 here as Howe spots out Scurry.
Oh, this is where Scurry drops and gives him the lift, right?
You can feel the tension in the arena. TSM have to move first. They have a 40% conversion rate on World's Edge,
from top 5s in the regular season. That increases to 60% if they get to top 3. At the moment, they have the high ground. They move up. Do the other teams know? Have they been watching that kill feed? Are they aware that TSM are in this final circle?
Big damage coming in as well from Verhulst. The piercing spikes down is going to force 100 Thieves to be a little bit split here. You can see the Scurry is pretty much the last alive for 100 Thieves. FaZe down on the low ground though, and don't forget about Xset. FaZe are a full 3, 100 Thieves are a solo, Xset a full 3 as well as TSM.
It's a battle of North America in the final circle, and someone's going to have to take down one of their regional friends if they want this tournament to keep going. Now TSM will be forced off a fight, and they might get pushed here because there will be a grab in behind them.
They're going to get queued behind, and it's Xset! It's Xset! They take out TSM! And here comes FaZe now! Looking to clean up the pieces! FaZe are your champions here in Game 6! But it's the Pro League champions Xset that deny TSM a shot at the back-to-back playoffs win.
What an insane grab lift behind TSM, catching them off guard. And who'd have thought it's Eric Rona on FaZe, the previous TSM member, who gets the victory to deny TSM the trophy in match 6. FaZe up. You know what that means? We're going to match 7.
What a story this would be. It looked like they wouldn't be here. It wouldn't like they looked like it wouldn't make the grand finals. And now it's looking like they might just win the whole thing.
Oh, no.
Pioneers take FaZe out, and Pioneers hit match point.
So 3 teams remain who are already on match point and could still win. As for Pioneers, they have to go into the next game for their chance to be called champions. So now it's about disrupting. Now it's about killing. Now it's about being cynical and taking the game out of the hands of the other teams.
Oxygen are inside of the building, inside a zone, sharing it with Optic Gaming. Taking damage as we jump over to their POV. They're trying to assault this building. This fight is potentially a tournament-winning fight if they come out on top, but Aiden cannot go down.
If they can hold this building, if they can get inside of this building, then they will be in prime position. But look how they're being held out, because there is not just one team in that building on set. Both Fnatic and Optic.
Yeah, and here's DarkZero rolling in. I'm pretty sure this is the one they win.
Nocturnal taking damage as well, having a smoke, having to use all the utility in the world.
No, because the one they won, DarkZero.
Sykes is gonna fry! The Jaguars is taken down from LG.
Or Oxygen was a solo.
Oh, this is perfect. If they take down LG Chivas, then they should have a comfortable rotation in. A lot of damage is taken onto Bud, but this is going to be okay.
Shield swap!
Surely
Shield swap!
Oh my goodness! But it's okay. Teammates are there to save the day, but oh no, the grief! Moist Esports are in the area.
But the shield swap changed the dynamic of that fight. It could have been done 3 seconds earlier. 3 seconds more efficient. But the delay on the fight being clean means that Xset lose Sykes.
So now Xset's chances of winning here is also.
I hope we see Brycey back at some point, even if it's not Moist, with Moist.
So Moist, by the way, 7 points off match point. They're not far off either.
Just to know that Price is good,
But look
you know what I mean?
at that circle. Look at the amount of teams that have found their way to that building. 100 Thieves, Optic, Fnatic, and most importantly, Oxygen. Now, DarkZero have to move here from the southern side. They're trying to create some space here with a lot of these shots. They're poking, they're prodding, but then when they have to move, they need to find somewhere to live.
Oh, Vayne gets the barrier off, but this is the problem now for Oxygen. Everybody's having to move in, everyone is focusing them as they're trying to output damage, not only to keep themselves alive, but stop teams rotating into their position. Nice shots coming in, and I think that's Xset who are going to be trying to cross at the moment. Aiden the Destroyer!
Damn.
The Sky Nade! Decimates them on high, and Vayne is left on his own.
Vayne left to try.
Let's see if they're back over on the big channel.
Try and just pull this one off for Oxygen.
DarkZero made it in! They've made it into zone!
They found a position just on the southern side, and remember, DarkZero are the healthiest squad. 11 squads remain. DarkZero with the biggest chance of winning this one in this match number 7.
Shots coming in from Jetburn. All of Australia watching right now as Vayne, the last hope for Oxygen Esports of one of the greatest underdog stories that we've seen in Apex Legends.
Exet are a 2, Oxygen just 1. It's DarkZero as a full 3. We also saw Pioneers eliminated, but they've got the job done. They will be on match point if we go into match 8.
Exet's still here. Exet have taken height.
I will say, Exet also do have that banner, so if they have a mobile res, there could still be a chance they can get back up to a 3, but you'd imagine it probably would have been popped had they had one. So it may just be an attempt to win the championship here with 2.
Little roof over their heads is going to keep them
Be
pretty
just
safe
enough,
for now.
yep.
10 squads remaining in the final circle, by the way.
And now the fights break out. Exet as a solo. Nocturnal finds fun.
I think one of the things that's crazy looking back is what? Moist went in with 9 points, 8 points.
HP, Exet, they will fall.
Only finished with 32 or 42, 44 or whatever.
DarkZero is still alive. Fire Beaver's eliminated too. And look at this, Vane's still alive.
Like they didn't even.
Go down, but it's DarkZero who push on in from this southern side.
You know what I
Working
mean?
Together, they have so much cover from these dark veils, but there will be eyes. NRG have a great angle on DarkZero as they move towards center.
Who's
zone.
performing really well today? So today we've only had the one bracket ascend really showed up. What, they won 2?
Trying to avoid
Yeah, they won
all of
games
the
1 and
carnage that's going
3.
down around them, but look at what's happening elsewhere. You've got FC Destroy taking on 100.
DarkZero, other than their one game they went out early, never finished outside the top 8. 4 of their games were top 4. So DarkZero's first overall.
You cannot blink, otherwise you might miss a kill.
So
You
we can
might
look
miss the
at
damage. DarkZero
kind
has
of
still sent
how
a zone.
things sit
They
now that
still hold the
we're
position. There is absolute carnage around them.
at where every team's played twice.
No way. He's still alive for Oxygen.
Oh, I guess I can at least wait till the end of this.
He's gonna have to take
And I'll show y'all like where we're sitting on everything. But Dojo had a pretty good day too. 53 points.
100 Thieves out. Fnatic out. Vane. He's out as well, but what an effort as DarkZero now move in.
DarkZero, Optic Gaming and NRG, but DarkZero are losing. They're taking damage, but no! Here comes...
The decision is made from V2. They want to try and push up. They want to try and come.
All right, I
high
think we're
ground, and that's
connected again.
exactly what they are going to do. Zidane gets that first knock. There's the knuckle.
Frustrating,
buster, there's
bro.
the spray.
Sorry, y'all.
He's trying to finish this off himself.
I really need to get
over here.
I really need to get my
Don't focus too much. I'm gonna play other side.
We're in the zone, and we just.
ISP out here to take a look at some things, man. This is getting so frustrating.
Guys, if you have
But yeah, Effect is Effect. Let my internet figure itself out, I guess. I don't know. Sorry, y'all. Really extremely frustrating. Let's let everyone load back in here. Press refresh because they think it's on their end, even though it's on my end. But yeah, Effect showed up today, but Alliance kind of... It's not that they did bad. If it has that problem one more time, chat, I might reset my actual PC, which will have it be black screen for a minute, because this is getting really frustrating, especially because things were going smooth earlier. Like we had a little hiccup, but nothing like this, man. And Little Man's no longer here, so his TV ain't running and his tablet ain't running.
Down after what having looked like Godspot for sure, and it's Lasite the front and Aurora who will fight it out.
All right, I think we back live, baby.
Hold the bottom of this building. Vortex have the middle, and on the outside, there's definitely going to be a lot of ruckus as all these teams start to approach.
I think Blue Whites are going to have the toughest rotate here. You can see they're on the southern side of zone.
Jeez Louise.
They might be able to move up, and their backs are clear. So if they can get to this big rock in front of them that's being frantically pinged and cut off line of sight by swinging right and maybe trying to just disguise themselves behind that dark veil, they might have a chance here.
If it gives me many more issues, chat, I'm watching the rest in the Discord.
So really interesting moments for the team who has dominated the Challenger circuit to try and prove here that they can do it on the biggest of stages. In Tropic, though, they need 6 points here, Dan, but my goodness, this is looking like a horrid position to be in. They've got ultimates, they've got nades, they've got everything being thrown at them.
Yeah, Blue Whites have got eyes on them. Everyone seems to have eyes on them. On that west side, and Tropic are getting absolutely demolished by grenades, by ultimates, and by bullets, as now the zone starts to force all these squads together. Whether you've got room in a building, on top of a building, or under a building, you need to at least cut off some of those sight lines so you are not being griefed by several teams, as we're going to see another member of Entropic go down, and Blue Whites are starting to push up.
We certainly are indeed surviving for now, having to just be singed but not burned. Nice spray coming in. We'll get one for Cinetic, dropping down to try and finish off the second as well. The knockdown shield a problem. They will start to fall as Flash is now left on his own. Smokes himself into a corner. Can take a little bit of zone damage here.
All right, so let's take a look at what our next group look like.
With just about 10 HP left, he's managed to kind of avoid everyone here inside his zone, and Blue Whites are surviving.
I'm not even sure he knows where he is right now, but he is surviving. That's what's important. Foot go down. They're into the top 5 are Blue Whites.
It'd be nice if I paused that thing once and didn't try and start every time I switch pages.
To try and stay out of action, as now we see
I
TT
think
go down
Alliance
as well.
will do better. I think Hawkes and company have a point to prove. I think one thing that you have to remember for Alliance is they have been playing a little bit of a more different approach when they were playing with Mende, right? So when Mende was there, Hawkes was playing a little bit more entry, and they were kind of getting used to that having to be their strategy because they were playing without effect. I do think it's a team that as long as they can survive Saturday, I think they will perform on Sunday. And the reason I say survive Saturday is they're switching in the middle of group stages. They might feel like they need to try and make up the difference in their last group stage, which will be the last group of the day, A versus C, which would be a good group, which in their benefit, if we look at groups A versus C, I mean, it is a lobby that's pretty stacked, right? You've got TSM in your lobby. Optics have been performing really well. Sentinels have been doing really well. Real Eyes have been solid. Oxygen have been solid. And once you get to bracket stage, man, especially if you do not make it into the top 20, because if you don't make it into the top 20, if you have a bad Saturday, you're fucked. If you have like 2 bad games. Well, maybe not 2 bad games now that they're doing the 8 games instead of 6, right? But if you go to lowers and you have a bad like first 3 maps, it's you either push and have one go crazy or go home map, or you just kind of play very frustrated and you play like this out of your comfort zone pace. I think that they'll definitely do better than we've seen them in their first 2 groups so far, even though that is going to be a tougher group. What's scary about that group, when you look at the 2 other groups that Group A have played in, if you're not top 5, you're at like 30-something points, right? Which would be putting them right around that cutoff point. So because A is a pretty stacked group and C's no slouch. You know what I mean? When you look at who else is dropping with you. FaZe is going to have to make some noise. Obviously, you've got DarkZero in your group. The Dojo have been fragging out pretty good. Oh, that's a team that you had asked earlier, and then I started cutting out stuff. But the Dojo just had a pretty good series to start the day. 53 points. I mean, yeah, it's a 5th place finish, but where you finish during group stage doesn't matter. It's just all about the points that you get.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the APAC.
A little bit of a rough Storm point other than their 1 win, but
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We are live here in Birmingham, UK, and it is day 2 of our competition, which is off to a very strong start. We're live here in the Resorts World Arena, and as the day continues on, we get closer and closer to finding out just exactly
they still haven't filled the
how
upper deck.
all of our
It's
teams
Thursday though, I
will
guess.
be continuing
It's also
their
still
way
groups.
through the competition, whether that is in our winners bracket or in our elimination bracket. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I am joined on the desk by 2 of the biggest brains we have to give you guys, Genome and Dia. How are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling good. It's been a fantastic day. I got to catch the first couple of games on World's Edge, and it was cerebral yet bloody.
I mean, bloody was kind of the name of the game. We saw insane
I love
fights
Dia on the
in
desk,
that
bro.
entire first series. Really strong performances too, Genome.
He's such a cool
A
cat.
couple of teams coming out strong, especially some off-meta picks as well, which we love to see, or at least maybe not off-meta, but certainly you know, lesser picked in this particular tournament. So I'm always a big fan when you see, you know, oh, Valkyrie, she's back in the meta. Watson, you know, doing well where other teams can't make her work. So that really excited me.
Yeah, it's been a really, really fun day so far. We'll take a look at the schedule to kick things off so you guys know where we're at in the competition. Like I said, first series done, that was groups B and C. They did a great job of B. Back at it again now, going with Group D to start off this next series, and then to close out the group stage, Groups A and C will battle it out at 7 p.m. BST, and these overall standings
That's like
have
2,
been up
right?
and down. But
Eastern,
if you
I
guys
think?
missed it, you weren't here for that first series. Let's talk everybody through the action that we are hyping up right now, Gino.
Yeah, Ascend obviously starting out very strong and not really slowing down. These guys had a monster of a series that will most likely get them through to that winners bracket final.
It's no question why either. They position really well, and that's the biggest thing about Ascend. And even further than that, Genome, you were talking about interesting, perhaps off-meta compositions, and their use of specifically Watson Crypto is allowing this team to play otherwise uncontestable positions. It's one of the great things about the flexibility of defensive legends. We see Rampart and Newcastle do very
And I think part of that is because they're also gifted individually, right?
Set of abilities to the table that has really benefited
So they can
the Ascend
play
play style.
spots and most
Yeah, I mean,
other
that gang
teams
three
would
finish
not
we
feel
saw there
comfortable
was
with
one of the coolest
their
we have
composition
seen.
especially.
You rarely see 3 teams in such equal
I think that's a really good
positions
point,
going
actually.
into that end game, and it was
Dia
just
big brain as per
fascinating how they
usual.
had to
I love
juggle
it.
Their ultimates, their utility usage, with in the end the evac tower play being the difference maker there for the dojo.
Yeah, Dojo, so creative. I love watching them play, and jumping in throughout the rest of the series. Their fight, even over by North Pad in the IMC Armory, was so exciting to watch. This team has brought us so much content so far because they do limit touch. They will go for the fight, and honestly, they will almost win even low percentage engagements. It does still put them in a difficult position in terms of contesting top teams. I haven't seen them pick up as many wins as I'd like just yet, but they're absolutely getting there, and experience on LAN is something they're learning from so quickly.
Yeah, you guys can see where this series currently stands. Ascend at the top, but tied with LG Chivas, another team that actually did a really good job in the last series. Storm Point matches, they played a little bit more conservatively than what we're used to seeing out of them on Storm Point, and in some moments it paid off really, really well for them. They made an option or choice to go past fights on the edge and try to get position in zone on that match number 5, and it's just something.
Bro, every time it
we're looking
cuts
to
out,
see
it makes
out
me
of
think
them
I'm
when it
losing
comes to
internet again, and I'm like
But now that you guys
so
know
ready to lose my shit.
where everything stands and how all of our teams have done so far, we're looking forward to this next matchup. Like we said when we saw the schedule, it is groups B and D that will now be battling it out for some more points when it comes to those overall standings, and there are some big names in this lobby, Genome.
Yeah, we've got quite a few, don't we? I mean, you know, Moist having a very good first day there. Xset have been looking
Moist
very
had a good
scary at
second
times.
series.
I think when things start to slow down towards the end of the tournament, they'll look even
Their
better.
first series
And of
looked
course,
kind of
Ascend,
scary,
I mean,
actually.
They're going to be flying high after such a phenomenal performance earlier today.
And especially after the earlier performances, specifically Ascend, I'm sure Element 6 have a lot to say about that. When thinking of veteran EMEA IGLs, Swinny's absolutely in that conversation, and he's the one who has a lot of pressure coming into this LAN to now measure up and even go further than what Kashera has already done in group stage alone.
All right, well, we know who's playing in the groups, but we always have to narrow it down a little bit before we dive into the next series. Talk about some teams on a more individual level. We have some really solid picks this time around. So, Genome, I'm going to be starting with you. Tell me who you chose and why.
Okay, so I'm having a look at Ascend. I mean, we've talked about them a little bit just here, right? They have been looking so good today. A couple of wins under the belt, particularly on World's Edge.
I always feel like, though, we don't see teams who do well in their first series in a back-to-back on LAN. They generally do not perform as well in the second series, which is fine for them. Right, like they don't need to be at the top right now, you know what I mean? But
on average on World's Edge so far. It's been a really cool way to see them bringing back Valkyrie. Obviously, since the evac tower introduction into competitive play, we've seen a lot less of that, but they're putting it back to good use as well.
But again, I mean, Ascend's already probably at that,
I don't know if we've actually seen
what that's going to be the cutoff mark.
Or the character used when there hasn't been a significant amount of crypto in the lobby.
If I had to guess right now, top 6 are safe, essentially.
We do here on Ascend, they know a lot
If
of
we go
spots,
back
put
and
the
look
fences down in places where they're actually quite hard to
here
break.
real quick.
And so people would rely essentially on the EMP as a bit of a crutch.
I think
to
top
get in there
6
and
are
remove some of
safe.
those fortifications.
And then obviously a lot of these ones at the top are still, it's like, bro, you just get a couple points and you're good. You know what I mean?
Continue a snowball into this next one.
Realistically, I think probably start a fighting up is safe.
Glitter, because I came in thinking, NRG, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do, and honestly, thinking that they would underperform again.
Maybe
and
even
yet,
down to like realize.
As he so often
maybe
tends to,
Pioneers.
Sweet has
I don't know.
very much changed the way. That
Obviously,
I think
some of the ones at the
about
bottom, if you
NRG,
really
and
shit the bed, you can.
Now are looking like one of the
Like if you really shit the bed, you
go
really have some
into
issues,
the winners
right?
bracket coming up on tomorrow. Or the exciting thing about this squad as well is actually been revealed to me by Command Center as jumping into their own comms. I'm noticing that Sweet is already coming in such a way that factors in not just what they need to do as a team, but how they can influence other squads to do the dirty work for them. And to me, that's what separates good IGLing, good game plans from great game-winning environment creation. It's what NRG have been focusing on so far, and while they've still got a little ways to go, I think that they're going to get even better than what we saw yesterday.
See some smiles on the faces of NRG down there. Very comfortable when it comes to those standings. Another really solid pick. Do agree they've had a phenomenal first day when it comes to that performance. Can't say enough about them, but for me, I had to make a choice as well, and I really want to talk about KCP. Okay, for me, the Pioneers have shown something yesterday that I was very excited about. It seemed like they were really finding their groove, not only in both of their series, but just in their rotations in general. They were finding themselves consistently.
I mean, I think KCP is definitely a team to watch for.
Due to their macro, they were winning their contests, and they just looked strong overall. They're currently in a spot where they only need about 20 points to that threshold that Vicky and I were talking about in the last series to at least break into that top 20 based off of the last two events.
I like their new jerseys too. They look really
in
nice.
The last two
Those are hot.
The Split 2 lane and then Split 2 online league series. I can't talk right now. I'm so excited about this. They were evenly split when it comes to where their points were coming from based off of each map. And that is being literally duplicated here in this LAN now. They found themselves a top 3 finish on both maps in both series with really strong KP. And that type of consistency is the mark of a really solid squad. You combine that with the fact Nasky, obviously, the IGL. I mean, we love
I think the one thing for KCP that worries me
not afraid to use his
is it feels like they are very much
Zane at everything and know that Zane's going to come
when
back
vibes are high,
so for me, I'm going to
things are good. I don't think so much the invert that when vibes aren't high that they're like in the dump, their gameplay's in the dump, but I do think it sways them a bit.
It's been working.
I think that's what we saw in Split 1, things weren't working for them. They started getting frustrated, putting more pressure on themselves.
But now that you
like kind of quicksand sort of deal, you know?
Overall standings, this is everything that has happened here so far in the group stage. And I mean, the domination of DZ followed very closely by Dreamfire. Some of these teams have just had incredible pop-off performances.
Yeah, look, DarkZero haven't been taking a huge amount of wins, right? But they have been racking up the kills more than any other team. I think they were up to something like 5.8 kills an average per game. It's just nuts. These guys are so aggressive. And, you know, that's probably part of the reason why they're not making it all the way to the end of the game. But they are getting there with the swagger points every single time. And I think part of that is due to Zero being enabled on Bang now. And this is something he'd given up to Zainu in the past. I think, personally, Horizon a better pick for the controller players. And now that they've got Zero, who I genuinely think is probably one of, if not the best Bang player in the world, the team is sort of working as it should be.
Absolutely, and they punish mistakes so well at every point. But they're not the only ones, of course, that have given us something to look forward to. In fact, one of the teams I was looking forward to coming into the competition currently sits at 24th. Go Next, and right above them, DSG, have had moments of brilliance. I'll say Go Next haven't quite found the success that I'd expected after Split 2 playoffs. And if they want to crack into the top 20, if they want to secure a spot in the winner's bracket, today is the day to do it.
Yeah, and you saw that it was Alliance right there on the bubble, followed closely by Fnatic for the top 20, bottom 20 split. So they've got 2 more series to try and get those points on the board as we see where everybody else is currently shaking out. Now, I know we talked about the teams that we're going to be keeping our eyes on, but it's time for talent predictions. Which teams do we think are going to be taking this next series home? And I'm excited to see what you guys chose for this one. I know what I said. We'll get them pulled up here. Talk to me through your choice.
Dreamfire some more, huh?
Well, you saw them right up there at the top of the scoreboard. It's no surprise. I'm going with the Chinese team, of course, Dreamfire. They have been just absolutely dominating these lobbies, and I think this could be another one. Looks like I'm not alone in that prediction.
Evidently not. I went with XSET, and for similar reasons, albeit they haven't been as dominant as Dreamfire during the competition this week, and yet I don't feel that XSET have really fully reached their potential as of so far.
Glimpses of brilliance I've seen
Glimpses.
Out of them.
That's a great way to put it. We have moments where it's clear that they're playing the macro really well, and yet they haven't really been in positions that I call God spots so far, and that's what XSET have really relied on, is just out-positioning their opponents. Maybe it's something about the ring reads, maybe they're getting warmed up, but they've already separated themselves by a good margin from how shaky they were during Split 2 playoffs, and they'll go a bit further.
All right, well, it looks like there's some more casters in agreement with you guys. Dreamfire, XSET, Moist.
I love Zephyr with the Moist pick. Gaskin with the IBG. Really?
Game right out the gate when we got to see them in their C and D grouping. I mean, like we've said, overall their performance has just had such an insane uptick that I think if they can carry that into today, would not be surprised in the least if they were able to take the series home.
Well, I think it's really important for NRG that all 3 of them are showing up, right? Because in the past, I feel like it's you know, no surprise to anybody really that Guild was really the fragger of that team, and it felt like at times Sweet and Nathan were falling behind. But if at points throughout this tournament so far, we've seen all 3 of them in the top kill leaders for the tournament, and that I think means that NRG are here with a very good chance here at the champs.
We've seen a lot of central zones recently as well, specifically on Stormpoint, and since that's where we're starting, I think it's worth noting how NRG are going to interact with the rest of the map, because landing over by Checkpoint, they aren't sharing space with Optic anymore. They've got a contest off in North Pad, so they don't have to deal with that. There's XSET and Cascade that don't typically rotate out aggressively, and so it should give NRG a lot more flexibility and options to position themselves well, as long as we're going up to the north or even to the east. As soon as they go south, they have to run into KCP over by Mill, and that's where I could see them running into a bit of trouble.
I mean, obviously, there's far too many teams for us to talk about individually. We even saw all of the E6 fans in the crowd getting hyped to watch Element 6 in this next series. But if there's any other team that you at home or in the stream want to be keeping your eyes on, make sure that you are checking out our award-winning multi-view tool. It'll be exactly what you need.
The tool that's crashing game.
Woo!
Let's go, baby!
And choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch ALGS
That's not fair,
way.
although it's probably
Make
true.
sure to check
Mostly
it out
true.
because there's been
For
so
sure
much
true.
action
I just don't
in
know
all
100%,
of
but it's
our
definitely true.
matches
You know what I mean?
here so far that it is hard to keep up with everything.
I'll even jump on that and say you should be watching through multi-view because of the amount of information that you can gather via comms. If you want to pick up on exactly, not just, oh, a team is winning, but how they're making it happen, there's incredible stuff to be found there.
He is not wrong, and while all of you at home are getting your multi-view set up and ready to go, it is time for us to send it on over to the casters on set and gasking to get us into the next series.
Thank you very much,
Love
Lauren.
these
Thank
two,
you to
man.
everyone on the desk, and now it's time for us to get back in some good old Apex action. We've got B&D matching up against each other now, Dan, and we've got to start turning the conversation from who's playing well, who's not playing so well, to who's going to go through to the winner's side of the bracket and who might be falling down to the elimination.
Yeah, back in Split 2 playoffs, the cutoff was 92 points. At Split 1 playoffs, it was 100 points. So for me, 95 seems about safe. If I was a team, if I was players, I would probably hedge my bets anywhere between those two numbers. So we've got a few teams that are kind of just on the bubble that we'll talk about in a minute. But of course, we are starting off with
Top 6 probably safe, though.
Because a lot of the sets we've been
Like, already locked in. Like, they can go out there and literally die on drop.
Let me tell you, it's getting loud
They're
here
fine.
in Birmingham. All of a sudden, the fans are starting to pick up the noise because they know that we are getting to that stage of groups now where you kind of have to perform. This is going to be the last chance for these two groups to perform on this main stage before we head into bracket play. A couple of teams to keep an eye on, Dan. Some of those teams in and around the bubble.
Game one, baby.
KCP at the moment in 14th on 77 points. If they can have an average performance, they should do a good job. Moist in 16th on 73 points. They'll be looking for around 20. Some of the big things to keep your eye on when we're dropping onto Storm Point. Dreamfire, at the moment, they are in second place. They have the chance to be on top and take over DarkZero, but could the kick curse start to play into effect? We saw what kick could do. They kind of hassle and they threaten. They haven't really been able to punish, but they deplete those points of the big teams, and they will be contesting Dreamfire.
Some of the big names to keep an eye on as well. You've got 100 Thieves down in 28th on the overall standings at the moment. They're on 50 points. They will need a banger of a series, and they will be also kind of sharing antenna off the drop, which you did see not go too well for them in the previous time.
So apparently Ascend is not going to Cenote, though.
About that one. Another team that is maybe in and around that area, Onyx Esports, you just saw them on your screens briefly. 61 points in the moment, down in 22nd. Still need a somewhat large performance if they are going to find themselves in that winner's bracket. Because remember, this is the last time these teams will get to play in group stages.
Well, here is the Legend Select. You'll be able to see what the compositions the teams are playing. And just to kind of round out the teams that we've got our eyes on heading into this set of games. J-Links, 26th place at the moment, 53 points for them. And again, that magic number we're thinking and kind of speculating about 95 will be enough to guarantee you going through to that winner's side of the bracket. Keep your eyes here to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, shall we say, but wouldn't surprise me to see the old trusties coming out in the comps.
And it is always terrifying if you are the first sets that do finish, because you can put yourself on a benchmark. You can say, okay, we assume we'll be good for 95, but then you're allowing now the other teams that are coming into the equation for those final set to maybe overtake you. It almost feels a little bit more comfortable when you know what you're chasing. It's a little bit easier to predict when you're in that final set. But all of these teams, of course, it's just about getting those victories.
For winning it all, like, over the entirety of the weekend, Cool Mike? Or do you mean for this group?
And try and have those massive, massive totals that can really send you up the table.
Well, as we head into Storm Point then, a lot of Bangalore being picked as you would expect at this
or like
stage.
this session,
I should say, not group. Maybe that's going to be enough to see you through some of these games. But for now,
winning it all is tough.
Time to focus for these teams. Time to focus for these groups as we head into Storm Point.
DarkZero is looking fucking scary, man.
I jest and I talk about kick in their contest that they went through, but they really did frustrate TSM yesterday as the Dreamfire chants echoing around the arena. and we'll have to see whether they can find as much success as they have been having so far in this tournament. They have been one of the surprise packages, it has to be said.
Yeah,
We'll
it's
sign
tough,
off with a little
man.
bit of KCP. And we're going to watch this one
If I were to
through the eyes
vote
of
with
Zayn
my head,
of the IGL of the team, Nasky.
I would probably say it's DarkZero. If I were to vote with my heart, I would say XSET or Black
Keep
King.
an eye on where that zone's going to be going as well. Such a huge influence in these lobbies about how teams are going to rotate and who's going to be in those prime positions, who's going to have prio. We'll see where that's going to be when it pops.
And it looks like Dreamfire and Kick not contesting as well. They are going to be split, and it seems like everyone has found a safe home here on Storm Point. There are going to be a few that are close
I
enough
also
to have
think
a few
Ascend
shots,
has a
but
point to
it's gonna
prove.
be a comfortable old looting situation.
I think their story would also be very cool from going from finishing dead last in grand finals, which is still top 20, right?
That they're used to, so perhaps they found something that they
To winning the whole freaking thing.
more familiar and more home, and it will be
I think that would be really
a
cool.
little bit of a
It's a
ruckus
cool
here,
story.
actually. So we do get one
And I think
point of the
esports
break.
do need stories.
because of
You
Ascend.
know what I mean?
Red Lord are going to be the team on the other side of this.
Plus, it allows you to have
Majority of the big building. You can see that Lufka's trying to take
a
height
little
away.
bit
It's
longer
gonna
of
be
a
one
debate
tap. It does
between
go down.
Hal
So
and
Red Lord find themselves
Zero of
in
who's
a,
the best
back foot
IGL.
based position at the moment. However, one shot with a
Yeah, I
sharp
feel
shot
that cool, Mike.
Sentinel
That's why, like, I don't
can
want to
chase that
say
very,
it,
very
right?
quickly, especially if you can connect with a headshot.
And this may be a
But that's
conscious decision from
definitely-
Ascend. Red Lord are at the moment down in
They both look
39th
very good.
position. They may well be targeted by this Ascend roster, who said, well, if we're being threatened at our location by
I
Dreamfire, we
also
don't
have
really
a
wanna
feeling
fight
because
the number
of
one team. But hold on, there's still a chance for this one.
how
Coming in, that is beautiful
statistics
stuff.
work
And now,
with the amount of zones that have been pulling towards TSM early in this tournament. I don't think they're going to get them when they need them. And it sucks that has to be like taken into account.
Unbelievable from Red Lorder, who, I tell you what, when you're
But
challenged
it's,
and
I mean,
someone
it's
tries
a
to take your
PR.
job, that's the
You know what I mean?
perfect
It's
way to
RNG.
respond, to stick it in their face. And Ascend maybe will
Shit,
start to
during their first
rethink
series
their
yesterday, I
plans
think
for Stormpoint
they
here.
got zone
Lorder should
at
be able to get back up
adjacent
to a full three, but
zone
in
to their
terms of
landing
where we're
spot
heading, we're
in
gonna
like
be
4 or
going
5
far
of their games
east
in the first
over
series.
towards the likes of Stormcatcher, if not even
And they haven't
further
been getting
than
zoned
that.
much all season.
And we've already got about 5 teams setting up in this area, Blackhand being one of them, already laying down the foundations to make sure that they're going to be nice and comfortable in this building.
You also got Moist Esports, Jailings in the vicinity as well. They're usually a quicker rotating team, so it gives you a great indication of where you expect that
I think Black Kid has finally started to figure out
idea of who's
their identity.
taking the opportunity
And I
to
think
rotate
part of
as
that is
quickly as
because
possible. You
of the
can see a little bit of loot being
comfortability
shared out
between
here by
Strafing
Blackhand.
Flame
Everyone
and
is
Player
quick to fight
K.
and hold down that position.
Getting
Other
Player K
teams
back
also
from
on their way.
back
And you can
together
see
with
Vaxlon still with
Strafing
the white
Flame.
armor. It's going to be a little bit weak in these
They
two
get to
teammates,
kind of
but
play
they're gonna
together
be able to get a good
and
prioritization here
anchor.
on this zone.
And one thing we were talking about was the teams who, you know, need points
And
to
IGL
qualify
obviously
for
with
that
Strafing
winners
Flame,
bracket, but
which
there
allows
are
Easy Flash to
several
do his thing.
teams
I think
that
he
have probably
really is
guaranteed themselves there already.
one of the most
Dreamfire
mechanically gifted
116,
players. He
that
is,
should easily beat
in
the
my eyes,
cutoff.
probably the most
XZ
underrated
112, they should be through to the
gifted
winners bracket.
mechanically
Ascend
players. I know it's like a really
101
heavy like
should
word
also be
phrasing,
clear and into
but
that winners
if
bracket.
of
Perhaps
anybody
that's
I
why
think
Ascend
who
were
is like
happy to kind of
absolutely
take that
cracked
risk
mechanically that
and
doesn't
take
get
that
credit,
fight
Easy Flash
off of the
is
drop.
one of them for sure.
As we take a look here at Command Center, Pioneers forcing XSET away. And XSET now, having set that balloon down, will be able to take their rotate path.
Plus, they need to tell Easy Flash's story, dog. Like
XSET are going to have to keep their eyes on
doing
exactly what's happening
ALGS
because
sessions from an internet cafe.
and crew certainly have eyes on where they're going.
And it would be a more important fight for the
Built
Pioneers over
different.
XSET, but it's also why these lobbies get a little bit difficult to try and manage, because if you've got teams that are already pretty much set in that winners bracket, they can play a little bit more loose, they can take some more risks, they can have a bit more fun. But you can see in the kill feed, suddenly, XSET are in a little bit of trouble.
This is a really important thing for Pioneers, right? They shadowed them, they followed them
I
through the
think
skies.
they're full
By
M
doing
and
so,
K.
XSET being involved in this fight
I'm
means
pretty sure.
that they might be able to take the position away that XSET were trying to hold down on their rotate. So Pioneers
I think
just looking
Bugie
to
was their
pick up the
M and
pieces
K,
of
or
this fight
was their
that's gone
controller. But I am like
as well in the kill feed,
98%
and
sure
all these
Player
teams
K
that
is M and K as well.
very far
I know
east
Easy
to kick
Flash
off
and
this
Strafing Flame
set.
are.
Just trying to poke and prod at one another as Zayn finds the head of K Swinney. So E6 also amongst all this ruckus, and
I am
no
going to
one
be
can really find
an
anywhere to call home
obnoxious
because
Blackhand
they came over on the
fanboy if
eastern
they're in the
side,
grand
the buildings
finals
were
doing
already
well. Just a
taken,
fair
and you also
warning to everybody, so y'all know.
The walls to play with.
And I know nobody knows about them, but I was adding Fallout on Twitter pre-season when he was talking about like
by Nasky as well to keep pushing forward,
best
to keep doing damage.
unsigned
Zay
teams.
doesn't need to be asked twice. That 30-30 gets brought out the back pocket.
Before anyone knew about him from running shit in APAC South. Before Chicken Sandwich popped off and got signed by IBG. I would love to see these kids hoist a trophy, man. Good group.
Fans were the ones matching the sound of the Dreamfire. It means that the Dreamfire fans can live on and reign supreme here in Birmingham. But KCP have done very well to assert their dominance on this eastern side. As things start to slow
I chatted
down
with Strafing Flame before playoffs
side.
1 on the channel, back when I was first
Both
started.
these teams can happily reside next to one another as well. They don't have to
But real
force
cool dude, man.
any sort of fight. They just need to kind of clear out those other teams that were nearby, and it seems like
We
they
chatted with one of their co-founders
sure that happens.
as well before Split 2 playoffs for Blackham.
Purple Mag and an Alt Excel, which is certainly going to help out in the
That's
long
just
run,
family,
but
bro.
just the
It'd feel like
economy of the team at the moment, you know, not a
we
huge
want
amount
it,
of
yeah?
energy ammo in that vault. Double SMG is going to be good for them as well because they can just hold down this position towards the end game. But not being able to output a huge amount of damage, but they also don't really have the LOS
sports
to do
fanboy
that.
shit.
They can't play the height because there's a building across from them. They're going to take unnecessary damage by doing so. And with so many teams in the vicinity at the moment on that building we're looking at, you know that if you get chip damage, if a team hits a few shots into your back and breaks those shields, another team is so aware of that being the priority building, they're going to push you and try and take it.
And this is one of those zones that is quite predictable, and that's why we see so many teams have already made their way over to this eastern side. We've only got, what, 4 teams outside of this current circle with a lot of...
The other thing that I've been loving, and granted, this go around, they didn't have very far to go, but they have been calling circle so well. Strafing Flames calling great games right now, man. They had the one play where they kind of hesitated coming out of the building when they ended up finishing second.
Yeah, want to go over to this fight. Great job from our observing team in the back to catch this because LG at the moment are having a fight with Red Lorder. And Dreamfire are in the vicinity, holding down the choke just to the north of them. So if this starts to get a little bit messy and takes a little bit longer with Nox not being exchanged in a kill, turning into a squad wipe almost immediately, then they will be in position here, Dreamfire, to clean up the pieces, and not only that, completely clear the southern side of this zone.
Well, LG Chivas
Yeah, when everything was going on, he was going from Internet Cafe, and then Bugie, they're worried if he was going to be able to play, because at the time, he was the third. Some of the wildfires were getting close to his house. It's like, bro, how much like stuff can go against you, my guy? You know? Oh, Jesus.
Chance maybe to go for a little quick res. Get the blockades down onto the door. Dark Veil also for...
Oh, yeah, and let's just stick our head right by the window.
Ears to the ground. Hoping you don't hear any footsteps behind you. Back has a full 3 now, LG Chivas.
He's all trying to stay alive here. He was the bait, and he manages to do so. And I'll tell you what, Jaguares has now turned this fight around. He gets the kill. He gets 2. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v3. The first knock did go down to Red Lorder, but now they know how Ascend feel. They know how they were made to feel. As Red Lorder will fall when it's Nizel who picks up the final kill.
Great stuff from Jaguares to make sure that he closed down any sort of gap and instantly was on his teammate to get the revive. As Exet also will fall. We saw members of Exet.
Damn, Moist taking down Exet, huh?
Last remaining player is eliminated. Dreamfire just having a little scout around to see if anyone's going to be joining them from the south, because they would have heard that commotion coming from LG Chivas. So they know someone will be arriving sooner or later. So they'll be more than happy to hold this choke because they
What
can't
is this?
really
Is BD,
push
right?
any further north because they're being held out by Moist Esports.
That fight will break out eventually, you would imagine. LG very unlikely to rotate up towards Stormcatcher just because of the fact that there's so many teams, as you would imagine, going to be around that POI having to rotate from the western side of Storm Point here. This is a look again at the map overhead. You can see KCP holding down that little compound outside of the building. Jailing's still holding down the main building that everybody would want to be a part of. And this is what we were talking about a few moments ago. Moist Esports in this egg building.
Oh, also probably one of my favorites that I would say, like, even though they had a rough start, would be Moist. I really think the Fussy pickup makes a lot of sense for them.
And Moist were very consistent to end the day yesterday with 55 points across their second set compared to the 18 points in their first. If they can find somewhere in between just for this set,
They just always seem to play really passive when it comes to Sunday, man.
Performance only get around 18. You do find yourself kind of in that risky zone.
It's very interesting to see here. You saw the scan came in on the care package, and they know there's a Kraber down there. And so do Moist Esports. Now, this is a problem for both teams if they have to rotate in a little
Like
bit
what?
longer,
Split
right?
2 playoffs, they started with 9 points and finished with a 44.
Try and take control of that if they could. It would be such
Even
a
though they had
useful
slayed out
thing
enough to
have
get
the
9
armory
points heading
to
into
hold down
Sunday.
any teams rotating in, but as we move back towards the zone, bang in the center of it, you can see Blackhand under a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, Blackhand just trying to assert their dominance in the center zone, as you mentioned. You don't want anyone to really be pushing up on you and taking
Yeah,
this
so
away
easy
from
flashes on the far side.
Getting rid of what is a smelly old caustic.
Yeah, they're all three
M&K.
M&K.
Area 310 go down, and Blackhand will hold on.
Yeah, dominating that building. Moist Esports do try and move up. You can see on our map overhead, but also we can see the Dreamfire fight that we were talking about starting to break out, and it's going to be Sandwich who gets the
Damn.
first knock. Taking down Neazor, and now Dreamfire looks to clean up the pieces.
Yeah, LG Chivas maybe were caught unaware here. Dreamfire just waiting, ambushing, and now they've got that first knock. There is no way that LG Chivas will be able to win this one 2 versus 3, and it wouldn't surprise me if they retreat, which they do. They're going to try and make a different rotation, which might mean they run into another squad, but Dreamfire will just be happy that they hold the southern side.
Yeah, they've done a great job here. I mean, they could kind of forget about LG for a minute. If LG got the banner, they can get out. There is a res beacon available to them that they can go back to. But Dreamfire also might be aware that Moist Esports have moved up as well. We saw the fight in the building with Blackhand. Well, that kind of created a vacancy, and you can see on your screen right now on the left-hand side, they did not have to be asked twice, Moist. And I tell you what, Moist want to keep pushing here. They want to be aggressive, and they want to take on Blackhand.
Well, Moist want this building. They want to take it off them. They see this as prime real estate and say, hey, if we can grab this, this is a potential win for us now.
Taking control of the doors is Fussy. Barricading them from the outside. And having decided that maybe this isn't quite going the way they wanted as quickly as they would have wanted, now they have to retreat back to their building. Blackhand do a good job there of holding, doing a little bit of damage to make them retreat. But Moist Esports, I like the proactiveness of that. However, one thing you can't account for is a Kraber. And all of a sudden, Blackhand lose one. Over to Lasite de France.
Elsewhere, Stormcatcher is going to be where all the action's going down. Lasite de France versus SAF, as SAF will try and get the better here, but it's a trade 2 for 2.
Bro, Sleep is always clutching out for start of fight. It's crazy.
Well to ensure they win that one. Black Hole goes down as a last resort to try and stay alive.
Sleep trying to do what he can, but you can see he's under so much pressure. Has to play the knockdown shield. Does have the Prowler from the package. So he might be able to win a little close 1v1 if someone does push, but this isn't looking like a 1v1. This is looking like a lobby versus 1. It's 100 Thieves who are wrapping to clean up the pieces. You also have FC Destroy overlooking this. Start fight eliminated.
Oh yeah, I've been playing with a controller in my hand for far too many years to try and learn mouse and keyboard now. So I feel that.
As a 2, this western side is full of teams right now, and you want to be the last team to enter this if you can, but great damage from 100 Thieves.
Really important that the Digi's in the hands of Vaxelon here. He saw it smoked in on the Bangalore, and he's got all the vision you could
The
possibly
Gibby
want. They don't
bubble.
get the clean wipe, but they create enough space and time for them to move forward.
But now here comes Kick as well. Can they surprise them? Because FC Destroyer is still distracting 100 Thieves here. Even though they go down, how much damage has 100 Thieves taken? It's enough for Kick to waltz on in and say, we'll clean that up, thank you very much.
100 Thieves will be eliminated, so as you say, Kick move in. And who would have thought, right, if you're not contesting off drop, maybe you can put a game together here. And Kick Esports re-evaluating the game plan from day 1 and changing it up in game 2. But the question is now, can they survive?
Kick's coach is brilliant. Kick's coach is the old Singularity coach.
Singularity are watching on from a distance. This is a nightmare for Kick. They thought they were the ones doing the third party, but unfortunately they're going to be the ones getting third party as Kick go down, as well as LG Chivas. And it's Team Singularity.
Come on, Singularity.
The last ones to the party on the western side that will survive.
And how important is that for Singularity? 19th place coming into this lobby, 68 points overall. As we go back over to the point of view of Dreamfire. Peter has gone down though. So with 8 squads remaining, we are going to see NRG trying to finish off the pieces. Big damage coming in for Roy though. This isn't as comfortable as he would have wanted, but the shots from the teams inside of the ring's even more uncomfortable.
Saving grace though for Dreamfire here. It's Team Singularity now arriving from the backside of NRG and will be able to put down damage and will eliminate NRG. So Dreamfire might be able to escape as a solo, but it's still Singularity swooping on in from this western side, almost like a hurricane in the moment, blowing everything in their wake.
Good positioning for Moist to hold them out.
Now Moist, hold this building with this Kraber.
Hold this, please.
That's certainly going to leave a bruise from MT. That shot coming out of the Kraber is not a headshot. It's not the sleeping pill, but it certainly is going to be doing a huge amount of damage to just a worn-off Team Singularity. But Team Singularity, I don't think they're too put off by that. They know they're going to have to move in on this building, and yes, indeed, there they are, sneaking up behind them. And you have to say, range for that Kraber is fantastic, but in the close range quarters, if you can't hit the no-scope, it doesn't quite become as impactful as a weapon as it would have been.
Well, as round 4 closes, the 2 winners from this circle pool, J-Lings and Pioneers. Remember, we saw Pioneers traverse the map all the way to that eastern side right at the start of the game where they were holding it with J-Lings. Circle's coming their way. So Blackhand, Onyx, Singularity, they're all going to be on this left side with Moist Esports, and they're going to have to push over to the east.
What's fascinating about this final zone, right? We were talking about the bubble teams. Who are those bubble teams? We mentioned KCP, we mentioned Onyx, we mentioned Singularity, we mentioned 100 Thieves. They are all involved in this top 6 position. So this is a huge game for them. If they get in this great position, they fought for it early on, and they can convert.
I gotta say, I'm hearing a little bit too much of the arena echo in my ear for my liking.
30 points in this set, and you could achieve that with a victory. We've seen those big games and how important they could be. Think of Sentinels yesterday when they got that 1 win. There's now Singularity.
I know it's hard to like
get the first knock here.
This is the team that could upset.
Filter that out in the arena.
Lobbies once more. Moist Esports will be eliminated.
Singularity.
As Team Singularity continue to scrap here with Blackhand. They did get some good damage down initially. They did get a first knock, but now Bing goes in. Can he finish off the kills though? It's looking a bit
for
messy
my
here.
liking.
It's all up to Elysium.
9-9.
You said Elysium's back. Can he do the unthinkable here? It's a 1 versus 3. Onyx still not getting involved just yet. And maybe Blackhand recognizing they need to reset ever so slightly. They can't allow a solo to just ruin their day because they need these 15 seconds to get their shields back up, get any extra utility they might find in the death boxes, and then start to make their way over to that eastern side. Whilst the remaining 1 player from Singularity has moved over
Come
to
on,
the eastern
Blackhand.
side. It's kind of created a little bit of scared nature.
My boys is first right now. Let's go.
Some shots at one another because they heard the commotion.
Well, Pioneers have been forced into this play. I think they thought the zone might pull out a little bit more towards the open field, away from the building, towards them. It didn't, and therefore they've had to reposition. And J-Ling's off the back of that information as well, seeing where the zone is going to be pulling. They've decided now, with the height going to be taken out of those other buildings, across from them, you can see Onyx Esports shooting at right now, that they can take the height. They can play it for the late game.
J-Ling certainly in prime position right now. Blackhand are going to be arriving from the south and could just pinch the Pioneers, and that isn't going to be fun for them. Blackhand still being one of these teams that has ran through the lobby. Remember, they were holding that building from an early stage, and they were comfortable in their fights, they were confident in their fights, and they need to wait for all of these dark veils to dissipate.
Might have to heat up this bang ult as well. We'll be able to survive though. Smokes go out as well. They do get the gen down right on the edge of zone, which is going to stop any more barrages coming in, any more grenades being thrown at them, and it's also going to eat up those Qs from Catalyst. So, Blackhands, full Evo shields for them. It's only a corner they have to play, but you're in a corner. If you've got a gen, it becomes a much more playable spot.
You saw Elysium there on the map overhead. The last remaining player from Singularity just trying to rat away.
Have they had Bullet L on the desk for any of the analysis of Blackhand? They really should.
Just saying, I am Butterbush.
The 2 kids tried out with them before he decided to stop competing under Sudaraiku.
J-Lings now trying to take a command as much space as they can. Look at the kill feed though, Strafing Flame with that Kraber has taken down Nasky from KCP, and now Blackhand see that as the trigger to push forward.
Zane goes down as well. KCP
Come on, boys.
Starting to potentially fall here.
Ooh, and Onyx still in, because Rocky is still in.
So unfortunately,
APAC South showing up, baby.
Make it 3 because the Pioneers eventually do get eliminated. So Onyx Esports, Blackhand, and J-Lings. Now J-Lings hold the height. They've got the Watson fences down. They have made their fortress, and they say, catch us if you can, get up here. We will hold this for as long as possible, and the circle is pulling towards them.
One thing that's very good, J-Lings, they're so good at closing out these end games. They know they have the priority position.
Bro, this free cam is so good.
In making sure they are the team to make that first
The spectating is so much better than playoffs. People really need to make sure they give Roots his flowers, man. Because everyone was bitching about the game directing last event.
Was just on, just outside of this building. That's where the circle's going to be finishing. So J-Lings, they can wait, they can force that damage between Onyx and Blackhand, and it should be as simple as arriving to the fight last. As now you see Onyx and Blackhand taking the fight against one another.
Blackhand taking damage. Strafing Flame's going to be there. JMW getting involved still, picking up a few kills with a triple take.
Come on, boys.
J-Lings in a premium position to surely close this game out. They pick up yet more kills as they take to the high
It's all right.
ground.
Help them take out Onyx first. Take out Onyx first. There we go, baby.
Onyx Esports eliminated.
Black can't make the magic. Oh no.
They can reset. This is still
Wait.
winnable.
There's the EMP coming in though.
Wait.
The EMP
Strafing flame.
They're down to just 2, and look at the shields. Look at the
Too
health
hurt.
here for
Yeah, it's just
J-Leagues.
hard
It's the perfect
situation.
game if they can convert.
Good shit
It
for
should
Black
be a simple
though,
job.
baby.
Send it
Still gonna
down,
have the most
get
points in the
damage
lobby.
done, and call yourself the champions.
Was it ever in doubt for J-Lings with a position like
With that game, Black can pretty well.
Maybe a small amount of worry when they saw that 3 members of Black Camp were still alive, but the damage that they'd already been taken, J-Lings quickly made sure they capitalized off that damage. And it was a very early move from J-Lings to ensure they were on that far eastern side. They were joined for quite some time by the Pioneers, but unfortunately for the Pioneers, they never really had that roof like J-Lings did, and also
I almost want to go over to Wig's
we
chat
saw how much composition really counted.
and tag him
Having
about
those
Player
bottom
K and
fences
Strafing
down
Flame
to
and see if he
anything
remembers me telling about them all
Big
year.
result for J-Lings. You mentioned them as one of the bubble teams coming into this set of games. Well, they were 26th overall coming in with 53 points. You would imagine
Bro,
there's probably
facts,
plenty to be
Travis.
added
Facts,
to that
bro.
total.
That's what I'm
We'll
saying,
check
man.
those
Roots has
standings
been
with the
killing
viewers to
it.
see how that has influenced
He's
things,
the
but we mentioned pressure. That's going to
director from APAC South. He's been really doing a great job
I think
this
J-Lings,
event.
when they're in a position like this,
How you
they
doing,
know
homie?
that everything is on their side. As
Dougie,
long as
don't
both
you lie to
teams
me. You
on
just
the
woke up.
lower side of the map are fighting one another. You should always win a final circle like this. It would need to be a colossal mistake to throw something like this away. So I'm glad that they didn't, because
No, I'm
otherwise
just kidding.
we'd
Love
be
your
talking
face,
about
Ducky.
them
How
for
you been?
an
Quack,
entirely
quack.
different reason.
Well, one thing that I love about J-Lings is they never kind of risk adverse. They put themselves in a position at the right time to collapse. And you
Ayo,
can see here, they're
Ducky.
not overcommitting to
Travis
the
made
fight.
his
They know
comp
that they are
DVD
going to
debut
win
this last weekend.
The only way
My boy
that
was
they don't
juicing.
win this game is if someone drops, if someone throws, essentially, and puts themselves in a position where all of a sudden you feel the other team with a belief because they've got that first knock. And they can maybe isolate someone off the back of it, but the EMP just slowed things down once again. JMW flies in, and I think what was almost
Oh,
as
you
important
opens today? I got
for
you, I got
J-Lings
you.
in that final circle was not just the win down, but they also got a few KP from the team scrapping on that low ground.
Yeah, they made sure that they took advantage of a circle that was close enough to their drop spot of high point, quickly rotated to get in what they felt was one of the prime positions, and the circle kept pulling towards them, so they were rewarded for their early move. I'm still impressed that the Pioneers were able to get all the way east, considering they drop over towards Mill, by the way, so they should still be happy with a top 5 finish, considering how far they had to go.
Yeah, nothing quite like a evac tower from command center to get across the map. Very, very impressive stuff coming out of that rotate, and I'm sure they want to thank Xset as well, because I'm not sure if that was their evac tower that they kind of followed them on, but it certainly worked for them, and they managed to get in a pretty good position. But it's a very interesting game, isn't it? Because that's going to change the leaderboards significantly, and we talked about pressure, how things are going to change up. Well, before we get into overalls, let's check out match 1
Oh,
results.
you talking about on Sunday? Sunday
Points
was
on the board.
yeah.
So important to get those points early.
Y'all played a
Set
tough
kills, I think,
team.
a big contributor. We talked about J-Lings are good at winning games, but sometimes you don't see the KP alongside it. That is not the case here in this first game.
And we mentioned right at the top of the show, 53 points is what they were on, so now they're on 72. Again, still a little bit off that kind of bubble amount that we were talking of 92 to 100, but with more games like that, J-Lings could still find themselves in the winner's bracket. Black Hat, 18 points they were able to pick up. Onyx getting 10, Singularity getting 10, and Pioneers getting 7. And also, shout out, Kick Esports getting 9 points, not being contested right at the start, and they were able to play the game of Apex Legends.
They certainly were, and they picked up 7 KP alongside.
Onyx has
At the
been
bottom
really
side, though, you
like
can see a
quietly
lost that
consistent
contested.
this
They got the
event,
1
which
point
is
for one of those
crazy to
elims.
think about
E6 very
for
quiet
losing
game for them.
essentially
It's
your
been a quiet
star
tournament so
player
far, but the crowd certainly aren't quiet when they come on
heading
our
into
screens.
the event.
Except as well, 0
because
points
Moist
for
picked
them.
them
We
up.
saw them getting pinched a little bit earlier on, and say, well, kind of shadowed through the skies.
And that's no shade to
by
Rocky and
Pioneers on
Shady,
their
because I think they're
rotate.
both very,
And then
very
you've
good
got the likes
players.
of 100 Thieves, who might be starting to think this is getting to a little bit of a worrying moment for them. They want to be in the
But I
sorry,
do
in the
think-
winner's side of the bracket. They don't want to be in the elimination side of it and have to fight.
Plus,
their
he
way
was
through
definitely the
that.
one that
They're
like
gonna
held
have
it
to
down
step
for
up
the
here
pounds
as
for
we
that
head into
squad.
game number 2.
Yeah, I think that when you look at how far you are beyond that points total that we were trying to look at, it's always easy to worry, but I think for a lot of these teams, they can maybe say, all right, well, we're not as good at Stormpoint, we can be good at World's Edge. There's still lots of games here. It's not too much of a worry after map number 1. You can see J-Lings and the damage they were able to put down. This is what I expect from J-Lings, right? I mean, I know I mentioned it all the time, how they used to be such a good World's Edge team, and they're very good at playing zone and holding on to the circles when they are able
Right,
to
right,
get
right.
them
Let's
coming their
update
way,
scoreboard
but
now
they
that
were
we're in
able
a
to
new
get the
lobby
kills as
chat.
well. I
My
think
fault,
it's
my
the
fault,
big
my
thing you
fault.
highlighted that.
Yeah, it's the big thing. It's always
Ducky,
been a
how's
big
work
difference
going, by the way,
between
bud?
J-Lings. They read zones brilliantly. They always find themselves in great positions. They rotate so well. But I just feel like sometimes they're not willing to take a little bit more of a risk to clear space around them. But the way they controlled that building was perfect, right? They controlled the roof, they held off the push coming in from KCP, and then they were able to clean up that end game. And that's what you got to do. It's not just about
what was the one
getting a
this morning was
position. It's
table
not just about
8,
hunkering
right?
down in a building. You have to try and control the space around it.
It was.
And force other teams to fight away from the position that you are holding.
Now, if I'm E6, if I'm 310, I'm asking myself, how did I let Jay Lings get past us and get to that position before us? Definitely something that these teams need to be looking at when it comes to circles that are pulling their way. But
Them's the boys, yo!
Knowing these ring pulls, knowing these circles,
the
and
black
knowing
hand,
which areas to be
baby!
heading towards when they see a pull start to happen. So Jay Lings take match number 1. Blackhand, though, we saw they were in a building for quite some time and they really asserted their dominance.
They certainly did. We saw some of the stats coming in, like you say, and they're actually in 9th place in the overall standings coming into game 1 as well. So Blackhand kind of going under the radar a bit, and I think it's about time that we give them the spotlight because they are performing so well so far here in Birmingham, and who knows, maybe they could be a little bit of a sleeper team, an underdog going into the later days.
I mean, certainly even with the points they just got in match number 1, that should be enough to get them into the winner's bracket most likely, but they still want to be consistent.
While
they still
Onsen and Gaskin are talking about
not just for the points, but it's about getting those reps in, right? It's getting as many final circles as possible. So that when you do get into the winner's bracket, when you do get into the grand finals, you have those reps, you understand how the lobbies are playing, and you know how to navigate them.
Well, game 1 is done and dusted. A lot more Apex Legends to come your way, though. Game 2 coming up on Storm Point right after the break.
I was telling Fallout. Duo, Strafing Flame. Layer K. Where is it? ALGS predictions. Bam. Heavy is the... Hold on, I need to make sure I do this right. I'm gonna do this right.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends.
Okay, I thought I was doing that right.
Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone, and welcome back to the ALGS Championships this week. There'll be $2 million in prizing given out, Dan. What a time to be alive. Game 1 done on Storm Point here. As we saw, the two groups going up against each other, and now we have the opportunity to go back to Storm Point and see if we can have a repeat winner, or if things are going to change up a little bit.
Yeah, a few things we need to look out for is, are we going to see the consistency from these bubble teams that we were mentioning earlier, the likes of KCP, Moist, Singularity, Onyx? Or are we going to see some of the teams who are a little bit lower down in those tables, 100 Thieves and Jay Lings, who were the winners of match number 1? Can they suddenly propel themselves up the leaderboards and find themselves in that winner's bracket?
We'll have to find out if that is going to be the case. There's also a couple of teams who are kind of lingering down the bottom who are going to start to worry for just a second, I think, knowing that there's 5 games left in groups for them to get the job done and get themselves into the winner's side of that bracket. I want to talk about one of those teams because I can certainly see over there in the crowd, they've got a lot of fans. That's going to be E6. E6 need to put in a performance now, Dan. And the big thing for E6 for me is they can be a little bit hot and cold, right? They can go through these periods where it's like, oh, they have
Ducky's like, no, I gotta go work, bro.
All of a sudden, they just burst into life. Momentum, adrenaline. I don't know
Yo, I
what it is
appreciate
about
you,
them, but you
Ducky.
can never count them out. And one big game here for them, and they can start to take over.
Well, you got the E6
Hopefully the day goes quick, fam.
and maybe that can give them the confidence in
Appreciate
this
you coming and say
match
what's up.
number 2, because we're in the drop ship and we are ready to go for match number 2. And if you are E6, if you're any of those teams who are around that northeast area, you're asking and you're scratching your head saying, how did we let teams get there first? Rotations and quick moving is everything in this current meta. You want to be the first team to lock down one of those buildings. Be confident in your belief of where that zone is going to go, because it can be the difference maker.
It certainly can indeed. Dreamfire fans getting loud as well, which is what we love to hear. And let me tell you, the volume is turning up day by day here in Birmingham. The crowd have been amazing so far, and you know it's only going to get better as we get into the juicier parts of the tournament. But speaking about flight path, it's going to be north to south, straight down the middle of the map, and for a team who just won things, J-Leagues,
Game number
that's
2.
going to be great news. But for Ascend, they're looking for a different result from this contest.
Yeah, Ascend contesting again down at Launchpad with Riddle Order, but as you mentioned, it didn't go their way the first time. And for Riddle Order, it was massive because they were down in 39th position and really need some points on the board if they are going to find themselves in the winner's bracket. This has to be a miraculous run here in set number 3 for them. But they were able to get the victory last time, but nothing really snowballed after that. They still went down shortly after. But they're well aware now that Ascend are going to be there as, oh, it's a little lineup with a Sentinel, but not enough to get a shot.
I think Ascend will be fuming, to say the least, about how the last contest went down. They got that first knock, and then one player, I think it was Miak, managed to just flank, get up on height and drop down behind 2 Ascend players and essentially take them out single-handedly. So Ascend playing a little bit tighter this time around. They're going to be able to hit the ring console as well to get a bit of info, but I think it's, you know, one of those games that certainly refocuses you if you're Ascend, but also frustrates you more than anything with how things went down.
I think Ascend in general feel like they are disrespected in the Apex scene, even though they've had great achievements, second place at the Split 1 playoffs, and what could have been well, certainly it could have been a first place. I guess they were in the fight, weren't they? They technically did not get second place, but they had the chance to
Yeah,
win
but what, they finished
at
third
Split 2
or something
playoffs,
like that,
losing
didn't they?
out to TSM. And we'll have to see now whether Ascend can kind of replicate that success that they had, because that Split 2, they really struggled. They looked like a different team compared to Split 1.
They got to the finals, but we know how tough the finals lobbies can be. It just seems like there's just a step up. And for Ascend, maybe just wasn't their day. But for now, it looks like this contest is going to be kind of, shall we say, there's a gentleman's agreement going down between the two. A few pop shots, but Ascend, I think, happy enough with their loot to start their rotate. And for a team like Ascend, who are so dependent upon their rotations and how they get to zone early, this kind of thing really does hurt them down.
It really does, and I think that they've always been a team who is happy to move quickly, and sometimes they get targeted because of that. But I think they were the ones targeting Riddle Order in this particular instance, but they don't take the fight now as NRG are making their move. But as we start to look at the zone, we are heading up to the wall for this circle. Exet are already making their move, and they're already trying to take down some players as Fussy has fallen. And unfortunately, for Moist, it looks like they might be pushed here.
Oh, Nocturnal got a little bit of a shock there, but the Knuckle Cluster will clear the way for Noct to move in. They know this is a 3v2. They know they want to clear this up. However, they also know that they can't make too much of a mess of this because there are teams already stacking up inside of the wall. You have Area 310, you have Blackhand playing the tunnel. Start a fight at their kicker, their J-Lings are already there as well. So if you're going to fight, you've got to make it quick, and that's exactly what Exet are doing.
Yeah, Waltzy is going to be the next player, and it should be 3 for 3 here for Exet. It's going to be relatively comfortable. A white knockdown shield is not really going to help you in this scenario. And there we go. Moist eliminated in 20th position, and again it starts to get a little bit worrying. Even though Moist are doing pretty well and they're closing in on that total they'd like to get to find themselves in winner's bracket, the more losses and the more points that you kind of throw away in these games, it makes it more difficult for you in the later matches. NRG have managed to move all the way around to the northern side here, just above J-Lings, and they're going to be happy to reside here. And you can see ears to the ground, they're trying to listen, they're trying to sneak up. This could be a potential ambush.
This is where if you're inside of the building, you've got to be aware. You've got to make sure that you're watching every angle. As the smoke comes in, I'm not sure if that was an NRG smoke or if that was one coming out of the wall to say, hey, we see you. What do you think about doing anything funny?
Well, I think Nathan probably put that smoke down because you saw Sweet's face. As soon as he had a look into that building, he felt his eyes lock with someone else, and he instantly turned around and said, don't fancy it. This is not a fun fight to try and take. And now it's about what do you want to do here from NRG, because this tunnel is not where you want to play. It's too much of a choke point where you will be focused, so you need to try and force your way in to the wall at some point.
Well, Exit at the moment just controlling a lot of space within the wall, picking up some loot on their way as well. FC Destroy holding down this area outside a command center. This is on the southeastern side of the zone where it's going to be going. Elsewhere, 100 Thieves making their way through Jurassic at the moment.
Well, like, teams realize, man, the last 5 games they're going to get to play, bro. No one's wanting to push.
So a pretty good result in that first game. Smiles on the faces, understandably so. But they will want to convert into a win here. A win just feels so much of what you want to do as a team, right? It just feels a confidence, and we've always got in the back of our minds as commentators as well, match point arriving on Sunday. And if you go into match point and you haven't won a game all tournament, even though you might be in those finals, you might be thinking, maybe this isn't the format for us.
Yeah, we know that Apex Legends and any esport really, a lot of mentals involved, and just having that extra little bit of confidence will do you wonders. Speaking of, Element 6 on the struggle bus at the moment in this tournament. The new addition of Tyler coming in, and there's a lot of hope of how this roster might do. We'll have to see whether they can find something in these next 5 matches to keep their chances alive of being in that winner's bracket. Otherwise, it will have to be an elimination run for them, which is still very achievable. Sometimes when you make a change, it's not the worst thing to play more games of Apex Legends, to give yourself that extra little bit of time to build that chemistry and make sure you're ready when you do find yourself in Elim 2 and then maybe into the grand finals.
Well, great job from our observing team once again here in the back. We jumped over to the POV of Onyx Esports, and I was just thinking, hey, this isn't NRG. Where are NRG? Well, that's exactly where they are. They've crept their way into wall.
Well, they're right here.
Trying to get ahead of the traffic. Gold charge rival here for Raki, and let me tell you, even though I would say not the most consistent output of damage these days from the charge rifle, after it was retuned completely, if you hit a shot from distance and you connect with a headshot, well, it's game over for the other player, quite simply.
I mean, it's still bloody annoying, isn't it? It's just one of those guns when you get shot by it, you don't really fancy the team that is doing it from a distance, and actually it aggravates me a little bit. It makes me want to push that team.
I feel like I've just unlocked some sort of anger in you.
Yeah, he's just,
He totally is thinking from experience, ain't he?
No, it's not. It's fine.
Keep yourself composed. Breathe. Well, NRG just playing the backside of the concrete structure you can see at the top of your screen. A couple of teams inside of the wall building itself. Let's see, the France are making a really big zone wrap as well to the north, which is interesting for the likes of NRG. Start a fight, who are going to be having to keep their heads on swivels, so to speak, to watch that zone wrap coming in.
So only 5 teams outside of this next circle. It's going to be the late rotation again from LG Chivas. Red Lord are going to be arriving late. 100 Thieves have just gone up to Thunderwatch, by the way. But Onyx seem like they're happy here for now, and they're well aware that as they wrapped on the northern side, they could certainly be joined by other teams, and, well, it could happen. Here's the Seat de France, who are taking a very northern route and will be potentially arriving in a very similar position.
Have they done much this weekend? Like, I don't mean that in a bad way. They've been kind of quiet, right?
This is kind of a all eggs in one basket play, right?
Oh, yeah, they have 30
because
points.
if the meds aren't there and they have to re-wrap through zone, they might be taken down by that zone. Onyx Esports taking damage at just the wrong time here as well. And you can see that the Seat de France are probably popping those last meds and getting ready to re-engage here. Or should I say, engage?
Start a fight. I wonder if Start a Fight's going to be able to capitalize on this.
3 med kits at the same time. They maybe sense there's a team around this corner. And now they've got that info.
Zone.
And now suddenly you want to push up, but Psychop's taken so much damage.
Psychop will be down as well, and that was the worry for me about this play. The longer they're in zone, the longer this fight takes, then the longer and the more likely it is that this will be the end of the game for the Seat de France. Onyx Esports look pretty frustrated, but all of a sudden, look how this game is changing. Crusader's down, Shady's down, Raki's left on his own.
That was an Uno reversal card, played onto an Uno reversal card there from the Seat de France as they managed to stay alive. Psychop back on his feet,
still alive here?
eliminated over towards
Woo!
the
Blackkin taking out Exit, baby!
As all these
Let's
teams
go.
arrive a little bit late and force teams into one another.
They have to go here though, the meds are so low for the Seat de France. They have to get inside of that zone, and the zone is going to start shifting away from them in the next few moments as well. They have to get this KP, they have to push in, they will be safe, but do they know? Do they know? They know now!
But all the better for NRG, who have been pleasantly waiting at the other end of the tunnel, but this will draw attention towards them, so they have to be careful. This is good from NRG. You don't want to overcommit to this fight.
They do know they have them trapped. However, they did use the Horizon ult, so they're not going to have that available. But Lecite de France aren't going to have much utility either. They did get that knock, which means now they can move in to clean up the damage. NRG doing a great job of clearing their back here, and I think the decision to move through that tunnel, get into wall, and ahead of the expected traffic from the northern side, which is what puts them in such a good position.
All the meanwhile, the teams that arrived here early have just been kind of watching, peeking out of their curtains, checking on their neighbors every now and then. Have they put the bins out? Yes, they have. We'll do that later. J-Lings, they arrived early. 100 Thieves are there. SAF also in a building as well. All these teams should be comfortable for now, but we mentioned E6 earlier. They're trying to stay alive on the opposite side of NRG.
Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. They will not be participating in the end of game number 2. Element 6 had to use a lot of utility to get into this position. You saw K-Swinny on the fuse hitting the ult just to give them enough space to retreat. And even though they are safe, and will be safe for quite some time, they have to be worried about the likes of Ascend in this building being able to roll a few grenades their way.
Was Blackhand still full 3? I only saw 2 names there.
On this southern side, there are about 6 teams that are all going to be moving at a very similar time, and I tell you what, it's going to be carnage when they all do. The last team to enter that fight might be able to hold the southern side and threaten Blackhand, but it looks like, yeah, E6 fancy it.
E6 are going to go in, and I talked about momentum. I talked about adrenaline. Well, E6, maybe they're feeling it right now as Tyler goes in. He'll do so much damage, the Peacekeeper's going to be a problem, but so is Tyler. It's all up to Slayers and K-Swinny to clean up the pieces here. They will win the fight against Ascend, but can they hold off the third party?
It's going to be 100 Thieves.
Oh my God, get out of here!
You just got to be aggressive as Slayers denies.
Slayers is just fucking putting his dick on the table. Jesus.
But Slayers got more work to do here.
Oh my God!
Himself, K-Swinny still alive. Can he get the shield swap here, Slayers? He does get the pub, but Tyler is still down. As it's going to be another team flushing themselves into this building, and now you can see that E6 are in a pinch.
Slayer's just trying to make himself as big as possible, and I tell you what, he's a very big man, very tall man, but he will fall as K-Swinny now
There's too many teams,
escape.
man. Blackhand moving in. Come on, Blackhand.
But it looks like K-Swinny may just be able to get this Phoenix off and at least re-engage if he wants to, or rat out, because it was 2 teams that were pressing them.
NRG under a little bit of pressure themselves as well. But able to survive. Now,
Dojo had a pretty decent first series. 53 points.
To get them back up.
Ascend popped off. They had 68 points. LG also had a pretty good game.
Being dropped off here would suggest that NRG want to send Nathan.
And Effect is back for Alliance. He arrived late last night, early this morning.
Sets the ping and sets his teammates on to Lecite de France, but they are still residing in that corner. And this is frustrating for NRG. NRG are desperate to clear this northern side because then they can be far more comfortable in the area they currently reside in. They just can't get out the pesky Lecite de France.
Not quite sure how this has happened, by the way, but
I am concerned about their playstyle when it gets into like top 30, top 20 lobbies, but they're looking really good right now. And confidence is really all they might need to be fine in those lobbies too. So.
As here come Dreamfire.
Yeah, this was the southern side scrap that I was talking about, but I tell you what, there is damage coming out from everyone at the moment who are on the south. Dreamfire trying to rescue and will rescue because Roy going hard with the R301 and make sure he helps his teammates as best as he can.
Roy's our boy. Roy's our boy.
Roy's TMZ have to do what they can to try and survive the onslaught. The fight breaks out finally between Lecite de France and NRG. Nathan, through the smoke, through the flames, manages to survive. Area 310 in the meantime gone. Dreamfire have been eliminated as well on that southern side, but NRG still having to deal with Lecite de France.
Well, and also we see J-Lings getting involved as well. Oh, Nathan's gone down. Finally, Lecite de France will fall.
Gold Reds will be good enough, though, for NRG to get up and be ready to fight. They have the DarkZero down as well, which means that
LG going to be taking down a squad here. Who's this?
As LG
Riddle?
now on this southern side find themselves under a little bit of pressure. Yanya has fallen, but Riddle Order will be eliminated. We're down to our final 9 teams now as everybody tries to enter the wall.
Yeah, not over yet on the southern side, but also still scraps happening on the northern side. NRG down to 2. J-Lings are involved in this one. JNW and Noises have gone down into 2 versus 1, making it 1 versus 1. Nathan still alive.
Nathan, all up to you for NRG fans here.
A lot of partial teams this late.
Trying to escape, trying to survive. LG Shibas have gone down in the meantime. We have 8 squads remaining as Jailings fall as well.
SAF down to 1, could be going back up to 2 though. This is NRG's chance to get a res as well if they would like. There's been a lot of reses that have happened, maybe under people's noses at times.
Well, this is the southern side. This is Blackhand and Iron Blood Gaming, but I want to talk about 100 Thieves.
It's IBG and old IBG, Smiles.
They need a win more than
Well,
anyone in
Easy
this
Flash
lobby at the
wasn't on
moment.
old
They are
IBG, but
bang center zone. They have the only building in where this zone is going to be ending.
Coming all the way from Montana as well, they've done very well to ensure that they hold the building.
There they are.
And they're on top of it as well. It's always nice to be on top of it and have that confidence that you don't feel like teams are going to push up on you enough. If you kind of hunker down and you hold the bottom of the building, it can be a little bit frustrating. Teams can walk up on you, but now Iron Blood Gaming are getting in this fight versus Blackhand.
This is the southern side once again, just outside of the wall. Can't get the
Let's go,
barrier.
boys.
He has to go in now, but you think
Let's
it's
go,
just a matter of
boys.
time for Iron Blood.
Good
They
fight,
will
good
be
fight.
eliminated.
9
Surprise,
kills, let's
surprise,
go!
it's Blackhand back in the fight once again and back into the top 6.
Blackhand with 30 points. I mean, they're really putting themselves in the perfect position for that winner's bracket.
Oh, they're already in the winner's
Incredible
bracket.
Opening 2 games from them. Now we look back towards where 100 Thieves are, holding center zone, trying to keep out the likes of SAF and the remainder of NRG.
They're at what,
But the real
80-something
threat to
going into
100
this?
Thieves is
86? They're already at
Blackhand
30?
and
They're in the
Kick
winner's bracket.
Still alive on the northwest side of Wall.
Interesting thing for 100 Thieves is almost carbon copy of what we were talking about in the last game. They control the height at just the right time. All of the other buildings are now going to be eliminated. The height from those as that zone starts to close. Finally, NRG are eliminated. Nathan managed to rat out to a top 6 position, as now we see 100 Thieves with the L-Star in the hands of Onmu, looking to pick up some kills off of the respawners.
Well, welcome back to the game and welcome back from the skies, but can you get anything to work with? No one desperate to jump on it in the moment, because those who are still alive, either they are down to just a 2, or they're in one of the commanding positions in this final circle. In 23 seconds, Ring 5 closes, and that means E6, Kick, and SAF all have to move.
The calm before the storm here. All of the southern side has now been dealt with. Blackhand were the last survivors from that scuffle that went down. I say scuffle, it's kind of like an understatement.
All right, come
of it.
on.
It was about 10 teams who tried to force their way into zone.
Blackhand's
Blackhand
in the
are the winners, and
building.
now they take the building below 100 Thieves, but you can also hear the E6 fans starting to pick up the volume a little bit here in Birmingham, because Slayers and K Swinney are still involved in this endgame.
But E6 did excellently to hold this building earlier and then still escape with their lives, at least 2 of them, which gives them still a chance, a slim chance at that in this final circle. But we've seen games being won by 2 players plenty of times before, and even at this tournament. Remember, NRG did it earlier on yesterday.
I told y'all I'm gonna be in
100 Thieves still hold one of the prime positions. Kick now arriving from the northwest. SAF are also pushing in as
Fanboy
E6
Black
are forcing
Hands
themselves up this ramp.
rolling, man. I can't
Composition
stay
on the
neutral. I'm
Thieves.
sorry.
Scurry on the Gibby. This could be big as the zone maybe starts to pull away from the building. We go back to the old Gibby meta. If you can be the one team to throw your bubble out and create some false cover, then you can survive a little bit longer.
Or a fella thought he was going into a fight and got hit by a Kraber from the side.
He can
Oh.
influence this final lobby hugely.
And we've seen plenty of highlight reels with K Swinney popping off with the Kraber
If
as well.
Swinny
so that
and
kind of
get a
adds an
shot
extra
onto
half
100
player
Thieves with
to
that Kraber, though?
E6 here, so maybe it's not a 2-man, but it suddenly becomes 2.5. 100 Thieves, though, they just need to make sure that they are checking every angle, trying to be as big as possible, laying down damage when they're able to. As I say that, Scurry does spot one underneath them. You mentioned the calm before the storm. It's all going to explode in about 30 seconds when suddenly E6 are going to be forced in. Kick are going to be forced in. Blackhand and 100 Thieves will have to leave this building as well. It's going to end just outside of the building on top of the ledge.
Yeah, but they can stay
Aware of the
inside.
E6 players' positions as well. They're trying to swing out. They're trying to do some damage on the cross to make them easy kills for the likes of Blackhand and 100 Thieves up on that high ground. That will then clear the space for them to be center zone.
So Kick is going to
It
go
looks
for
like
the
they
duo
wanna
here.
take this fight, Kick. You can see they're thinking about throwing the Dark Veil
It's a
down,
smart
cutting
play.
the zone in half and taking this fight early.
Honestly, probably the play.
then
2
allow
South
the rest of
American
the lobby
teams
to do
in
the
top
damage,
5
them
here,
to
though. You love to
reset
see it.
and be involved in that endgame.
I mean, when you look
Hell
at
yeah.
the circles finishing, Kick are closest to it at the moment, and I like the position. They've got the wall to work with. They can kind of
Oh,
use it as a
100%
head touch
cool,
as well
Mike. I
if
just
they
think
get
some
pushed.
people worry about
Longbow just to try and take out any players that are going to be arriving from a distance.
how
Kick in a fantastic position at the moment, but 100 Thieves still
much
have
value
a
other characters can get you more consistently through the game. With the fact that especially this late in the tournament, you're not going to be fighting as much. What up, Angel? How you doing,
K Swinney can
buddy?
hit one shot, with the Kraber in his hands after popping this battery. Maybe he can find somewhere to
But
play.
I do
or
think
maybe it's gonna
Capel's
be
a viable
beacon and a little bit of concrete
legend.
that keeps E6 alive here.
E6 just desperate to draw attention elsewhere, as we see in the kill feed. Suddenly that attention has been dragged away from them. Vaxilon gets the opener, 100 Thieves showing what they can do from that high ground. And now here comes all the ultimates. Black Hole goes down to try and catch out E6, but they are able to destroy it.
Still a 2 here, E6. Haku's going down might force them out from the high ground, but they return to
I
that
would
little
even
high
argue
once more.
everything that Gibby can do, Newcastle could do just about better, other than cover a little bit of ground for 8 seconds.
Fully alive, by the way.
Much better for resets.
That one's not going to quite connect. You can see the Black
Better for hunkering down.
aware of the position coming in.
Jinx just trying to stay alive as well, as eventually 100 Thieves are going to have to leave this building. But Blackhand are right underneath them. They're very conscious of where they might be, and the Watson fences could prove to be annoying to them.
Here's the bubble. The bubble goes down.
Nice bubble. That's so huge.
On the MK, he's got the PK, and he might
Sorry
be
if I
saying
found
good
fourth.
night to some of these players in front of him.
1, 2, 3 shots connect, and now
going
here
down.
comes the bombardment. Will
Element
go
6
down
out.
as 100 Thieves. They have taken a lot of damage here. E6 get eliminated. Kick and Blackhand are the 2 favorites here.
Oh, look at the damage coming in from the defensive bombardment. It's huge. It's almost game-changing here. 100 Thieves saying that Jimmy still lives.
Kick goes out.
Eliminated. Scurry and
Blackhand, come on, baby! Yeah, let's fucking go! Yeah!
And Blackhand steal it away. They were underneath
Let's get
100
it.
Thieves for so long, and they were just trying to take space. Watson fences
My boys,
down.
let's go.
Walk forward a little bit. More Watson fences down. We walk a little bit more. And then suddenly they use that gen to keep any sort of grenades away. And then when the DarkZero arrive, Blackhand just hid themselves away for long enough where they could engage a little bit later than everyone else.
I've got to say, it was almost a surprise to me to see Blackhand jumping up with that Champions banner. It felt like 100 Thieves had it. They had armor. They looked like they were going to take it home. We'll have to, of course, see what happened from the Blackhand point of view. But what a run this has been by Blackhand. We talked about how they won that battle of the south side of the zone. They had no right almost to get into wall with how many teams were stacked up, but they came out of it. They were the sole survivors, having got into that building as well. Wow, 13 kills to go alongside it. Blackhand
25 points? That boy's at 45 points already.
Navigate, especially with, I think it was a member of SAF that was still alive, ratting out in the corner that caught the 2 teams coming out of the building a little bit off guard there, because Bubble goes down, and 100 Thieves are looking out and saying, why can we see 4 people looking at us here? Why have they got an extra player to work with? Well, that's what happens with the Seerless meta. You can rat out, you can have a player that survives, and they can make a big difference.
Well, this is going to be the final circle from the POV of Blackhand, so we can see exactly how they played it. And we were talking about the defensive bombardment, how it did so much damage. Well, maybe that Watson gen was a big part of why they survived so long.
Yeah, when we saw the Rolling Thunder and the bombardment go down, you just assume everyone is taking a lot of damage, but the gen protected them for so long. They see the bubble. They've got this wall to work with here, and this is when I think the solo from SAF at least distracted 100 Thieves for a short amount of time, and it allowed Blackhand to move into the circle and gain a position. But also look at the damage that is not being taken by K.
No, I think
Avoiding as
Optic
much
goes
as he can
back
and
to...
then getting into the fight late.
Yeah, you can see though, they're down to 2 at this point. Strafing Flame is down. And 100 Thieves at this point, they were still in a pretty good position. So we'll have to see what happens. And yes, look at this. It's Flushkits who stays alive in that
No,
endgame,
they were
and
not in the
somehow
first
or other
set.
manages to sneak up behind the remaining players of 100 Thieves to clean them up.
So they're in the last set.
25-point bomb coming in from Blackhand. I mean, we were talking about how they've had an impressive performance down. That might actually push them into a points position where they might be in that.
There with the Dizzy Heights where DarkZero were residing, where Dreamfire have been as well.
Yeah, A and
Even
C
though,
are the last
again,
set.
Huge advantage from being that first place team, got eliminated.
So now I'm back, but my thing is not. I'm so confused. Bro, this internet shit's so fucking frustrating, my guys.
They're going to have to watch the final 2 groups going against each other with, shall we say, some trepidation and nerves for sure. Match 2 results on your screen. Here's some of the stats.
So Blackhand, after a 2nd place finish in match number 1, now find themselves on top instead. But it was the 2 teams who were holding on to that building for quite some time. It was 100 Thieves who were on top of it. Blackhand then arrived and went underneath them, and they just were able to wait things out. But in what was a very bizarre final circle, really. That last fight, I'm not even sure he did any damage to that final player. I think it might have been ring damage that finished off 100 Thieves in the end, but I'll have to see it back from 100 Thieves' point of view yet again. But Black Cat after their performances yesterday, but I think showing this consistency.
I think what's most frustrating, right,
there in that conversation as well.
is it seems to mostly happen during watch parties.
About the Dizzy Heights of Grand Finals. So hats off to Blackhand and how
I don't think I've had any issues.
Right? You don't want to peak too early, so you need to make sure you match this now.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I don't think I've had any issues like on my stack up streams.
LG Shivas going about picking up some consistent points. Been some pretty rough.
And the very few Switch streams that I've been doing lately, and I need to get back into a habit. I'm gonna do it now that we're in the off season. Especially I'm gonna get a little bit more Rocket League, maybe some Apex. Although I don't know if I can do Apex on streams. They're fucking laggy as fuck.
Elsewhere, you're looking at the likes
but at least Rocket League, 'cause that's fun. And I can play that and not have to like turn my settings down to like
yeah, and I mean Kick actually getting a chance now because they're not contesting. They are getting to these final circles, and all right, 18 points across 2, double that 36. There's still a chance, right? Even though Kick are dead last at the moment coming into this set, if they were to find, 60-odd points after these 6 matches, there's no reason why they couldn't call themselves a winner's bracket team. That's how close everything kind of is from like 15th down all the way to the bottom.
Facts.
It really is so
That's true, though.
At the overall leaderboards at the moment, and we'll try our best to kind of follow those stories of the bubble teams, who's going to be on the verge of qualifying for that winner's side of the bracket as we head into bracket play tomorrow. And of course,
I'm hardwired.
Fight their way through that elimination side.
I am hardwired, and it's only really started happening since that storm, which is why I'm wondering if I need a tech to come out and look at
that just ramps up every single series and game that goes past.
Yeah, you're
whatever comes into my house.
If you find yourself in that elimination bracket and want to be in the grand finals on Sunday, which of course everyone wants.
Or is it possible that when the
main stage at the biggest
box went bad that I need to get like a new Ethernet cable for some reason?
So far, $2 million.
Or can an Ethernet cable just go bad over time?
Yeah, it's going to be
I gotta
so
pee, by the
many
way.
people watching, and understandably so when we get to that finals on Sunday. But of course, we've got to find out who the 20 teams are going to be in that finals lobby. I can't answer that question for you. That's all I'm going to say to that.
Did he say, can I have a date with Fun FPS, or I have a date?
I combined the 2 signs there, and I just thought it said, can I have a beer? Yes,
it looked like it said, I have a date with Fun FPS, and I tell you what, fair enough to you. Fun is a funny man. We learned that as well yesterday.
That's true. I also feel like this is a conversation I'm uncomfortable having.
And that's okay. Sometimes you have to push yourself out of your comfort zone, Mark, but we're almost ready to get into the next match here. The players have loaded. They are by another rat. Your game, but I'm all for it. I'm all for rats in the ALGS. It makes it very exciting when you do see a player just come out of nowhere who's hiding in one of those nooks and crannies. You saw the Legend Select going down. I mean, pretty similar compositions across the board. No one going for any drastic changes at the moment. The key differences that I'm seeing across compositions in general is just having that Bloodhound. Because we don't have Seer, teams are not using the survey beacons, but a Bloodhound will allow you to use that survey beacon, which just gives you that extra bit of information if you don't have a ring console to work with.
Yeah, also no Digi in the Crafter until Saturday, I believe, so you can kind of use the scan to be the aggressor when you see those Bangalore smokes going down, as we see in a contest. If you hit a big shot with a no-sight charge rifle, nothing but vibes.
But yeah, so I'm hardwired
really
from my hardwired. It's not like
no scope hits me with a charge rifle in a contest, but
I forgot.
But it's right next to it.
It really gets under your skin.
Grinds my gear. There you go. I mean, 78. That's one way to open things up. Tries to line it up, but does not connect with the second. So Riddlorder, remember, Ascend.
But also what I've noticed, Oogie,
in the previous
is
game after losing the first.
Recently, it seems to only be hitting my PC.
They got out.
Like, I don't ever hear Little Man talking about, like, the first day or two after the storm, when I lost internet, everyone lost internet. So, like, including his, like, smart TV. But I haven't heard him complaining about that recently while I've still been having internet issues, which is what's weird.
Initially and get that entry damage here, but for now, it looks like both teams just kind of calming themselves down, taking their time. Nobody wants to.
I think I'm gonna sit down for a bit
really
too,
take
champ.
this contest when you don't have to. It's just about taking your time to see if you've got enough loot to progress in the game.
But it really does show you how contests can change things. I mean, Ascend just won the previous set, and now they're on 1 point after 2 matches. And you know, if they were to get eliminated here in match number 3, they would be dead last. So it can very much change quickly your fortunes here in the ALGS, and you need to make sure you are prepared for anything. And even though contests sometimes are horrible to watch, but also very fun to watch at times, you need to be prepared for it. But Ascend, as they
so often do when they feel like the fight is not going their way or they are at a slight disadvantage. They will make sure they just continue on their rotation. It's intelligent and smart play.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to burn through meds if the fight takes this long. It's just pointless to be involved with it. You see the Kashera, a little bit of a sigh, a little bit of a shake of the head. I think he's as frustrated as anyone if you're an Ascend fan of this contest going down.
Is there a place? All right, I'll have to maybe hit you up.
It does give us an opportunity now to
tonight
talk
once
about
I'm
Zone Down, where
offline.
we're expecting to go here.
About where I can go to look to update those. I think I remembered you mentioning something about checking for drivers for the network.
This is a difficult one to predict if you don't have a ring console, though. We saw this in the previous set. A lot of kind of similar big circles that people were really struggling to try and find out where it's going to be. But if you do have ring console information, it's far easier to try and make your rotation.
Really another good circle for Blackhand, man, since they're landing
although NRG are overlooking them at the moment. It might be interesting to see if NRG...
No, they're landing actually Stormcatcher, I think.
Scuffle here, but look how quickly everyone is rotating. It was a perfect image of the overhead to just show how quickly people were arriving. It felt like 5, 6, 7 teams almost arrived at the exact same moment.
Yeah, a lot of the POIs had ring consoles to work with. You just hope if you're one of the Bloodhound teams, that if you didn't get a ring console, you've got a survey beacon at least, so you can get that info a little bit later. As you can see now, maybe a push coming in from the Pioneers over towards NRG.
NRG get good damage though, you can see that already. And NRG want to hold, they want to hold the line. I tell you what, that Horizon must be so good, but no, they destroy it almost immediately. So NRG have invested into their ultimates, into their abilities, cannot prevent KCP from taking that bottom floor.
And with the amount of teams that have made their way to these buildings, you can see what a priority is going to be and how big this fight could be for either team if they're able to win it over the other. NRG will still look to try and poke and prod, try and gain that information. Nathan just sliding out there to check that no one was trying to push them from the stairs. But it looks like maybe they might be able to reside together. You can see 100 Thieves also there. I did see in the kill feed as well, J-Lings might have lost one. There were a couple players that were having a fight against each other, and this is the fight I was talking about. So J-Lings with a 2, unfortunately go down to just a 1, and it's very quickly could turn into a 0.
2v1 at the moment, it's going to be, like you say,
J-Lings out early.
After immaculate game number 1, barely pick up a point in the next 2. FC Destroy, though, you can see there's third parties on the horizon. It's going to be difficult to get res at this point, but they do have the Newcastle who could just drag them back to their feet if required.
Just so many teams in this area that rotated quickly. They're all fighting for prime positions at the moment. The kill feed again is starting to pop off as Pioneers did
they're just having to rotate from north, though. Pioneers out early, huh?
So they did NRG a favor, but are they going to continue running through this?
Oh, yes, they are. They want to send this. They want to take control of the building completely. Nathan will be eliminated. Sweet will go down as well. And NRG find themselves as a 1 and struggling after such a quick rotation.
How you doing?
And even though that's frustrating for NRG, they were in a relatively good position.
Here's updated scores for you guys. Realized I didn't do that after last game after I jumped on my chair. Made a fool of myself. There you go.
It has to be a really big set. And getting into that final circle last time, finishing in 2nd place, it does poise them in a position where they can start to believe now that, okay, this is achievable in this set.
Well, look at this, Exet. They're involved in this fight once more as well. SC Destroyed will be taken out from behind, though. And that will be them eliminated too. Now Ascend, who have had a rough start with this contest, find themselves having to find themselves. Big damage coming in, but not enough for Kashira to stay on his feet. Lufka looking to clean things up at the moment, but he will go down as well.
And Ascend out early again.
Early on in the game here on Stormpoint.
After having a big series last game,
I love being able to watch
they're going to leave
POV,
Stormpoint here.
So strong there against Ascend. The angles they took were perfect.
With 1 point.
Like Ascend got
That's
so much
crazy.
damage on one player, but then that player would disappear, and suddenly 2 more would appear.
I think Ascend should still be fine, though. I think we figured they were past the qualification line, like, even if they should dead, right?
15 squads.
Well, news on where that zone's going to be going. It is pulling a little bit more south than what we just saw a few moments ago. LG are going to be approaching it from the eastern side of the zone. Team Singularity, by the way, they're still over at Barometer. Well,
I mean, they're at like the bottom of that line, 106. Or sorry, 101.
Taking place a little bit earlier. FC Destroy, we saw 4
So
here.
they should be.
Of course, we saw J-Lings forward. Exit moving in to pick up those positions. NRG are eliminated as Onyx Esports will find the final kill onto Guild.
So Dreamfire arriving from the west here, and they're not the only teams. There's a lot of trouble.
Oh my God!
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. As now we can
Kobe!
Send in the sandwich. The juicer grenade. Blackhand
Here, hold this, please.
Can Dreamfire clutch up now? That's the question. Breaks the shield. It's all up to Roy. Can you clutch
Roy?
up for your team?
Roy's our boy. Roy's our boy.
Dreamfire win the fight, and it was all down to the juicer nade.
Just being careful now at Dreamfire. Roy just
Good
checking
call.
his surroundings.
That's a really good
Are we
call,
okay?
actually.
Can
That's
I get
smart.
The revives? Yes, you can. It was the grenade that teed them up, but it was Roy that finished them off. And now we're going to see Dreamfire carry on through here. And they should be able to reset comfortably. Ironblood Gaming, no! I said they might be able to, but Ironblood Gaming, they're in the area now. This is terrible news for Dreamfire.
They're having a look. They're having a poke and a prod. It was Exet, actually, who got that initial knock from a distance. Peter has gone down once more. As you can see, Ironblood Gaming, they smell blood in the water at the moment. They'll be able to finish off the knock. And
Blood in the water.
Team
Not like
initially,
this.
They just couldn't reset in time.
By the way, that was a ridiculous distance which Exet just got the knock onto Dreamfire. That was an angle of all angles, and that is going to really annoy Dreamfire.
Sorry, the other so duo?
That's what we
No,
love.
they actually have one down too. Oh, so it's just Roy left.
When you get into teams finding themselves on rotations, you might start to see some
Rough,
death
bro.
boxes being shot a little bit later on. But Onic, they've got that charge rifle to just try and be a nuisance from a distance as well.
Hey, APAC South still though, man, is showing up pretty good. Even with Moist at times being surprisingly quiet, right? Like it's not like Moist is making a bunch of noise and then other APAC South teams are like playing well. Like I don't even know if Moist has won a game, have they?
And all of a sudden, it's over.
Just get red-faced thinking about it. Blood rushes, sorry. You also said, as we say in England, like we're not in England, by the way. Did you forget that we were in England?
We're a worldwide audience
That's
these
true,
days.
that's true. We're in Birmingham, the heart of England.
I know where we are. Birmingham, right?
The heart of England.
Let's talk about the zone. It has shifted a little bit to the south here. Riddle Order bang inside of it at the moment. 100 Thieves will be safe inside of the compound, and having won that fight a little bit earlier on against NRG, and cleaning up KCP as well. They can now split hold these two buildings, so they have so much real estate to play with, but you know the likes of Exet and Onic are going to see that as well. If they can get the information somehow or other by scouting what 100 Thieves are doing right now, they will be able to maybe press one of those buildings and take it off of them.
Quite like the position of LG Chivas as well, arriving from the southeast. They now will hold the entirety of the southeast side, as long as they
Did I
don't
miss
get
Blackhand going out?
by the likes of E6 and Area 310 when they arrive from the north. If they can hold them out and force them the other way around that mountain, then LG Chivas are
Honestly, I really enjoy the Gaskin onset combo. What's funny is they are like always together in this, but I don't think they cast together very often at Halo events, even though they both cast the same Halo events.
Run, Roy! Keep going.
Oh, yeah, you need to keep
Roy,
going.
run!
DarkZero goes down to give them the extra little bit of protection. Run, Roy, run. The next title of the ALGS Global Series.
Oh no.
You are grass, Roy. That's... Believe you are grass.
Be one with the grass, be one with the grass.
I will say.
Purple armor will help.
Looks like maybe they've given up on the chase, and you don't really want to go chasing through Jurassic Park.
You don't want to chase Roy, because they'll just one-clip you.
That is also a concern. But Dreamfire staying alive. Remember, they were second overall coming into this set. And even though they haven't really caught fire as of yet, they only need an average amount of points to put them really at the top of the leaderboard going into the final set of the day.
Oh no. Leave him alone, Prowlers. Leave him alone!
Oh, they give away the
Leave
position.
him alone!
Just let Roy live.
Bro, for
We'll
real.
check back in later.
Hey, dog, I gotta deal with this
At the moment,
shit!
He's not okay. He's having an adventure over at Jurassic Park.
He's just been eliminated, unfortunately, and those... It's not his fault. It's the Prowlers' fault. The Prowlers were hungry, what can we say?
So Dreamfire
Prowler's
go
selling,
down.
bro.
As again, it's very calm across Storm Point. I remember once upon a time when Storm Point was constant, hectic action. But now, in this final match here on Storm Point, in match number 3, points so important to try and pick up. SAF, they're going to have to move in 10 seconds. And it's about where you want to go here. They know there's one team ahead of them, that's Exet. But if they go to the left, Element 6 are also going to be waiting.
Riddle Order, the only team within zone at this point. 100 Thieves closest to it. And when I say zone, I mean where the end zone is going to be. But for now, LG are going to sneak their way in. Ironblood Gaming, they have to fight their way through, though, and it's going to be Team Singularity who are on the other side of this wall. They will be able to coexist for some time, but for Ironblood Gaming, opening damage here, you have to take advantage of it. If you get damage down and you have the chance to push them back, you need to take it.
I think Ironblood Gaming have been another surprise this tournament, and we've seen a few teams that maybe were lackluster at previous playoffs, but at the World Championship seem to be stepping up when you would at least expect it.
But this isn't
dominating yesterday, and they're looking to try and do more of the same here just outside of Jurassic Park.
Ironblood Gaming trying to keep that
same
pressure on.
IBG, Ross.
Smokes are going down as well. No scan for the moment for the Bloodhound. Looking at the kill feed though, and you can see that LG are taking a little bit of a fight, and also you can see that XR have been joined by E6 on the low ground. Scan comes in, LG Shivas have been eliminated in the meantime. Slayers!
Damn. Oh my goodness!
Here with these sprays.
Brother, chill, my guy!
XR go down.
Oh
E6
my
show
God.
they're still competitors, but unfortunately,
They're
out
dead
of the
here.
frying pan into the
Unfortunate.
fire. You've got to try and hold. It's a
Can he
2
pull this
versus
off?
3. It's Riddlorder
Shut up if
getting
he pulls
aggressive
this
on
off.
them. And surely there's no way that E6 survive this, even though try as they might, Riddlorder just have too much players.
Yeah, Slayers is down now.
Pretty sure it's Case Win is left on his own on the fuse. One tappy. Should be another kill for him. Element 6 are eliminated, even with Slayers pulling off a pretty wild solo play, it felt like, to take XR out of this game. The winners of the Northern Battle present themselves to us all. Ironblood Gaming now being forced to make this push through the Jurassic. This is what we talked about at the moment, or just a few moments ago, I should say. Yuku's going to go in here. They're trying to stick that res, maybe trying to fake it out a little bit, and all of a sudden, Team Singularity rely on Elysium, and he can't get the job done.
But SAF are there as well, so
IBG also going to go
down,
out.
and SAF win the battle of Jurassic Park. So we're down to 6 squads. And I tell you what, you know we were mentioning that central zone, and we were talking about the teams that were there. Well, it's actually Area 310 that now find themselves in the best position on the map. Riddlorder at 100 Thieves had to push somewhat north. Onyx Esports and Moist also in the area to try and steal away a victory, maybe. But in 7 seconds, this round's going to close, and there's only one team in that circle, so all the other 5 are going to be scrapping against one another as they move.
One team who's got a really good walk-in is Starfight Esports, having won that Battle of Jurassic, though. They're going to have pretty much a free walk-in. Onyx Esports, the solo, is eliminated. As we find ourselves now with just 5 squads remaining in this lobby.
I mean, I struggle to walk and talk, let alone run and gun, but that's what all of these teams are going to have to do here. Slide down any hill you can to try and get a little bit of a speed boost as you input any damage possible to anyone you can see, but this is where the Dark Veils now come in handy. Ultimates, you kind of want to save them for the final circle, but because this is so unpredictable, anyone's using everything at the moment just to try and get into this circle.
I would say, plus you don't know who's got what as far as
going to be their closest competition, though. Disruptor rounds are going to be on that alternator, no, and that's going to shred away at shields and certainly create opening damage.
100 Thieves going down quick.
Behind this tree and they are being focus fired, but
Stuck
they do
in a
have
Gibby
the
bubble.
Gibraltar.
Oh, empty just waiting.
Momentarily to reset, but can they get into a position here to escape the bubble afterwards? The black hole's going to go down on the outside of it.
Oh, brother.
The grinder.
Why you gotta do this to me?
So close to getting
Oh, shit.
Consider themselves a chance for the winner's bracket, but now Waltzy, the last remaining player. 100 Thieves go down, 4 squads remaining. But remember, there are weak squads as Moist are down to just 1.
I talked about the walk-in for start a fight. They have this side of the zone to themselves, and now they're in a position to clean up some kills, clean up some damage, and most importantly, command space in this final zone. This could be a big win for them. If they
It would be insane if Started Fight wins 2 here.
And convert.
Well, they still have to go across the water, though, and Area 310 are holding the beachfront, as it were. Riddlorder are the other team that could maybe compete from this northern side, because Moist, as a 1, you'd imagine, will get sniffed out eventually. Waltzy would do his best as he can to try and survive and avoid any sort of action.
Look at the position here of Area 310, though. Right on top of that rock. They're going to have the height for the longest time. Waltzy will be eliminated as Jigsaw takes him down. 3 squads remaining now, the solo is dealt with.
Well, at least now we get a straight 3 versus 3 versus 3. No rats to be a pain in the backside here, but Area 310, not only have they got the position on the map, but they also have this Kraber. Lemon as a caustic as well could be a huge influence in this final
That caustic
circle.
ult could be big in this last circle.
Down, everyone's going to struggle not only to...
I would say also he has canisters to throw around down here in the middle of the circle too.
Well, when life gives you lemon and a Kraber, we're going to have to see if he can make lemonade out of the rest of the lobby. For now, though, it's going to be the Vault. Frag grenade's going to be rolled forward. DarkZero goes down, and still commanding this side of the zone is Area 310. They have the Caustic, and we all know that Caustic in end zone can be so devastating.
Area 310, we're in 34th position coming into this one on 32 points. So they need
Honestly,
a
Riddle
big
Lord's
old
not in a
game
bad
here
spot, though.
to give themselves any chance of getting into that winner's bracket. But this is their best chance, if ever. But Riddle Lord are playing the height very well here and also avoiding SAF at the moment. It really depends where SAF go here. If SAF jump on Area 310, then maybe there's a chance.
I bet y'all an APAC North team wins here. Takers.
They just get
Any
sandwiched
takers?
into a corner. They're going to be cleaned up pretty much without taking damage here, Area 310, but they have given up the height, and now you're seeing they lose one player. Starfight still have one player alive as well, and Lemon with the Kraber needs to hit the shot, but he whiffs.
What an opportunity that was to kind of maybe set things straight and keep things alive for Area 310. Still a chance with the no-scope, misses that one. Lemon surely going to get pressed and surely will go down here as Riddle Order now dominate this final circle.
Smiak now, who at least gets them into a top 2 position. Riddle Order now should be able to clean this game up. They are dressed in red and they also can call themselves champions. Commanding that high ground in the end game. And we're going to see a few moves on the main stage.
The Typhoon.
The Riddle win comes through. And we had a team who was in 39th in Riddle Order and 34th in 310 going up against each other in that final circle, which just proves it's not over until it's over. As the Riddle Order wave comes through, and Riddle Order now give themselves a chance. It's still, this is the crazy thing, right? Is that they can still find themselves in the winner's bracket. If they can replicate that game again on World's Edge, they might just find themselves doing the unthinkable with a comeback here in the final
There's
set.
no way. Where are they
Still
sitting
3
at?
games of Apex to go for them. And that's a lot of Apex, and that's a lot of points to be picked
Nah,
up by
man.
Riddle Order. Getting that win halfway through a set is massive for them. Just to show that they can do it, just to show that they can put big
They
games
started with
on the board.
18 points, dog.
We'll have to see if they can continue with that momentum as we head
Through
over to
2
World's Edge.
series.
And as I mean, I thought it was going to happen in that final
12
circle.
kills.
It was all down
I mean,
to what
that's
SAF
24
did.
points in
Because
one game
SAF
right there,
rotated
though.
around towards 310, it meant that Riddle Order just kind of waited for that damage to happen. But
They were at
chose
7
the high
points
ground.
before
Riddle
that,
Order
though.
were very particular about the position that they played.
So what? They're at 31 points now?
Sorry, I was just I got locked in then. It felt like it was a staring contest for a short while.
They would
But I think that
essentially
we will
need to
be
duplicate
delighted
their
to see any
points
team, especially those who are down in the bottom half of
and
the
then
leaderboards,
some
just showing that
on
things are going
Storm
to be a little
Point.
bit different in this set, and they're not
Which is
going to
gonna be a
pushovers,
challenge.
and they are going to give themselves a chance to maybe get in that winner's bracket.
What's very interesting is that the first 3 games that we've seen, you know, you look at the top of the leaderboards, you look at some of the big names in this lobby, been pretty quiet. However, the teams who are maybe have something more to play for are really starting to come out of the woodwork here and put those points
I mean, I think a
on
lot
the
of your
board. I'm
teams
looking
that
across,
are
you know, we wrote down a list of teams we're keeping our eyes on.
70
Throughout
to
this, you
90,
look at Onyx, they've had some pretty good
60 to 80
performances.
points
100 Thieves, that
are
game,
just
look,
playing
they got
for,
second
like,
place in
points.
Jailings with a win, KCP with some good placings. It kind of just makes it more interesting as we head over to World's Edge that it's not just one of the bubble teams who's stepping forward and saying, hey, we want to go through to the
Like
winner
in the
side of this
sense of
bracket. It's all
just
of them
need a
who've had
couple
their
here, a
moments.
couple there,
The
they're
scary
fine.
thing is, even though we can have a rough number in our head, as can the players of, you know what, 92 to 100, it's not guaranteed. It's not mathematically guaranteed until we get into that final set and we know where people are.
Well, one team who's actually watching at the moment and not involved in this group is Alliance, and Peeps is down at the Alliance booth. What have you got for us?
What up, everybody? I'm We The People. We are live here in Birmingham, UK at the Alliance booth at Resorts World Arena, all right? So we got a lot of team booths here, but Alliance might have one of the coolest ones here. So you got all sorts of merch, jerseys, t-shirts, but one of the sickest things, they have exclusive ALGS merch
That's
that you
pretty
can't
lit.
get anywhere else.
That's
all right?
pretty lit, I'm not
You got
gonna
some
lie.
Alliance fans that are friends at home, you got to get them some merch or they're not going to be your friend anymore, all right? But one of the coolest things that you could do here at the booth is you could actually 1v1 Wives, who is one of the greatest players of Apex in the entire world, all right? And if you win, and that's a big if, you get to walk away with some of these Razer products here. So I'm going to 1v1 them right now. Let's see what happens.
Okay, ready?
Yeah, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
They aren't going to show how bad it gets beat, huh?
Oh, my.
Number one pred for what? Number one pred for what? No.
And listen, that's what happens when you're a season 17 number one pred going up against one of the best in the world. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you'll never know if you don't come check out the Alliance booth here at ALGS Championship in Birmingham, UK.
All right, I feel like we need to go walk around the floor a little bit and check out some of those booths because that looked like way too much fun, Tiff.
Don't want to go over there and try to chow any of those players. I know my space is right here with my glorious Nessies. This is where I will remain.
I get smoked. That's like.
Okay, but maybe Bullet can save all of us. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
he's like, nah.
Might
Well,
give
no
it a
faith.
try.
No faith. We'll get him up there eventually and see how that goes. But of course, make sure you guys are checking out all the cool stuff that you can do here at the Resorts World Arena. We're now halfway through our second to last series of the day. Some really, really strong performances coming out of the first half. And we've got to talk about the final circle because this was a massive moment for Riddle Order here, Bullet.
Yeah, look, the way that Riddle played was like super smart. You can kind of see they're sitting up here on the high ground. They're doing damage, but they're not going over, like they're not playing over aggressively. Like you can see they're doing damage, they're putting pressure, they're trying to force the teams into each other without over committing. And you can see this bang ult goes out here and that just forces them into each other. This wrap here was so perfect because they managed to capitalize off the damage that they were doing. Like, look, you can see here, Valk does the damage, they get the knock, and then they swing in. And this was perfect play. Like, they're all coordinated, they're all pushing together, and they just jump on that team and kill them straight away.
You know, it's funny watching how impactful things like Bangalore ult are in these moments, because I remember back when I started playing Apex Legends, I was like, well, I'm just going to play Gibby, because you get instant value out of that ult. And seeing how pros are able to utilize the added pressure that Bangalore ult puts on a team, and how much space you can own for just a few seconds is so impactful. So much so
24
that
points for Riddle, man.
24-point game, not bad. Not bad at all.
That is the impact.
Decent game for Area 310 too.
Now, I saw a little bit of scuffle on the timeline, not only between Riddle Order and Kashera from Ascend, because Ascend decided to switch up their drop spot, thinking of the bracket stages, right? Leaving Cenote Cave and dropping on Launchpad where Riddle Order goes. So Riddle Order's like, hey, yo, and Kashera goes, it's nothing personal, but the thing is, Riddle Order came out of a contest to a win with not only that 12 eliminations of 24 points. They could find themselves in the winner's bracket if they keep this up.
Yeah, that is a
imagine they do though, and it all starts with Kashera beating their face.
Everyone what they are capable of. We heard the casters talking about it as well. That's going to be a huge boon to their momentum now heading into the next map. Hopefully they're able to maintain that as we see where the rest of our teams fell here. I mean, Jayling's down there at the bottom, but that's not even counting for the fact that heading into that match, they were in 7th, had a really strong start to their World's Edge performance here, Dia. And are there any other surprises, though, that jump out at you?
Surprises for me, definitely Dreamfire and Black Hand, more because of the way that it happened than anything else. And it was due to some really smart play from other teams that we can talk about a little bit later, I suppose. But Dreamfire getting taken out on a southern rotation from a couple of other squads, Ironblood Gaming, as well as Team Singularity. And then Black Hand getting ooped. They got jumped on from Area 310, who played this game fantastically. So I don't know if we have time, we'll talk more about 310.
I mean, Black Hand gave themselves a little bit of a cushion, though, with their first 2 games worth of a performance. And we'll check where all of the teams are now standing, that we've made it through the halfway point of our series. Like we've been saying, obviously that was the first half. We're going to be switching our maps on over from here. And that could potentially have some implications as far as their performances go.
Black Hand poopy! Let's go!
44 points.
Look, we have to talk about Black Hand and their comp. Like, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. They were playing like such a crazy comp, you know. They might be one of the only teams to be running. What were they playing? They had Catalyst,
Bang,
and
Watson. Catalyst, Bang, Watson.
I'm lost. I saw them get ooped.
Catalyst, Bang, Watson. Catalyst, Bang, Watson.
They're playing double controller, and I mean, like I think they're one of the only teams to be running double controller.
Yes, Cat, Watson, Bang.
Yep.
Cat, Watson, Bang. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, and I mean, just the way that they're playing with such an off-meta comp, like. It's so nice to see.
Yeah, and I would love to touch on that because you think of the wall ending. Specifically, this is the same zone that we had witnessed start a fight esports winning from the rooftop. And unfortunately, Black Hand was down below inside the building, but utilizing the double controller legends. Not only was Catalyst able to reinforce the doors, but they doubled down through the Jenny and fenced it up as well.
And if you don't have two of those legends, both the Catalyst and the Watson, this doesn't work because they're not only able to prevent getting naded and Gibby ulted, but they're also able to create so much space in an end zone. And it's interesting that we see it play out that way just because of the impact that cooldowns can have on your late game and how flexible some of these controller legends are.
Yep.
All right, well, now that we saw what happened here, let's give a little bit of love to Riddle Order, because obviously they took home the dub, but they took home the dub in style. Like you said, Tiff, they had 12 kills to close this thing out, on top of having to deal with that start of the game. So they had
It's nice we talk about.
Prime. Now the whole chat is just spamming start the game.
Well, you knew that when you said that.
I didn't think about it until afterwards, to be honest. I'm about to pull a Sykes, bro. These pants are killing me again, dude. About to
Stand up and pull a Sykes.
I'm about to pull a Sykes right now. Oh, yeah, that was a good back crack. For sure. Chat, yeah, as they're saying too right now, man, if you guys are new to the stream, bro, please follow. That'd be fantastic, man. Really does mean a lot to me, dude. If you want anything competitive Apex-wise, bro, this is your place to be. We watch literally every single game from literally every single region. You can also go follow Greek's channel, where he'll be doing the same thing on his channel pretty much every time. He watches, I think, majority of the regions. I think the only one you just don't wake up to watch is usually South America, because it's had a really tough time.
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't do that either. And then also you only watch like 6 games of the APAC North, but then you usually do that too. So overall, you can just go follow Greek's stream, man. We do the same shit. Watch all the scrims. I don't think we missed a single day of scrims. I missed like 2. Greek did miss 1. To go show love to Greek's channel as well.
What the hell's going on?
I don't know.
Oh, it's so loud.
It is so loud.
I could feel like the floor shaking.
Watching a little moist montage right now, bro. Let's get wet.
Main thing that Fussy brings to the team is like confidence. Like controller players are just so confident, and having a second one makes me and Waltzy both more confident, because we know no matter
Oh, man. I fucked up.
How you doing, man?
Another mustache? Shit.
Any belt sponsors?
Oh, I fucked it up.
So I don't get any fucking.
I fucked up. I fucked up.
The last alive. He will go down. FaZe trying to hold. Moist just have Waltzy, and all of a sudden, that's all they need.
I would say the biggest thing I would bring would be my mental, my confidence, and just my overall mental fortitude. I've had to like figure out my role in the team, going from like a main fragger on Onyx to a support player and like a refragger on Moist. It's been a bit rough, but I mean, like, we've figured it out. I think we know what we're doing now.
You get their other knock on the other side of Bang.
I think they're a team that will for real get better through the tournament.
Probably I'd say the discipline gets us to where we are. And that comes mainly from empty, so.
it's like I feel like if you're disciplined and you like consistently practice and you play the same all the time, then that translates into game.
Facts. That's one thing I've always said about them, even playing in a region that sometimes tends to be a little bit more frag heavy during the regional play.
I didn't ever get,
they always play the same way they
like,
would if they're in an international lobby or not.
I didn't get nervous. I don't know, for LAN's like never been different to online tournaments to me, so I don't think it's really factored into it at all.
LAN definitely just brings out kind of like a different emotion, different like confidence for me. Online's like cool and all, but being in front of like an audience in like the setting that it is, just that live audience is just something else and just gets me even more locked in.
The 6th felt a lot better than the 7th. Going into a finals where you've got 10 seeding points and not making match point is, you know, never a good look. So we're still happy, but, you know, obviously winning's the goal, so it's like we're never complacent, I guess. We go into it with the idea that we are one of the best teams in the world. We can win, and especially if things go our way, we will win.
It's definitely a good feeling to be on like the best team in APAC South, but end of the day, they want the same thing, I want the same thing, is to like win LAN. Winning APAC South is nice, but I want to win the world.
Facts though.
Esports, they need the energy right
Facts.
now. They are sitting in the bubble for our top 20 teams to be able to go forward through the
It's time
winners
to focus
bracket
for these
here,
teams.
It is beautiful to be able to see that passion, but they need to be able to try to continue that going into World's Edge now that we're done with Stormpoint.
I mean, yeah, Moist want to come into this looking scarier than ever with the double roller setup, right? You can actually see Fussy's flexing that snake tattoo there. I was having a little bit of a chat to him about snakes. Apparently, he kept some snakes at home with his dad, up to 10 feet long. So just for any out there who are like, no, that doesn't happen in Australia. No, we actually do get them as snakes occasionally. As pets occasionally.
Honestly, that is terrifying, but I respect it. I know sometimes
Nope.
people like to collect like the sheds and
Hell no.
hang them up
Nope.
as a trophy. You know, respect. Not for me personally. I'd
Not
be
me.
terrified. But what I am terrified at the
That's
moment
that white people
is
shit, not for me,
Black
dog.
Hand after those first 2 games and their
I'm good.
performances, taking the dub on game number 2 and the double-digit KP on top of that. Yeah, they got maybe a little too comfy. And on the other hand, you also love to see a story like Riddle Order where Ascend says, you know what, no disrespect, but we're going to land on you, give up some
Q
of
doesn't
the
do
games
snakes,
so that
chat.
way Kick could get a kick out of that
I'm
one, get
good.
some space to work for
I'll
it,
pass.
and then end up losing the contest where Riddle Order not only took them out, but took the game on top of it. The consistency, though, that's important as we transition into World's Edge. Think about some heavy fragging teams, actually. When you talk about team fighting, or rather, teams that are very good at fighting, Moist comes to mind here, and they're struggling a little bit, Genome. What do you think is going on here that Moist could do a little different as we transition into World's Edge?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a tough start to the series for them, Vicky. Will they feel more confident over at Overlook than they did it at Command Center? I don't know, honestly. I would actually say the Command Center is probably a better POI from them to play from. And then, you're talking about the other heavy-hitting teams there, like Black Hand. Again, they probably want to be getting the majority of their points while they do have access to their Stormpoint POI dropping over at Stormcatcher. They really just have to go full-on fast rotate now that they're playing from Landslide here.
Taking a look at the overhead and where our teams are going to be landing. FC Destroy, Le Chic de France. That's going to be a 50-50. That's going to be fun to
How
watch
is,
off the rip from the drop ship. But then overlooking everything else, things seem situated
what
here
the fuck
for
was that?
now. But things can change like we had seen going into Stormpoint. It was something that had changed right before jumping into that group stage.
Yeah, well, I mean, just thinking
Not
about
good.
the
7
sort of
points. Got it.
stacks
All right.
and Big Mord interaction there. We saw some teams going at it with Optic there. Yesterday it was, but I don't think we've had
All
two
in their
teams
first
in this
game, by the
while,
way,
and other
with a
teams
4th
overhand
place finish,
stacks
2 KP.
as well, so that could create even further chaos here on World's Edge.
That
Very
hurts.
nice, 'cause I believe IBG actually ends up landing over by Stack. So you don't end that fight fast enough. Well, that's
Alright, I
going
gotta
to
be
be
real
the
quick while
inevitable
they land.
third party that's going to meet you on the other
Hold on,
side.
they're doing Agent Select, right? I should probably
Asia,
update
he
my
was the
thing.
kill leader going into yesterday, right? Looking to add to those tallies if they can, and we've seen teams be ruthless about that so far this tournament. If there is a third party within earshot, they will just barrel over there and try and get in there immediately, which is fun, right? Because when you think about scrims, where a lot of these contests happen for the teams vying for those drop spots, it's actually frowned upon to third party them quickly. But when you switch it over to tournament, everything is fair game.
Exactly. I love how you put that in, especially now that a lot of these teams already know where their points stand and what this sets them up for. Some of these teams have limited games left. Right now, we're entering game number 4 to determine where their finishing spots are in the overall standings. I mentioned why Black Hand is so scary with the points that they've already accrued so far. They're sitting at the very top of the overall standings across all the teams here in Champs. You look at teams like IBG, the team that could third party that 50-50. I believe they're sitting in 10th in the overall standings. So teams like this that have these points already noted, that's why we're seeing opportunities where griefing is going to come into place, because at this point, you can know which teams have much more comfortable room to work with, or teams that are sitting in the bottom end where they really need to work and get not just the dub, but the KP hand in hand before we jump into this game.
I don't think that anybody that's landing around them,
Looks like there's roughly about 8 teams that have sort of made it
they're
through
worried
this
about,
bracket,
though.
most likely so far.
Not on World's
Some of those
Edge.
other ones, like you mentioned, IBG sitting at 91, just have a little bit to do. They don't need many points, just a few on each of these World's Edge maps here, Vicky. And
Yeah, I
they
don't know.
will
I
manage
think
to get through.
I think they
after
just play
this
out their game.
series here, we
Anyways,
have
I got P before they drop.
A versus C. So for B and D, this is the last chance opportunity for these teams to be able to get those points, because that's it. There is no other chance beyond these next 3 games.
Exactly. And yeah, as we talked about, that cutoff will be somewhere probably between 95 and 100. So if you're calling 100 safe, then it is NRG and upwards from there right now in the overall standings that have made it to triple digits, and you will see them in the winners bracket.
It's crazy to see that too, the disparity between the teams that have been so consistent when we take a look at our fans trying to give their energy to Middle Order. But it's also the cheering that maybe gives the power up to some of these teams that they need right now, as you can see, showing off our players from Middle after taking that dub. With 12 KP, by the way, so far a lot of our winning teams have not only been able to take the dub from those placement points, getting those 12 extra points, but also being able to get the KP that they need. J-League's didn't get double-digit KP, they did get 7 nonetheless, so that's something that they desperately needed, as well as Black Hand getting those 13 KP, but Black Hand also being one of the more consistent teams that we have seen thus far throughout yesterday into today.
Yeah, I mean, we were even having a chat with Graceful back in the green room just before we came up here for this cast, Vicky, and he was saying he considers them as, you know, one of the more top teams right now. Man, Riddle must have like some of the most personality out of any teams here. But talking about personality, you can't go past Nasky either.
You're literally panning over all of these players that are so expressive, excited. Nasky, of course, being one of those veterans that come to mind. But it looks like we got the countdown now on the bottom right-hand screen, and we are just getting set up to dive into this 4th game. Once again, thank you guys so much for your patience. But even more exciting, Stormpoint into World's Edge. What does that mean? Yeah,
I mean, look at this, couple of crypto players here. Noise is actually joining Kashera on that pick. Scurry has been bringing it back with the Gibraltar as well. Maybe even seeing that out of FC Destroy.
Yeah, we saw the keep over there. Things have shifted around a little bit, but let's not waste any
taking a while to
more
get into this
time.
one.
We are already
It's all right,
in
though.
the
Let's
drop
get it.
ship. Let's get this game rolling. Our first game on World's
After
Edge
contest,
between
I'm
our
going
group
to
B and C.
grab my soup.
Crowd getting excited. And once again, keep your eyes on that early 50-50 between FC Destroy and Le Citer France. But since we are starting off from the north side of the map, we're going to see where all of our teams on the north side of World's Edge get to situate themselves first. Moist obviously going to Overlook. They got nice loot to work with on top of the Crafter, the Ring Console, and the Survey Beacon on top of that. And this is the 50-50 that we're mentioning. Here's Le Citer France already moving up to Harvester.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know if Ascend were actually you know, expecting this, because we did have Le Citer France over at Big Maud. That was the expectation, at least from good old Sven's maps. But it looks like it's going to be the Harvester contest. I mean, we've seen so much of it throughout this year.
Yo, because Sharon can't be like, nah, just get about her.
Harvester more and more as that very important and you know, powerful POI, the rotational access that it gives you. That's why we're seeing more and more teams drop there. But Ascend, seemingly wanting no part of it. They have tucked tail and run.
Kashera said, I got the purple Evo, we took some shots, we are out of there, and they immediately rotate away. But unfortunately, this is what happens when you start shifting some of these POIs around, and you start changing things depending on how the points are looking across the board, and this is your last chance to play in this lobby. This is how things are going to be moving around, and we are seeing a Northern Circle pool closer to Skyhook and Grandma's building.
Yeah, as you can see, it was only the 2 teams dropping down at Big Maud and Stacks there. Because
you know, that's a good question.
Go into Harvester. I'm honestly a little bit confused. Maybe they lost.
I think right now,
the Drop Master contest.
honestly,
maybe that's why Ascend went out, because at this point,
I
Ascend
feel
are
like
102
it's
points.
very
They've really got
open
nothing to
to
lose, right? It doesn't matter where you end up in that winners bracket match, as long as
interpretation
you're there,
based
it's
off
fine. Why not
like
take
what
the
your
fight?
team
landed in the
is
middle,
good
the
at.
addition of the middle, the Harvester loot, yeah, you get gold loot.
I think what you see here is probably a very common
weapon. So they saw that they landed there first,
comp that can be very, very strong.
Over to the north side of Harvester, where they understand at least they'll get.
I think this more meant for
retain that and then just rotate away with that loot if they can.
If it was a surprise
if your strength is a little bit more
sometimes when you're not actually
offensive, but
expecting
if
the
you need to be
contest,
defensive,
you
it
do
still
slack
can
off a
be,
little
right?
bit as jump master, right? And as you're saying, if that's the case, they don't get the honeypot loot at the bottom of Harvester, and at that point, it becomes very hard to take the contest.
You gotta think about your win con too. If you're gonna be rotating quickly away from Harvester,
I feel like
guess who's
of
also
what
gonna be
we're
rotating
seeing,
that
what we
direction?
just
They
saw
can
is
take
probably
with
the most
I've
used.
already taken an evac tower to rotate to the north. Ascend.
100 Thieves on the other side of this. They get.
And otherwise, you kind of see one of those characters switched off for another character, like
There's another
comfort
team
pick
right
or
behind
something.
them. I believe it's going to be Area 310, but they're just going to be rotating away from this opportunity. So Ascend have now
I mean, we're
taken
not seeing
Monument,
very
have
much
now
Seer
taken
or
the
even
Crafter,
Bloodhound picked it
and they actually have
on
some
either map.
room to breathe there because there's no other team other than 100 Thieves who could now
This
rotate
team
back
is a
into
very
this
much an
fight with both
outlier
of them
team
from
with
afar
the
that can get
Watson,
engaged here.
You gotta be sneaky. You
Falc,
gotta be creative.
Crypto. I don't think anyone else is running Crypto.
Like how they started out. The shots under look are certainly.
Only a couple of teams running the Watson.
It's also nice to note that there is a ring console that Ascend could take advantage of, and since they don't have information and they're running the Watson, that's what they want. And Onyx Esports in the middle of that rotation, exiting out from that south side, have already found themselves in some trouble.
Yeah, and it could be even more trouble for them soon. Kick, as you can see here.
I think honestly what you're seeing here is best for both maps. Again, depending on what your comfort pick is. I think it's you have comfortability on Caustic. You can make, you know,
First team out of this lobby, and it's not going to be the team that went for a good
changes to a movement of Caustic
does
into
get
your
stuck by a knuckle cluster as they rotate away.
composition.
Catalyst wall was called in already. Just in case, you know, it's the insurance policy, just in case they don't know if there's another team up ahead, but they were getting pinned from behind originally, and we have another fight happening on the other side with Moist.
Yeah, here we go, up on the drill tower, halfway up at least. That's Waltzy there. You can see Moist in a little bit of trouble.
And
yeah,
I
actually going there, gets the
Wow,
stick.
what a
The
stick.
perfect use of the gravity lift.
Actually crazy, he went all the way up there. Don't know if there was another Arc Star that was placed in that position, but the creeping barrage come in, and he did get knocked, but it doesn't look like maybe it was another Arc Star coming in from the distance.
Maybe it hit the knockdown shield.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of there, why that wouldn't have done more damage and gotten a knock by itself. Either way, as you can see, once you take too much time, we've got other people, other teams, Jailings there, Blackhand also looking on. NRG, man, these spots are so hard to play early on. I do not like this tower as an early game position.
That is, I'm so glad you said that. I was about to mention that right afterwards too, because when you rotate here early, unless you have the proper comp, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, in this case, they do have the Catalyst. They have the piercing spikes that they can put at their feet. They have the Bangalore and the Bangalore smokes, but then when
It's
you
a
have
great
to worry
spot
about
for a
this
Watson,
threat
though,
sometimes
the Gen.
too, it could be detrimental.
Yeah, Newcastle. If you're a Newcastle team, I could see this being a playable spot early, but I think we are going to see NRG just burn through meds at a rate of knots now.
And they don't have a Loba, so, and
Oh my,
there is
look
30
at this.
shots in every corner. Where do you go?
Yeah.
They have to drop down now. It's inevitable, and they've already used so many beds, giving up that position currently as FC Destroy all the way closer to Overlook, engaged on this fight. We saw this earlier too. It was Riddle Order to the north of FC Destroy, and IPG looking to get involved as they take their time to rotate into that next circle and play more so by the edge.
Yeah, both of these towers attracting a lot of attention on opposite sides of the map here, and yeah, quite a few teams getting involved. It's not really a clean fight on either side.
FC Destroy picking up the gold R9 as that Digi2, but spread out a little bit. You mentioned the Gibraltar at the very beginning diving into this game. Pinotar was on that Gibby, and now Hammerdro having to play off to the side, gets
I think that is
on. IPG
a lot of why you
benefiting the most
see,
of
you
this
saw it
fight
start
as they
getting
exit out of
introduced.
this Overlook area. Team Singularity
I
are
think it also
looking
gives
to get
you a
piece
lot of
the pie.
assistance in micro rotations.
The other team has been removed from the height while everyone's in the zone.
Or when you're needing to get cover for resetting or
not seeing anyone
getting away.
drop off and try and just play it a little bit safer.
But the bang and cat combo gives you so much ability to like get your cover that you need to rotate
order above them as well, probably
a
on
lot.
the med kits right now.
Obviously, you're not doing like the old Valk rotates, right? But
Next move by IBG.
with the use or with the introduction of the evac towers, you don't have a lot of teams running Valk.
Here and start rotating around through the low ground.
I mean, this is quite a bizarre split here. We've got so many teams clustered into the zone, Skyhook, Northern Tunnels.
If you think about it, really the only character that's kind of made its way through the season continuously from the beginning of the year
And the cluster doesn't end. If you saw in the corner right there, it's Luminosity who want to get involved in this fight. A little upset that they didn't get an invitation to the party here. You see the EMP ringing out on the side as LG go right behind Riddle Order. IBG in some trouble. Ziggy on the other side has a digi threat. Start a fight, get eliminated in your feeds here, and Ziggy may just join them in the lobby if he can't get away.
Yeah, he's looking for that hint of red in his crosshairs, but he doesn't find it, and IBG will go down.
Or sorry, the only one that made it through the season without getting touched was Horizon.
They've managed to make it in, but only just
because Valve got, you know, nerfed pretty good. Now Seer got nerfed to the point where it's not, he's not as
and they're still holding that north side by the
really
truck,
relevant
but like
in comp.
you mentioned, this cluster over here on the edge of the
Shit, we haven't
circle
seen
where
any
they have
Seer
to
other
now
than
rotate
phase
in the
day one.
next 25 seconds. It's going to be detrimental to see which of these teams get to those train tracks north of Survey Camp, because that's going to be a nice spot to rotate from, considering the fact that Moist is already holding those tracks themselves.
Did she say it's going to be detrimental to see who gets to
take too long in this fight?
Yeah, Moist have given themselves lots of options there up at the top. And out of all of these teams on the eastern side here, I feel like Ascend is probably the one with the most options. You can see LG actually clearing up more teams down the bottom there. That's Riddle Auto, might have to go even further into the zone, maybe.
I don't want to be that guy, but
Banner and Respawn,
I'm just trying to figure out what she meant.
It's going to be a tough ask for them.
I don't think I understand.
Also on their last
I don't think she meant detrimental.
To clean even more kills. I mean, at this point, they've got
Is my stream live? Goes my streams live? It's just this. What? Can I open a new one? Chad, I think I'm gonna call it a day on that, man. I think I'm gonna watch still in Discord if anybody wants to jump in there. But this is frustrating. So
yeah, definitely worked out for them already. The 4 placement points in hand, as well as a couple of kills. Blackhand is the other one who we're worried about. You can see them up in the top end there. Blackhand, they are playing Bangor, Watson, Catalyst. An interesting composition.
That's the Picasso painting that you see painting the entire floor of World's Edge right now with the Watson fences. Made a little S over to the right side. But this also really highlights the difference of play styles that these teams are forced to play with. Moist playing for positioning, patiently. They're at risk. That's why they're one of the bubble teams, unlike LG, Ascend, who can play a lot more aggressive to just take fights that they don't have to worry about losing against.
I mean, I don't know if this comp is anything based off of their position where they're at. I think this is just what they play on World Ed.
Edge at the last Split 2 playoffs,
sure.
Mickey, so interesting to see Blackhand continue to experiment here, and it's obviously working. I mean, 52 points right now in this series is very impressive.
Let's jump into a listen-in with Easy Flash having the Kraber in his hand and what their next move is going to be
since
they're sitting in the circle.
On you, Mark. Wait, Mom, come on. They're going here. Fire. 130 on the fucking GP. I'm trying to go. I've fallen 20%. They bubbled
Yeah, chill.
65 on tower.
I have so many nets. I have so many nets, player.
Yeah. I'm just looking tower. It's just you guys here.
Yeah. They kill Solo.
99 on tower. Towers. Queuing up. Fuck. Okay, they're just there. They're just there.
You can
just need to play safe.
right side, Muff. Right side.
I think we'll need to take control of this eventually, just like we have to do it late. I can wall this way, and then we can just look to play there. I'm gonna wall like a little bit early. 88 and the guy on height.
Careful.
Yeah.
All right, so I got 100
I'm gonna wall from me to here, and then we just walk in for this.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, I need
Just play slow. Just play slow. Just hard stay tower for now. Just hard
That's
stay tower
it.
for now.
Yep.
Come on, boys.
I have so many nets.
Bring on home.
I have BG also.
Bring it home, baby.
I don't have Digi.
I'm like pissing on these guys.
Yeah, you have to like always shoot them.
I am. You just need to stare my right. If I get peeked from right, I die.
Yeah.
Left has to walk in first. We just shit on them. We need to focus the catalyst, okay? Don't let them get a cat wall down.
Yeah.
That's their win condition.
I loved the conversation from.
I'm calling it now. I'm gonna dome this guy. I'm gonna double headshot him.
Okay.
Watch me miss every bullet.
They're fucking under.
Wait,
Under
what?
already.
When they drop?
They're dropping.
Oops.
I think.
I'm walling now.
Okay.
Wall, fence the wall.
Yeah.
Come on, boys.
We can't let them wrap our
Come on,
left here.
boys.
Yeah.
They're pushing right. They're underneath the tower right now.
I'm molting.
Yeah.
They get all.
I'm kind of shooting on them. Just fire. Don't let us get wrapped on the right. Fence it.
Decking.
I'm checking this wall. Hey, play on me.
I'm getting fences real quick.
Oh, imagine.
They're on the right.
We're split.
Oh, imagine.
Play towards the left. Just play towards the left. Play on my side, player. Play my side.
Okay.
Pick left.
Play left.
Play left.
Play left. We're good. Play on me.
Come on, boys.
Yep.
Get us a second down. Let's go.
I think.
One everything.
I think we just chill. Play left again.
Okay.
Left again.
Yo, it sounds so good. You see it?
Chill.
They're just in the bad position here.
I'm eating Q.
I'm eating zone.
They're
Wait
not
for a
out
second.
yet. Strafing Flame is still alive for now as Moist Esports take to the high ground. The Catwalls looking like tic-tac.
Let's go. You can at least get second, baby.
He's eliminated in the last
Second place for Black Hand, though. We take those.
Esports taking game number 4, our first game on World's Edge, and they needed it, Gino.
And they've done it exactly in the fashion that Moist like to. A quick rotate up to a northern circle. They've got decent priority there. From Overlook, they set up in the northern tunnels. As you mentioned earlier, Vicky, that gives them options. If it goes to Skyhook, if it goes even further west or further east, either way, it's actually quite easy to either push out from the tunnels, or you've even got the balloon in those northern tunnels. If it's a weird pull, it goes even further. As you see sometimes on World's Edge, and from there,
I believe all three of them are from
INtermission. I think the most interesting thing we got out of that listening from Blackhand, for one,
is Easy Flash from Indonesia?
You can hear him. He's got so much confidence in himself, but they did blow that cat wall a little.
Oh, player K's actually from Australia. I did not know that.
Probably stopped them getting the best position that we saw.
So Australia for player K, but the other two are Indonesian.
That's the Moist boys. I know Charlie watching at home. Even got a plushie of him himself. 10 kills with the dub.
Easy Flash and Strafing Flame are
Once
Indonesian.
again, one of our bubble teams, Moist. That's why they had to play for position. And when I mentioned that it's a very similar spot that you would expect teams like Exit to hold, it's because Exit usually likes to hold positions that they could go either rotate to the left, rotate to the right, have a better rotation point basically. But they were also blocked by like 5 other teams that made their way into Skyhook. As we take a look at a replay.
Yeah, so we saw the Bangol coming through there. Blackhand actually had their generators ready to go to block that out. You can see Moist hiding in the crate to make that happen. And then it was a matter of the high ground, which really helped them out quite a lot. Obviously, you can see here waiting for the bubble to go down. As soon as that's gone, these alternated disruptor shots start coming through to just shred those shields. That was the peak we saw. I think it was straight from Flame or Easy Flash taking there. And from this point, if they can't even see them, who cares? They're just throwing bullets out anywhere, and they will hit something.
Remember, because you get the 2 additional points for second over third, so it's big that 100 Thieves goes down there. I guess that doesn't really matter for.
For Moist Esports to rain all that pressure from the high ground. No one was looking at them. Finishing off with not just the dub, but with 10 kills to their name, getting 22 points once again, that they needed. Black Hand as consistent as ever as well. I mean, getting second place, it may not be the dub this time around. They already got the dub game number 2, but it's being able to stay up in contention in the top 3 with 3 points on top of that.
I mean, yeah, going into that game, or at least towards the end of it, there was something like 20 points clear of the next team in this lobby right now. So adding to it with another second place, those guys are going to be on top of the world. I mean, I was even having a go at landslides, right? Say, yeah, that's fine. They got the points on Storm Point, and, you know, World's Edge might be a bit tougher. Nope. Straight into it with another fantastic effort from our APAC South guys.
And on the other side, in the second page, you see Dreamfire in 13th. Only 1 KP, not getting the placement that they needed. KCP, we saw the chaos that went down inside the buildings close to Skyhook. So many fights broke out once that circle had to close and force all these teams outside of the Skyhook buildings. Our top 3 squads, though, 100 Thieves, fortunately falling in 3rd once they wanted to actually take that fight against Blackhand, because unfortunately they were the most exposed against Moist.
Yeah, look at that, 10 kills, Blackhand and 100 Thieves. Again, they didn't pick up too many of the kills because all that nonsense was happening over towards the east side of World's Edge this game. You know, once that happened, we get to have a look at the scoreboard as it stands now. As we mentioned, Blackhand well in front at this point. A nice 3rd place for 100 Thieves does put them up to 37 with Riddle, Order, and Moist just following behind them.
Super important there too. If you currently see 100 Thieves being in that 2nd place, so many of these
so
points
huge,
that were distributed by Moist getting in that 4th place, 33 total points in this lobby. This is the last time once again that these 2 groups will
the Black
be
Hand
playing
come out
in
party
the group stage to see which of these teams are going to be sitting already in the winner's bracket or which ones are already going to be starting off in the 1st round of the loser's bracket.
Yep, there's a couple of teams. So, you know, Ascend sitting down there. 3 points only so far in this series, Vicky. But as we said, they're kind of chilling at the moment. I mean, whether you come 1st or 20th doesn't matter as long as you do make your way into that winner's bracket. It's in the bracket stage, the winner's final, or I guess, actually, yeah, in the winner's final, because that's where the seeding points come from. You can't get them from elimination round 2. That's where it matters where you stand in that lobby.
And other teams are feeling very similar to that too. That's why we saw LG take a very similar fight. All right, that was game number 4, our first game on World's Edge in the books. When we come back from this break, we got game number 5, continuing on onto World's Edge.
Bro, I'm so hungry right now. I just finished soup. Crazy. I believe it's moist. I'm like 98% sure it's moist. Nobody voted Moist Esports. It's embarrassing. Like, is nobody watching APAC South?
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the ALGS Championship. We are done with game number 4 on World's Edge, where Moist were able to take it. Patience pays off eventually, and the crowd is getting wired up while we get set up for our 5th game.
Yeah, I like that little snippet we had in the break there. Who got the most points in APAC South during Split 2 there. Obviously, a lot of Dreamfire fans in the chat. And, you know, maybe just some people thinking like, wow, they look so good here. And I'm not surprised that they've chosen Dreamfire because honestly, out of the APAC South teams we've seen so far, they are looking phenomenal.
Absolutely, too. I honestly, seeing the way that Dreamfire...
Honestly, no, that less people are picking Black Hand is kind of crazy.
Performance at the beginning of today. This is a lobby where, at this point in time, a lot of these teams have already found out where they're sitting in the overall standings and what that could mean for them in the final bracket, whether they stand in the winners or they're going to have to start off in the loser's side. Getting set up now, though, and seeing the consistency from Black Hand is beautiful. Seeing Moist make the comeback after sitting on the bubble of having to play from the loser side is also beautiful here. Getting set up now, we saw that they were able to quickly rotate right outside of Overlook around the north side, away from the chaos before it even started, from the east side of the map, and we can see that continue most probably going into this game, too.
Oh man, and with the dropship parting right now, Moist, you know, we call them like the turbo rotate team, right? It can't get any better than this. The dropship literally landed them within seconds of the game starting. They've got a ring console. I would be surprised if they're in God spot by the time other teams even put their feet on the ground.
And when they're playing for that final circle positioning, you know how Moist is when it comes to those quick rotates. The ring console, like you mentioned, the crafter, if they need to craft something incredibly quickly, there's that
Sorry,
jump
Jay,
tower
I'm nomming, man. I'm
hungry. If they don't have an
yo.
evac tower or just want to hold on to it, taking a look at what their next plan is, and MT's already got in a blue Evo, and here's that 50-50 for Ascend. They decided to commit
Ascend
on
already
Hollister.
lose. Oh,
yeah,
no.
This time they're ready for it, and they will take that fight. As we talked about last time, there's kind of no reason not to, honestly, at this point. With over 100 points to their name, they will continue to try and take on LCDF. By the fact that Psychop has the gold armor on him right now, Vicky, you would assume that once again they have won the Jump Master battle and got down there to the honeypot loot at the bottom of the lava.
You're too slow, and Lecito France is going to be able to get away with that. And a gold rampage. Psychop just ate everything, left only crumbs for aimbot.
Okay, but
Kazarian to deal with.
Yeah, look, they are dipping. No, sorry, they're chasing Ascend. Yeah, okay, so Ascend went south. I was just thinking last time, Ascend obviously went north and then eventually made their way to Monument. Just with how the fight has panned out this time, they are actually trying to track down Ascend. Kick, who get Lava Siphon all to themselves. Who knows? Maybe they'll come a knocking.
Oh, he found Lufka. He got the heady onto Lufka. All right, chasing them down. Kashira's like, nothing to see here. You know, maybe we have some regrets at the same time. It's kind of free points at this point. And also playing inside of a little crevice on the outskirts of where Onyx Esports is looting at Tree. They've already started rotating to the southern buildings right at the front of Tree. They'll be looking to craft later on, but little do they know right ahead of them. Lecito France is trying to hunt down that last member. On the other side, it's Team Singularity over by Geyser, also finding themselves.
Oh, you better run from Elysium.
FC Destroy, fighting outside the circle too, as Elysium pops the beast of the hunt.
Okay, there's the Motherload coming in already. One of the quicker ultimates to charge. Ascend is completely eliminated as these two teams go at it over at Geyser. FC Destroy currently just using that. Wow, actually a little bit of information there coming out of the Fuse ultimate.
Yuka grabbing on top of the roof. Ooh, drops right down too, tries to get out of their line of sight, avoids and shivishes his way away from the line of sight of the ARC-Stars. Team Singularity have taken control over the inside of this building. No Digi, release him to work with the Volts, but it's fine. Runs right past it. Oh, the ARC-Star breaks down the door, looks in two different angles. I do like the approach that we're seeing from Team Singularity, but now another team has involved themselves, and it's Kick with the third party.
Exactly, Kick comes in off the back of this, and hopefully they can sort out their differences while they're inside here, because if they peek their heads outside or even, you know, past the jail bars on the windows there, I dare say Kick is going to have some bullets for them.
Every single squad engaging in that fight has backed away, wanting no business, and to look at what the outcome may have been. Just trying to rotate away from the choke point of Geyser.
Well, it's kind of serious business time, right? I mean, you know, you've got teams, you've got 2 games left to try and grab those points and make their way into winner's bracket. For some of these teams, like Blackhand, that's not such an issue. For some others, like Onyx that we were looking at before, Singularity, they do need a good amount of points here.
I'm not 100% sure. I have noticed, however,
left to get them.
that it's usually the teams that
What's interesting is that looking at where the circles
haven't been performing as
we
well.
had another very similar circle to
And
our
I think it's
previous
because they
game,
feel like they
actually. It's
need to
more
have that
towards the
extra
east side of
information.
Skyhook. Maybe more so towards the east than we saw in the last.
Singularity
This,
generally
the
struggled
shift
at
over
international
towards the
lands,
east
right?
does make me
FaZe
think it's, a bit
has
more
struggled
likely
on
to
and
be
off
like
at
a
lands.
survey circle here, Vicky.
I feel like when we're seeing the
I still don't
bloodhouses
think
for
it's gonna be
teams
the
who
one
feel like
that
they
goes
need
all
to
the way
have
north
that
to, like,
constant
the respawn
speed of
beacon
information.
kind of area on the train tracks, but you know, we'll see. Either way, we may get that split. Most teams, okay, you can see quite a few down on the southern strip of the map still, but not quite as many, like Riddle Order and whatnot. They were all fighting towards Overlook last time, but they have made their way a bit closer in towards Epi.
Also had my eyes on Moist, who already went for that rotate like we were expecting off the rip, and they've already found themselves some safety inside of a building north of Survey, which is important because if this circle does pull north, that's a good spot to rotate from if you're inside one of those northern buildings.
And Moist, as we said, they've got the
I also
beacon
think if
right
you're like
here.
an
One of
edge
those
or a fighting
bellwether
team,
teams
it
that
makes
you can
sense
kinda
too.
have a look at them and be like, well, if they think the circle's here, then well, there's a pretty good chance it's going to end up over there. And they haven't chosen that northern tunnels side this time. They have chosen to go towards Survey Camp.
LG Chivas playing off the low ground right here over by Lava Siphon. You mentioned it before, it's 3 teams in the southern side outside of the zone as it's closing in already. Did pop the Beast of the Hunt, and IPG do have height advantage for now. Calls out the zip line, he heard it and beams them right off the moment they pop their head. It's Nizul, who is the victim of the beamage from the R9. And in the distance, Yehuagan is here. Where are you running? Where are you going? Get back over here. With the Hemlock, this is just IBG getting some extra kills. Again, it's one of those teams that don't really feel at risk considering their performance in the other lobbies that they've played in.
Yeah, not at all. They're actually going hard hunting for that last member of Luminosity there. As you can see, Yanya off to the bottom of the screen there. That said, once they get back into zone, they may have some other teams setting their sights on them with Singularity and FC Destroy.
I still think APAC South just might have a fourth of
I love the patience.
the winners bracket lobby though.
Nothing
I think.
to see. Smile and wave, boys. Gonna be able to heal up just for now, but he's got 2 syringes. He's got 2 med kits. Circle's not too far away, depending on how he wants to rotate around Lava Siphon and avoid IBG. But they know that there's still 1 left. They're looking around. They know he's still in the circle. Can he get away? We'll find out soon. Now with the overlook.
Come back next episode on ALGS.
The next fight against IBG LG. And also seeing the fights that have already been happening over by Skyhook. But it looks like Yanya has been able to find some safety, some room to breathe.
Even like LG, right?
Right
The team
behind
that
us.
generally plays a little bit more aggressive.
The final banner here. Okay, good moves for Yanya.
I mean, you know, for IBG to hold out for that long, I'm surprised that they didn't camp the banners a little harder, right? I mean, if you're going to look anywhere, that's potentially where they're going to come back to. So either way, they did get the 2 KP, and now it's going to be FC Destroy and Singularity looking for some of those over at Harvester.
You know IBG left those boxes on sticks though, let's be honest. So there may not be much to look for once you start going back to your box. You may have to start rotating at that point if you're gonna get res so far outside of circle. FC Destroy, Round Harvester.
See, I don't think they have time. They have an opportunity to go back even if they want to.
See what they need here, just in case they need more meds on top of that, or maybe a purple bag. The purple bag and purple helmet are in the replicator for the week.
You know, the Herman Miller chairs, they're so good for your back.
I am
I've got to
having
say, Hammer Drill is probably using them
red hot
in the least, like, ergonomically good way possible there with, like, the full shrimp lean forward. But hey, maybe he's close enough to the screen and it just really helps him zero in. I don't know.
Gino, didn't you get the word that if you hug your face against the screen, you just play better, you just become a better player?
Right.
So
that's why I'm not pred. Okay. Yeah.
Exactly. That's how it goes. As long as your nose
before
is to
this
the
gets
screen, you'll
interesting,
probably hit pred this season. So that's just a note for everybody watching at home too.
I'll grab some super glue.
Leaning forward, LCDF. Having 2 gold Evos, purple Evo on top of that, rocking some good loot here as IBG involving themselves in the fight over by Harvester, maybe catching that team that was crafting, which was FC Destroy before. Having to be careful, no digi threat on that R9, but maybe it doesn't even matter at this point. We're seeing some trades going down as Ziki finishes off Hammer Drill, gets a knock on top of that earlier. IBG, Ziki finishing off FC Destroy, catching them slipping when they were in the middle of trying to get some extra meds from that crafter.
Yeah, and even the end of that fight there, I don't know if FC Destroy were just saying, like, okay, we're done for, I'm going to go for the, just grab that one extra KP before we dip. But it did seem like they were a little bit too focused on the down members rather than the ones of IBG who were still up. That said, IBG have once again put themselves in a position where they're very much in the ring, hopefully, at this point, you know, harking back, of course, to their old name inside the ring, right? But hopefully they've got the crafter there and they can pop enough med kits out of that to get themselves back into safety.
I wonder what's going on. I was just about to say, what is happening in LG world? Luminosity. Hawades didn't have any meds, or he does actually, but he's leaning forward, maybe just trying to see if he can inch his way while the circle's closing in. They've already been limited on loot to work with while a fight is happening and waiting for them on the other side of when the circle closes. It's Team Singularity facing off against Area 310.
Yeah, I don't mind barbecue chips. They're probably one of my favorite, like,
Just allowing that Loba to get away, and unfortunately LG, even with the respawn, gonna have to
spicy
leave
chip
a man behind here. You don't love to see it, but it does start to make you wonder what the point of the respawn was.
I tend to usually like some sort of heat on it, whether it's like
Fortunately for the little
sweet
blow
heat
that was left behind
barbecue
by
or
LG, that was Nizul, unfortunately, that cannot get
honey
picked
heat.
back up. He also, obviously, when you res, you don't have your ultimate.
Just
It takes
straight
more
up
time
red
to come
hot.
in, and he didn't have Beast Behind to start running through. But Le Cite de France looking great. Rocking the car, the triple take, taking another pick to their name too, so some extra KP that they so desperately need since they're on the bottom end of the overall standings in the second to last game that they could play in. But playing outside the circle and knowing that there's a team waiting for them in the safety of that circle, Team Singularity, we'll be able to meet up with them soon, and IBG may be right behind them.
Okay, so now taking a look at the circle, it has actually gone quite northern here. Now, when you get a circle, especially if the
So this is kind of crazy. This is one of the first circles that I feel like Black Can hasn't really called well.
Highway, it is so important
But they're
to
still
be
not in
on
terrible
the north
position
side
either.
of it, right? The teams
Right?
up there, I would say, like 80% of the time, will win.
Such a good point because you also have that lip that you could LOS and play a little head glitch as playing around the knockdown shield. I mean, there's no head glitch to really play off of there. In that situation, you're getting pinged by a 30-30, and here is Exit involving themselves in this fight. On the other side, though, is going to be 100 Thieves to the north of Monuments. Kick. So many teams are found in the south side of the circle, and it's closing in less than 15 seconds.
I mean, this is just a wild lobby. Once again, this is like the Overlook fight all over again, and I was looking at the map there, being like, okay, are Exec going to commit? Because if they do, Element 6 is on the back of them as well, but right in the thick of things, it is Singularity, IBG, and LCDF.
I mean, you know I love chaos, but this is a different level of chaos right now. Singularity taking to the skies from the gravity lift into then getting the evac tower, already getting ahead of the curve with the circle closing in to beat a lot of these other teams to get a better position, but they're not the only ones. Exit coming in the evac tower as well as Under Thieves waiting outside that circle to gatekeep them. The Cite de France, unfortunately, cannot get away. They get eliminated in 100 Thieves.
I'm pretty sure the Cite de France is going to the lower bracket, chat.
They're
They're going to be playing tomorrow.
Rotate from the skies.
By the way, remember tomorrow starts later. Starts about an hour ago. It's time. I think it starts at 11. I have to double check.
Okay, let's have a look at Dreamfire here. They're back in Skyhook, and they've got NRG just ringing them right now. Just below them, though, it's KCP versus Blackhand.
Yeah, 11
dodge
o'clock.
that black hole. KCP gonna try and use that gravity lift. Oh man, there's so much cover.
Let's go,
here
boys!
for Blackhand, though, and if they don't get this done soon, Exit will destroy both teams, I guarantee you.
Well, that's one way to try to force a team outside of a Newcastle wall, and then you get stunned just for another team to try to third party and take a different off angle. It's Exit. Coming from the skies there, what are you resing here from the Newcastle? We had the purple knockdown, so it's not like they have extra health as if you had a gold knockdown shield, so now Exit gets a
Sorry,
benefit
Exit
as
needs a
KCP
pop-off
are
game. They kind of need to get
Yeah,
aggressive
huge
for real.
amounts of KP going over to them there, and because they get that fight so easily, they can now turn around and think about 100 Thieves, maybe even Dreamfire, who are back towards Skyhook.
Oh, continuing on this fight though, with the circle pulling so far northeast. We get to see where this next circle is going to be pulling. It's going to be pulling towards the survey camp building that voice called out from the very beginning, and that tall rock that has that natural landform that Certified Esports can start rotating on top of if they're quick.
Team Team Singularity versus Element 6 with what is left of Epicenter in the circle. Element 6 are going to trade that first kill out. Now they're a little bit on top of things. Too close range really to get that knuckle cluster using. Just trying to finish off someone to get the armor swap. Will do that. And Singularity go down, but 100 Thieves are in the hunt. It's just a pops the mother load to try and retreat, but that'll do nothing. But
yeah, anyways, back to the snack thing, because I'm a fat ass.
All that hard work from K-Swinny to be shut down by 100
Utz, the
Thieves.
potato chips that I was eating.
Rotating from the south
We
side
live
of
in the
circle.
town where they're made.
And
We're actually in
alongside
Snack
them
Town,
is gonna be
PA. So
Exit and Dreamfire
we're there
engaging
at
in the fight.
Barton's,
In the mouth of the cave for your Dreamfire,
Snyder's.
they'll have a better rotation. They can just rotate through the cave if they so wanted to. Maybe go through the choke point by survey.
So
Or it
we
looks
can
like
usually
they're
get them
actually
relatively
opting to
cheap because we go to the
overcommit
outlet store, and the outlet store also has like a very wide array of flavors and stuff that they're trying out and stuff. So I always try and try something new.
Make it through Exit here. They do get on top of them. Both teams trying to slide down the hill and keeping their mind on that zone.
Ooh,
as it
Dreamfire
pushes them
juggling
further
here
and further
again,
towards
huh?
Survey camp. You can see members of both teams dropping, and 3MZ, who has gone off for his team, is very unhappy about that.
Honestly, it could have been a live or die situation there because Luka was waiting for them at the choke. It was
Nocturnal.
IBG, so even if they decided to go through that choke point, they would have been sandwiched between Exit and IBG.
It's one of the best
Oh, they know you're there.
You know, this is such a great spot when teams have to rotate.
Come here, girl.
It's quite a safe one, honestly.
IBG playing this out as a duo, getting the last member of Exit, which was Nocturnal. Also getting that extra loot from his box before they start rotating right back to that high ground. Rock, here comes the gravity lift. Thank you very much. They desperately need it.
Yeah,
back,
like
so
not
that's
if you
why
go to
they
the
were able
grocery store or nothing, but you like we go to the outlet store, which is not too far
And
from
while they
us.
are waiting here, the teams that are situated inside these buildings, so that way you guys know
We'll
they're
go
currently in
every
circle,
like
but
couple
we'll have to
weekends and
eventually
fill up a
in the
cart
next
for
35
like 20
seconds,
bucks.
It's J-Lings, 100 Thieves, Moist still in that building.
Small cart,
Onyx,
to be fair,
Riddle Order, Starter Fight, and IBG left alive here.
Yeah, so okay, here we get the best view possible of what's going to happen next.
Like I have a
As you
pub
can
mix
see,
I
the
keep
train
by my
tracks are
desk.
not
That's from
in,
us.
So that means Starter
They do
Fight
everything.
playing on the northern side there don't get the advantage they do if the ring had moved a little bit further up. Riddle Order, as long as they can keep out Starter Fight, who you can
I've
see
been
just trying to
enjoying
stretch
watching
space on that
Starter
north and
Fight
western
be
side
very
here.
silent
They just need
and
to worry about Starter
consistently
Fight
grinding in
clear
South
them out.
America.
We really like their spot. Meanwhile, those teams down the bottom who were around the buildings, 100 Thieves, Moist, and Onyx, it's going to be a tougher, much harder entrance into the zone for them.
Yeah, with Riddle Order getting ahead of Starter Fight, they're in probably the best position until this circle closes and Starter Fight is forced into their line of sight. Riddle Order will need to keep up the pressure onto them. IBG also feeling the pressure from Riddle Order on the other side as they're holding two different angles to make sure that there's extra pressure on the teams in the circle and Starter Fight that's outside the circle.
Yeah, so Moist are good here for the moment, right? Unless someone starts pushing into them, but too many teams are busy fighting on the outside. That's Onyx and 100 Thieves here. Oh, can't quite make it out alive. Jailings will be probably dealing with IBG. There you go, they go down. Onyx, can they get the reset here? I think everyone else is just too worried about everything else going around, and Onyx probably will make this.
With Onyx, or rather Moist, not okay, I spoke too soon. I was gonna say Moist haven't left their building. They poked out just for that, and they were able to get Raggy.
Yeah, a little bit of help from, I think it was Riddle Order maybe as well. I
On
thought
account.
they'd be too preoccupied taking on Starter.
Who's the
Fight
duo?
here, as Jailings are actually rotating right underneath them.
Riddle Order once again have the high ground, but look who is neighboring that right behind us. Rocking trying to
no, they don't see that at all! They just drop down straight into the Shark's jaws!
Jailings!
No
JFW
way.
gets taken out, but now this is the green light for Starter Fight, and Moist Esports have an opportunity!
This is a terrible blunder, and it means Moist, they are going to take advantage of that immediately. The gravity lift up on top, Riddle Order. I don't
good
think they
switch.
can do anything about this.
Oh my goodness!
360!
What a beast! 360 great
Wow.
into the top true combo!
Oh my fucking god.
Take back
There's
the
just
back
no way.
points.
He doesn't even
Almost
believe it.
edge.
Wow. He's trying to explain.
Spin it up, boys! Right around like a record. Oh my, would you ever think you'd see that on stage at LAN? He can't believe it. I can't believe it. The crowd, the noise we got after he hit the shot, they can't believe it either. Incredible finish to that game from Moist.
That's insane.
was
Fucking
disgusting.
empty,
And then the
bro.
smirk when
Imagine.
we come
I mean, he's
back
one
to
of the
them
most
after they take the dub. You know those comes from, you know I'm pretty nasty.
confident
feeling
players.
himself after that one.
He does a really good job of
Shoot,
keeping
everybody
his
would
team
at that
disciplined.
point.
It wasn't even the pop-off, it was like sheer disbelief.
He was smiling. He was smiling a little too hard out there. But that was, I mean, if you hit a shot like that and then get back-to-back wins, I mean, come on. 5 kills. Another first place finish. They heard they're on the bubble. Said, you know what? This is what we like. Better late than never. Gotta keep you wanting more from the Moist Boys.
Where is there to go from there, honestly? 2 in a row. Crave at 360 to win it. I mean, I feel like I'd almost want to hang up the mouse and keyboard at that point. You've done, you peaked.
They're up to 50.
There's nowhere to go. Still 1 game left, Yoboycue.
They're up to 50, and they were
Look,
sitting at 73 points.
It happens. They do it in high-pressure situations. They've done it in a regional finals in APAC South. So I don't know. Maybe it's destiny here, and they've got 1 more in the tank.
Maybe they just want to feel something. They want to feel the pressure. Just wait till the very end. But again, back-to-back.
I
and you also
believe
mentioned
they
you see that
are
3 times in a row. Very possible here if it's in the works.
The
But
only
you could
team
only expect after those back-to-back wins what the overall
since they started going back to
standings in
international
general
lands,
are probably gonna look for them.
like with crowds. So starting in Raleigh, I think I think Moist has gone to 4 straight grand finals.
Closer to the top of our series.
3 straight grand finals.
All right,
No,
let's
because
take
it's
another
also
look at
including the
that final
one before that,
circle.
so Sweden or
Oh, boy,
whatever.
I really hope we get the view on
They've gone to 4 straight grand finals without going through lower bracket at all.
It almost feels like they're playing Loba right now with how much they've got in.
Every other team's done it at least
Prowler
once.
and the Kraber here. You know, as you heard, they were just watching that kill feed and being like, oh god, these teams are getting knocks against each other. You know, Riddle, they really were in a great position until they dropped down. This is what it's meant for, you know, long range, sniping. That's what you expect out of the Kraber. And then MT, he has a different idea.
I want to see it do it again. We're definitely going to see it. We're probably going to see it 1 million more times in the future.
Oh, I hope so. Will you ever get tired of this? That's the question.
It's the fact that I cannot believe J-Lings pushed onto Riddle like that. And Riddle jumping on top of them and not knowing. That was the grief of the century of giving Moist Esports all the opportunity to take height that Riddle was on top of.
Oh my
Since the
God.
last ring of the gravity lift.
Was that like a 720?
Yeah,
Was that a 1080?
that's disgusting.
Snowboarding up here.
That's it. That's gross.
I can't.
Oh my god.
Back to back, taking a look at the team comparison. Taking first place after that game.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
shit.
look at the damage output that Riddle Order put down and the kills. So still, even if they didn't get the dub, they got so much KP to work with. Feeling pretty warmed up, I mean, but you got 1 more match left, Gino.
Riddle is smiling, definitely smiling after that. I mean, even if you got taken out by that, I feel like even the being on the receiving end, you still got to smile. And if there's any team that you can count on smiling, it is Riddle Order and their fans, as you can see there.
Let's take a look at the match results after that insane end game. Black Hand, though, with their
Who is that?
consistency, probably still topples the leaderboard, but in match number 5 alone, it was just Moist standing on top of the rock, coming in with the Kraber, spinning around town for them to get 5 KP.
Bring it
and the
around
Riddle Order
town.
right after them with 10 KP. Start a fight. We're playing incredibly safe. Didn't really engage on the north side of those tracks. Instead, started inching their way forward before J-Lings were underneath the rock right below Riddle Order at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare to see someone get into the top 3 with 0 kills, right? But hey, you take the placement points there any day of the week. Certainly putting them above the bottom 10 teams that we can see here for match 5. And yeah, look, you know, a couple teams ascend. Black Hand has taken it easy at this point, honestly. They're just cruising into that winner's bracket, but a couple of other teams certainly need to make their way up. We may not get those until match 6 has finished, Vicky, but you know, it's going to be so interesting to see which teams have crept up past the 100-point mark.
It's a good point. The teams that were in the bubble right before we jumped into this series with KCP sitting in 14th, Moy sitting in 16th. We do know that has shifted completely looking at the total series results thus far. Black Hand still lead the way. Moist in 3rd though with 50 points.
Yeah, wow, it's a big effort from the teams up the top there, and doing it in style as well. I mean, MT on the Kraber is going to be, I think, a highlight of this LAN and a highlight of ALGS for times to come.
Did the highlight that we showed right before we jumped into Game 4 give them the power-up that they needed? As the cheers come in from the crowd, I'm going to throw it to Peeps. I hear he's actually tuning in with Orax, having the watch party.
Vicky and Gino, thank you so much. We are here with Orax and Wise Thug here, the French representatives of the ALGS. Fellas, how does it feel to represent ALGS to everyone in the world that speaks French?
It's an honor to be here. I'm really happy. I'm in Wise Thug also. It's really cool.
You want to see his Timmy win? I would.
Also in London.
The story
really, really cool.
I love it.
Would be so great.
I feel great, man. I just want our French
the comeback
guys
story
to perform
to then win LAN.
A bit more,
that'd be
aggressive, but I have good hopes for tomorrow.
Phenomenal.
C'est la vie.
If only.
Vive la baguette.
My man. So what are your top 3 teams, favorite teams in the ALGS?
Les Cités de France, TSM, and Fnatic, I'd say.
Solid lineup.
I mean, to be honest, there are only 2 teams right now on Apex Legends. It's DarkZero and TSM, but we support LCDF. You know, they are the French team. Only French team with 3 players from France, so we are for them too, rooting for them.
I love that, man. You guys are keeping it real with the French. All right, so one team to win it all. You got to, place a bet. Who do you guys got?
TSM.
That's a good pick.
Good pick.
That's a good pick. What about you, brother?
To be honest, I'd say Alliance for the Europe or LCDF, I hope.
It'd be nice to see somebody new to win.
I would love to see an EMEA representative win ALGS.
With our boys
especially since we probably aren't going to be back in EMEA next year.
Take it away.
Who knows when we'll be back, depending on where else they expand to doing shows at. So it'd be kind of cool to see an EMEA team win in Birmingham.
They have one more game.
I just don't know if it happens.
Tomorrow here, but again, they have one more chance.
I think if the Ascend that we saw in B versus C shows up, potentially.
Risk it all. Now some of these teams,
but we also know that Ascend did not show up at all during Championship Sunday as Split 2, you know?
Within this group series to see how everything plays out in the overall stand.
And I'm hoping some of those teams start to throw that
because otherwise I don't know who else
Game 6, this is their last
from
chance to make that
I mean KCP's look
between
decent,
the elimination bracket and the winners bracket, right? And that's when
but they have not looked good here in this bracket. They're what, 18th? We haven't talked about them at all. You know what I mean? I forgot they were playing until I was just talking about it.
KCP on 89. Onyx on 84. These are, look, I think this is an updated stats run here from Liquipedia. It'll be close to that if it's not, and these teams do need to make up some points here to grab a winner's bracket slot.
Having a little baseline to at least see where things are going to be shifting after this game. Let's not waste any more time, everybody, in our second series, final game on World's Edge. Let's get started. Will we have a triple win?
All right, let's see it.
Will we have a new
Who do we feel is winning game 6? Do you imagine if Moist goes back to back to back, bro? And it's just like, you know what? We had a bad first session, but we're here, bitches. That'd be huge. Oh, why is my Steam back showing?
I needed to let the crowd ring it through a little bit. We have some split up chance. I hear Dreamfire, Riddle orders out here. Let's get started. And coming off to the side, Moist actually get an advantage considering that the dropship ended up starting off on the east.
So once again, we do have the contest going down. LCDF.
Ascent's not backing down. LCDF's not backing down.
To the middle first.
Oh
we
no.
get a gold charge rifle. Not exactly what you want to pick up in a contest. Last time it was the gold rampage. So much better for the other team. But once again, LCDF do seem to get that honeypot loot.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was split, actually. Okay, so maybe Lufko went for the shield, and then we saw Psychop go for the gun, so maybe they both landed exactly the same time and just had to split that.
Timing-wise, it would make sense since they had to fight around those bins when they were both trying to elevate themselves to the high
Lufko,
ground.
nice
there.
push.
Lufko's going to be able to try to fight
Oh, he
around
should have
the
kept
wall
going to the
with
middle of the door.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he has to reload. Backing away, though, on the other side. Post-kill,
You know, you got one that's like
gets cleaned up. They have
a
two
bullet
knocks,
away
though.
outside, dog.
On the other side.
Oh, look at that. I think that was actually
There you
the
go.
full
Good shit.
stick with the knuckle cluster.
Full what?
Ascend do come out on top this time. So
Full.
both teams,
What?
you know, they managed to get out 4 and 5 here. But Ascend finally saying this is ours. We'll take Harvester. Thank you very much. And then, honestly, it'll be a pretty quick rotate over towards the Geyser.
All right, change up on the circle, you know. Gotta have some change up here when you've been over to the north side of World End for so long, while Kick is also having some progress here. It's a double crack onto the Bang and Horizon. They are able to get the first initial knock, make it 2 onto Lemon. Kick already having the advantage too, exiting out of Lava side bin though, sliding in. Not in the way that you would want. And they are able to clean up Area 310, our second team that we say goodbye in this lobby too.
That was a little bit scary. Still easy, mate. Why have you got the space mace out? Come on. Get your gun ready. Either way, they had it in the bag, so Kick will pick up those kills. I wonder if that meant, I'm assuming Area 310 were, dropped directly into Lava Siphon there. That's how they got together so quickly, unless they came off a tree. Either way, it was a very, no, of course, Onyx are in tree. So Kick, once again, just like contest after contest, these guys are so practiced at them now. Hopefully that, does them well if they, because I think they're going to be making their way into the elimination bracket.
Especially on Lava Siphon.
Yeah, exactly. If you keep going there, there's pretty much no way to avoid a contest. Teams will be coming at you.
Also seeing the fight between Ascend after they were able to claim Harvester from that 50-50 that we saw earlier. It's NRG on the other side with not as great Evil Shields as the opposition from Ascend here. Does have some
NRG's been quiet today. I didn't even know they were in this lobby, dog. Oh no. They were sitting pretty decent on their score, right? I think.
Ascend actually opting to rotate away from this fight. Maybe trying to.
Yeah, they're at 91 points. I mean, they're playing Sunday regardless.
They could rotate on the north side of Lava Siphon, closer to the bridge, or they will inevitably be met with Kick.
Let's see, guys, very much populated by the APAC teams there, and then it was Team Singularity just on to the north in the choke. The way this circle is pulling, I think it's almost certain it's going to end up somewhere in Geyser, though it can be quite hard to tell whether it's going to be
Oh my!
Oh my God!
No! They were waiting for them to rotate in front of their face. They got ahead of them in the rotate, waited in the corner, and they were just ready to strike onto NRG, even closing out the door with the reinforce on the catalyst.
We're seeing that more and more, aren't we?
Jake Lucky posted the clip. That's when you know it's real, bro.
Predicting where the other teams are coming in. They're like, hey, I don't know if going forward is really going to help us here. We're probably going to get to our position one way or the other. Hey, why don't we just sit here, rat it out, because we know where the other teams are rotating. But it's not done yet because Dreamfire have also pulled up.
We're definitely going to get him, and then Dreamfire now on the other side with Kita losing out. Energy finally getting called out too. Ooh, the piercing spikes able to get the knock into Kashira though.
Yeah, you can see they're all shoved into that back room though. If Roy pops, he's used the piercing spikes already, obviously, but he's got the Dark Veil. I don't know if he can use that to try and just pull its way into that back door. He actually is going to use that to try and stave off any third parties. That's not not too bad. Still 2 nades in his back pocket, though.
I love the option coverage. He reinforces the back door, puts up the wall so that way the other door doesn't have line of sight of the res, and there was already smoke grenade right in front of them when they popped that res. So they have both doors covered inside this building, tosses out the Arc Star, 3MC playing on the other side of these piercing spikes, while on the other side, another fight between IBG and LG.
Yeah, this is an important fight. This could be God's spot. We'll have to wait and see at zones 3 and 4 where it does pull, but teams will absolutely in for one of these back buildings because it is so important, especially nowadays with Catalyst. This is a very reinforceable and playable spot. Ascender going out.
Ascend get taken out after jumping on top of NRG where they left a rat before they were taken out. And I like how you highlighted this building in Geyser. That is usually the building where we see the final circle pull to.
Yeah, okay, so Dreamfire obviously winning that fight with Ascend going out, and KCP lurking around though. Dreamfire now, you can see they're stacked up 2 gold armors and a purple to take it to KCP, picking up even ultic cells in those boxes so that they can reset those ultimates as fast as possible before they take this next fight. And you can see, if they push that, there's a massive armor disparity between the 2 teams.
Literally nice.
We got to see KCP make a move here if they're going to want to secure their stuff in the top.
Just taking their time, you know, they'll be picking up, they'll be
the upper bracket, the winner bracket, man.
Grenades, ultic cells right now before they do push it out and
They're
try
at
and
77.
take on
It feels like you.
IBG get eliminated
And
in
what,
their
they have
feed. Yanya in
12
trouble,
points
also
so
getting
far?
knocked. It's the fight that's happening on the outside of this lava siphon area.
So you're at
That
89.
has to start rotating into the edge of where the circle's going to be, where
Team
Kick is already holding the
6.
high ground building overlooking siphon.
Moist, you know, considering they're coming in from Overlook, it looks like, I think they didn't get Beacon. Right, okay, that would make sense because, you know, it's right next to them. They could have got a very quick rotate in here, I think, if they had have seen where this circle was going. Nevertheless, they'll try and get through the tunnel. Just peeking through here. There's a couple of teams ahead of them, and they might eventually end up fighting for this back building.
And while that's happening, right in front of them, it's the fight for, again, the outside of the building where 100 Thieves are playing for their lives right around the break, but they're about to get pinched. You see the creeping barrage called in. Nice deletion on that black hole. Calls in the Gibby bubble so that way they can be safe, specifically Vaxlon, so he doesn't take any fire from his own creeping barrage.
Gibby bubble coming in clutch for them, man. 100 Thieves putting in work with it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Moist Bang ult coming in there from MT to try and put them down. He actually manages to get Vaxlon down with the creeping barrage.
Oh my God!
The team comes and knocking, but you don't want to mess with Moist when they are as locked in as they have been in this World's End.
Imagine going to the door and then all of a sudden you open it, it's MT beaming you, and you see Walty turn the corner.
Of this tunnel side.
At this point, he knew.
100 Thieves are
He
still
fucked
alive,
up.
and LG Chivas are poking them from afar while still maintaining the building security. Looking at Blackhand, who try to inch their way through the crates of that south side of Geyser to then try to maybe get height if they can claim that building from LG.
Okay, we're getting a great view here of how Moist are trying to make this way into their circle. Okay, they call, go back. You can see just trying to smoke off different angles and work out who is ahead of them. They want that building. You can tell the way they're inching forward here, but they're not going to take it unless they feel it's safe.
Meanwhile, outside of the circle, Riddle Order, taking their time, using the crafter, start a fight, are actually looking at them right now. Don't think they have information on where the circle is going to be pulling, considering there's a survey beacon in no name, only really revealing where all these other teams are already situated in.
Yeah, so Exet very much out of the circle. They can pop in and grab probably the survey beacon in Fragment to allow them to think about their next move, start a fight. As you can see, they're holding the top of the tunnel, so they may become a factor for Moist if they move in at some point, but for the moment they're watching their backs, as they should be, with Riddle Order close in pursuit.
Patience from start of fight. Reinforcing the doors. No one's getting in here. They are going to be able to try to gatekeep Riddle Order, overlooking the outside of this tunnel. Most of the action is going to happen in Geyser, though, once this next circle is revealed. Some of these teams are going to be fighting inside of those buildings, and then when the next circle after that shows that it could be pulling towards the east side, that's when these teams are going to get funneled outside of those guys.
What was Riddle doing before this, where all of a sudden it changes and you're like clicking?
Yeah, exactly.
It's this very weird thing that we seem to see with a lot of APAC North teams, man. Like they'll have one set where they just go fucking nuclear, right? Like just fucking ape shit. They just fucking wreck everything.
Underneath that building,
Where's everything else? You could even say for Fnatic, they started the tournament off with what, 25 points, 24 points, sitting at 63 after 12 games.
It can be a tough spot to hold. If it ends on that back building, you are so much safer. It's a lot easier to repel teams as they come in, but the spot Blackhand have here, actually, well, they've got the Watson. Okay, perfect pick here for that open ground. As we said, not as many other cryptos. Ascend.
They've been running that Watson all game, whole series.
They're out already, so I think that was the only, I'll double check. I think that was the only other crypto team in the lobby. This could be fantastic news for Blackhand here.
It's absolutely huge too because of the fact that aside from the building itself having that slight high ground, the way to get to where Blackhand is has a slight lip where you're forced to approach from the low ground, and it can be a very difficult rotation unless you can move in for a third party, and Blackhand finds himself in a fight, which is not something I'm expecting. Moist also rotating through the Vault Tunnel and pinched between start a fight and 100 Thieves here. Let's tune into a listen-in with Moist Esports to see where they're going to start rotating from.
I got none. Fussy, how much light you got?
M40.
We can kill them on one zone's close. It's gonna be a really isolated fight.
Yeah, they're not. Jesus Christ, what is that?
Fucking ear rape.
Enterprise team from height.
Yeah, we just gotta hold.
Smoking.
Use nades if we need to.
Fuck, we're getting listened into. We're getting an echo.
They're walling. Yeah, smokes.
I'm getting to you.
They're here. They're like.
We need to play this left side, I think. Put them in the pinch.
Yeah, Imagine you're getting ready for a big fight.
Selling and falling back a bit. They're team fighting
Then all of a sudden you get this ungodly ringing in your ear because they go for listening. I'd be pissed.
Team in tunnel behind us as well. Behind us.
Gotta kill these guys. Working them.
Okay, almost cracked one. I'm batting. 15. I got smoked. I got
Horizon.
batting.
I got Horizon Odin.
No, that's mine on you. People, come to me.
I'm trying. We're naded.
We have to fight the team behind, I think. I'm stunned.
Oh, they have 4 teams there, looks like, bro.
What the fuck is this?
I think we just need to
Don't stress.
Wow, Moist, nothing they can do about that there. Wrapped on by multiple teams and started by 100 Thieves, and I think there's another team in there as well. Riddle Order, it looks like that was. Yeah, unfortunately, just absolutely nothing they could
100
do. They
Thieves
had
cleaning
to
house.
fight a team way earlier, been way more aggressive, I think, to make anything happen. So it's 100 Thieves here, really, with just a loot bonanza in the tunnel. I mean, who needs the loot vault when you got all the boxes?
I mean, when you have positional advantage closer to the ring than any
come
of
on,
the other
Blackhand.
squads that when Moist gave up that position, they allowed 100 Thieves to move there for free. That was what they had to pay when they wanted to try to gatekeep, start a fight, or Riddle Order, depending on which entrance they wanted to go in through the tunnel.
Yeah, Blackhand, we've seen the next circle, and it is 100% on Blackhand here. It can only get better for them at this point. They're number 1 in this
And they're playing
group
so
here
wide,
in
so
this
teams aren't going to want to push up
series.
there.
And it's just going to be, honestly, I think it's going to be a bit of a firing range for the APAC South boys here. So, Onyx, they will be able to stay in their banana, in their snake, just a little bit, but you can
Who's
see
Onyx
Jaylen's
fighting?
at the top here. They will have to actually exit those buildings to try and get a little further in.
Meanwhile, while Onyx is inside the circle, inside of that building, they're going to get pinched by Dreamfire, and on the other side, they were already poking at Exit, so they could be the other side.
So Exit was at the other door.
Team Singularity as
Whereas
they
now
move
Dreamfire's
in
actually
from
in their
the
shit.
evac tower from the choke point up the hill from Geyser to the north side are on the edge close to Blackhand. You mentioned it before, Gino, one of the only ways to try to contest that spot is flying from the ground or flying from the sky, but it's about how you're going to be able to approach that next circle if you're going to get pinched by LG.
They're trying to figure out if they can take this building and how. Because they know they're going to be able to get looked at from across the way, and there's a team that's going to rotate in from over there.
Dreamfire underneath here, but honestly, you know, since we don't see Gibraltar that much in the meta anymore, playing under and around these buildings is just so much harder than it once was. Smokes, sure they can stop other teams seeing you, but Digis, the Digis exist, and teams will have them at this point in the game.
FC Destroy out.
It's not from their own loot. It's off these death boxes.
Come on, Black
Esports
Hand.
Get taken out. So does FC Destroy in your feed. 8 squads left as E6 takes on top of the roof with the Beast of the Hunt activated from Slayers. They've been here this whole time. Purple light mag in the hands with the car. Going for the reset as the creeping barrage has also been called in. Thanks to the gravity lift, they will be able to avoid at least some of that damage.
Yeah, and even if you weren't lucky enough to get a Digi, we're seeing a lot of Bloodhound here in this tournament. So they give themselves multiple options to see through those smokes. Tyler just spraying it down here. As you can see, I mean, that's why one of the reasons why Horizon's such a strong pick at the moment. You can just get in there. There's so much vertical mobility, just like we saw there.
Tyler, Control Legend here can case when he clutch it up though by behind.
Oh no!
He's the other member, E6 get taken out.
It's Dreamfire!
The
Too many
last
people
member
there.
alive by Dreamfire. He's playing off the knockdown shield. He goes for the quickest shield swap.
Roy's
at
our
the same
boy.
time.
Roy's our
But
boy.
Can he get away? This two-man squad is now approaching.
Yeah, I don't know. XZ are looking over at this, just trying to find some ridiculous angles. He wanted to go for the resets, but obviously couldn't with the attention there from XZ. They clean up the western side of the zone. Then you've got Jailings running away from 100 Thieves at the north. LG, they have that too hard a rotation, I think, from the east, actually. But in the center of it all, looking down at everybody else, we have Black Hand.
Black Hand looking to take another dub under their belt at this tournament. 100 Thieves play this out as a duo. Ooh, nice. Tossed the nade out. Was able to get
come on, Black Hand.
Can they capitalize? Black Hand and Godfather
Gotta
right
keep
now as
them
the
off right
catwalks
now.
are called up.
Finally, they've actually moved a
There you
little
go.
bit out of some of those fences just to try and worry about the teams pushing in towards their north. It's LG, but I'm not sure they know they're there. The cat walls are up right now. As they go down, Black Hand
They're gonna
will
see the shots from the left,
but
right?
all the other teams are way too focused on each other. They're just going to peek over the lip here and destroy everybody.
Let's go, boys!
There, and now Black Hand are going to be able to capitalize. Well, Exit trying to get around Black Hand, but it's a full man swap from Black Hand. Well, Exit are playing this out as a duo.
Okay, gravity lift goes
What
up
a
again.
brilliant
That will
play
circumvent
from
the
Flash!
hole.
He
At
gets
this
back
point,
and
there are
resets.
3 squads alive, but
Let's
there's only 2
go.
members for LG and Exit. Black Hand with a full reset. Once again, they'll peek down and have full vision of these other teams.
Black Hand looking to take another dub here. Exit.
Come on. Let's go, boys.
This is going to be enough for them. Easy flash shot.
Wrap
all
it
the way
up.
down into the
Let's
left. Better get taken out from Exodus. Black Hand
go.
are your winners for our final game in the series.
Easy flash, the Indonesian fragger there, barely even registers on his face as they win that game. They knew they had it won. It was such a great position, the perfect composition to be playing that position. And from there, it was just too easy. I mean, that's a massive lobby from them. Black Hand have come out with, I think, the second highest series score of this tournament, 73 points. Barely losing out to the 78 the Dreamfire put up yesterday, Mickey.
That's insane. And when they're already topping the world standings for right now,
Let's
before we see
go.
our final group play out in their own series, what a performance from Black Hand. Catching not only so many dubs, they had a good amount of KP to their name. They didn't have a lot that game around. They have already been comfortable playing out through these lobbies. They already know where they stand at this point where they're safe to start off in the winner's bracket.
And you know, last time we saw Black Hand at LAN, I really felt like we weren't getting the full Easy Flash experience.
Yeah.
Okay, this guy has been such a Terminator in APAC South for a really long time, Vicky, and it just felt like he dropped off at LAN. And there are people who do that, right? They look good in their home region, and then when you get them to LAN, they just don't quite hold up. But now, maybe it was just a little bit of landers. Maybe Easy Flash just needed to get that experience under his belt before he could really show us what he's made of, and he's done it right here.
And confidence is everything when you're competing in front of a crowd. We got to see the Hannah flyer has come back up. I heard story-wise, the Hannah's actually his wife. So shout out to Hannah watching from home, and you love to see these storylines develop. He was able to declare his love, and now they're already married.
That was our Russian translator, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So Now the story gets to end itself here, and we get to end our lobby, our second to last lobby for the day. We still have one more series to go, but we want to break down all the action. Tossing it over to the desk, guys. Let us know your thoughts after an insane final 3 games.
Thank you very much, Vicky and Genome. Talk about a dominating performance out of Blackhand. A second and first place finish on both maps in this series. They looked untouchable here, Mark.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And I think APAC South in general will be very happy with how things went for them. It's not just, of course, Blackhand who got the win in that last game and looked very, very secure in their performances throughout the group. I think that you've got to give a lot of love to Moist as well. Back-to-back wins with arguably the clip of the entire tournament, the 360 no-scope. It was a lot of fun to watch.
I mean, we were waiting for Moist to kind of pick up that performance. We even got to see the interview that we did with them in the middle of the series, and that was what we were expecting from the beginning.
Yeah, I think during the first set when me and Mark were commentating, we were a little bit worried because we looked at the points total Moist found themselves on, and we were like, if they don't get any good games here, then they might find themselves in the elimination. But as soon as they got that victory, it's all comfortable.
I mean, I said in my tweet they needed about 20
as soon
points.
As they are playing with confidence, they become a team who can go back-to-back. That's the threat that Moist have, and that's why they're such a good team.
All right, Graceful, we've got you back up here. Time to pick your brain a little bit because that was a very, very strong finish. Talk to me about what you noticed just from Blackhand's performance in those final moments.
Well, I think the best example we can give is literally the final circle of this last game. They've been consistent. I like to use the word consistent a lot, but let's just take discipline. They're so disciplined.
They are.
Look, it's about to come up soon. The walls fall down. They see the teams fighting underneath. They
Player K or Shaving Flame just makes his teammates
but
better.
They don't overcommit. They don't overextend. Look at this. He's stepping up. He's telling his teammates, hey guys, I'm stepping up, looking for kills. They're fighting right now. Looking for some kills, looking for kills. His teammates get shot from the side soon. It's about to happen right about after this Q. They're like, okay guys, back up. We're about to get sent from left. Okay, group up. Help me destroy the ult. Queuing up. Okay, go back, go back, go back. And now they all return back again to their spot. And then they do it again. And then they clean swipe, like clean wipe everything, right? They just have to keep being disciplined. And that's where the consistency comes in.
There's one thing I noticed is actually very similar to how J-Links played the first game, right? We were talking about discipline, we were talking about how they didn't overextend for those kills because they have every advantage you could want in that position, right? They have the high ground, they have the shield advantage, they've got everything you would want with the other teams fighting. The last thing you want to be is the player who gets picked, overcommitting, and then all of a sudden your game plan falls apart.
And I think that as a Horizon player, there's always that extra responsibility in a final circle that you can be the one to regain the height if you do have to drop down. But you heard Genome say, easy flash. He's now popping off and showing what he's made of. You can see how the results look after match 6. I mean, 16 points. Blackhand, they didn't even need them. They're just taking points from other people at this point because they've already guaranteed themselves a winner's bracket.
Yeah, pretty evenly spread with these kills as well, with the exception of Dreamfire down there. Another squad that didn't really need the points, got them anyways, keeping themselves up at the top of that leaderboard. This was an opportunity for anybody else to try and get something on the board. Ascent struggled a little bit in this series. They've got 5 kills to close it out with match number 6. I'm going to be interested to see how this ends up changing the overall series when the teams that were already at the top ended up performing yet again and just further solidifying that top 20 position.
Yeah, I think there's a few teams that are going to be worried as well. I mean, Dan was kind of keeping his eye on KCP going through that series of games, and it's like, okay, they didn't have the best performance, and they kind of needed to be a consistent enough level to not have worries. Now they're going to be watching the last set of games go down, not competing and thinking, oh, we're kind of preying on the downfall of others, which is not what you want to be doing. So a bit of a rough set for them, but at the same time, you've got to say you had the games in your hand at certain points and you weren't able to convert.
Yeah. All right. Well, now that the series has closed out, we can officially say, even though I don't know how you wouldn't know, Blackhand is the winner of this series. Incredibly consistent performance. Like you said, graceful.
Boys, let's go.
Very, very deserving of taking this series home. But now, this is what it looks like when it's all said and done. Any of these teams outside of Blackhand, even here, Graceful, that jump out at you with their performance?
For me, Riddle Order popping off is really nice, but the one that I talked about the most yesterday is Moist Esports. This is what I've been expecting from them. I've always seen them as a world-class top tier, top 5 team even I would consider, and they're just waking up, they're just getting started, and I'm so happy to see that. Other teams we've also seen, as Ascend has had a few good games today, J-Links had a few good games today. I just want to see EU wake up, man. Let's go.
Yeah, J-Links, they needed to have a big performance. That shoots them up to about 98 points, I think, which when we were talking about the cutoff, It was 92 at split 2, it was 100 at split 1, so 98 should be good.
Could be
but the
enough, should
Pioneers,
be
though,
enough.
that Mark was mentioning, I think they find themselves about 91.
They're so good,
which
bro.
might be the benchmark that everyone is looking for. But
I did a video on Strafing
Mark,
Flame
we get to take a look at
heading
the
into
overall standings now, seeing just
split
how
2
high
playoffs.
Black Cat now sits after
Like, when you
that
look at the
performance.
numbers, bro, he
Exit
just makes
falling
his
right
teammates
behind.
better.
This is a stacked top portion of the standings.
Yeah,
Player
one thing that
K
always
had
jumps
his
out to
best
me as
split
well,
when
there's
he
a
was
couple of
playing with
teams
him in
that we need to give their
IBG.
flowers, right? I mean, Black Cat,
Split 1.
incredible in that set. Yes, these standings are going to change. when
Same
we
thing
get
for
to the end of
Panayi,
today,
who
we
is
get
now
to the
on
end of group
Tom
play,
Young
but
Kung.
I think Dreamfire, they've been a standout, undoubtedly. No
Same thing with
surprise
Easy
in the
Flash this
LG,
past
I think,
split.
as well.
Had his
Quite
best
good
split
about
ever.
their
Even
business. I don't think we've
Bugie,
talked about them enough.
before he got
Consistently
released,
putting
had his
points on
best
the board,
split he's
but
ever
we
had.
give some props to Starfight Esports as well, being up there in 7th place. I think that's a phenomenal performance.
Exactly as you've been saying about LG as well, has been popping off. You don't notice the teams as much that are just consistently placing points on the board. They don't have huge games, they're consistent. Consistency is what carries you throughout the entire tournament. They give you more chances to handle it. And as you said, other
But
teams are going
Watson
up
is
as well. We still have
1,000%
one full series to
underrated.
decide. But if you can put that average 100 in, as a player, we say 33 points per series. But if you can put that 100 marker, you're safe. But if you're lucky, you could come in with a little bit lower, like you said.
And
sometimes.
Horizon is
we
so
saw
good for
Pioneers
Easy
at
Flash.
15th with 91, and I think that is
To be
gonna
able to
where
initiate
everyone's trying to look
fights
towards
and-
now going into this final series of can we topple the Pioneers? It wouldn't be the Pioneers though without putting themselves in a rough spot, would it be? After the group stages, they always seem to find themselves in elimination. I don't know why. Every time they get to that moment where you think they're going to be able to get through, they just fall short. But they're going to be watching, biting their nails for sure.
Yeah, that's why that last series is going to be so important. But if I am not mistaken, we have to talk to the winners, which means we have Peeps standing by with Strafing Flame to see how
Yeah,
Black Cat's
let's
feeling
go,
after that.
Strafing Flame, my boy!
Glitter, thank you so much. We are here with Strafing Flame, one of the best players in the world, man. You guys just absolutely dominated that. From positioning to gunplay.
I've been telling
everything.
people.
You guys just look like you were ready to rock. So what do you guys do to mentally prepare, right? Or maybe even physically prepare to play in the biggest tournament of the year?
Personally, for me, I think I try to underplay the importance of the tournament specifically because I have struggled with playing under pressure a lot, like throughout my career. And this time, you know, going into it thinking it's not important and thinking like I'm the best has really helped with my confidence and being able to perform at my best. And both my teammates, none of them really struggle with it. Easy Flash is probably the best MNK player in the world.
Facts.
Best, like, I've never seen anyone as
Facts.
good as he is.
Talk
And Player
your
K
shit,
used
bro.
To play sports professionally, so he knows pressure like the back of his hand. And I do not want to play LAN with anyone else. Those guys are so good.
I love that, man. And having confidence in your teammates like that, bro, that's the basis of good team play. You know, when you could trust somebody to swing that corner and get that knock, that's absolutely amazing. So can you talk to us a little bit about the roles on the team and, you know, because the everyday viewer might not know too much about that. So fill us in.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy Flash is our fragger, and he's probably one of the best players in the world at doing that.
Yep.
Despite being on MNK, which is like fragger is usually a controller dominant role. Easy Flash will like smoke anyone else.
Facts.
I have that faith in him.
Facts.
And Player K is probably one of the best support players in the world. And
Yep.
I'm just the IGL. I just do whatever I need to.
I love that. Well, I mean, as IGL, in my opinion, it's the most important role. You know, you're the Tom Brady of the team. You got fourth quarter, 2 minutes left on the clock. You're down by 7. What are you going to do? You got to lead them up the field, right? So what do you think is your biggest hurdle? All right.
I'm
from
so happy
winning
for them,
this
man.
championship right here in Birmingham, UK.
People were trying to.
I think, believe it or not, it's going to be nerves. For me specifically, because I've always really struggled with pressure. I think if I have the confidence going into finals, I think we'll win. I think like there's just we are way too good to not be able to like just close it in. But personally, I have choked a lot under pressure, and as long as I can get through that, I'm confident like my teammates will just carry me to a win.
I love that, man. Well, they're going to need you. They're going to need you absolutely locked. But
I wanna
based on
see
what I
if
just saw there, you know, you had
Nicewig's talking
everything
about
you
him
need,
afterwards.
right? And it looked like you had all the confidence in the world, man. So it blows my mind that you're, you know, little iffy about that, but I think that's the first step in becoming better, right? Whether it's being a better person, a better player, that's the first step. What would winning this championship mean to you, mean to your teammates, mean to your family?
I mean, winning would just mean absolutely everything. It's like every competitor's goal to like finally win when you're competing against the best of the best, right? And this is where it really matters. I mean, I wouldn't even know, like, I'd be way too happy, you know? I don't know. Winning is just the goal.
Facts.
Dude, I love that. Crowd's loving that as well, man. Well, this is Strafing Flame, one of the best players in the world. You can catch him all week long.
That's my
here
dog.
in
Let's
Birmingham,
fucking go,
UK
bro.
At the ALGS Championship. Thank you so much. Glitter, take it away.
Let's go,
Thank
man.
you very much.
Hell yeah,
I
bro.
mean, I don't know if Strafing Flame's giving himself enough credit, calling himself just the IGL. Yes, he's saying that nerves might get the better of him, but after the performance we saw with Blackhand now topping the overall leaderboard, I don't see the nerves.
I mean, I've got to say that's one of the most honest and best interviews I think I've heard from a player in quite some time. You know, to give your teammates props is one thing. To admit your own faults and what you're trying to work on to be the best that you can is incredible as well. And trust me, now that I've heard that, you can see why Blackhand is such a good unit. There's so much trust there, and also you can see why you now want to get behind them and see them have this success, because you're now rooting for them, right? You want to see them overcome the adversity. You want to see him being the player who does clutch up in that big moment. So I think Blackhand have just gained some fans for sure.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, bro.
Relatable, graceful from the pro player perspective.
So since I came from a long way back with Nessie, we played in Europe for a whole long time. I've seen the exact same thing. I actually wasn't an IGL when I first started. I kind of got thrown into it on my first LAN a week before my LAN from a non-IGLing role. He's getting there, but the most thing is he's manifesting it. He knows his flaws. I'm working on this. I'm gonna improve. He is improving. Currently, he's popping off like, you are already one of the best. If you can figure this out, GOAT.
Wow.
Love that.
Final thoughts.
Go from the GOAT status. I mean, also, who backed you when you were on Nessie all the time?
Jake and May.
Yeah, but who backed you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know it. You know it.
Even in the arena tournament.
Predictions every time.
He had to remind you.
Yeah, he had to remind you. You didn't even remember. But I'd say that Blackhand have shown that they can compete at the top, but are they going to be able to do it when TSM and DarkZero are in the lobby as well, consistently putting down points? So
They've already
it's
done
going to be
that.
a very entertaining day when we get to winners finals, but we still need to find out what teams are going to be joining Blackhand there.
All right, well, speaking of that, we'll take a look at the schedule. Only one more series
I know that they weren't
remaining
here,
on
but
the day before we determine which teams will be in our winners bracket and which will be in our elimination bracket. That means groups A and C will be closing the day out at 7 p.m. BST. And if you're unable to watch the stream or you missed anything that happened yesterday or earlier on in the day, just make sure you're following us on social media. That way you can stay up to date on everything that's going on the entire week here at the ALGS Championship. But like I said, there's only one more series left on the day. The most important series for some of these teams that are finding themselves on that bubble, where we find out which 20 teams end up in our winners bracket, and the bottom 20 will be competing to keep their hopes and dreams alive here in our elimination bracket one. It's going to be a very exciting way to close out the day, and you're not going to want to miss a single second of any of it. So before that, it's time for our final break. We'll return at 7 for those last 6 matches of the group stage, so don't go anywhere. The action continues when we return.
Win it! Blackhand come out on top!
So cool,
Red Lorder
man.
now should be able to clean this game up. They are dressed in red, and they also can call themselves champions.
Does look like it's a 2v2 at this point. Gets the headshot with the Graver.
Voice Esports takes the high ground. The Catwalls looking like tic-tac-toe.
Don't think they can do anything about this.
Oh my God!
He hits the 360!
What a beast! 360 Graver shot into the top true combo! Easy flash drops all the way down, and then the last member gets taken out from Exodus. Blackhand are your winners for our final game in the series.
All right, so our next group, let's take a look at it here. Stand by.
just to try and buy themselves a little bit of time. But you can see in Tropic, they know exactly where they are. They're just waiting for them to pop up, and Whack-A-Mole is going to be what they are playing. The ults are going to go down. The Black Hole followed by the Arc Star, the Wombo combo, but does it hit? It does, but not enough. And now, Xako's got to think about staying alive instead of picking up KP.
I remember, Entropic started on 7 points after finishing 4th in the winners bracket round 2, so they already have a good lead when it comes to trying to get to that threshold. A victory here would do them wonders for just edging even closer to that 50 points. As now, speaking of edging, the circle's starting to close in and forcing these teams together. Now, Danish can make a big impact on this final circle, and I think that's why we're seeing V2 just trying to eliminate them from the factor, saying, look, if we can get the damage, if we can just force them into EQ here, and maybe we can get the job done early. But this is just so tough when you're a 2 at deciding who you want to try and push.
And Tropic are going to be hit by all sorts of problems, one of them being the Motherload coming in from Fuse. Yolu doing what he can with the ult to slow them down, and now the decision is made from V2. They want to try and push up. They want to try and command the high ground, and that's exactly what they are going to do. Zidane gets that first knock. There's the knuckle cluster. There's the spray coming in from Yolu. He's trying to finish this off himself. 2 squads remain.
Careful over here.
Don't focus too much.
I'm gonna play other side.
We're in the zone, and we just...
Guys,
if you have an nade, throw it down here.
Guys,
if you have an nade, throw it down
here will be 3 kills in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
They have no cover.
Just here, because if they walk up, we need...
We'll watch the climb up.
Anyone got an ultimate Excelon? Anyone got Excelon?
No. You guys both focus that. Okay?
Alright. I focus in front. Watch the climb up. Yeah.
There's no one here.
I've got. No, there's a guy.
Focus that. Both of you focus that.
Yeah. There's a drone there as well. Careful.
If you have ult, use it for this. Unlucky.
Hey, chat. Man's not doing too well.
Careful the wall.
I am going to go pick him up real quick.
Nice.
Watch
climb up.
Watch this terminal. Watch this terminal.
Yeah.
And bring him home to rest.
I think they dropped.
So I will be. I'll be back before here shortly. All right. I'll be back before intermission's up.
Shot the pylon.
Look at the guy in the open, Patty. I need
but he's not usually one to be down like at the nurse's office and crying and stuff. Apparently he is, so he's only missed a couple hours.
Kill the fence together with the inside team. Okay?
I'm shooting him up.
I don't think anyone's really too
they got both TP stock,
worried about that. I'm gonna go ahead and get I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna leave this plan from here, okay? And then, like I said, I'll be back long before they're back for the 3rd series. Normally I have to go to pick him up anyways. I would imagine it's probably about the same amount of time I've been gone from between them anyways.
But unfortunately, one of them's already fallen, and it's going to be the end for Go Next, but not without going down with a fight.
Right, love you guys.
They got a lot of KP there. Did they get the placement points to force themselves towards match point? A very, very impressive game in the kills category for Go Next. But Maestro Gaming now, they've been in this position for the entirety of this game as we find ourselves now down to our final 3. It's Blue-White, Stan. Blue-Whites have made it into top 3 from that horrible position they were in. It might just be a top 3 as Maestro make their move. But Dan, who's the team who's going to move in here and clean up the pieces?
Tuhu Tonta are on their way to try and get the victory, but they are taking their time. They back off. They do not get there quick enough. So Maestro now have a chance to reset, which means we're going to get a proper 3v3. But Tuhu Tonta do hold the better position. They have got the zone on their side, and they've got all of this utility to work with as Black Hole goes down.
Zero going to be used as well. They do have zone control, so they should be able to find a place to play. Yuzno up on that rock is going to be able to do damage onto Maestro. Akuma going to come and join him as well. The Dark Veil wasn't enough for Maestro to cut the zone in a way that they could rotate. This rock is everything at the moment, and Maestro are struggling to find a way through it. The good news for Maestro, they're fully tanked up with red evos, so in this fight they do have a HP advantage and they're hitting some good shots as well.
And maybe there's a confidence issue here as Tuhu Tonta are reluctant to push in, and now the damage comes in from Maestro as they continue on their way.
Yeah, this should look like a Maestro win all of a sudden. Taxon's gonna go down. 0-0 trying to move in to clean things up, and all of a sudden this is a
Jenny ready to put down if that's the case. Some fireworks for the sky as a double evac tower is called in. Just a distraction here too. None of these teams want to possibly take this unless they want to try to reposition off the zipline, carrying that jump momentum forward. These are going to take their time as you finally get called out as the solo. We saw Sonya live for as long as he can. OP now starting the engagement while Foot now take onto the roof.
Bang ult does go down. Everybody just trying to wait it out. Foot's still alive as well, and like you're saying, I think their play is to take the roof. The problem is everyone's going to see them, so they're trying to leave it as late as possible to show presence. Leifin has to jump up there now alongside his two teammates as they have no other option. Now they try and cut the zone in half. This is so smart from For Esports. Take the majority of players out of your eyesight. Now you can focus on one target in front of you. It's a brilliant play call, but they have to be aware of Horizon behind them.
They know that they're right there, so they want to try to fully send this here, but the Rolling Thunder, rather the barrage coming in here for them to worry about. Leifin literally tries to duke it out, gets eliminated. Horizon now make their way. The green light has been activated. Young Hong Kong is out of this lobby. We got outplayed now playing from underneath down beast. Horizon Union in a great position, while the Cito Fonts are still fighting for their lives.
Danish eliminated as well, as we're down to just 3, and ANC outplayed, try to hold on. Let's see, the France will go down, and Horizon Union, who were using the Dark Veil to survive the longest, look like they might be the last team standing, but no, Horizon Union suddenly on the back foot, can they?
No way.
Are they going to throw this one away? It's Annie Jackson goes in here for ANC.
That started here in terms of that engagement. Lecite de France and Maestro playing zone. Going back to what we've said, it has worked so well for these teams. Can they get a result, though, here? Maestro Gaming probably doesn't have enough to finally find themselves on match point after this, but Lecite de France, could they maybe play spoiler and somehow take over the high ground? The question is, can you topple the king of the castle, who has not moved from the beginning? That will be a win for any of these teams, especially the likes of Aurora, who have so much to prove and do not want to miss out on an opportunity of getting the championships. 3 squads left. They're climbing Vicky, but what are they going to find at the top? Just bullets.
Oh, is this the Halloween event going on right now? They're just trying to claw their way to force Maestro off this high ground here. Playing around zombies, just forcing them off their backs. Looking right, looking left here. Putting in the extra pressure to Aurora. They do get the knock off the Arc Star, but they are not going to give up this spot. They need to hold this down. Yeah, you hear the catwall right behind them too, and the piercing spikes, but they're just going to stay here, and Lecite de France are going to suffer for it.
I mean, you've got smokes. Can the catwall do anything for you here? I'm not sure if he's got the ability to play it right now. They've got the Loba, Rampart, and Path, so that's why they have this accessibility. It's going to be very hard to beat it, so you may just have to both, as 2 teams, jump up at the same time and find your spot, even if it's a little wonky. Maestro, they're feeling the pressure. Denze almost goes down 0. Nothing goes down as well. This is Aurora. Sunset has made the move. Maestro somehow get taken down after what having looked like God spot for sure. And it's Lecite de France and Aurora who will fight it out for first place. And it looks like aimbot is...
They can hold the bottom of this building. Vortex have the middle, and on the outside there's definitely going to be a lot of ruckus as all these teams start to approach.
I think Blue Whites are going to have the toughest rotate here. You can see they're on the southern side of zone. They might be able to move up, and their backs are clear, so if they can get to this big rock in front of them that's being frantically pinged and cut off line of sight by swinging right and maybe trying to just disguise themselves behind that Dark Veil, they might have a chance here to steal not only this game away, but a chance at match point as well. So really, really interesting moments for the team who has dominated the Challenger circuit to try and prove here that they can do it on the biggest of stages. In Tropic, though, they need 6 points here, Dan, but my goodness, this is looking like a horrid position to be in. They've got ultimates, they've got nades, they've got everything being thrown at them.
Yeah, Blue Whites have got eyes on them. Everyone seems to have eyes on them. On that west side, in Tropic are getting absolutely demolished by grenades, by ultimates, and by bullets, as now the zone starts to force all these squads together. Whether you've got room in a building, on top of a building, or under a building, you need to at least cut off some of those sight lines so you are not being kind of griefed by several teams, as we're going to see another member of Entropic go down, and Blue Whites are starting to push up.
We certainly are indeed surviving for now, having to just be singed but not burned. Nice spray coming in. We'll get one for Cinetic, dropping down to try and finish off the second as well. The knockdown shield a problem. They will start to fall as Flash is now left on his own. Smokes himself into a corner. Can take a little bit of zone damage here as 6 squads now remaining, but surely this is the end of his game. But no, with just about 10 HP left, he's managed to kind of avoid everyone here inside the zone, and Blue Whites are surviving.
I'm not even sure he knows where he is right now, but he is surviving. That's what's important. Foot go down. They're into the top 5 are Blue Whites. Voltage are now using the portal to go in and out of this building to try and stay out of action, as now we see TT go down as well. 4 squads remain.
One team is still alive. It's Blue Whites, by the way. Entropic, they're here too. Vortex, they're going to be eliminated in the meantime. Entropic, they will hit match point here with this performance as well. The team who are so impressive at the Split 2 playoffs just came up short of that grand finals are looking to close things out. Blue Whites get into the top 3.
To deny Go Next, but it's Lecite de France who find themselves now on match point for the next game, and with a chance to try and play spoiler as well to Go Next. So it's all against Go Next right now, and it really depends as a team whether you're focusing on that kill feed. Do you have someone whose job is to really keep note of which teams have been eliminated, which teams are still in the game? If so, there should be squads that know Go Next are still alive, and there is a potential that it could end here and now as Go Next are starting to force their way in. If they've got the ability to try and get to this rock, they might be able to survive. It's a truck, excuse me, that looks like a rock because it's got lots of greenery on it, lots of shrubbery, and they have just been able to work their way into the central side of this circle ever so slightly.
The overgrow has grown right in front of them too, not just beyond the truck, but also this open space that they're going to be forced to traverse. They are on the worst side of the circle right now too, just waiting for dear life. Double arc star and the sear tech. Oh no! Go Next with the arc star from Alpha Draft. Give the points over to Phoenix Legacy. We are going on to another game, a game 8 right after this.
We have 6 teams on match point going into match number 8. Can Voltage be team number 7? They need to get 6 more points, still very achievable, and they're in a good position to do so. They're just trying to worm their way out of this building using any utility they have just to keep teams away. Dark Veils go down now, Watson Fences and Gens available to them as well.
Catwall for Catwall, dancing around both sides. Voltage now getting taken out. Meanwhile, Libre says this is none of my business. Focus on the fight in front of you. I'm just the fly on the wall that you don't want to deal with. Phoenix Legacy go out in 4. 3 squads left right now. Lecite de France.
The rest of the lobby starts doing damage to each other, and they can try and capitalize on that. Kraber in the hands of Davis, though. One poke. Oh, 112 is going to be good. Up on the high ground, and again, this is great for Go Next. More damage to them. Fantastic. Davis, keep doing your work, because Horizon are going to be the ones that get punished. But it's not enough to get the knock. Go Next hoping the lobby takes care of itself and they can make one final push out towards zone here.
Yeah, Go Next are going to try and delay this for as long as possible. Stay in cover, take as little amount of damage, and they'll be forced out and hope that everyone above them has already lost a member or taken a good amount of damage as Dark Veils now start to surround the final circle. Black Holes go down as well. Horizon Union may be in a position to try and play spoiler and take us to a match number 9.
Shots through the smoke coming in from Jay Savage. However, the piercing spikes are going to hurt. Now Go Next make their play call. The Dark Veil goes down. They're going to try and inch out, use every single little bit of cover that they can, but now they're getting poked. Now they're getting prodded. 4 squads remaining, but Go Next still healthy here. Can they get the finishes? The zone is forcing them forward. The Dark Veil is a problem. The piercing spikes are a problem as well, but Voltage go down. It's 3 squads, and oh my god, what an ult that is. It takes so much damage, and now Go Next from an almost improbable position might be able to close this one out. Danish are done. Go Next, you are going to the ALGS.
DNO still alive, a real threat to this lobby. With such impressive players on this roster, players who have been at the very top of the Apex Legends scene and would love to return there and be at championships. And they are names who certainly are worthy of doing so as they now get aggressive and Ape Gang gets eliminated. But is there going to be anyone to pick the pieces up? No, DNO survive, and that was a very important push just to try and take a little bit of space here.
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? The team, you know, DNO, you've got Xenox, Lou, and Duplex, all players who have been some of the standouts, but for whatever reason, fallen off of, you know, the rosters that they've had put together for various different reasons, but now they all find themselves together trying to pull off something in this last chance qualifier. Speaking of pulling something off, I mean, Trev Stacks at the moment, he's, yeah, good idea to turn away from that one because it didn't look too good for him. KSR eliminated, we'll pretend that didn't happen, but DNO's still alive here as we're into our top 3.
And now Stallions had a good position, but as they move into this circle, it really depends if they can get onto a rock. But I think because of where the other 2 teams are, Stallions still hold the best position because the other 2 squads are going to have to fight against one another and be forced into an engagement here at this RB.
Well, Sanox has got to pop a barrier at some point, you would imagine. Instead, he decides that the death is fine. Lou is going to be the last player alive for them. Duplex is still trying to do what he can as well. Excuse me, Duplex was still alive, but now this is just the trigger here, Dan, for Stallions to move in and try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Stallions get into a position to try and get some angles here, but the knocks still haven't come through, so Stallions have to be careful. They are in the best position to win the game for sure, but they just have to have a little bit of patience before they get involved.
DNO are eliminated. Stallions up on height. The IG are going to have to leave this building in a few seconds' time. The trailer is not going to be comfy enough. It's not going to be good. Stallions will be your champions of game number 1. Acclimatize a finish
On this, but they need to be worried about Secret Formula, who are holding that northeast side.
I'm wondering if that Catwall was just a little too early, perhaps. Yes, they're blocking the vision off to their left, but you mentioned it. Secret Formula is off to the right. So is that solo from Meat Lovers here. Comes a creeping barrage as well. All the information that they can work with too. 4 squads left. They lose out on Design though. He gets isolated out of position. This is a squad that I was worried about that's now going to come right in front of them. That's going to be Secret Formula on the other side of this fight.
Yeah, Secret Formula doing damage, Designful going down, but the res could potentially happen. Second guesses himself because the nade, as Secret Formula will push up, as now Secret Formula holds central zone here and have a fantastic chance with a Kraber in the back pocket. Only 1 bullet left to maybe try and do some real damage as the grenade's now starting to tick onto the dojo.
Oh! They finish up Design. Can we get another one from Oin? They know it's a rat. They know it's a rat on the other side here. Just gotta hold on to it. The suspense while they play off the back end, but Secret Formula, they are in the best position right now in this lobby. Natural cover from the rocks. They have the black market behind them in case they want to swap off the Kraber after they use that last bullet, but they are locked in right now with the cat wall. They block out the vision and they're gonna try to fully send it.
Well, can the dojo do anything as a 2 here? Secret Formula will send it on to the remaining player, and actually they've taken quite a lot of damage there. Is the dojo in any position to try and take this fight? Do they know it's a 2 that they're going up against? Still 1 bullet left with the Kraber though.
Well, they know they took care of Design long ago. Enemy gets taken out here. Yuban is really low here too. Oi is dancing around this rock with the PK in hand. Trying to contest that. Barrel stuffs him with the PK shot.
And to think about how they want to play this final circle. 35 seconds to have a little bit of a think and a discussion between your side of how you want to approach this one. Furia, they're just a 2 on the low ground. So one of the most difficult positions for them. Everyone else seems to be healthy enough. But this circle is going to be going between these 2 buildings. So that those little crates that you see in the middle of your screen, that's about where the circle will finish. So it is going to be a tough old journey for everyone involved. No one is in prime position right now when it comes to the center circle.
Oh, they're making a play on the roof. They're trying to take this most hated away from the dojo, and they might be the most hated if they're not careful. However, the dojo hold for now. Dynasty's last alive. Is anyone going to try and follow up on this damage? 2 still alive here. Enemy is going to be taken down to barely any shields, and now Designful says, you know what? You can all scrap. You can all fight. I'm going to try and survive, but it's going to be short-lived. The dojo are eliminated as Stallions take the height.
Stallions take the height. Stallions on 43. Stallions are 7 points away from match point. A victory here would do it. In fact, I mean, top 2 and some kills would probably do it. And they're in a pretty good spot. Slayer's, though, taking some damage. He's down low on his own, and now that's so tough for Stallions. If they were all on the roof, they would have had a real chance here, but now they're going to have to work their way as a 2. Good news for them is there is another 2 on the board, though. Furia are 2 that they're working with at the same time.
Furia down on that low ground. You can see that Zeratricky is trying to do what he can to survive. I wonder if Furia have been taken down to just 1. That is going to be the case. Stallions up on that high ground, so close here to match point. If they can close this out with a win and some KP alongside it, they've already got 3, then maybe this is going to be our first team hitting match point in our last chance qualifier. DarkZero ready. DarkZero going to be raised here. They cut the zone, but they're going to be cut themselves. All of a sudden, what looked like a really good play looks a little bit more sketchy for them, but now they make the call to drop. Stallions is going to drop down here. Native Gaming looking to drop on this when the damage is now going to be done. They do, and Native Gaming
circle starts closing behind them. Moby indicated that maybe Dojo could capitalize off of this. Sends
I
out
don't know
that
who
smoke
all's
here
in here
too.
hanging, or
He is
I know a lot of people probably dipped out for the intermission, at least real quick.
Creeping barrage
Just wanna
now
let you
getting
know
sent
now.
out. See if they got the opportunity,
got my
but
little
enemy
man
from
home.
behind
Not
gets caught by
feeling
Yuban.
Then
He
get
was
him
the
set up
solo
with some
player
medicine,
alive.
get him set up in bed with a washcloth and stuff.
Manages to take him down. And now
We
the
still got
dojo-
40 minutes until we're going to see our third set start.
The
Still
keys
got a
have
little
been
bit of time.
handed over to Timmy.
Let y'all vibe with the
Had to use that ultimate as well. Just
highlights
to
or
try
whatever
and
they're
buy a
doing
little
here.
bit of time.
I'll be
Respawn
back here
coming
in just a
here.
little bit.
Umbrella
All right.
will have a part in this end game, and there's a couple of death boxes in and around the vicinity of Furia. Question is, is he going to be able to pick something up? Because that zone is closing right behind them. Timmy somehow has managed to kind of avoid everything right now. Look at the placement points he's just picked up by doing that. Noxious gone, Native gone, Right's gone, Shadow's Prime, Drop-In Gaming all go, and the dojo are in the top 5.
Everyone dropping like flies, and Furia on the rotate after getting the fresh reds. They're still able to access the box at their feet. Catwalk coming in, and Timmy is running for his life. Looked like they wanted to use a black hole, but holding on to it. Panders with the good decision making here. Looking at the other teams also rotating, that's going to be KSR off to their left with the Rampart and the Amp Walls coming in too. I don't know how Timmy is still alive, but he is surviving as a solo. He takes the zipline up north, and now Yuban and him are going to be able to face off, even with the shield swap. Timmy gets a knock and takes out Secret Formula, gets the revenge for his teammate.
Oh my goodness, how is Timmy doing this?
No way.
Without controller, everybody loves watching M&K movement, and Timmy's one of the best in the world at it. He's still alive here. As we have 3 squads remaining. Furia, Team Stability, and it's Himmy if he can pull this one off.
He is him. And the fact that he juked them thinking, I'm not going to go on the gravity lift here. I'm just going to be able to take some extra cover, restabilize. But with the smoke, it's a little bit of an indicator. Zero knows, sends out the spikes in his direction. Timmy's going to take a shot at him. Taking to the skies, though, is an indicator that Fury know exactly where they are, or rather where he is. But they can't drop down here unless they want to try to use the gravity lift again and risk for a third party coming in from Team Stability on the other side.
Timmy can kind of find an alt excel here. He can call some ping. There's no way he gets him in, by the way. There's no way they call this in, right?
No.
It's going to be a little bit of extra cover, surely. You would imagine. If Timmy sticks... It would be the most Timmy thing in the world, by the way, if he goes to stick this reds and pulls it off. I'm just saying.
All right, it's the bait. The circle's closing in. He's got to play for his life at this point. Evac Tower coming in. Magnus getting the knock on top of Lily. There's just things falling from the sky out here, too. Trying to greet them, block out their vision with the smoke nades. They know he's right there. They can't give their focus and attention to a rat, though, when they have another squad right in front of them. He's actually going to do it. Are you kidding me?
He's sticking it. It is the most Timmy thing possible. As now Fury are forced down
the
ground. They are going to fall. Shubi gets the first one for Team Stability. Madness is going to have time here to bat, but Furia from that height are going to have to leave, and that is opening the door for Team Stability. But all of a sudden it's a 2v2, and here comes Designful. He's got nothing to work with but his fists, but maybe he can do enough to open the door for Timmy here.
Open up the gates here. Timmy's playing off the knockdown. He gets a crack, but right behind him, he's outnumbered. Dojo get eliminated in a fashionable way as Team Stability with just Shubi alive finds himself in a 1v3. Furia with a number advantage, and the team, if they're able to get that cat wall online already quick enough. Ooh, the bow check too. Hiding up the sky. 5 squads left. APAC in such a good spot on this high ground. They have some natural cover off the top. Once he wants to go back up again with the gravity lift, gets a quick scope here, it looked like maybe. Even maybe a shield back here too. Oh yes, he's got only 35 bullets, 10 in the reserve here for the Prowler. That's definitely what he's gonna be working with here too, yeah. Good call out on there, gets right back on top of the high ground here with the gravity lift. And holding this position and looking at his other teammates, they're playing split up. They get another knock, and that's exactly what we were expecting once that zone was going to close in right behind Secret Formula.
I mean, now it's just a matter of being spoiled for choice. You have so many options. You just have to make sure that you can get it done. You only have 2 reloads now of your Nemesis to be able to do damage. You got Wi-Fi down below trying to be involved, but look at Bursty on kick on the fuse. He's going to play a massive role here in this fight, allowing Thales to figure this out and push with the Prowler. They've got very minimal room for error, but I think they can do it, especially with their position right now, Vicky. It is just a matter of closing it out. They will have a win, and with 31 points, 2 squads left, they can easily be in the 40-point range if they can close this one out.
APAC need this, and they are in the best position to work with on this high ground. Fury are making their way now over. BIL playing off the low ground. APAC get the memo. They drop down. They want an invite to the party here too. And what is left is cleaned up. APAC are your...
Secret formula, they need 6 more points to get onto match point themselves. No KP for the team at the moment, but they are forcing their way towards that zone. Keep raising that kill feed. Good shots coming in from right now. Should be able to finish this one off as well and manage to do so. They're getting closer. They're getting closer and closer to match point, but they still need 2 here, Dan.
Still need 2. 7 squads remaining. DNO are starting to pick up some points here, which is catching them up to Furia. Remember, if Dojo win here, it will be second place afterwards as DNO go down. 4 squads remain. Secret formula going to fall as well. We're down to just 2. It's Dojo versus DNO for a chance to be at the Apex Championships.
Dojo, this is your moment. This is where you have to clutch up. They will know it better than anyone how close they are. The Bangalore goes down. The black hole is destroyed. But the Dark Veil is also down. Duplex finds a safe place. And he also has a vantage spot here. Duplex is down! Duplex is down, and that means the Dojo have a chance to move in with a 3v2 to close out match point and send themselves to the ALGS Championships. It's all about being patient here, Dan.
It's all about the patience. It's all about the drama. They've played so incredibly well over the last few days. The LZQ has been dominated by Dojo, and a chance to wrap it up here now with a 3 versus 2.
3 versus 2, still Lou and Senox alive. Can Dupe get back towards Lou? Are they going to be able to get a res off here? The damage is being done, though, and you can see that Designful has given the signal to go. They fly in. The Dojo, they came out swinging, they came out fighting, and they leave with tickets booked to Birmingham.
TSM holding on, they're into the top 5. Guard eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. Fnatic are weak. This could be Ascend versus TSM.
What a moment this is. Reps goes in, should be able to get the shield swap as well. 3 squads remaining. One of them is Ascend, 1 Fnatic and 1 TSM. Fnatic eliminated. It is a shootout to become the champions here in London between TSM and Ascend.
There's 2 on the rock and then 1 on the left on the box. Focus the guy on the left. You two focus left. You two focus left. Focus left. Both of you. He's going back. He's going back. He's going back. 64 on him. 64 on him. On me. He wants the money. 0 to us.
Now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done.
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens.
Do you smell it? I smell a third party coming up right behind TSM. They got to start watching out, or else this fight is just taking way too long. They're getting the trade after those 2 cracks, though. They need to be able to finally fully send it in.
And Verhulst is going to call it. He beams 1. Verhulst single-handedly knocks 1. Can he get the double? Yes, he does. Verhulst going for the triple kill to kick off the ALGS playoffs in London.
Welcome to the GG7 out here. Verhulst with a hip-fire shot. He's looking to take out Alliance, and Alliance is the first squad to go down. But in perfect timing, there's the third party that we were worried about. Reps gets taken out.
And behind
them, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. As Zane shreds, and suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing to him, Zane? He finds 2 with the 1 clips. He's
actually thinking about changing into one of my workout tanks, possibly.
What a performance from Zane in the 1 versus 3.
You said you were done at 1, right, Duck? So you done for the day?
He avoids TSM. He rotates wide. Get away.
It's Zane!
Zane is still alive.
Zane.
Still shredding as he gets into the top 5.
Zane is insane! Oh! What did you have for breakfast, Zane? I want some as well.
It's got to be a full English. Surely Jay Ling's into the top 4. And now Zane, the kill leader. Remember, he's been a solo for quite some time. And he's still going. Still hitting shots, but has to calm it down. And they are going to make the push. They are going to make their way up. They don't want to wait any longer. They waited for the death box to be out. And they get involved in the fight. And it should be simple from here. There's a lot of damage. Hackers will get the second knock.
Hackers gets the second one. 1 player left alive then on this high ground. Alliance looking to answer back. And Yuki looking to join the fight as well. Finish is going to come in as well, and let me tell you, that's BM, brother. He's not just looking for that armor swap. He wants to let them know that this is still Alliance's playground.
It'll still work so hard, and here's Alliance and Flora finally re-engaging. Then it looks like this fight is going to eventually happen here.
Mike is going to go down here. A little bit of hit fight from the Hemlock's going to be good enough to do damage, but it looks like Alliance maybe have the advantage here, but now Hackers goes down. Manny
goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch for Alliance in so many moments.
I forgot about that play. That one was so dirty. I forgot about that one. Oh.
Mandy hits the grab, but looking for an LOS onto North Epson. Crazy says, I can do it too, and goes up. But Tyler has fallen. Taking damage here, exhibit out.
He didn't even know. He wasn't even looking at it. Gravity lift to get behind him on the flank. Gets the hit fire shot. And they got the next player. Two as they drop. North Epson looking to make the comeback. Looking to make another step out here. And they come out being the winners of game number 6.
NTH win. Do a little dance. Show it off. APAC North for the win.
Send up to an NRG currently. They get the train, and it's free for Space Station. Well, we know this squad is playing on the low ground.
Meanwhile, the guard is just waiting. The guard is just collecting. SSG still alive. The Skyward Dive is up, and the guard is on top. The guard is going to win this game. Are you kidding me?
Bro, I miss Fallout.
It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1.
Oh, what is he going to do? He needs to finish up. He wants to get the KP. He wants to get the shields up real quick. He gets the shields up, and the
His
1v1,
energy
he gets
is
a little
just
bit of damage. He's playing off the fence side. He's got
unmatchable.
that natural cover, and he's looking to engage.
Hal versus Yuki. It all comes down to this. For 3 KP and 3 more placement points. It's the CEO versus the model. Yuki's an absolute monster, but Hal's better. He's gonna fry, doesn't take any damage. Hal is perfect, but Yuki turns it around.
No way.
Finish the shots, no. Yuki playing the knockdown, and Hal's gonna melt him again.
Oh, he's playing him. He punches him away. He gets the extra space. He punches him again. Duke it out. You just need the fist.
He's playing with his food, Vicky. He's playing with his food.
He's won.
But he's 1 HP. No! He was out of ammo. Was he out of ammo? Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Yuki clutches up against Hal in a 1v1. How did he do that? What did we just see?
The alley-oop on the gravity lift in Dreamfire, moving in, cleaning up 2 of SCD.
David NorCal from the low ground, who somehow wins this game. Azazel, last alive. Roy in a 1v1, I think. It's a 1v1 for the Brad. NorCal's out.
Oh, SCD, Dreamfire right now. Roy trying to find a pop-up opportunity. He doesn't have a knockdown shield for extra cover.
Oh my goodness! FC destroyed, plays the knockdown shield perfectly, and wins the 1v1 against Roy. You will
on the bank. Where are you, Jay? He's fighting. He's on the right side. Nice. They're gonna climb here. You need to swing someone. Come inside, Jay. Come inside. Come inside. Swing. No. Nice. I got a heal. Got a heal. Come inside, Jay. Run with me. Run with me, Jay.
Back before those Jaylings.
Go, Jay! Let's go! Jay! Let's go! I'm gonna have a swap. What are you gonna see? Matei a bala, relaxa. Tem só mais um, guys, só mais um, tem só um cara vivo. Mata vocês dois, eu tô picando outro time, eu tô fogando outro time, cuidado da vida. Pegar aqui, tá aqui, Urso. Abaga. Na vida, Urso, mata. Boa. Já tá aí. Eu tô curando, não tenho bala. Relaxa.ラスト。左、左やろ。蹴る。ラスト。Nice.
So Clan eliminated. We're down to just 5 squads. And 2 bullets with a Kraber. It could do so much, but Peekaboo.
Oh, I forgot about that one too.
No scope with a
Swinny pop
Kraber.
blast.
He's going to go in and try and finish off
This
the damage
last,
as well. And E6 live for now. Is
well.
Swinny going to be swapped? Gets the shield swap. Gets the KP. Needs to stay alive. No, melee does it. E6. They go
Taking out
down.
trash real quick,
And it
yeah.
all falls onto the shoulders now of Waltzy.
And you know, this is like an all-day thing.
Have you got the nerve,
That's
son?
what I should do.
Have you got the steel? Is the ice there to send your team through? Oh, here it is! Waltzy! Does it for ANT! Ascend will pick up the win, but that 1 kill! Exit, gone, and maybe now the door is open for Alliance, the European powerhouse, to come in and clean up! It's not so easy though, smokes are down, and they get it, Alliance! From top of the wheel, get it done! Get on your chair, Monday popping up!
Yeah! Hold up.
하나 필. 오케이, 할만해 와도. 기다려봐. 너 깨져. 그냥 공자. 나 키트. 힐 다 빨고. 발공 타자. 야, 온다. 할만해. 나 키트. 필. 나한테 없어. 나 하나 중자. 발개필. 올라왔어? 나 죽었어. 여기 나왔어. 여기 어쩌나? 황금 있어. 쏘도 돼. 필.
They're going into this fight, but Exo on the same page and also playing up the low ground. Singularity versus Exo!
Singularity is no HP, only shield. But guess what? It all comes down to Artin. He gets one.
No
Gets
way.
the second. Artin in 1v2. Plays the knockdown. Accidentally heals. Artin, the IGL for this team. One of the longest lasting players he's played since Poland.
What's the decision here? He needs to stop him trying to pull out the shield bat real quick here too, but he has the natural cover of the knockdown shield.
This is like a game of, speaking of Dota, this is like a game of Dota. They're playing their resources so well. Artin's gonna heal back up. And there you go. Back to full health. The macro right now for these two players. The intelligence is there.
So gonna see where it's going, but he didn't see him through the smoke. A heal and PK shot. 1 and a 2, and you're done in the Exo Clan. Win game 4 on World's Edge.
Exo Clan on top.
But Luminosity see them in their sights. They're gonna be able to just wait for them.
Did they just take the Horizon lift to get closer and shoot them in the air and then drop on their face? Yes, they did. Luminosity.
21 kills.
21 kills, setting a world record, and they're going to push full Rex and do the same thing to them.
Turn around, LG with a huge game. Game number 5 to put them in first place. Over 20 kills for this team on top of the dub.
Look how slow this walk-in is, Vicky. We've never seen a finish like this ever. Shady, gonna finally push. He's gonna flat. He's gonna get deleted from the lobby. Waltzy and MT just hiding. So well played. Singularity on top. Nice PK shot for 99. Elysium, Chile, vamos!
I have the high ground now, Singularity says. Elysium punching him into the circle. Gets it again. Moist win! Singularity's advantage on the high ground does not come in clutch. It's Moist and their positioning. Wrapping around, getting game number 3.
He's one. Nice kill.
Zero
The right
on you
team.
guys.
They're fried on the right. They're all in one corner. One goes in the gap for me. Cracked him.
I'm
Kill
stopping.
this.
He's one.
He died. Kill this guy. Smoking. The Bang's almost cracked. Good on him. Both on me.
Dead. One more. Is he low guild? No, I don't know.
Nice.
Good win.
They're running down low. I'm sheer canceling now. I missed. Thanks, one dead. Nice. I'm here with you, Sweet. I'm swinging the ball. 100 on him. Down is swapping.
Exit are in middle of Geo and NRG. They're the two teams we want to watch. Sweet is just keeping on going. Again, it is a train that's being run through, and it's Geo, it's NRG, it's a 3v3.
And with the momentum that NRG have, is there any way that you can say Geo can do something to stop it? The Newcastle defensive wall will go down. Nathan trying to spray, trying to pray. There's a couple of shield swaps on the floor to play with, but at the moment, it looks like NRG are in a position to deal some damage.
NRG just need 1 kill and they'll be on match point, but they want to win this game. And Sweet takes him down.
NRG will win the game here on Storm Point, and it was nothing short of the NRG Deathborn.
He's on the box ceiling.
I got him.
All right,
I'm zero above them. Get above this. Get above this instantly. I'm pushing the guy up top. They're fighting another team. Kill this.
We still got another little bit till this intermission's done, though.
TSM need
Let's
1
take
point. 1 point to join NRG on match point. The question is, can Howard Verholz get it done?
And you heard the plan. They want to focus the team in the building. They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need 2nd place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Take a quick gander over at a few things here. First thing we're going to do, let's look at this here. So more than likely DarkZero passes them up. Although I could also see a world where DarkZero only gets like 35 points. They've had 2 really strong performances. They could come into this and realize that they don't really need to do that much. Maybe they can test somebody that's... Do they have anybody that's contesting any of their zones at all? Let's see. This next group is DarkZero. I don't think any of these guys are contesting mill. Well, they're there anyways. Yeah, only other team contesting mill is ACP. I don't have the map for when their first series went. I don't know if KCP contested that or not. Let's see if we can kind of look at where it's at right now. So technically right now the line's 79, right? It's essentially. So some of these teams have less than 2. Meaning it might go up. I could see a world where it goes up as high as... I mean, Pioneers might still need to get a couple points. I don't know. It's so tough, right? Because, like, the dojo's in this lobby. You would imagine that they either go big or go home, just in the sense that they're going to play their game in a very juicy lobby. And there's just a lot of good, like, talent, right? Look at... who they're in this with. I think I do have the map though for A versus C, right? Yeah, here it is. Open up and browse. So, I mean, Optic contested by Gombre at both spots. Could potentially spell issues for Optic if they aren't able to win a couple of them. Something tells me they do, though. They're a really good test team. Dojo's contesting Alliance on World's Edge, which is the second game, which will be interesting. That could be potentially them knocking one another out of winner's bracket. Potentially. Kind of crazy how Disguise just gets Southern maps unlocked for free, basically. Fnatic still technically have to kind of, you know, show up and perform, and they're surrounded by fraggers. I mean, they got TSM at wall, Dojo at checkpoint, Optic at down beast, and they land at north pad. That contest is going to kind of go crazy at Survey Camp Epicenter. Because if it's that late, FaZe might need to pick up points. They might push that contest after like a quick loot up at Climatizer. How you doing, Figgy? Happy Thursday, homie. Same could even probably be said for Sentinels. Where's Sentinels in that again? Just got home from work. Nice. Yo, you missed my boys from Blackhand popping off in the last set. Sag. Yeah, Ducky, how was work, buddy? Bro, fuck yeah it is. It's really hot outside. I think the heat made little man's headache that he had before lunch worse. So let's look at these top teams. First off, what do we have left? We still have 5 minutes. Yeah, let me get my epic pen. Yeah, bet. You got 15 minutes till the next set starts. Well, 15 minutes till they come back, and then probably about another 15 till the set starts. By the way, just want to say, ooh, Strafing Flame liked my post on Twitter. Oh. Anyways, so the bro, I think I need a new pillow, like that ass. So teams that still, what the fuck? Got Easy, TSM, Optic, Dojo, Realize, Sentinels are in this lobby. I do know that. No! Oh, no. Haha! What the fuck? You went to bed late again? Gotta stop doing this, Ducky. I guess we should probably actually be doing this lower, huh? Because we can assume I think this is the way to go. Here, nope, take that back, So Optic, Dojo, Realize, Sentinels. Why the fuck is that so long? That's what she said. Tom Young Kung, Northeption, Alliance, Fnatic, Disguised. We'll even throw in. Oh yeah, we don't need to throw any belts. Okay. So that means realistically, cutoff is probably, I'm gonna say 100 Thieves. right? I guess the other thing I could do would be this. No, because I think up. So what I'm looking up is trying to figure out where the cutoff will be. So I don't know if anywhere below, because I don't think anyone besides below disguised qualifies. That's the whole point, stupid. The other. All right. Oh, hold on, no. I want to do it that way. Not like that. Now I do it. Don't call me stupid, you idiot. Shut up, stupid. We're probably gonna become in between Pioneers and Fade, more likely. Maybe Onyx still gets in? What do we think? All right, all right, all right, all right. Ooh, ooh. Actually, add that one more time. Sonics would be 87. But I feel like what? So in order for Onyx to still get in, that would mean that in the top of your leaderboard this time around, you have DarkZero, TSM, Optic, Dojo, Realize, Sentinels, probably about right. Maybe Tom Young Kung, maybe. Because if this is the line right here, basically we're looking for teams to knock them out. And then consecutive teams to move them up from there, right? So like the question becomes, do we feel like Alliance is more than likely going to get 21 points? Probably. Does Alliance get more than 25 points? Probably. Does Alliance get more than 31 points? Probably. Which then means these move down the list, right? Because right now, if, what? 5 teams pass up Pioneers, they're out, essentially. Do we think the point goes as high as 104? No. That doesn't seem right. Free agent players. The fact that nobody in chat knows this is kind of embarrassing. Who cares? Fucking rough, bro. Fucking rough, bro. Okay, so why is my thing still showing down here? It hasn't done that before. There it is. Figured it out. I did it. I'm smart, chat. Maybe we shouldn't get carried away, but you know what I mean.
in the city where things
All right,
are
chat.
happening. Maybe not that you would have thought, but definitely in the ALGS world. It's been London, the mecca so far of our esport, but we transition to Birmingham to end the day and end the year of our championship. And we will crown someone as an eventual winner on Sunday. But first, there is an entire group stage and then a bracket stage coming up before we get there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Resorts World Arena. We are live and we are here ready for our final set of the day. Our series have gone twofold so far, and we are here with the trifecta, but of course that means we've got to get 3 people on the desk that know what they're talking about. Unfortunately, we can only find 2. I'm here alongside Onset and Gaskin. They're going to carry me through this one. Is that for you? Was that a crowd chant for Onset?
I hope so.
Onset and Gaskin,
Hope so.
my God.
Don't know what to do with that.
Some popular votes. Can you just react to that for a second?
Thanks.
It's great to have you guys here. Obviously, you've been watching today, Dando. Electric atmosphere in here. Obviously, the week's still warming up, and obviously, the weekend will continue to bring more fans and more excitement into the arena as we head towards the bracket stage. But one more series to go.
Yeah, this is crunch time now. We see 2 groups that have already concluded their games and they have finished the points total they can find. But now we have 2 more groups that are trying to catch them up. This is the most exciting part of the day for me because I get to start doing my mathematics, trying to work out those averages, trying to work out where people are going to be aiming for. And we've said around kind of 95 points might be able to do it. I think at the moment 102 guarantees you, but that will go down as we see the points gathered by these teams.
Well, when it comes to gathering points, some teams have been a little ahead of the curve so far. We'll talk about what that means, but let's show you a little bit about what happened earlier on in the second set of the day. Obviously, we've had a long match series going on that has included a bunch of teams popping off, Mark, but really for me the story has been APAC. They have performed so well over the course of these last 2 days, and they are
so he thinks past J-Links.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I think that Moist had a very, very good run, but I think we need to talk about the team. You can see
Oh my God, your boy getting that cut already.
Strafing Flame with incredible interview to close out the set as well. Really kind of gave us an insight what it's like to not just be in his shoes as the IGL, the leader, but also what he has to go through in those games and what he knows he has to work on if they want to have success. But Moist Esports also, I will say, providing us with the clip of the tournament.
Yo, for real.
Of the year with a 360 no scope. It was ridiculous. You should have heard us in the green room. Everyone popped off, understandably so.
It's been one of the best things to see. Dan, watch this clip right here. Your reaction to this. I mean, all of us, we were going wild.
Yeah, it's just one of those, I think I saw like celebrities tweeting about it, or sorry, Xing about it on social media because it was just one of those that popped off. And
hey, chat, I'm going to stand this up.
Moist squad, and I think that Moist are going to be a team we have to look out for as we move forward in this tournament.
It really does shift the combo as to if we're expecting APAC to, in the winners finals and in the finals, continue to have this level of domination. We've seen EMEA teams affected by effects such as Alliance joining a little bit late, maybe to a late start as well. Ascend, though, had a really nice earlier start to the day. It's almost as if North America, where are you right now? We're going to have a chance to answer that question coming up in this final series of the day. But as it stood over our last 6, we have Blackhand taking a commanding lead. It looks like what Dreamfire did earlier on yesterday in their first set. 73 points. Riddle Order coming right behind them from APAC North, Moist Esports, APAC South, and 100 Thieves staying in there, which have quietly kept into a very consistent position. And overall, if you look at the standings, you'll see right here that we've got a myriad of representation. Mark, Blackhand obviously at the top, and Dan, look at this. I mean, everyone seems to have a go, even South America and Startified Esports there.
And I'm pretty confident those 10 teams are into the winners bracket with the points total that they find themselves on. Wow. So at the moment, I think that they're guaranteed. Singularity and NRG should be, but then this is where it starts to get interesting. J-Lings on 98, 100 Thieves on 97, could be okay, but Pioneers at 91, I feel like this is where it starts to get very dicey, and a lot of these teams that are playing in this next series are going to be aiming for that points total.
Riddle Order have to perform as well. We know they have the ability to do so, but only 74 points. Obviously, this is a big chance. And when you look at the back half of this, Mark, what stands out to you as the teams in that bottom 20 that need to perform to get there? Maybe you would be expecting to be in the winners, but might not be able to do it.
I mean, 2 teams that are in the top 10 of our finals at the Split 2 playoffs are down at the the bottom of the leaderboards at the moment. You've got Oxygen Esports, a lot of maybe pressure after the expectation level has been risen for them over the last couple of events, but FaZe as well. I mean, a lot of the time I haven't seen FaZe involved in end games. I've seen them getting caught on their rotates. It doesn't quite seem to be coming together for them at the moment, but you know, there's opportunities ahead of them to put that right.
One of the more difficult things is when a team isn't winning, they don't get that interview at the end. And so you kind of have to wait to see what they're thinking, what is going wrong. Maybe we talk about in between games or at the hotel later on. But of course, we are looking for several squads to answer the questions we might have of them. Best way to answer them, though, is through your gameplay. And speaking of who is about to play, let's take a look at the teams participating in our final set of the day. And when it comes to it, I mean, to me, A and C have so many big names, so many stories around them. From It's Timmy, you look at Designful, Enemy, from Dojo. They've been performing well, all the way to the TSMs, the Optics, which I think have been phenomenal, and Disguised as well, our two LCQ teams.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep an eye on World's Edge especially is we've seen this long-standing contest going down between Alliance and Dojo.
Yes.
And with the position that both these teams are actually in at the moment, it doesn't really favor either of the teams to know that they're going into a game, and if it's a hot contest, that they'll come out of it with 0, because both of them at the moment are kind of on the outside looking into that top 20. So I think for both of them, it's either maybe we contest game 1, maybe we contest game 2, but I don't think you can afford to have 3 games in a row where you might lose the contest and come out with 0 points.
Both teams desperately need it. In fact, you just mentioned FaZe, that is what happened to them earlier on. A question, though, that cannot be avoided is 2 of the top teams going head-to-head again for our last group stage match. Of course, it's TSM, and it is DarkZero. DarkZero recently winning our Split 2 playoffs in London. TSM taking the very first one in February. But DarkZero, you have to say, they have put together not only a couple of unbelievable wins, but some surprisingly inspiring performances in the way that they have been able to battle people's expectations and keep proving that they are better than we think. In fact, we've had a chance to take a look at DarkZero's story in a very cool way.
The back-to-back champions.
Match point specialists!
DarkZero, a team representing APAC South in year 2 of the ALGS, shocked the world, winning both the Split 2 playoffs and the ALGS championship. And yet, their ambitions were still unsatisfied.
Moving to NA just improved our gameplay overall. We're definitely a better team than we once were last year.
And in their first split in NA, the region lived up to that challenge as DZ struggled and many questioned if they had made the right decision. Near the end of the split, things looked dire, but then in the regional finals, they narrowly squeaked into LAN qualification.
Yeah, we're just not very used to the rotations of all NA teams, that we've only played against the ones who had been to LANs.
But the split was behind them. All that mattered now was LAN, and despite having to go through the losers bracket, they made it to the finals lobby. DarkZero had the chance to do the unthinkable, the three-peat to cement themselves as a dynasty and the greatest team of all time.
The vibes were good, but we had to adjust to a whole new character comp.
Just adjusting to the characters, the fit wasn't very good.
We didn't do too well when we first moved.
Not only did DZ finish in a somewhat disappointing 13th place,
TSM up in the skies! House comes down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM!
but their rivals TSM took home the trophy. Heading into Split 2, the conversation was no longer about the dominance of DarkZero, but they began the split strong, showing they had begun to adjust to the style of play in North America, and then a bombshell dropped. Sharky, a longtime member of the team, retired.
I was just pretty scuffed looking for a third. We had very minimal time to pick Rambo and then to pick Zyno. The fundamentals he showed was the main decision behind it.
When I joined DZ, I was it was a little nerve-wracking, first joining the team.
Although Zyno was such a new addition to the team with little turnaround time before the regional finals, the results were instant.
DarkZero are gonna do it! DarkZero are gonna win it again! The match point specialist surely see this one out, and they do!
But finally, the Split 2 playoffs have arrived. DarkZero's chance to redeem themselves on the international stage is here. During their run to the finals lobby, they went under the radar as TSM and Alliance stole the headlines. But all of that changed very quickly.
It would be a mesmerizing play if he could pull this off, but Jen's had time now to pop that battery, send in Zynu, send in Jen Burden, send the victory screen towards DarkZero.
It only took DarkZero 3 games to reach match point. They came close to closing it out immediately after in Game 4, but ended up finally sealing the deal and winning their 3rd LAN title in the last 4.
That's so cool he got videos.
The DarkZero dynasty was now cemented in the history books forever. Zero once again proved to be arguably the greatest IGL in history. Jen Burton answered the doubters who believed he had fallen off since moving to North America, and the rookie Zainu won a LAN in his first ever split of Pro League. And yet, the job is not finished. In year 3 of the ALGS, both DarkZero and TSM have won a LAN, and all time they are now tied at 3 apiece.
Yes, everyone hyping up TSM obviously because the CEO, but we are definitely the favorites, I would say, for this tournament. I don't like being the favorite, I like being the underdog. Like, it adds to the story, you know? But yeah, we're definitely the favorites.
I think it's just us and TSM, basically no one else, so like either or. Okay, well, we're gonna win.
But with our eyes now set on the championship,
are DarkZero, the favorites to win it all and claim the title as the greatest team of all time.
That is so cool. Fucking AJ, bro, that's so
Heavyweight to
lit.
carry, no matter who you are, the greatest team of all time. Could they do it? Certainly, if they win here in Birmingham, we would have to start having that conversation. But as you can see from Zero and the rest of the team, they feel pretty confident that they'll be able to lift the trophy. One person who's been following their journey and now has been following us somehow to Birmingham, UK, that you may not expect, was in the stands, helping to produce, create, narrate, and overall help us with catching these storylines and making sure to fill out the important moments that happen behind the scenes with these players. And it is none other than Jayhawk, who is joining us now as a surprise guest on the desk. Jayhawk, how are you feeling, man? Welcome to Birmingham, and it's great to have you working with us behind the scenes and telling these stories that are so important to educate our fans about the journeys these players go through.
It's a surreal experience, honestly. I've been on the other side of the screen so many times, watching LAN, seeing you guys talk about all these teams, watching these moments, and actually getting to be here in person, meet all the players, you know, and actually experience the crowd and the atmosphere, the Dreamfire fans. It's a blast.
What's been the one thing that you feel separates being at LAN versus doing it? Because you make so much content on YouTube that people consume. We've consumed it in our backstage as well, prepping for some of the regions that we don't get a chance to see as much. What's the big difference that you've experienced so far being here actually in person?
Just the sense of community. Like, you get to meet so many fans of teams from around the world. You get to see the players at the meet and greets and just walking around the stadium, the coaches, the different orgs, and the people behind the scenes, you guys, the talent here. The community that you get to experience being here in person, it's like nothing else.
Yeah, and Mark and Dan, they can attest. We've been using a lot of the not only narration for some of the videos that people have seen and may not be seeing very, very soon, but also just the fact that these stories are really what make our esport. And I'm curious to you, if this story in particular, DarkZero TSM, you feel that there's some type of I don't know, change in what the narrative might be? Do you think there's something surprising that people aren't expecting? Maybe TSM coming out stronger than some might think? Or do you think, you know, DarkZero, with their confidence, really deserve it and they are going to hoist that trophy?
Yeah, it's a tough situation,
the
right?
interesting part about this rivalry is that I think a lot of people, when they see these teams constantly winning,
because they win, they are now the villains.
Just walk into the zone, and it seems like
of ALGS.
They got a circle that was near them. Something just was blessed to them, and they just happened to win.
Like
but when you really
full-blown
delve
villains.
into their gameplay and the fact
I feel like
that
they're
these
already
two
like
teams have
pretty
been
much
able to
on
win a
that
LAN,
mark, right?
You realize that there's something unique about these two teams, and it's really hard to not expect them to do it again here at Champs.
Yeah.
And so I don't know who wins between these two.
But
I
like, not only does the TSM fan
having
base
seen
now
DarkZero tie it
absolutely
up last time, but
hate
at the same
DZ,
time, I know that Zero,
but every other
on a
team
mission.
that's kind of like,
Jen
yo, I'm
Burton is
kind of
ready to
tired of
win,
seeing these guys
and
do it.
Zainu, this kid has never
Feels that way
lost
too.
on match point.
Well, that's a hell of a record. He's only played once, but it is an incredible record to see that as well. And Jayhawk, I'm sure either way, great stories will unfold, whether DarkZero or TSM win this time around. They may get a title temporarily, but just like
and that's one of those things where I do think that esports is in a point where you do need good stories, you need good villains.
Throughout the event and throughout maybe the broadcast yet
BCT
again,
has it right now
with
with
the games, which are almost underway.
Evil
We've got to
Geniuses.
lean in with our predictions.
ALGS could have it with DarkZero.
Behind the scenes, who we think
You
is
could
going to do well
argue.
in this one.
Golly, that's a lot of optics.
Actually, Spider Tip
Yo, where
with
Oogie
Realize.
at?
DarkZero with Genome, who you know I have to always joke with, is now North America's pride because they they switch regions. So he doesn't like that joke.
I'm not sure we like that joke at the end either.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
Mark likes that joke. Dan doesn't like it either.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, Jayhawk likes it. Okay, and so we've got that first one. I want to go to the final page as well. That way we can kind of digest.
Just
this
going with a
completely.
Realize, huh?
Jayhawk, you've got a pick also. Why don't you talk to us about the pick? Oxygen Esports. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, Oxygen Esports is a team that, as we saw in the last Split 2 playoffs, they're a dominant force. We've seen them actually prove it on LAN. There was a big question mark going into the last Split 2 playoffs. Can they actually do it? They did it. They handled the pressure. Now the pressure's here again in a way they haven't experienced it before. But they've been a team this entire year. In Apex, there's a lot of roster shifts.
Facts.
They didn't choose to do that despite in Split 1
Facts.
only finishing in 16th in North America. When you look at the stats of what they've done so far, they are struggling in 2 areas, kills and on Storm Point. And that is what Oxygen thrives at. They were dominant on Storm Point in the Split 2 playoffs, and obviously they're one of the best fighting teams in the world. And so I am expecting them to handle that pressure, bounce back. The BR Demons are going to show up.
I love it. I mean, that's
I'm sold.
Oxygen. Mama Reeds, I know, is in the house as well. Plenty of family all around, and from DarkZero and obviously Oxygen, we've got representation. TSM's parents as well. Hal's parents are here, and brother, actually. But Mark and Dan, quickly before we have to go into the series, which I'm sure people are waiting for, talk to me a little bit about your picks, why you select what you select.
I mean, I looked at Optic Gaming because coming into the tournament, I thought they were one of the form teams. When you were watching the international scrims, they were always within the top 5 week after week. It felt like they were just consistently putting points on the board, but it has been somewhat surprising to see them on the bubble going into this last set that we're going to see. But there are some good signs. I feel like there were some good Optic Gaming signs last time that we saw them on our screens. We saw them really starting to participate in a few more end games, and I just believe that it will come together at the right time for them. I expect to see them in the winner's side.
I was bullied, right?
Okay.
I wanted to pick TSM, I wanted to pick DarkZero. So you can't do that, it's boring. So I went for Alliance. Maybe there'll be an outside pick, but really I wanted to pick one of TSM or DarkZero. But the scary thing about this group is, because TSM and DarkZero are going to be competing, it's going to be difficult for a lot of these bubble teams to get points, right, which makes it so exciting.
And that's what makes all of these
and
other
Alliance
stories
could do the same
possibly
thing too.
The story that we start focusing on. It's easy to lose track when you have 2 big kind of bright lights in front of you. Maybe somebody sneaks in the darkness to go ahead and claim the spotlight. We will find out very soon. But for those watching, we want to make sure that you are getting what you deserve, which of course, well, it's a good time, but it's Twitch drops. That's really what I'm talking about. Thursday is today. It's Crimson Hawk Valkyrie skin time, so make sure you grab that. Hopefully you got your Crimson Striker Peacekeeper skin as well to go along with it to finish off some downed opponents in game. But Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we turn up the heat. You'll see more people in the stands. Here you will see more action from the exclusive ALGS Championship stickers, holo sprays, and ultimately the gun charm, which you can show off every single moment that you are playing Apex Legends. Wow. So excited about this, and you know what I'm very excited about as well, something that happens to a very well-deserving player. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet, but
yeah.
EA, Electronic Arts, has
I wonder who it
introduced
is,
the new
though.
Positive Play Award, and they've selected Apex Legends and a player from this community to have the representation of earning that first award in this prestigious category of being somebody who honors the community and being a bright light, someone who is extremely supportive and obviously shows us what it means to be a true team player and a good influence. We have the votes tallied. You have voted. We have found out who it is, and we will reveal it on September 10th. So stay tuned for our Positive Play Award coming up on Championship Sunday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited. It's our final series of the day. We've got bracket stage after this, but one more matchup between A and C. Let's kick it over to our casters and see what they got.
Hey, thank you so much, Rain Day. We couldn't be more excited to be here in the Resorts World Arena. Spider, Tiff, and Dia, we're going to be calling all the action. But before we jump into that, I want to touch base on a point that Gaskin mentioned up there, talking about the big hitters in the lobby soaking up a lot of the points.
Yeah, it's really interesting talking to other teams that are participating in this matchup because, of course, everybody's looking at making it to winner's bracket, having a little bit of extra safety. But there's another point of focus, and that is that with the 2 LAN winners in the lobby, it's also your best opportunity not just to make the winner's bracket, but to practice for finals, that even if you jump into loser's bracket, you have the chance to make. So look out for everybody playing their best game of Apex Legends. It doesn't have to be about collecting kills, it has to be about preparing for the wins. And on Storm Point is where we're going to be starting that whole journey.
And it's going to be really fun. We've got a couple contests to keep our eyes on. Specifically, we might get that Optic Gaming Gombare Otosan over at Down Beast. We'll look towards that later. But I know even in the green room, Bullet and and graceful. They were talking about how it's actually really nice to start out on Storm Point as opposed to World's Edge. They might be able to gather a lot of points, and for teams like Oxygen Esports, you know, Jayhawk was mentioning it on the desk, saying they are so good at getting points through the Split 2 playoffs, but think back to Split 2 playoffs, so many of those zones pulled Barometer, and they were able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and it was also at a point in time where beacons were a little bit more predictable for Oxygen, and now where beacons have, I think, been punishing for a lot of teams. We'll see how they deal with that, because Barometer, while it is relatively central,
all right, chat, who are we taking in this last round?
Has to go straight through the
Who
center
do you
of the
think
map
coming
at
out
the
on
same
top here?
time as a lot of other teams rotating. It's not exactly like Fish Farms where you can take your time looting up and still play a nice.
I think Alliance rises to the
Legends,
challenge
so
and literally
I'm
just
wondering whether
goes
Barometer
apeshit.
will end up biting Oxygen, but there
Goes
are
off
teams
for
that
like
I
70
had very
points.
high hopes for coming into this LAN, and despite the fact
Dark
that they
Zero
are
will
not
do
quite
good.
in position to qualify at a winner's bracket, I haven't fallen off that train just yet.
This is a series that
I would love to
needs
see
be the
Tom
best
Yum
of your
Kung
life. Granted, you go to
pop
that
off. I don't know if they
elimination
do.
bracket. It's not over just yet. You'll be able to play your best, but that Aurora complexity at Cenote Cave throughout all of international scrims, it has been so chaotic to watch, and I can only imagine after reading the timeline between Oirain and Impulse and Monsoon, they are just ready to duke it out. But DarkZero nearby at the mill, should they decide to maybe third party one of the potential contests nearby, it could throw a wrench in their game, and Complexity needs to perform here today as well as Aurora.
You know that DarkZero loves to third party, and I'll be honest, if it's me, I might pop over towards Downed Beast, because no matter who wins that particular contest, making the lives of Optic harder is going to be really important, especially as they're another arguably finals contender. The way they've performed in group stage has been really strong. There's a reason I predicted them for the series.
Oh, well, tell me more. I mean, obviously, they're really impressive. Landing over there at Down Beast, they get a plethora of loot, usually good shields, easy rotates, and especially when you start to think about how some of those Storm Point zones have enacted to going up towards Northpad, where Fnatic will land, and they seem relatively uncontested this time. You know, obviously a little more clear, but TSM at the wall, Optic at Down Beast, DarkZero at the mill. That's a lot of the top
Actually, I don't think I'm going to update this
and they have a must-perform here to get into the winner's bracket.
Absolutely. So, in fact, we're about to jump into the lobby. So we got Legend Select up, which is an important time for us to figure out exactly how teams like MDY White, who do need a breakout series, are going to be performing this. Importantly, they've chosen to go with the Gibraltar, which is a departure from the meta of the championship so far, but not a pick that's been absent. 100 Thieves have been picking this up as well, and I don't think the Gibraltar is an out-of-nowhere pick. I think you can really get some serious value out of this particular Legend.
Well, the MDY White
also
fans
noticing FaZe
with
is
I
not
can
going
hear
with
them
any
in
seer.
the crowd now, but we are locked, we are loaded, we are in the dropship, and as our players make their way down to Storm Point, it is all going to start here. I love the split drop that FaZe enacts. They grab the Trident from Fish Farms, drive it straight up to Launchpad, and they will be able to utilize that for their later rotation.
With the dropship starting us off in the southeast, it does mean that FaZe get that boots on the ground first advantage, which could mean a lot, especially because they already have a crafter at Launchpad, and they can get so much more done in this time, using the time to craft bats, assuming they get themselves some nice shields, and maybe even crafting up shields if they don't. It'll allow them a priority rotate, and on the other side, Optic are going to be late dropping over at Downed Beast. Although, looking at my map, it doesn't seem like Gunbare has chosen to contest. In fact, we've got them on screen, landing instead just off to the north of the wall, with the potential to rotate over to the previously unoccupied high point.
Well, that's actually not bad for them. I know Minus was talking about the drop spots, but before we get there, Aurora and Complexity, they typically like to land very similar on each other. Monsoon
Reconnect there.
Out and even up the numbers for just a second. Uchako going to drop inside, try to control this line of sight with the Sentinel. It's going to be pretty feast or famine, and he misses the first shot, pulls out the wingman, and just does a touch of damage. Hasn't had anything traded back on him, and it gives the rest of Aurora time to stabilize.
You think about it, this Uchako
the
holds
push.
this door, and it's
Oh,
gonna
nice.
connect, but we just need one more, but Uchako goes down. Oirain and Impulse are going to have to close it, and they are able to
That means it's just the last player that's
but they are not done
alive
yet.
is
Just have one member
Complexity. Complexity, right?
Were they able to get
The other
away?
two
No,
people that
they
down
were
in from
not.
them?
Monsoon
Yep,
is
yeah,
going to
it's
fall, and
Monsoon.
Complexity will lose the 50-50 here on the first map.
I respect going down, trying to at least finish the fight. Complexity weren't going to get a lot done just because of how long this contest had taken, but both teams have missed out on a lot of time taken to loot and rotate. We've sat in 2 buildings the entire time. Now Aurora get to loot the rest of Cenote, and they've missed out seriously when we look at all the people around them. Mill has gone down, Debius has
Bro,
gone,
look at how
Northside has
quick
gone,
everyone's
even
rotated.
Oxygen over at
Jesus,
Barometer
man.
have left. Almost nobody is left because we're all rotating up to where the game is ultimately going to be played.
Yeah, it's really tough. You see
So where does this end up
typically where
finishing
they'll
then?
position themselves the moment that circle starts to pull up north towards
Do we
Cascade
think this
Falls.
actually goes falls?
Actually a really solid way because the
Or is
last
this
time
one
they
that ends
played
more
here,
this
they were
way?
able to pick up so many eliminations, so much damage throughout, but Fnatic, I love the rotation going through the wall and dropping down just below it.
You control as much space as possible, and in all likelihood, most teams don't rotate back up to the north, pushing into high ground, so it leaves Fnatic in a relatively easy spot to play from, an unchallenged rotation. It'll be good for them, but other teams do have it a little bit harder. Say, teams like Oxygen, who are going to be playing just on the top side of the ski lift, it's not
Old man ain't having it. Checked on him while we were having internet
it'll
issues,
be
and he
fine.
is
But
out
once
like
we
a
get later on
lamp.
into the game, the likelihood that Zone actually pulls over here is very low.
Checking in, Gombre Otosan hitting the rotate, sitting on triple white. But this is the legend composition that they had played during Split 2 playoffs. That's Valve, Watson, Newcastle. Time is of the essence, and look at them making unplayable spots playable. But check out, we had recently talked with TSM. They were going through the spiders there, but the command center positioning that they have taken, thinking that zone would be the ultimate high ground as things start to collapse around them. Their only real risk here is maybe someone challenging them for this position, but you have to hold out the teams rotating through command center.
That you do, and the nice thing about it is that with a survey beacon in command center, you should have an idea of when and if somebody is there. It does tend to be a pretty popular rotation because it takes you around the inside, doesn't expose you to a lot of fire from afar, a lot of 30-30 shots, the likes of which we're seeing from Hal, but it is just a bit of shield farming, and something that TSM can afford to do and should be doing to evo their shields up because they've got plenty of cells to back up this decision making.
To do as we keep an eye out. We got a good levels up there, Phoenix Kid, and now we're just going to be exactly kind of just vibing, as Nice Wig would say. It's so funny we're on TSM. I saw some pictures on the timeline, even from Timmy, who's playing in this lobby. I think his dad may have went over and checked out the TSM booth and traded teams, but loyalty, where is it? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I mean, he'll actually get mad about that. Dads are seriously territorial. They want to know, or rather, they want their children to know that they're supported. So look out. I haven't seen Timmy's dad rage yet, but it's possible. Now I will say that for right now, there is no need to be upset. Everybody is doing fine. We have barely dropped a team at this point, having seen Complexity go out ages ago. And Dojo are getting to play their game. At Checkpoint, they've even got a beacon scan available to them, and it's going to be a pretty easy rotate out of Checkpoint. The real struggle will be when you eventually have to go over to Bunny Slopes, where we saw the game end earlier, because that's where
all these teams, dog. This is where like Apex gets so dope.
Experience is going to be the most important.
You mentioned their competitive experience, but we're in the group stages and they're coming into the final series with 83 points.
So
and you
good.
think of the threshold, they have set themselves up to advance to the winner's bracket, barring any major deviance from that. So we just need them to have a relatively solid series here, and they'll do just that. But as we get this beautiful free cam shot of Cascades, you can see that FaZe is occupying the building on the left, Pulverex in the center, Realize just north of it, and this is actually Realize's drop spot POI, so they have occupied to take that, barring. Where do you think we're going to pull from that? They're trying to play the furthest north building on that side in case it goes forward.
Yeah, I think it's totally understandable, and as a team with very
All right,
little
let's see what
data
Alliance can do here,
getting
man.
further into the zones, you have to play flexible positions, or rather, that's certainly a way that you
Story
can
just seems
approach
right
the
for them
game.
to
For teams like Alliance, who are going to be working with a little bit more
have
information,
effects
they've
show up
chosen
and
to
then
take
make
the opposite route,
upper
instead
bracket,
letting the zone
and then
tell
like
them
actually
what's up.
frag
They've
it
already
out of
got
their mind on Saturday.
third ring scan and apparently a lot of damage. Hackis opens up quite quickly with the 301, and that's the post-nerf 301.
Still hits hard, running it with a car, but you know, most people worry about how much light ammo they have. 453 light ammo.
You should talk to Hal.
He should, but you know, Hal would have to get some of that, and that's not gonna happen, so. It's just not.
For the moment, it'll be a nice bit to make use of, especially because Alliance are playing around the edge. The thing is, because they're not playing zone, they don't have to worry about shields as much, since they will be taking fights with teams in front of them, and ideally for Alliance, wiping them pretty quickly. We've already seen an example of them trying to pick a fight. It hasn't gone all out just yet, but as the zone continues to close in, they'll have plenty of opportunity. In the meantime, however, other teams are starting to set themselves up for zone close, and Disguised are certainly one of them. They don't have a position in Cascade just yet, but with the additional information they were able to gather off of the ring console, they know they're at least going to be inside the third zone and can pick a fight, arguably sandwiching Oxygen in between themselves and Alliance.
So they're going to need to do just that, coming into the series with 58 points, getting better and better, 24 from the first, 34 from the second, and you usually want to average around 33 to 34 per series, so they're going to have north of 50 points here to really solidify into that winner's bracket. But back to the dojo, as they start that rotation, they have to choose 1 or 2 choke points here, and they likely will run into another team that's going to be wanting to clear out their back, and as you can see, it's going to be Optic Gaming they may potentially run into.
Tough to unseat Optic, especially in choke points. There's a reason that you see Optic sitting here, and it's because of the way that they're going to be able to use Catalyst and Bangalore.
Bro, these days get long, don't they? Holy cow.
Space to buy time and Horizon to engage.
Honestly, I don't know how Wake and Greek do it, bro.
Darn well feel like
Passion,
they're going to
bro.
win. So to push into this choke point may be a little much, but it's certainly not a decision that Dojo have to take at the moment. They have a whole other choke available to them, and this is a nice rotation for Dojo to have taken, since over towards the north side of the map isn't going to be nearly as contested, since there aren't as many teams that even come from a position where that's possible. You did mention earlier TSM needing to scout out other squads that would come from there. They've just gotten the heads up that there will be another team coming from behind them, and we know from looking at the map that that's going to be North Eption moving through Command Center.
They really are, though. You ain't lying, Ducky.
Trying to make their way just on that southern side of the ring. They are holding that very hard edge of it, which makes sense for the rotation. Coming from Cenote Cave, the only team with eliminations really thus far being able to take out Complexity. They're safe here for the time being with only 10 seconds until that ring finally closes, and then they'll get that information of where they need to go. But you can see on the mini-map, they've got 2 different options. Do they want to rotate towards the right, or should they wrap around to the north? And they're going to have opposition whichever way they go as we look towards that map. Go next, and Enter Force 36 will lie in wait.
Okay, so I was wrong with this. This is actually ending like dead smack ass on
realize Pulverex and FaZe,
Cascade Falls.
they have called that perfectly.
This is a really difficult zone to play in. You know, we've seen FaZe play around Cascade before. Previously, they opted into the building on height, closer to where Gunbar.
Bro, this kill feed,
right around where MDY White
maybe. Nah, I mean, even in this next one, it's about to get crazy.
They've taken the gamble. This is pulling out of Cascade onto Bunny Slopes, much like DarkZero has gambled as well. But now that everybody's going to have to cross into the open ground and into Cascade, there's going to be a lot of Bangalore smoke in the way, is the idea. Because teams on the outside need to survive, and they not only need to survive each other, but all of the happy
How many do we think survive this ring close? Probably down to like 12, maybe?
Fnatic hitting a rotation in, going to that further
maybe
east
14
building before they necessarily drop down to where TSM is kind of situated by Command Center.
So like
the
5
Dojo
teams out.
finally started making their way through the choke point onto Optic Gaming. Catwall being expended an incoming frag, but the grab flipped in the black.
The good news for
hole
most teams on these outside fights is you should know that no one's coming this far out.
Stars. We just need some good opening damage, but once Designful has a wingman, it could be chaotic.
90 as a quick couple shots from the wingman do push Optic a little further away. It's a cooldown advantage that they've been able to trade out. It's Horizon ult to buy space in answer to the Catalyst wall, and Optic do have to draw it back. Giving up space, not ideal for them, and they don't have Digis to fight in smoke. Fortunately, this Trident will provide a bit of cover, but they now find themselves sandwiched. And this is exactly the situation that Optic wanted to avoid. Dojo say, all right, well, we see that you're in a not so great position. Let's get out of here.
It's actually really respectful hitting the evacuation tower once the other teams have started to get involved in DarkZero, opting to leave their building and maybe take a nice poke at it, as Aurora is our next team to go down at the hands of Go Next.
Optic, remember, no longer have a Dark Veil to make this cross across the open ground easier. here. They can't cut off lines of sight with anything but Bangalore smoke, and even that's on cooldown. So much has been used to stymie the push from Dojo, but for some reason, nobody's even shooting at Optic. In fact, it's just now that aimbot even takes note, and it's because he's being shot in the back.
They should have had someone definitely anchoring that as Gonex go down. Skittle Cakes as well, now dropped and knocked, are going to be forced into the center of multiple teams.
Say,
All
they
the
get out of
attention
this?
is now on them, but Enter Force 36, the Dojo is occupying them and able to take them out, but they're running into trouble. Timmy and Design need to answer back.
Now we knew when Dojo started moving off to the south, this was going to be difficult. They were going to have to fight with other teams. They must have known it as well. Oxygen go down in the kill feed, 15 squads left,
That's
and
4.
DarkZero have moved in to help clean up Optic.
15 squads in this zone right now is atrocious. Dojo are going to fall, and now DarkZero have found themselves inching ever so much closer towards that zone. You can see the incoming ultimates that are going to be thrown their way. They've only got the tree for cover, but they will be able
Yeah,
to
but they don't have
avoid
anyone
that relief,
behind
but
them,
not
right?
before
So
Jen Burton's able to grab a knock onto Fnatic's Yuka, who
Oh,
was
no, they
looking
do.
for a chance to rotate, using all the chaos as the
good
opening
call,
to
actually.
push. But Zero, we heard you were a madman, and look at you go.
Nice slide in from Jen Burton as well. Uses
Fnatic out.
Catalyst's immunity to Pharaoh Fluid to keep some momentum and just take out Fnatic. It has been a clinic from DarkZero off on the western side of this zone. They do still have a contest, however. TSM hold the high ground right above them. These two powerhouse teams sitting right next door to each other. But TSM, notably, has not partaken in the aggression, haven't accessed any of the low ground or the kills that come with it. We're sitting in 11th. Yes, points are available, yes, but TSM have no kills. They're playing it slow.
This is a fight that may have to happen in order to clear out the northern side of this while the teams are rotating. Because if DarkZero pushes down and tries to get into zone, TSM could easily wrap around. Let's jump on board with them and hear what they want to do.
This building might be open. It might be open. Can we evac for it? Is it even safe? It's barely like not really. Yeah, we should evac for it. I think we should evac for it now. They might shoot us off. We're in the open. Yeah, no. If it's taken, we have to go like bottom floor of this building. Okay.
What about the, is the Rupa big building open?
There was somebody there. There was somebody there. I saw someone shooting.
I'm looking at it right now. There's nobody there, yeah.
Over here, they're fighting over here. Someone watch your back.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure they're underneath us.
I don't know who it is, but it's one of the TSM players that always is like breathing right into their
Why
mic.
is our ship rocking? They're right underneath us. Right underneath us.
Even the building's procking that.
Yeah. I'm looking east. They're not really fighting at all. They're fighting on.
I'm pretty sure it's.
They were able to hit a nice rotation, now coexist on top of FaZe, but not before. Gombareo Tucson is going to fall at the hands of Sentinels and Alliance. They will fall as well. GO able to make that happen before. Now Disguise, they're able to clear out their entire side of the zone. They're still on high ground and they'll have to work their way ever so closely to Cascade Falls. But for the time being, no one's in the next zone in front of them. They're all inside the buildings of Cascades. That mass exodus that we're about to witness, that TSM has just jumped into, is going to be the most chaotic thing I've seen in a very long time.
Disguise should have a few fence lines to play on high ground, and they can survive and even thrive in this environment.
They've got
they play it right. As you say,
Tom Young Kung inside, and then someone in the building next door.
Almost no cover. We're going to be playing with corners of supply bins as the only real space. Sentinels still hold down towards the south of this next ring, and also have the opportunity
Probably.
to play
You ain't
just
lying,
a little bit
Ducky.
of cover. Them in
No,
Disguise,
but I just
actually,
saw there
would
that
go
Hal was like
head-to-head.
actively
Talked about
talking,
NCY
and you
White
can hear
earlier
somebody
as well.
else
A team
exhaling.
that needs to perform. They've got high ground in Cascade, and
Honestly, it might be Rebs, because Rebs is the one that talks the
Disguise.
least
It
and
is
you
a
hear
battle
it
for
the
high
most.
ground, as that's going to
Just
be
saying.
the most important thing during the course of this next Cascade close.
DarkZero, they start to move, smoke, and run into the building. Someone's on their roof. That's going to be likely a Pulvrex, who have been in this building since the beginning of this game, waiting for someone to make something happen. You've got to realize they're hitting the rotation just to where, but the grab lift, they're going to try to play roof, and now Pulvrex are going to go under fire. They hit the Dark Veil, but so does Kill Opposing Co. So they're going to go to the right. There's going to be at least 3 of them, and everyone just wants to stay out of sight for as long as possible. Disguised working on taking up as much space on that eastern side of the zone, and everyone's like, throw out the ultimate.
Jesus!
Look at where TSM have positioned
5 Dark Veils, bro?
They've got one Catalyst wall in between them and everyone else, but so many more are trapping the rest of these teams inside just a corner.
Dude,
of
that
this game.
free
The last
cam
building
is...
available on the high ground. Disguised have suffered losses. Xenox is down and down for good. While TSM on the low ground play for the kills.
TSM finally forced into FaZe, able to grab a knock on to Snipe. And they are going around the clearing up, and instead it's DarkZero who falls.
TSM takes out DarkZero, takes out FaZe. I believe they still have Tom Young Kung right above them, right?
Going forward.
No, this is realized.
E throwing it all down. Let's go. Playing the knockdown shield of reps, able to do a little bit of dance that I would never expect. Big E, he is him.
Somebody check him PC. Verhulst is going wild on the international stage. Just 50 HP and a dream. He's got a couple shield swaps available, but on controller, it's so risky. Jumps out in front, gets taken down. He's done an incredible amount of damage, but it wasn't enough. Pulverex in the water, or rather on the edge of zone, come down
their way
and
in.
finish off Realize, earning the privilege of being one of the last
So it
three
means Tom Young
teams
Kung's still in here. They're still full because they haven't been invited.
The
Oh,
high ground
never
as
mind.
if that push didn't even matter, but now they're starting to pull toward Sentinels. Zenile, maybe 150
So they just got the other team up.
is going to be Shunmi, and
Got their
we
third.
are hitting the rotate towards Sentinels. Dark Veil hiding their
name.
cover, and they have all of the space able to reset.
Lord.
The EMP
Lord.
is going to hit.
This is going to be brutal.
This
for
game here for Sentinels should
Arcane
pretty well.
and
Oh,
Co are slowed, are taken down. Now there is a
it still
trade.
should
Pulverex
we well secure
operates
them
a
into
duo, but we
uppers.
know Pulverex, and Pulverex can absolutely slay out as a duo. They return to the winner's slot in our first game of their final series in group stage. This is exactly the way that they needed to start.
Pulverex came into their final series of the group stages with 56 points, knowing that they were going to need north of 40 points here in this series to throw themselves into that winner's
start.
bracket. And to start off the 6 games with a win, that's what you
So am I actually
Hearts of fans
reconnected?
Back at Rally, and now that we're getting to see them succeed, and fortunately with all 3 people on their team, they are doing so well. Even with their struggles in the group stage, being able to pick up a win here in these lobbies, as was talked about on the analyst desk, is incredibly difficult and indicative of the performance that you can give in a finals lobby.
And I love to see them on that crypto. I've seen them break it out multiple times. They've historically played that composition in APAC North. And they were kind of deviating from that, trying to adapt to the group stages. But now that they've returned back to crypto on the Legend composition, just see how much more beneficial that is to be able to get that EMP off. Yes, you run the risk if one of your teammates have maybe already pushed into that fight, they get stunned in the meantime. But you said it best. They can operate as a duo quite efficiently.
And can we just say as well, I know they didn't win the game, and I know that we just saw Pulverex walk up to them and kill everyone, but Sentinels got 2nd place. And Sentinels have actually been performing quite well. They've got around 70 points so far, with a 30-point or so finish in this group. They could easily move on to the winner's bracket in just a little while. They've still got a newbie to international play in Koifel, and they're honestly navigating this really great, given how little time they've had to prepare and adapt with a new player.
Let's run back that final circle, but that is an impressive point. I think they were telling me he just turned 17, so incredibly young to be on a competitive stage like this, but performing so well considering how they have changed up their playstyle. Was once a heavy zone team, now adapting to edge, being more aggressive, and they were tied with 20th place coming into this series with only 2 match series, so they should be a shoo-in. But here is a look at that final push from Pulverex, focusing on healing up, trying to get away and not get stunned by that Bengal.
And it's a really impressive finish from Pulverex, and exactly the right way to play the territory that they had. Their execution was simple. In this last team fight, it was just as clean as EMP and send everybody forward. But when we think about the fight that took place just before this, the wipe on TSM and Realize that happened underneath them, we have to remember that they were sat in that building for a while. It was all about patience for Pulverex, not getting overeager, not sending on TSM or Realize or anyone before it was exactly the right time and exactly the right amount of squads. You know who lets you know that better than anyone is Crypto. It's a compositional difference that they're able to use to get perfect information on squads around them. We've seen other teams, much like Ascend, who was a big topic of conversation earlier today, use exactly the same strategy to perform out of their minds.
And it's actually performing really well here, specifically if you're not able to get out of that building physically and scout it. You've just got the windows. Well, that drone can kind of snake its way out and see who's approaching and who's looking to rotate and then farm with the EMP. So they did everything that they needed to do there. Now, if they keep up that momentum moving forward, it should be hopefully enough to get them into that winner's bracket. Because you think about that, what's on the line here? We're going to have, you know, winner's bracket and elimination round 2 tomorrow, but those are going to be 8-game series. So if you have to go from that elimination round, you're going to be playing so many games.
And honestly, a lot of this has to do with just player rest and recuperation. You guys have been here for a while. You know that we've played a lot of games in the past couple of days. And if you secure yourself a spot in the winner's bracket, it is such a comfort knowing that you no longer have to worry about fighting for your tournament life in the same way as those who have been put back into the lower bracket that do really need to be concerned with elimination. It's less study, it's less VOD review, it's a lot more confidence that you get to benefit from, and that is really what's on the line for these teams, because when you do go into the lower bracket, it's by no means over, but it does become that much more of a close battle.
Speaking of close battles, you called it. You said Sentinels did a great job just playing for second, and like not necessarily playing for second, but the fact that they got second.
Yes.
But they tied 18 points, right? 9 placement points, 9 eliminations, and that's not taking away anything from Polvrex, who were able to get 6 just playing from Cascades for the majority of the game, and it kind of made an interesting move here because you've got a ton of teams that are sitting with 8 points, 9 points, 8. It's going to be anyone's game, and for a lot of these teams that need to soak up and get north of 40 points, it's going to be challenging unless they can get maybe a north of a 20-point win here.
And not as top-heavy as other lobbies that we've seen, which is interesting, given that it's only the first game. Ganbareo Tosan, though, sitting in 11th place are a big question mark for me after game 1. We know they switched up their draw spot to avoid a contest with Optic, something that could very well have let them net them 2 less points. However,
so did I also disconnect again when I was gone?
And having to move your way up to high point, didn't get them great shields, didn't get them great position, and ultimately they were taken out by DSG, who walked up with full purples onto a team of full whites, and you just can't let that happen.
I mean, that's what you get when you play Edge, right? You just focus on prioritizing getting that late zone information, crafting up the Evo shields, and preparing for an all-out battle there, and Disguise were looking incredibly well, and that's something that they have to do to perform here. I mean, at least any team that's outside of the top 20 will need to do that, specifically Geo finding themselves in 40th place coming into the final series.
Yeah, and like you say, Disguised also need plenty of points to make sure that they make it over to winners. This is also another interesting team that people had varied expectations of. I know that, speaking of Sentinels, they did a little bit of a prediction before we got into the competition, and they did not expect great things of DSG. We had a lot of doubters, even in the crowd, and yet they've demonstrated that they can win games during the course of group stage.
Facts.
I think they've done a fantastic job of making sure that they're actually quite competitive with other top-level teams that we've seen win lands, or at least get very close to.
I think that's
we'll
good, though.
See, maybe they can get another one here in the final group stage series.
I think it
but
shows
we'll
that the ability to,
we're going to cut to a quick break.
one,
And when we come back, we'll
not
have
only
match
go
number 2.
through like Chow circuit, but be able to go from Chow circuit and show that like the gap is that close and you can jump up and still be competitive right off the rip. I think people realizing how close that gap is a good thing. 5-minute break after 1 game? They must have had technical difficulties or something, right? Had to. Bang. 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 Now we go to split. So Ducky, since you ended up staying up late last night, gonna actually go to bed early tonight or no?
¿Cuánto estamos en décimo?
They took off the timer. Should I be scared? Okay.
WD
All right, let's get it.
the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 3 Championships at the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK. Look, I've really worked on my pronunciation. I live dangerously close to Birmingham, Alabama, let me tell you that much. But I am so happy to be here. We are on our final series of group stages, coming off a Pulverex win in Cascade.
And a critical Pulverex win as well, something that they, as many teams in this final lobby of the night, need to advance to the winners of bracket. Those are the stakes. For those of you who are just tuning in, we're about to wrap up the group stage, at which point we will be competing for elimination. So a win, some big points laid down during the course of the next now 5 games will make you all the more secure in those to come and leading into the finals.
Yeah, Pulverex came into this series with 56 points.
Not
and
a lot.
Exactly, we talk about that threshold, right? 92 was the
18
split
points
2
is big.
playoffs that we've thrown around, but you really want to feel safe. I think Graceful said it best, 100 points plus or minus 10. But to feel really safe, we are looking for that 100-point threshold, which would mean Pulverex would need 44 points out of this entire series.
And I think this is where you can actually be a little bit concerned, because a win is quite good for them. It was a pretty low point win when we look at the history of group stage so far. Sentinels tied with them there, and Sentinels had a lot less points to make up. With plenty more opportunity, 2 games left on Storm Point, 3 on World's Edge. Pulverex cannot rest easy, even given the first
I think that's
game
a fair
win.
assessment about
It's
the
not
win.
giving them as much forgiveness as other wins might, so it's time to lock in and get ready for Game 2 of Storm Point.
And as our teams, they hit the dropship.
Feels
hit
like
the
Norm is
Legend
like 2022, right?
I'm really curious to see kind of what this is going to look like. Is it the TSM plot armor for them, or did they just get hot zone in a ring console?
Now, once again, Optic aren't going to be contested. Ganbare Otosan, one of the squads that did not get as much loot as they needed in the most recent series are going to be forfeiting that preemptively once again. A contest that we can look forward to is going to be that of Aurora. You have to imagine, but even now looking at the dropship, it doesn't seem like we've got a whole lot of trails leading towards Cenote. This dropship that took us from this time the western side of the map to the eastern has given Optic and DarkZero, even Fnatic, first move, and Aurora have been left alone.
That's actually really smart of Complexity to do. They came into the series with 47 points, needing a massive series, so electing to withdraw from the contest is totally fine for them because Pulverex already had done that. They had recently been challenging North Eption at Thunderwatch, but they knew that Jurassic was free, and that's where they went to land. And I don't know, everyone always talks about TSM plot armor, but I think it's Pulverex plot armor right now because when you look at the zone, they land Jurassic after leaving Thunderwatch. Where is it pulling? It is going such in favor of them, and they'll have a survey beacon to boot.
It's one of the blessing and a curse things, because since you have a survey beacon, you can theoretically see where everybody is going, but because you don't have a ring console, will Pulverex even know that they should post up here? Will they get out of position, find a ring console, or get a survey scan and realize that they actually should have stayed home?
That is the biggest gamble, and we saw that this morning in World's Edge, right? Where so many teams went to Skyhook, taking that gamble because they didn't have information.
Yeah.
And that is so challenging to make that call.
And there's another interesting point about Pulverex here. Because they've chosen to go Jurassic again, Complexity have denied them a lot of loot. Typically, teams that go Jurassic will be able to loot up just to the north. This time, because Complexity are operating essentially without a POI, they've taken away a lot of Pulverex's momentum in the early game, which will make their round all the more difficult. Complexity will also have a tough
Bro, it looks
time
like they are
because they're
blaring
operating
my
with
boys.
essentially
Not
half a
even light.
POI's worth of loot. But you know who else could have a difficult one? Is DarkZero and Optic as they zoom on past each other. DarkZero are going to watch this happen, perhaps follow suit. We could get a kind of car chase going on, but it doesn't look like we want to play Fast and Furious today.
I was going to say a little high-speed pursuit, no big deal. They might run into each other later on, but it's all about getting the primary locations early. I mean, this is honestly pretty intense.
It's a race to barometer, and it's one that Optic have won so far. They don't take that much damage on the way in, so they win the race to the building. One that was surprisingly close and adrenaline-filled for this early in the game.
The fact that Down Beast, Optic Gaming was able to zoom past the middle, the DZ was probably like, hey, I see what you're doing over there. We'd like to join you, sir.
That was awesome. I love that. More Apex racing games, please. Now, given that Optic have prioritized this spot very early on, they are still going to have to share space with teams like Oxygen, who land over in Barometer. This is a game, actually. They could bring Oxygen, who had a little bit of Jayhawk's confidence coming into today's series, into the forefront of our minds.
Speaking of confidence, I have all the confidence in the world that Koiful is going to be able to dodge out on the incoming frags, throwing down a couple of arc stars of their own, just trying to hold on to this building. Think of the teams that are rotating around this area. Go next, Oxygen, but with it pulling to Barometer, they will have their own quickness of their preferred location. So maybe they got the Jayhawk on the desk buff.
They very well could have. TSM find themselves in a contest up against GO. You may know that because there's a Newcastle right in front of us, and not a whole lot of people are running it. Burles has an off angle right now. We saw him do incredible damage during the last series. Gets chunked, however, has to jump back, and Hal going low and going down could be the end of TSM.
Juzna going massive there, and that is what we like to see. TSM cleaned up. Gombere needing as many points as they can potentially get. Like we said, 27 points coming into this series. And if you want that 100 points, 73 points would need to be acquired here. And I think that's almost competing with the highest score that we've seen from any of our group series matchups.
That'd be our second highest.
Land champions in this lobby was just taken out at the hands of a team that has yet to find success in group stage, that is not playing out of their regular POI, that has so many disadvantages, and that's how close Apex can be. One misstep from even the great TSM means that they get taken down by Gunbury Otosan, who are very much proving that even though they've had a rough go, are not to be messed around with. This is a team that I expected great things from coming into Champs, and they, while they've had a difficult time, still can make that happen, still can make the finals.
Definitely still can. We have to think of teams like FaZe. They want to make it in there as well. And I know it's their coach's birthday today, so that would be a really nice birthday present to Coach Dan.
That would be cool. I do know that FaZe have been struggling a bit internally with their approach to the game. Phony himself was talking about how they've not been playing with a lot of confidence, and it's really impacted their results. Simply not trusting that you're making the right play, being able to follow a call with complete
doing anything half-assedly in a game like this where like the difference
means that
is inches.
FaZe haven't been able to put up the results that I think a lot of their fans expect of them as well. So we'll see if they're able to clean it up in this series, but we know that it's something they've got their eyes on as they look to improve
in-game suicide
over the course of the next few days. Realize's rotation down is going to take them right.
I think that's why one thing about like when they talked to Strafing Flame earlier, right?
That's the word that I'm looking for.
Let's talk about him choking in the past, which I don't think that was really him choking.
Onto the low ground, they should be able to take a nice evac tower, or even the gravity cannon if they don't have one.
Checking in, Geo still hitting that rotation, moving ever so closely towards the center of where that next ring will pull. And we start to think about the teams that have really impressive macro. You have the handful of teams that are electing to say, this is actually going to pull towards Barometer more, and you think of the open bamboo forest over there. So teams that may look to operate that, but if you go to take that too early, which you can see as Geo flies just above that area, sights out a team on the bridge, and they're going to get peppered, and they're
going to go on the bridge.
Full send the team on the bridge.
Oh my god, the confidence that it takes to jump on one. Dogma has nades all over and manages to survive with 20 HP, but instantly goes down. Jung-hee now on the defensive, has a castle wall in front of him, but isn't able to pick up Dogma nearly as quickly. And Pulverex, they're here for revenge. You land on Shunmi, it's not going to go well.
Here comes the EMP from
Dog, you don't land on a homie like that?
Find an angle, but when a team with a Newcastle and a Watson lands on you and they throw down that Newcastle wall, maybe start with the reses. Pulverex really doesn't have anywhere to go. They were playing underneath the bridge for a reason, trying to hide away from all the teams on high ground from Barometer.
And Gumber Tosan, having survived the initial barrage of ordinances,
it was a good spot for them now.
Everything that they need. Now with a generator behind them, it's them who unseat Pulverex, forcing them out into the open, and good lord, the shots out of that G7.
This is what I was saying. The moment that Pulverex try to move out from that bridge, they are just going to be in the line of sight, and Skittlecakes is going to be the one to benefit from it. But this is the type of location that Geo is set up to play, utilizing the Watson fences. They already were able to throw down the Watson generator, and for Pulverex, hey, it's all water under the fridge.
That was way too relevant.
That one's for you, Otter. I know you're out there somewhere.
And yet, not exactly what I was looking for. I will say it's exactly what they were, what Ganbare Otosan were looking for, because they now have a position that is made playable simply because they have Watson. We saw Send do this earlier in the day, where they were able to take up spots that otherwise people really just don't want to play because they have a generator, because it's all the safer. Alliance, however, they don't want to be playing this. Hackies goes low, but they're on the winning end of the fight. Yuki finds a knock onto Yuka with an Arc Star, and now the fight handily in Alliance's favor. They're going to go push on forward.
And this is a really wild engagement between Alliance and Fnatic because they are so close in group series points. Alliance coming in with 66 points, but they've been getting better each and every series. And as Yuki falls, it's going to be Effect that needs to close.
Effect's got a clutch here.
Hit the grab flip, try to heal up, but not before taking so much damage. But he's still able to get the bat off, and he's able to turn around and lock onto him. But the hip fire, with 30-30.
Oh, wow.
Strafing. That's the mechanical movement we like to see out of Meltsera.
Hackies gets a quick res, but that is so bad to have lost Effect on the push, and Effect of all players who Alliance rely on so heavily. It will still mean that you only have one member of Fnatic escaping, and that at least temporarily, as Alliance could still give chase. But on the other side of the map, Realize are looking to make their exit from Jurassic, and with some nice smokes to cover them, could very well do it.
All right, Realize, I had them predicted as my team to win this series, and they were so close to it. It's got but NorthEption, they need to win as much as they possibly can. They are sitting just on that threshold, right underneath that points cutoff for the winner's bracket. And MDY White, they're a little bit further down, but this is going to matter to them. They need every elimination as possible. But when someone's sitting outside with a Kraber, that is the scariest thing that you could ever expect. But NorthEption able to go out.
Unfortunate for them, as like you say, they needed plenty of points. They will have the opportunity to make them up later. We'll see if this Kraber shot lands, but through the smoke, Sangjun just isn't seeing the same thing that we are. Ends up tossing in a quick Horizon ultimate, gets chunked out by a third party, throwing in shots from afar. Realize have to be very calculated and very fast with how they take this fight, if they even want to.
Look.
Good third. Free
honestly,
cam
really
again.
Need to. I'm just sitting here thinking about this because this is going to be an atrocious zone pull, pulling over just a little bit further away from Barometer into that open water. The bridge is the move, and Geo called that perfectly.
Yeah, this one is going to be difficult, but MDY White, having just picked up their Gibraltar, do have a safety net in the next rotation that should still take them past Realize, who have dipped rather back into Jurassic to hit a quick survey beacon. The zone does continue to make this a little bit more challenging, pulling further into Barometer, and Alliance know that very well, having just made their rotation around the outside of Jurassic, and now needing to hold the teams that would otherwise rotate in from their left from pushing in behind them. Their next move should take them down to the south and over towards the building that Optic rotated into earlier. FaZe fight for their very lives in Barometer and seem to be doing, well, not so great. Boney's gonna go down, and while there's a res on the bottom side, this isn't one of those gold knockdown shield fights that we've seen so many times today.
Where's the gold knockdown when you need one? But Zero with the 30-30 able to completely throw down and knock onto Oxygen Esports. In Oxygen Esports FaZe, those are the two teams fighting for their lives. At the top of this series, you were talking specifically about how the presence of TSM, how the presence of DarkZero were going to affect a lot of these teams looking to find themselves in the winner's bracket. But if you run up against a powerhouse, a titan like Zero, what can you do?
It's honestly, it's better to do it now, because this same team is going to be punishing you in the finals. That is a promise. DarkZero, playing the gravity cannon for now, are taking up a lot of space towards the south side of Barometer, making sure that teams cannot coexist around them, and it looks like the same thing is true even for Disguised, who I will say have to deal with a few other squads that are looking at them, but only have one member left.
Oxygen Esports, they're gonna fall at the hands of FaZe, who need every elimination with that 51-point mark that they came into. And Optic Gaming, so many of our talent teams' prediction to win this series, it's like they're starting to connect a couple things together here. But as the rotation starts to move, we have Effect going up against Tom Young-kun, and they're gonna take them out. One
Feels like TYK is probably going to be missing out on uppers, I think, champ.
Before they have to focus on which way
I just think there's too much fighting power in this.
It looks like their Fnatic engagement was enough to wake them up. After that, after honestly barely surviving Melstera, this is plenty for Alliance.
They are dancing around right in front of Melstera, who is trying to hide on the other side of the fence by the tree, and with no seer on the roster, it gives them that extra level of confidence to survivability, but Realize is also going to dodge around the Complexity, who elected to move out of Cenote Cave, has once again found themselves in trouble, but Monsoon needs to hit this, and the PK. Look, we always talk about our PKs hitting for 9. Sometimes you just gotta hit him with an Arc Star, throw it down, maybe hit for 90 plus. What Monsoon needs right now, because they're in trouble.
And he needs a little bit of cover as well, really punishing, especially when the Dojo were staring down thermal sights at you. Timmy, gonna swap out for a little bit more coverage, but this gravity cannon provides so much space and safety to any player on it. The Dojo are even able to take some of the high ground that extends just off to the south of them.
Are we forgetting? I mean, this is crazy. A big frag coming in, and Misi going to fall. Slapping code they need to throw down because Sentinels!
Nice.
This isn't our zone IGL anymore. They are hard edge, ready to fight, redefining their legend composition in every bit of their playstyle. RKN was on the desk at Split 2 playoff, got so much more motivation, made some changes, and they are back with vengeance at Champs.
There has kind of been a death buff recently, though, hasn't there?
Already used his
Monsoon was on split one play, right?
Smart from Sentinels, but
Arcan,
remember they don't have a
split
catalyst wall now, and they're going to need to rotate up towards the north, up towards Ganbare Otosan, who playing under the bridge need these points.
Yeah, but if no one's able to walk across the open water to challenge out on Ganbare, you have to think of who may be able to do that, because FaZe, they will have to move ever so closely, but MDY White at one point was challenging Realize on the other side of the mountain, but as that circle starts to come in, you can see Alliance, Enterforce 36, they're all being filtered straight into each other. And the frags, the nades, Effect once again utilizing the grab lift to reposition himself. He's actually doing a good job here of not overextending and trying to make sure he's safe from the left.
But just like the last game, we're down so quickly to just being able to play these supply crates, and it's not enough cover for Alliance to really make an aggressive move and clear out the team that's otherwise rotating behind them. Effect still is in the line of fire, still has so little space, and Enterforce could wipe them out here and now.
And Effect really needed to
Snipe Down was on the desk too during split 1, that's right.
So Hackett was able to get the res up on Yuki, but meanwhile, Chuzna, Zhonghee from Geo were able to...
This is the fight.
Yes, this is the good one. Here we go.
At this point, it's FaZe versus Ganbare for a game-winning position, and FaZe take it. FaZe, who need the points, who are
Let's say they need a big series here.
They have got confidence this time around.
DarkZero's going to try and move in and make sure they can't reset, though.
How important this engagement was. Takes to the bridge using that cover of smoke and the recent bloodshed off to the eastern side.
The fact that they were able to get this bridge for free, the remnants of the Newcastle, while they
Good
will
move.
keep going
Good
forward,
push, you need
wanting
to.
capitalize on the already down players of FaZe, and just like that, Zainu says, I'm here, able to shoot through the Catalyst wall, and Jen Burton capitalizing on what Zero has already started. If they can survive this, they will have such a powerful position, knowing that they're cleared out, and FaZe will fall to the LAN champions of Split 2 playoffs.
And now, that was a marvelous push, knowing that FaZe were too weak to defend. It's great isolation from DarkZero, and you'll notice nobody's even following up on it. Braver shot from Realize.
Is Zainu by himself?
Wide. Unfortunately, not enough value.
There's definitely not full
to
teams right
keep
now.
it still with them. Moving on forward, you have to think about how you're rotating to the next zone, and at this point, those teams that have the bridge are going to be the most important. Alliance managed to survive.
It makes sense.
DarkZero
Zainu by
still
himself.
hold a bit of the island,
That
but
other
it doesn't
duo we
have
just
nearly
saw.
as much cover as they'd like, and Realize are on the push.
Obli able to take down Effect, so now we're looking at a 3v2 situation. There goes the full. This is what they need to do, but that ring is going to be at their back. They're going to keep getting forced straight to that last member of Alliance who was elected to go straight into zone. But when you have sharks in the water,
Complexity and Optic fighting
DZ
DZ might insert themselves here.
That space, let the chaos consume them.
Dojo out, yeah, they're just a
Alliance
solo.
are going to fall, and now Optic moving straight towards Complexity. The same rotation that we've witnessed DarkZero take earlier.
And can anybody challenge Complexity? Optic certainly can't peek it. They've got plenty of threats in front
Does
of them.
Optic really got
It's a
Complexity to their left,
certain
too?
death sentence to try and send it on to Complexity. Optic are just going to have to coexist like this, and it may come down to the final circle to take these teams actually enough time to fight each other. DarkZero, however, they can harass Realize, who are our northernmost team with just a bit of rock cover and arguably the best endgame position that comes with the curse of also being the focus of every team in the lobby.
Yeah, but so can Complexity.
Yeah,
as well.
DarkZero just
They're
vibing,
playing
basically.
just on the left side of Optic, right out of their line of sight. And when you've just stuck between a rock and a hard place, realizes Obli is going to be able to shoot straight into Complexity. No amount of bang smoke is going to be able to protect them.
Does look like it's bought them a brief respite, however. Complexity try and get a little bit more space, but this wall from Optic solved the problem we were talking about earlier about T being taken down. There are some shots being laid in on them from afar, however, and Noct has gone down. Realize they're picking a fight, and now that we have just 3 squads left, when Realize go forward, they're letting DarkZero do the same thing, and they have to know that.
They are essentially looking for as many eliminations as possible. In DarkZero, you know what they're looking for? A win here.
At this point, Realize know that they're playing for second, but now they've overextended. They didn't get the full squad wipe, and they're in the line of fire of DarkZero. It is a big misstep, a lack of execution, and DarkZero here to punish it.
There's no
Quickly,
win this
the
for
push
free.
comes in, and Dropped goes down. Optic are fallen first, but immediately after that, Realize hit the floor, and DarkZero win.
DarkZero's about to be the villains, dog. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna win.
Knowing that FaZe was weak
come Sunday.
in the bamboo forest, they pushed through, clean house, and bide their time until the right moment to hit the Dark Veil rotation onto the third party. Absolutely impressive, and honestly, they're looking full form here, and I know we had DZ on the predictions for the talent desk, and this is exactly what they wanted to see. I see a Papa Jen Burton in the stands right there, front and center with the DZ. He shook my hand today, and he hit me with just a DZ, and I was like, I see you.
He knew they were going to win today, and It's been great for them. Even Jen Burton looked relaxed after that game, and you could tell why. Because looking at the way that this lobby played out, DarkZero never put themselves in a position where a fight was 50-50. Even during the last course of this game, they were taking pot shots from afar, ensuring that they had an advantage, and even capitalizing on, as you'll recall, FaZe over at the island, an over push from Realize. It doesn't matter to them who gets second, who gets third, who gets fourth. At this point, DarkZero play for the win, and only the win. It's what makes them deadly, not just in these games, but on match point.
Let's take a look back at that final circle so we can relive that winning moment. Kind of just a few steps back, right when we were at 4 squads remaining. They were already sitting on 6 eliminations, and Triple Red sharing out the light ammo. Look, it's all about the light ammo.
I feel like you see that being duplicated a lot by APAC South's best and more consistent.
Equal information.
Like maybe not some of your Slayer teams like Kamion who does like to play a little bit more.
DarkZero know that the fight is going down, and it's just as quickly that they drop the dark
Although that was more
as
when
soon
they
as
were
drop goes down, although
EXO.
of course they don't know that it's
Here
dropped.
recently
The
they've been
evac
doing
tower
it more.
actually adds an extra element to this, giving them a vantage point should they need it over the Dark Veil, and access to a little bit more of an easy entrance over the previous Dark Veil of, I believe it was Optic. From then on, it is just a matter of digiing through the smoke. And how many times have we seen this recently? In a Bangalore Bloodhound meta, digis are golden, literally, and, well, no, I guess it's just it's only figuratively, but it's figuratively in multiple ways.
You know, I heard Digi's going to be in the Crafter later this week, so things are going to get to be a little bit mixy in there. You can see we've got Zero's dad, we've got Jen Burton's dad and mom, and everyone so happy to be here front and center to support DarkZero. That's what we love to see. Honestly, it makes me super happy. We have all of the family. Vane earlier from Oxygen Esports, I was walking by and I saw Vane, and then I saw, you know, Vane's dad, Vane's mom on the backs of their shirts, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just super cool to see.
I mean, it's the best part of the event. I don't know how many times we're going to talk about it today, or during the course of our casts, because we talked about Timmy's father earlier being here to support.
True.
It's wonderful to see the support from the crowd, from the fans, and most importantly, from those that you grow up with your whole life. And having that has certainly inspired confidence in a lot of teams, inspired their best. DarkZero, perhaps not achieving a completely dominant game, but you'd be mistaken for thinking that it was a 30-plus point game after the way that it finished, because this squad never felt out of control.
Like highest paid players, do you mean? Or like highest gross earning?
This was a great game for
I
them.
think they will be highest gross earning, I believe,
you may not have predicted
after
DarkZero, but Realize was not a bad choice.
I've definitely been keeping an eye on them throughout
this event, or they already are,
They can have
potentially
really
after
strong
the last one.
performances when it matters, and yes, they're pretty much solidified to find themselves in that winner's bracket, but starting out from Cascades on Stormpoint, I thought they would have really strong rotations, and so far the zones have been ever in their favor, and Sentinels as well, 4 points on the back half of this, but Fnatic so close to on the cusp of the winner's bracket qualification. They need to have maybe a back half of the 4 games, at least, you know, 10 to 15 points per game.
You know, with one more Stormpoint, I mean, who's to say what happens? We do know that you can get a little bit unlucky in fights, and seeing how things played out towards the north of the zone this time, you do kind of have to chalk it up to bad luck for
How you doing, Mom?
There are plenty of things to improve, but at this point, you're just looking forward to the next couple of games, because as you say, the gap is small.
And as we look through the top 3 teams of the match 2 results, DarkZero with 5,100 damage, Optic Gaming with 4,400, and these are the 2 teams that land Downed Beast and the Mill respectively, who
I'm
started
gonna go check
out
on
match number
Low Man
2
again real
in
quick,
the
just
top
make sure he's
pursuit of the
still doing
Trident
alright. So
race
we brought him home
to
early.
Barometer and fought tooth and nail throughout, so it's so nice to see them there in the top 3, but Realize with 3,900, and they are all about similar eliminations, right? 8, 8, 7, it's impressive.
It's not that far away, and honestly, it demonstrates the value for DZ and Optic of getting to a POI early in an active position in that POI, even though they had different reads on it. It was very similar approaches, and I have no doubt that if Optic arrived 15 seconds later, the building that they ultimately chose is already occupied by DarkZero. So having seen that, we do still have the opportunity to watch these teams play their best game, and importantly, one that is reliant on clean early rotations.
Ooh, speaking of watching those clean early rotations, I know we had a chance previously to sit back, check out the Cyber Z watch party that's happening around here. So let's go ahead and throw and check out what that is all about.
What's up, everybody? I'm We The People. We have Cole here, a special guest, all right? He hosts the Japanese ALGSs live on Twitch, and my man has an absolute insane production here. Can you tell us a little bit about the Japanese community and how well received Apex is?
It's actually, I think it's one of the biggest community in the world. Actually, like our broadcast is being watched by like 60,000 people, like average, yeah.
You said 60,000.
Yeah, 60, yeah. Yesterday, like highest was 50 or like 60,000 people watching the Apex.
That is insane, because when you picture 60,000 people, like you can't even count that, you know? So that is absolutely insane. And I got a question. What got you started in Apex? Like, why Apex?
Yeah, I used to play FPS games a lot, and then like the Apex is the very like speedy, and I really.
How are the games?
So I think
they're pretty good, man. I mean,
used
it's
to broadcast like a professional baseball or like a professional
tightened up a lot,
soccer
you know,
in Japan.
so slower
it's like
early game or early
I
to
don't know,
mid games.
it's like I'm very comfortable.
Hectic
like,
end games.
When I do commentary job on Apex.
I love that, man, and you absolutely kill it. My final question is, so the Japanese community is amazing, right? Anytime I have a tweet blow up, it's nothing but positivity, right? Why do you think the Japanese community is so positive? Because it's amazing, man. It's filled with love, and like, it's such a great addition to Apex.
I don't know. We have a lot of you know, the otaku, like Japanese, like strong, enthusiastic fans. They like they have like really love the like I don't know, like they're really like a fun community is getting bigger and bigger.
I love it, man. Well, it's amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Great to meet you, my man. Keep killing it, all right? And that's all we got.
Well, that's super interesting. Always getting all the good information from the people around the stadium. So much cool things going on, so thank you, peeps, for checking into that. But for those of our viewers that are here in the UK watching from home, we'd like to welcome
My boys
you back
from Black
as we get
Hand lit it
ready
up
for
in the
match
second
number
set.
3, because we
I'm
have
super excited about
identified
that.
there were some issues with some Twitch servers around the world that could affect your local region. If that does happen to you at home, please switch to YouTube, as YouTube is currently unaffected by this situation. And now with that out of the way, guys, let's start thinking about match number 3. We've so far had 2 separate winners, Pulverex, DarkZero, and with our final match on Storm Point up and coming. Dia, anything could happen, but for those teams that found themselves on the bubble, what do we need to do here, obviously?
The important thing to remember about Storm Point is actually something that we saw DarkZero and Optic do, and that is that your rotations are much more easily punished because when they're late, you have so much more ground to cover and so many less actual building to play. It's very difficult to share space in a place like Storm Point. And if you are a team that's perhaps struggling during the course of these matches, during the course of groups on Storm Point, there's no better way to solve that problem than by rotating in early, importantly, with a composition that you feel can play things out from a quick rotation. Perhaps you pull out a Geo and go with Newcastle Watson for the extra shields, whatever it is, because territory is one of the most important things, and then being active from that territory so that other people can't just land on you, as Geo did.
We think back, that used to be a really favored legend composition historically. I know 100 Thieves at one point was even playing that.
I don't know if it was
Others.
favored,
it's
though,
really
but I
cool
mean,
that
it was
Geo is
definitely
like,
a
okay,
trial.
So it's group stages, maybe we're just going to test some things out for tomorrow's bracket stages. Similarly, if they've already made terms of the fact that it's anything goes, we have to give it our all here in the group stages, or we're going to be fighting our way through the elimination round, because that's what matters, right? No one goes home after today, right? It's for tomorrow. That is that risk. But as our teams start to lock in their legends, we see reps on Bangalore. And honestly, that is one of the most refreshing things that I've seen here post-Split 2 playoffs is no more Seer, reps not having to insta-lock Seer on TSM and getting to kind of spread his wingspan and, you know, dabble in some other legends.
You like his fuse, don't you?
I do like his fuse. Reps' fuse, honestly, Zero's fuse is crazy as well, but I know, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, the way that Fuse is played by some of the best teams in the world, it makes you feel like, it makes you wonder why this guy wasn't meta for ages. But Fuse, not something that we're going to see a whole lot of, at least on this map. Once we transition over to World's Edge in a couple minutes, that's when you'll get to find it out. We've got our dropship going through. This time we're starting off in the northeast, which actually means that Alliance get a really quick drop. And importantly, GO managed to do that as well, since they have swapped over to High Point recently. This will be important for them with, as a Newcastle Watson team, an early rotation could mean the difference between a 15th place finish and a 3rd place finish.
Well, I guess it all depends.
All right,
on
last
where
drop on a
that
storm
zone
point here
is
for these
going
teams.
To pull. And with Alliance not having to even take a gravity cannon to get up to Lightning Rod, for once having the easiest route, think of that. They'll be able to finish the IMC Armory. They'll be able to prioritize their looting path and maybe even hit some crafting and not be 2 minutes
Alliance
late
had
towards
a
that
decent
next zone.
finish last game, so they're at a decent spot.
well.
Feels like they
It's-
probably want to up the bar,
such a
probably
good
around that
landing
50-point mark for
Alliance,
themselves.
and in a lobby where they absolutely need it. One of our teams that does need to put up a lot of points to live up to the expectations they set for their fans.
As that zone comes in, meanwhile, Dojo hitting those
Maybe closer to like
weapon
40.
crates. I couldn't have predicted a better game for Alliance.
How lucky
here.
can you be?
This is it. This is everything that Alliance needed, right? They were slowly getting better and better each series. Obviously, starting off the first group series match with Mandy as a sub, Effect arriving at such a late hour. Just needed some little time to brush up, wake
TSM
up,
have kind of been quiet so far on Storm Point, huh?
Everyone kept talking about how, nervous and not necessarily Effect, because that guy's probably locked in, ready to like one-clip people.
You
but
think
you
Effect has ice in his veins?
I 100% think
He
Effect
seems
has
so sweet. That's the difficulty with me. To have ice in your veins, I feel like you would be naturally colder, but maybe that's just something, because I don't have it, I can't recognize it.
It's true. I definitely don't have it, and that's why I'm here in the booth watching the people that do have it have all the skill out here, duking it out, playing with their hearts on the line. And Fnatic coming into the third map in only 2 points. This is actually going to be nice for them, because you think about their rotation. TSM at the wall had ring consoles, so you know they're going to immediately scan that and hit for a quick rotation, which should enact Fnatic to be able to rotate out of North Pad, grab the ring console information as well, and prioritize their specific approach to the next zone.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about being a seasoned roster in Apex Legends is that, we can look at the map and know that TSM has moved on, but Fnatic being able to identify that just because of the way the ring is pulling that's likely happened means so much more. And
North Epps
says
has been
so
kind
much
of
more
quiet,
about their game
but like
sense, their
consistent.
skill,
They had
and their
69
tenure
points, nice
in
heading into this.
title. Now, they've still got a way
But like
to
never
go
really
as we
to the
move
point where they've been
further
talked
up north.
about.
And that's where things can be a little bit problematic, because a lot of teams are landing and setting themselves up at high points.
Singularities in this lobby too, right? I don't think they have
endings to rings like these.
Honestly, high point zones are some of my most favorite that I've ever witnessed. They can get really chaotic, and you can see GO just trying to navigate, fencing off the underground where MDY White has just elected to play. And I think that's going to be a strong position for them, especially knowing that they have a team on top of them. You don't really want to over peak out, but as more teams start to filter their way through this, GO are going to look for that preferred positioning.
Singularity is the
their
last
drop spot now.
And the thing is that the place specifically that GO have chosen to play is a little bit more reliant on the ring pulling to a finish that's closer to Lightning Rod, but given where the zone is touching, right near the top of our screens, you can tell that it's going to favor that side. There's more playable space on that side of the zone, and GO predict that, recognize what's going on with the ring algorithm, and I think make an appropriate decision, one that's a little bit more high percentage than squads that'll set themselves up on the opposite end of High Point, a little further out towards the west.
This is so crazy to me, seeing TSM choose this building and not the one further into where the zones actually don't touch in High Point, because you think back to the turning point of their season back in the Split 2 regular season, that building was what won them the High Point
Chad,
zone
if I lose internet, it might just be because of the storm, just so y'all know.
From that rooftop. So TSM are no stranger to zones that end in High Point, and in fact have found so much success.
Which means Z-Man probably wasn't going to have baseball today anyways.
As we said, Fnatic rotate up right behind them. Fnatic
What are
stuck
Z-Mans
with the
like
job
us?
of making sure that no team is able to make their way up late from wall or even through the Prowler caves right next door. At this point, they should be able to farm some kills from teams that rotate in late, like, say, the Dojo, who are making their way in now, Optic Gaming and Enterforce 36, who should all be moving through the wall or adjacent areas. On the other end, Alliance have interestingly chosen not to move. They've sat over by Lightning Rod, and they've got plenty of time to set up, and may very well have to deal with Complexity's rotation out that could be a little bit wider, as they've chosen to take high ground outside of High Point, which is a silly sentence, but one that's accurate.
To be fair, I actually really like Alliance's position.
Actually thinking of that, I figured I might as well go talk with them. Actually, I need to make sure I don't have the windows open.
Assume they're going to pull into High Point, but they're actually maybe going to pull straight to the Prowler Den where Alliance is. We do have endings here and multiple of them. So if they are anticipating that it could pull back this way, they would essentially have open season on half the lobby.
And for that very reason, Yuki's going to get a lot of value out of having a marksman weapon because there's so much open ground in front of them, because they are playing the slightly lower percentage that it goes over towards them. If it does, they're going to get a lot of value out of marksman weapons, and if it doesn't, they're still going to get an Evo or two. So worst case scenario, you are still benefiting. DarkZero, however, they're not. Their early rotation has put them out in the open. There are no buildings left, and this early move that they had last game has not resulted in the same position or the same safety as they had previously. Go Next do push up on them, now trying to retreat, find themselves face to face with another squad, and now they're trapped between a rock and a hard place.
DarkZero did rotate at least a minute faster than Optic Gaming, who comes out of down B, so they were able to beat Optic towards this zone, but will likely be punished by it, not able to grab a lot of materials. We saw Jen Burton was running low on light ammo and being stuck amongst all of the teams. They're going to need to pick an efficient but easier fight than necessary so they can grab the loot from that and carry on. But it's not going to be easy when you've got Yuki looking like a Grim Reaper with a triple take, holding down every angle possible.
At least he's fair. At least he shoots at everyone. He's not just harassing one team. It is everybody who's in his line of sight. That's on the 2x as well. Surprisingly accurate with the triple take at these ranges. Now, for the meanwhile, Dojo are setting up. We've still got plenty more squads and adaptations to zone that need to occur. Let's go ahead and bring up the map soon, because that's where it's going to be really important to note that Alliance have actually made the big brain play that you were talking about.
That next zone is actually going to pull directly towards Alliance. So think of that mass exodus of all of the teams that favored High Point. That's the gamble when you don't have that next zone information. But Alliance, they took the risk, knowing that Lightning Rod has been their POI for so long. But for teams like Oxygen Esports, who needed a very strong performance here, rotating out of Barometer on Storm Point, a Lightning Rod zone is their worst nightmare.
And not everyone has this information yet. Oxygen, in fact, are still fighting teams that, oh my lord, are trying to make their way through and into High Point. We'll see how this fight turns out, and then we'll start considering what the fate of the other teams are.
Oxygen Esports still trying to inch ever so closely towards that zone. Time is of the essence, ammo is of the essence, and Aiden looking to make every bullet count, trying to navigate the doorway, catching teammates off guard. He was about to try to shoot him in the back, but not before Complexity was able to put suppressive fire, but Vayne taking to the skies, jumping around. That guy is just dancing throughout the building.
Aiden gets chased, and suddenly the Hunter becomes the Hunted. Plenty of damage on Cody, the last member of Complexity. And that's another squad taken down. In fact, it's our first of this game as Oxygen retain their highest of high grounds on Storm Point. Now we have to turn our attention to the teams that will very soon be finding out that the High Point that they invested in so heavily is no longer the place to be.
DarkZero usually has at least 2 evacuation towers, and the likelihood of them going out here now would be so strong if they can gather where that is going to happen, right? They'll throw down an evac tower, maybe a grav lift and jump halfway up it and try to rotate maybe towards somewhere that could have been free. But for the teams that are late arriving, they're going to have a completely free eastern side of that next zone.
Disguise start pushing up on Sentinels in front of them. Both these teams with a late
DSG's kind of had a quiet day. They were like on the outside of probably where the border was. Like they were going to need a pretty strong day.
A problem. Does land a little bit of damage and pushes Disguised back, but it's up to Sentinels to take
They do have time to turn things around. It is only match 3 here still.
What they've chosen to do is retreat on the other side of this engagement.
I like this though, because you think of the north side of Stormpoint being the highest elevation on the map, and this climb to Thunderwatch is atrocious. Should they not work their way up and start getting into cover now, they run the risk of Disguise pushing in on them, but they're actually going to hit a Valcolt, which necessarily won't go as far, but this will give them the best chance to get around Sentinels and find that cover closer to the inside of Thunderwatch.
I like that you mentioned that it doesn't go as far, because it's a really important point when considering how Sentinels will react to this play. They get a good chunk on Senox, but very quickly, it's a race up this hill. It's a lot like the race that we saw between Oxygen and DarkZero, but this time it's on foot, and one that's a whole lot closer from both sides. Checking across the way, Dupe isn't going to get shot in the side, but both teams will arrive to Thunderwatch at around the same time, and now it becomes a much closer quarters fight.
The fact that Thunderwatch was even free at this point in the game just goes to show you how many teams had moved into High Point. The fact that no one was even trying to play Thunderwatch.
Optic towards the low ground are holding out Pulverex, trying to force them, or rather, I think it's Aurora now, trying to force them to go into command center. It's going to end up working out for them. At this point, it's more about buying space than trying to truly influence the pathing of another team. It doesn't matter if you're mirrored right now. What matters is by how much distance you are. So Optic are going to leave this one. Not going to be checking behind them too often. What they're fortunately going to discover is that the positions right in front of them, right uphill, are occupied. And even an evac tower will not help you entirely. It'll be a band-aid on a bigger problem.
You have to start to think about Optic's rotation, right? With 2 people in Thunderwatch, Disguise and Sentinels coexisting. Yes, you could try to play the underneath of Thunderwatch, but you run the risk of people shooting at you from the side. Knowing that Pulverex was able to walk straight in towards that next zone, knowing they have crypto, they're going to be constantly scouting with the drone itself, looking for someone that may decide to wrap around their side as well.
The best part of this is that, as you say, they've identified that their biggest threat will come from the south. So few teams will be able to approach their position from High Point because you have to go through Alliance and DarkZero in order to do so. And it's really not worth it. Pulverex have a fine position, but not one that's worth risking your life for. So instead, they will be focused entirely towards the south side. This next ring won't close it up off behind them, but the one following it will. What this next ring will do is push MDY White out into the open.
We're about to lose half the teams of this lobby.
Oh, 100% going to lose half the teams in this fucking lobby. We have 19 teams.
It is all about how are you
still
going
at this
to
point.
make
It's kind
it
of
out
crazy.
into the open, out in the field of Prowlers, as you can see, Realize hitting the rotation, flying over Thunderwatch. Which rock will they elect
Teams
to
know
play?
this is
With
their last go around on
legends like
Stormpoint.
Watson to be able to fence off, we just have the Catalyst, and they're probably going to have to really utilize that Dark Veil. So prioritizing ultimate accelerants, but that one will not get them back, so it's 62%.
Realize gonna have to play the slow game. They've got a little bit of time to do it, and a lot of squads stuck in a traffic jam at their back. Disguised, one of those teams that are looking to farm up a few kills, and in that way, gather a few more points for the upcoming map. Disguised have a great position with high ground, not a whole lot of teams can threaten them, so it is just profit that they can accrue for now. The real concern coming in the next zone, where unfortunately Dojo will not be participating.
Enterforce 36 was the first team to go out of that mass exodus, and we can see it is going to pull ever so further towards Alliance, but DarkZero was able to take an early exit to MDY White, fighting for their life against Gombreo Tosan, the first 2 teams that made it towards High Point. This is their drop spot, and Mingyu will fall at the hands of Zhonghee, Juzna and Co, and Go, trying to hit a quick reset before they have to make their way
TSM's
out.
gonna
But
clean this
TSM,
up.
they left their
Good
building.
call by
They want to make sure that their
Talon
backs
Company
are
to push
clear
up.
before they hit the rotation.
Shield swap
Super
from
smart.
Imperial Hal keeps him in the fight, and Reps keeps the damage applied. Ganbareo Tosan take out
Smart
one
move.
team, but cannot stand in the face of TSM.
We're going to have all the teams looking to keep on moving forward. Oxygen Esports set their sights on Fnatic, needing every one of these eliminations, currently sitting on 7 total points in the series, but they need to make it happen. But one member of Fnatic was able to get out Yuka just in the corner, and that's on Reeds for being Bloodhound and no longer a Seer. I know Coach Psycho was looking to make that transition to allow for a more aggressive comp, but now everyone gets to survive a little bit.
And this game has been wonderful from Oxygen so far. They've owned the high ground. This next zone close, however, with just 12 seconds left, is going to be very punishing to them. And of course, to Disguise. Remember, Pulverex are going to be holding out towards the eastern side where Sentinels are looking to push up, but Disguise have to take a Valcult, and a Valcult into where?
I don't know. Let's jump in with a listen and see what's about to happen.
Here? Yeah, we need to get there. We need to get there. The team right here, though. Split off of me. Split off of me.
Just land. I'm a fucking wall. Land right here.
The duo is right here. Smoke our feet. I'm gonna try to right away.
Fucking smoke our feet.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
We're good. Just. I'm batting. My only bat. Drop me a bat, Lou.
Yeah, I got you, brother. I got you. Right here. We need to watch this walk out. We need to watch this walk out.
They actually might be fine because they might have
just chill. Just stabilize.
landed far enough back that no one's gonna really mess with them.
They're walking up over here. Oh, is that dude?
Oh my God, Lou.
We gotta focus this, guys. Okay, good. We got bang ulted. We got bang ulted. You wanna bang ult back?
Yeah, chill. Do
I bang ult?
Safe here.
Do you want me to bang ult?
No. Save it.
Wall's about to go down, Lou. Be careful. Yeah, so much KP over here. You should
bang ult.
You want me to bang ult?
I think bang ult.
Okay, bang ulted it. Look for the KP.
Yeah, look for the KP.
There's gonna be a turn.
It's not gonna hit anybody. They're too far away.
We're on the other side of the nest.
3 fucking bang ults, bro.
Right here, take him right here. Watch the wall right there. Hit him right there.
We can't do anything.
Look at zone.
Oh, look
at it.
Yeah, they just stay there.
Oh shit, I have no energy. Kill this one. Main cracked. What should it be? What should we do about this?
I need heavy.
I don't have any heavy. Here, I dropped your 40 right here. Look at these guys. I think we can walk up and just play like.
Yeah. Wait for my wall.
There's a team in landing route. Can we take the wall? We take the building, bro.
No. I'm a wall.
Alright, just follow dude. We just follow dude. I have 2 cells, 1 bat.
Yeah, I have 1 bat. Here's 2 cells.
Yeah, I have 1 bat, 1 cell. I have 1 hemlock clip as well. Lou, take this.
Just get to me and click.
Well, Disguised are safe for now, but it looks like Lou just needs some energy. Meanwhile, DarkZero were able to take out TSM and move ever so closely towards that next zone. Having that building and everyone needing to push towards them is going to give them the opportunity to rack up so many eliminations. But in the end, Alliance is poised for perfection.
They are the home court advantage team. Alliance should win this game 10 out of 10 times.
Yep.
It's the fundamentals of Apex Legends. Your POI should be your strong
Not only should
point.
they do, I was gonna say, this
DarkZero
needs to be a big
right
game
ahead
for
of
them.
Can you
Should be a big game for them.
challenge this squad that has achieved so much and that has slaughtered in group stage? Pulverex is certainly trying to contest the high ground, not against DarkZero, but they're not exactly succeeding either as they're quickly put down by Sentinels. Pulverex are pushed right back down, but the first knock belongs to them, and Koifel, on very little HP, could still be swung on and taken out.
Well, the issue is FaZe is just above them, firing
Sentinels
down
are
at Sentinels.
gone.
They're getting sandwiched, and just like that, they will be eliminated. Disguise are rotating into the mix.
Damn.
This is going to be Oxygen, and they're going to fall at the hands of a mix of all the teams. Now, Disguised, DarkZero, still kind of coexisting in this building prior to having to move, so we're looking towards where that zone is going to pull from, because where Alliance is situated, they have to cross a bridge to get across. Pulverex, who were able to walk in just from the most southeastern side of the zone for free earlier on, basically gifted that ability to stay safe with just a little bit of cover.
A win here, though, for Alliance would be such a big boon, and they're so close to achieving it. Statistically, they should achieve it, and it could push them into the winner's bracket, even after a difficult group stage so far. But you have to overcome DZ, who have been unmoving even after they had to make a difficult rotation in. How do you even unseat this squad who now has no lines of sight onto them and who knows that there is one team on this bridge, Alliance, who they can bully?
they need to get DZ off the high ground because Jen Burton is holding angles impeccably, putting so much pressure on them, even though they have a Trident for cover, even though they have that supply bin. Hack is on the bank.
I want to hear a duplex, but I don't think it's going to be loud enough in there still, even on a Thursday. But I would love to see a DSG win here and get a...
They are the first that have to move towards the building.
Now I will say Pulverex actually have a really nice spot because of the small amount of cover that's going to be afforded to them at the boxes that Alliance are running towards. This is the fight that'll mean a game, but Alliance lose Hackies before it even starts. Yuki's not able to play, has to run right into Disguise, and Alliance are falling apart.
Yeah, but this is all about Dupe right now. Dupe, who was recently trying to get into this more, was coaching for a little bit, puts together this team, gets signed by Disguise, and has made it towards champs. We are looking for a winner's bracket run for them.
Oh my God.
All of the dark
Jesus.
veils being extended. Everyone dropping them. Alliances will fall first, and Pulverex still utilizing the
fight with DarkZero, do a evac tower.
Hieroglyphs with these dark veils, but
DSG's doing
no prisoners. Alliance goes
evac
down.
tower
Top
again.
3 is theirs. Disguise walk up on DarkZero, take them out, and it's just Pulverex in the way. Pulverex
is a 3 though.
Another win on Storm Point. Shunmi goes down, but Disguise go out first, and Pulverex take their second win.
They needed that second win coming into this series in 29th place. We were talking about would that first win with 6 eliminations be enough, but they carried that momentum forward. Look
Big
at
for them.
Pulverex.
Good shit.
So pleased with that performance, and I am pleased as well.
What an impeccable play from Pulverex, and what a stunning course on Storm Point, just in the nick of time, kicking themselves into high gear. This is a team that could contest in the finals, given how they've played 2 of the zones of the 3 that we've seen so far.
Look, all I gotta say is I'm really loving all the crypto plays that we're seeing
Yo,
out.
cool, Mike. You really are not a fan DZ, huh? I feel it. I feel it.
Now Pulverex says, all right, I'm gonna stand up for the crypto players, but hey, analyst desk, I'm curious to see what you've got to say about Pulverex.
Not much to say. They've been doing it without talking. They've been talking the way that it matters in games. 2 out of 3. That is a pretty good record for any Apex I've ever played in terms of win rate. And Pulverex continue on what has been a Cinderella story from the very beginning of a team that's been a fan favorite, has yet to cross that finals threshold and make sure that they have a chance at the end of the day. But I think that this could be a starting point, Genome. And again, it's just nice to see Pulverex having their moment in the sun. They're always a team that represents APAC so well, and also just gives us good vibes whenever they're playing.
Yeah, they are. It doesn't matter how many of them are there.
Yeah.
They will absolutely be putting their whole heart into it. And, you know, sometimes group stage, it can just be a little bit of a warm-up in some ways, right? Or just a chance to get things right, to work through any issues the team has got, and get you ready for when it matters, for when the money's on the line.
One of the things they're so good about is positioning and getting into those top 5s, like Gino mentioned, as 2 or as 3. And they're also great at making us smile. But one thing I want to talk about is a little bit how they did it. And let's go to Graceful for our final zone and recap how Pulverex was able to take their second game out of 3. As we play that, walk me through what you saw. A lot of Catalyst play, and obviously Pulverex taking on a good fight against Disguise.
So the absolute biggest thing that we all take notice of is that Alliance should win the game. They put themselves in a bad spot. Pulverex took the best spot in my opinion. The only thing that most teams aren't disciplined. Pulverex, however, is a different team. They held that wall super well. They knew the play from Alliance. There was only one play they could do. They denied that by immediately peeking the wall so that Alliance couldn't just walk to the short wall. You're going to see it right here soon. You see the wall on the far right side right here? Where the wall is crossed, that's where they're aiming to get to. Those exact boxes that they're just holding. They're not even stepping up aggressively. They're just holding hands, playing their spot. Don't do anything too rash. We win this for free if we hold hands. And they're just super disciplined. The APAC team so far today have been wow.
Yeah, and this is what you said in terms of mechanics, right? And macro, you were talking about how they work so well together as a unit earlier, APAC specifically.
Yes. So teams in general tend to have, especially when you play comps that aren't, like their comp specifically, as you can see, is really team-oriented. Like you can play more aggressive team comps like Bloodhound Bang, which is like everybody's trying to make a play and it's really hard to keep staying synergized. Like, you know, oh, I'm scanning something, oh, I smoked something, we need to swing this, and they're off timing. But when you play comps like this and they know what their role is on the team,
amazing work staying together.
And if you're talking about making plays as well, there you can see Shunmi going past the Catalyst wall first, right? And in those end zones in the current meta, it is very important that your Catalyst player can make those plays because, of course, that is the one legend that can cross the opposing cat walls without encountering that stun.
Exactly, yeah.
Obviously, match 3 ended up in a Pulverex win, but a lot of teams in the mix as we take a look at a interesting great chart here as well. Ben, what are you seeing? Pulverex Disguise, the team that's recently been signed. Welcome, Disguise Toast, to the esport of Apex Legends. Duplex, Lou, and Synox, not a bad squad to have with you. And also DarkZero staying in the mix in top 3.
No, not at all here. Disguised, of course, getting their return. What feels like took a little bit longer than expected, but trust me, there's still 3 great matches to go here. DarkZero, though, continuing to clutch at the heels of many. Walking away with 5K plus out of that game is nothing to shy away from, and they truly were the pressuring factor in this lobby, truly driving what occurred, even if they weren't walking away with that win.
It's hard to overstate how important it is and how impressive it is to continually get top 3, top 5s in these ever-changing lobbies, not just because of the skill level that is so high, but also the circumstances that you have to overcome,
nasty,
whether it is that early
really
game where there's a lot of zone rotating teams fast, or those
it's
teams that
acting
like
like
to play
it
a little
might,
slower.
but it hasn't.
Going against new challenges, that is something DarkZero has somehow found a way to overcome. First place yet again, Gino, but Pulverex with those 2 wins has found their way back into second. Bottom 10, though, have a conversation with me at least at something that you poke out here. Aurora, obviously, they've had some new swaps here. Fire Beavers formerly coming in and playing with them. Dojo, maybe expecting a little more. What's standing out to you so far?
Yeah, as the scoreboard gets taken away from me there. Yeah, look, my memory is telling me that there was a couple of teams there that obviously need to push a little bit further, right? Because obviously what we're worried about with some of those teams in the bottom 10 there, Rain Day, is that they're not going to make it through to the winners bracket final, right? And that's where the overall scoreboard comes in.
And that, too, is kind of where you start to run out of time. I mean, we don't want to say anything in terms of the tournament because you still have tomorrow, even if you're in the losers, or excuse me, the elimination bracket 1, or if you're in the winners final. Elimination bracket 1 starts to get scary. That's when you have to really maybe consider changing a lineup, changing a drop zone, because you know you could be going home if you don't get it right. And that's where you sometimes don't want to be, because that means you can't practice stuff that when you're winning, you don't have to change, right? You can basically continue to do what is working for you. One thing I do want to talk about in terms of changing, though, Graceful, you've teed up something that these players didn't necessarily decide, the game did, in terms of changes in our legend compositions. Walk me through what has happened so far between Split 2 just a month and a half ago in our playoffs, and now in terms of how the game has changed
baby.
as far as legends.
So
also Fnatic, 3
general,
points today,
was
so far.
Very strong, insanely strong. Let's even talk about Seer in general, is that he just brought so much to the team that they just played him regardless, because you have 30 seconds wall hack, you have HP knowledge as well, you cancel stuff as well. He was just so oppressive that you had to pick him. If not, you could actually lose a fight just by not having him on the team, right? Yeah. You can see the pick rate right here as well. Seer's pick rate was sky high, and this season now it's super low, right? Bangalore and Horizon, however, stays super viable due to the fact that almost the same as Seer, but not as oppressive, brings so much to the team. Bang can frag, she can play slow with her ult, she can, you know, help with macro due to smokes, she has everything, right? Horizon brings a completely different thing that no other Legends has, is that she brings verticality to teams. And that's that's the biggest reason why people pick her. Sure, her passive is god tier for fighting, and she's just a good solid fragger, but the verticality, so many zones end where one good option opens up, like on a ceiling due to a bang ult, which is why you play her with bang as well. You just bang ult, they are forced to drop off or rotate away because you will die. If you get 3-man stunned, you're just dead on 3-man Horizon team lands on you, you're just immediately dead.
And that was Split 2.
So now, looking into this season here, we see Catalyst Bangalore Horizon. Once again, Bangalore Horizon, so strong. Catalyst
hey, Chat, y'all remember Moon telling me that Catalyst wasn't going to be big into
oppressive in fighting due to Seer, now we're adding
the meta
defensive capabilities to the characters, and also more macro due to wall. But Catalyst actually opens up the, if you get a spot, you can play this comp on edge, you can play this comp in zone, you can play anywhere, because you can bunker down, you can play edge, you can do everything. It's just so viable. And speaking of that, we also see more legends here, such as Bloodhound for offensive comps, Fuse, Crypto, Newcastle, Gibby. Genome, would you want to take a head on Fuse for me, maybe? Why do we see more of Fuse, specifically tied to maybe specific maps?
Yeah, like that is definitely getting more play on World's Edge right now. How I'm viewing him at the moment, he's almost like a long-range core stick, right? In the way that he annoys teams, in the way that his utility is useful, because we do see a lot more building end zones in World's Edge, and so the knuckle
are teams that are clustered in like into corners that you can get to. Also, even like into nooks and crannies, like in World's Edge maps in particular. I think it's fair.
I gotta ask, Graceful, did you ask him about Fuse because he's Australian? I mean, is that why you threw straight to him? You just skipped Ben for some reason.
I swear to God, I
mean, come on, man. I mean, really. Okay, I mean, okay. I don't want to have that on this desk. Okay? Everybody has parity here. All jokes aside, I think obviously when you look at these teams, you've seen also Crypto drop a little bit to become a little more niche. 15% in Split 2, now down to 7%. We've seen Bloodhound join the fray, who was completely unplayed, and that's been
I think the Crypto though is because
this wiggle room
the other
time.
team that was playing
Crypto into what is going on
anymore, right?
for the rest of the tournament, I think you will see that these squads, these legend choices become even more refined and settled in. So keep watching and we will define this meta even more over these next 3 days. But of course, one thing that's already been defined is my favorite segment of the day. You know what I'm talking about. It's WD Black, what's in your pack? And today, Zephyr, I'm gonna lean in with you because this one, you just gotta talk about it when you see it. It's the Kraber. Walk us through what this weapon brings to Apex.
Whether it's the pressure of a single shot alone or a quick 360 or 720 skill shot, the Kraber is something like no other. The pressure that this, and I would say line of sight, brings to the table is something that is unparalleled to any other weapon in the game. As a heirloom option, it has now found itself more commonly, especially in the early game, with changes we saw just a few seasons ago, which means the threat is always lurking, and especially with new skirmishers also joining the pack, it lets everybody know that that Kraber is in action.
One of my favorite things to see in action, and you got to see that a little earlier, Gino. That clip's been going viral already.
Mate, that was one of the best moments of my casting career. I know it was one of MT's favorite moments probably in his career. He was in disbelief, but sometimes it's not even just the ammo, it's the sound ringing out. That's how much fear it will put in the minds of your opponents.
Just hearing the sound of a Kraber, we've all been there as well. And so we'll continue to see how these weapons, how these legends affect the remaining 3 games. Remember, we've only got 3 more before we have set up our elimination brackets and our winners brackets tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. Of course, if you want to keep in touch with everything we've got going on Apex Legends-wise, make sure to follow us on X, I guess, Twitter, whatever you want to call it at this point. The one that we all use to talk about stuff esports-wise at Play Apex Esports. That's right, of course, Play Apex on Twitch and, of course, on YouTube. What a phenomenal day we have going on. We are heading into our next and our final 3 games. We are switching maps, and I believe our casters are ready for us as well. So let's kick it off.
Yep.
It's Dan Gaskin. It's Mark Hatcher. They're ready to end the day strong.
We are so ready to get this going, and it is going to be not just the end of the day, but the end of group play as well. Tomorrow is where bracket play kicks off, but before we get there, Dan, we're going to find out which side of the bracket these teams are going to be in.
Yeah, thankfully, I've got lots of mathematicians behind the scenes who are helping me keep everything updated, but I can tell you about 15 teams are locked in to the winners bracket, which would leave only 5 places remaining. Remember we were talking about the Pioneers watching on? They're in 20th position at the moment on 91 points, so the cutoff may be around there. So that's very scary for the Pioneers watching on right now.
Well, this is going to be where we're having the action take place. It's been the end of Storm Point, and now we move over to World's Edge. And if you're a Pulverex fan, you're probably hoping we play Storm Point until the end of time. 2 wins for them. DarkZero, of course, getting their customary win, as you would expect from one of the best in the world. But World's Edge certainly poses a
crazy to think that they have.
It does, but it's great news for Pulverex.
2 wins, but only 35 points.
Performed far better on World's Edge. So now they're going to arguably one of their better maps. Then maybe Pulverex can just get over the line here. Because I can tell you, Pulverex are currently tied with Pioneers on 91 points. The teams that we're looking at, those bubble teams, we're looking at the likes of Pulverex, 100 Thieves, Dojo. These guys are around the kind of 15th to 18th at the moment, but the teams that are below them, they're going to be trying to overtake them. Go Next, Fnatic, FaZe, Northeption, Tom, Young, Kung, and Alliance, all trying to break into that top 20.
Well, you can see the Hall of Champions in front of you. The question is, when we get to Sunday evening, who is going to be the champion of the ALGS Championships? We're going to find out who's going to be going to which side of the bracket, who's going to be the winners, who's going to be in the elimination. Taking a look at our drops on Wild's Edge, Dan. What do you like the look of?
Well, there's something I don't like the look of, and that's Dojo versus Alliance. I was saying that Alliance are just about there. They're on 90 points at the moment. But that's probably a better spot than Dojo find themselves in, who are just a little bit further behind. Actually, sorry, they're a little bit further ahead. They are on 93. So both of our two bubble teams going to be competing against each other on drop, and that will naturally rip points away from one of them.
That's somewhat terrifying, to be honest, for both of those teams. Alliance who have been through it, Mandy doing his job and filling in beautifully for them yesterday, but now the young effect is back, and you have to question if he's going to be able to get back on the lineup and do what he does best, send them through to the winner's side of the bracket. Sentinels, another team to keep an eye on here, Dan, as well as FaZe. Like you mentioned, they need a couple more games to solidify their position in that winner's side. Well, match 4 is live here in Birmingham. It's time to get underway.
Time to get those legends selected and see if anyone's going to go for anything out of the blue. But I think at this point, it's crunch time. This is when you need to be playing your best composition possible. However, you might notice in the top left of your screen, DarkZero are feeling a little bit confident, and they're going to be going for something a little bit different. I see a Revenant on my screen.
And
I love it. I love it.
He's going to be playing on Revenant by the looks of things. We'll have to get confirmation when we get in game if that is going to be the case. That certainly throws somewhat of a spanner in the works, but all eyes understandably. As
Makes you wonder if they're going to be dropping and contesting, doesn't it?
Are going to be on thermal stay short. Are we going to see Alliance and Dojo duking it out for that spot?
So Alliance on 90 points, Dojo on 93, and if we believe that the cutoff may be around 98, I think is where Jay Lings are, then this is going to be a situation where one of these teams has to make sure they can bully the other enough just to get that extra 5 points or so to take them over the line.
Both teams out of the dropship. Keep my eyes fixed on our map overhead we have in front of us to see if that contest is going to be going down. And Force 36 is going to be going over to the tree and might even think about a little third party if they get their
Yo,
loot.
chat, I just want to say thanks to everyone who's been in here kicking with your boy all day. I know I've been kind of quietening up as the day's gone by because it's been kind of a long day, but y'all fucking dope.
And Hackis and Effect both down to barely any HP.
Barely any at all.
Hackis down
is
completely.
Going to go down. It's going to be Yuki and Effect against the entire Dojo roster, and this could
I'm trying to remember how this contest was going during scrims. I want to say it was pretty 50-50.
They've already been able to get, but enemy's already taken a lot of damage here.
Does manage to get the spikes down though. That's going to be a problem for whoever's inside. And Alliance at the moment just hoping for a gun, and they're not even going to be able to get one of those by the looks of things. Yuki going to fall as well. One more
oh my god.
Delete Alliance from what
Let that massive fight like the big dog it is, my guy. Let's go.
Alliance eliminated, and the Dojo stand up and let them know.
I mean, that puts Dojo to 96 points, one behind 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves and Jay Lings, they're two teams that are kind of watching on saying, have we done enough? Are we going to be able to be in that winner's bracket? Elsewhere, Optic Gaming also in a fight down towards Stacks, and it looks like they're going to win their contest against Gumbari Artisan. So Optic also holding strong, and they are one of those teams who currently hold one of those winner bracket spots. I mean, they were looking good coming into this. 89 points before they even started this series, and you can see 24 they've been able to put down after the 3 Storm Point matches.
Well, this is where we're going. You can see the circle. You also get a little bit of a ring console information to show us where we're going to be going. And for teams like Sentinels, who mentioned, who really need to kind of solidify a position with a good game, and the same can be said for FaZe. This is a great zone for them. That high ground on the eastern side of the zone going to be so vital to hold down.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one. Like Dojo winning that fight, but now you've got to try and make your way all the way to the northeast side. And you've got to go through quite a few heavy hitters to get there. DarkZero are going to be moving fast though from Harvester, so perhaps they're not going to be too much of a worry. You might catch a few teams who are starting to get a little bit desperate now that might start playing a little bit more risky, potentially going for more KP, recognizing that if they just try and play placements, it could just be a little bit too difficult with some of the heavy hitters in this lobby.
Well, here is a look at Epicenter.
So does that mean of the teams that I said to look out for, are they all going to be?
And some of that high ground is going to be FaZe. Complexity at the moment stuck in a little bit of an in-between situation, caught in their rotate. This truck is probably going to be good for the long term, but we all know at this point
they just need to make sure they win their contests for real.
With so many fuses in the lobby as well.
Yeah, it was hard enough back in the day before.
If they win 2-3, if they win their contest 2-1, they'll have enough points just on their KP. They'll probably be on like the bottom of the cutoff point.
26 points on the board for them. They've already secured a winner's bracket spot as well with their performance. So As long as they've been doing the math in the back, they should be feeling very confident going into World's Edge.
Fnatic making their rotate as well.
I mean,
Bit of a
Dojo's
quiet
at
tournament for
83.
Fnatic so far. Somewhat of a surprise to see them as low as they are, and it's looking like potentially an elimination bracket run for them after their strong performance in the Split 2 playoffs. But we know the talent on that team.
93, they just got 3 points for their first contest. Yeah, if they win one of their next 2 contests, I think they're fine for real.
TSM, let's take a look at them. They do have ring console information, and you can see at the moment they're just going to be set up outside of Overlook, playing the height on this tower, holding anyone out who's trying to rotate behind.
Of course, TSM already qualified into that winner's bracket with the points they were able to accrue even before this series started, but this is a chance to play in a, well, what is a very competitive scrim for them in a way against the best teams in the world, and making sure they can stay on top. TSM don't just
Blackhand is going to finish number 2.
They want to dominate into that winner's bracket so they can show
unless TSM gets to 53
they are
points.
the best team in the world still.
Two teams who are surrounding them.
Not that finishing second during group stages really matters, but it's definitely a good confidence boost.
Is going to be Go Next Esports. Also making their rotate to Overlook at the moment is going to be Disguise. You can see them just at the top of your screen right now as we see the Overlook of the POI itself and where all these teams are trying to fight for position. Elsewhere, realize they're over a landslide, completely out of it at the moment, but Tom Young Kung, they're in Skyhook. A little bit of a fight going down here with Aurora.
Yeah, and they're closing in on having a real shot at that winner's bracket as well. With how they've been playing and how the points have been going, they're projected to be in that winners. And just adding an extra bit of KP will increase their chances even more so. So a couple of early fights, a few contests going down, but this is really important that everyone is just locked in going into World's Edge, because there are still squads that could leapfrog you, even if you might be projected to get into that winner's bracket. You mentioned a team like Fnatic, for example, even though they are very far behind, a couple of wins, and suddenly they could be up there and snatching one of those spots off you.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to think that this is almost over, right? But there's 3 more games, and we know how many points you can accrue. And it wouldn't surprise me to see in that last game someone make a late run and steal away one of those winner's bracket spots, and on the other side, somebody lose out on it. Tom Young Kung trying to hold off Aurora, who are going for that banner at the moment, and I'm pretty sure that they got it. The question is, can they get the res?
Let's say, does it matter?
Or is this going to be the end of the game for them? 9 Impulse will go down. He will be finished off here as well, and Tom Young Kung, once again, just on top in this fight.
Yeah, and they've really impressed me throughout this tournament. Right on day one, we saw a couple of end circles that they were involved with, and they were a real threat in the lobby. And they show that they are going to be a real dominant force as we move forward further into the bracket, and they should be good to get into that winner's bracket as well. Now they can just hold up here at Skyhook.
I mean, if they only win Split 1 playoffs,
they will continue their journey
and end up don't winning anything else. It's kind of like having the best regular season record as a Cowboys and still losing in the playoffs, right?
Should be able to get back and maybe secure the banners, unless Tom Young Kung want to just those for a few more moments to see if they can pick up that extra KP.
I don't think you want to start asking about that narrative yet, sir.
On their rotate by letting them back into the game. Elsewhere, as you can see on the map overhead, right in the northern side around Survey Camp, you have Fnatic spread pretty wide at the moment, just controlling multiple positions. Realize making their move through Epicenter as well. A little bit of maybe a fight starting to break out inside of Fragment, you can see between Enter Force 36 and Pulverex, who, like I said, would maybe wish the World's End looked a lot more like Stormpoint after their previous performance in the 3 games. But Fnatic, I feel like pressure on their shoulders here in these 3 games now.
Yeah, and they're split at the moment. Fnatic only a 2 here. Their final player is
Split
over
1
Survey
playoffs.
Camp, so they have to be very careful that they don't get involved in an engagement too soon. Otherwise, they might just be run up on. But I think what they're doing is using that 3rd player as kind of a scout to ensure that they own this northern side of the circle, and they're not going to be pressed by anyone arriving through the ring.
So your team basically won the mid-season tournament for the NBA.
Over towards the east, closer to Overlook, but on the northern side of that circle that was coming up. And there's going to be a lot of ground in this final circle, which is not going to be able to be held in the early stages. And that's going to mean we're going to lose a lot of teams kind of round 4-ish when they're trying to break their way in and they're being contested by all the guys that have already found space. So expect there to be a lot of action in the kill feed once we do get there, but for now, there is plenty of space to play.
Oxygen Esports on our screens at the moment. We've kind of talked about how the expectation for this team has shifted after their performance at the Split 2 playoffs, and we're going to have to see if they can adapt to that new pressure, that newfound expectation that's been put on their shoulders. A couple of good games here would maybe just restore a little bit of parity to what is expected of them. But they're going to have to deal with Enter Force 36 and Pulverex, who are going to be pretty close to them at the moment. Aiden's going to be hoping that Reed Scan's going to give them the information this building is clear. So for now, it will be safe. And it looks like they might be playing for a little bit of recon.
Yeah, Oxygen in the overall is on about 61 points at the moment, so that's 30 plus off of what we think would be the cutoff. And you know, it's achievable, but you've also got to do it whilst no one else is getting those points as well. So you're probably going to need about 40. I think if you're around the 100 mark, you're all but guaranteed to be in that winner's bracket. And that is achievable for Oxygen. But we heard what Jayhawk was saying on the desk earlier. Storm Point is where they seem to thrive, but we're on World's Edge.
Well, here's a fight breaking out. And it is going to be Disguised who are finding the end of the vault from Verhols. TSM clean them up so comfortably. And that Dark Veil was almost perfect there for him to just poke through Verhols.
Also, you guys remember I said that before Verhols really kind of started breaking out this season. You know what I'm saying?
After the Dreamfire fans have dominated the crowd all day long, but it's great to hear some other chants. 10th place at the moment in this series are TSM, but they still hold one of the power positions in the overall standings. And they're in a good spot as well, over towards Overlook. They can hold this eastern side of the circle for quite some time. It's only Go Next who are kind of near them and around them. And you can see the pings that are happening. TSM very aware of how much space they have to cover at the moment, and they have to just apply pressure in the right areas, do damage to the right teams to ensure that they can continue to hold that spot.
Just looking at the kill feed there, you can see Reeds has gone down on Oxygen Esports. The question is,
he really might be. That's not even. That's a no cap, as they say these days.
On this low ground at the moment, kind of trying to rotate underneath the position that TSM just took out Disguised from. But no targets as yet. DarkZero, though, #1 next to their name at the moment. And I've got to say, Dan, coming into this tournament, understandably, a lot of talk about DarkZero being the favorites to maybe take this event home. Well, their performance so far, they are backing up a lot of people's prediction.
I mean, even DarkZero themselves said that they believe they were the favorites.
Zero will tell you who'll win anything.
Exactly, but even Jen Burton was saying, we feel like we're the favorites, although I'd probably rather be the underdog coming into the tournament because it does apply that extra little bit of pressure onto your shoulders, but it doesn't seem like it phases them. DarkZero have been excellent so far this tournament, showing the same consistency we've seen for the past couple. But we'll have to see if it carries on into bracket.
What is this bullshit zone?
Pressure situation.
Bro, it's about to get crazy on this next close.
Scenario. Now, Circle, it's moving down. It's moving away.
Now this one is coming in, but the following one
does play into the hands perfectly, really, of Optic Gaming.
I was going to say, also, it plays into the hands of the Dojo, because Dojo were crafting on their way towards zone. They won that contest as well, and they know by playing this southern side of the zone, they're going to be on the slow side of it. Fnatic, though, they're on the opposite end of things. They have to take some fights and fight their way through the lobby. The team they're going up against right now is going to be MDY White, as Melzera is trying to get some damage down, but MDY White at the moment holding strong, but they don't have the shields really to contest unless Fnatic make a mistake here.
Well, they're getting aggressive, our MDY White. They full send it out, maybe to try and catch them off guard, but Fnatic were there waiting, ready. Yuka gets the first one, and MDY White looks like it's going to be all bad news for them as they get eliminated. Fnatic are able to hold strong and in good timing as well, because round 3 about to close. So Fnatic, they held the northern side and they are rewarded for their push, and they should be able to reset before anyone else gets involved.
Yeah, you saw that reps from distance there with the knuckle cluster managed to get a down as well, but not able to convert on it. The gold knockdown will certainly be good enough to get Fnatic back and ready to fight. Aurora are kind of hovering in the vicinity as well as we take a look at where we maybe expect this zone to be ending. Oxygen Esports, who are probably thinking, hey, this zone is going to be a very tough one for us to rotate into. With the shift that we've seen, are probably thinking and feeling a little bit more confident than they were a few moments ago.
Yeah, if they have that information from a ring console, then they'll be feeling very happy, but I'm not sure they will have been able to get one looking at their comp. So it would have just been a survey beacon they would have to work with from Reeds playing Bloodhound. Well, they are going to get aggressive now, get on top of this building, and you can see into the hunt they go as Reeds wants to be the leading character here and wants to get involved in the fight.
Aurora eliminated in the meantime, and here goes Reeds. Pops in, does that huge initial damage.
This is where things get crazy.
The spray is pretty good, but it's not ending this fight quickly enough for them. Pulverex do get eliminated though, and even though Reeds went down, the rest of Oxygen clean up the pieces and start to find momentum, but here come Tom Young Kung. Looking to take advantage of the fight that's broken out, but have Oxygen managed to reset in time?
Lingering players that makes this very difficult to try and navigate, because in one door, you find one team, you go out of the next, and suddenly there's a surprise waiting for you as it's ring around the rosies at the moment.
Well, here's another fight, and it's going to be DarkZero versus Complexity by the looks of things, and Complexity going to be swept aside. Complexity fall in 14th position. DarkZero once again controlling this bridge, and this is going to be a real test of DarkZero, this lobby. They have a long way to rotate. They've got a lot of teams to go through. Back to the battle of Fragment at the moment.
Oh my God.
That's a beautiful spray with the R9.
One of the worst feelings when you just feel it absolutely shredding you right from behind, and unfortunately it's just going to have to be just asking the teammates to try and do something to save you, but it's not going to happen. Tom Young-Kung now own this building, but they're still trying to find those last remaining players. That 1v3 does not look like a fun one to me, but the Arc Star could make a difference.
Oh, he got stuck, and now there might be an
Damn,
opportunity.
Fnatic down early again.
Do what he can, but here comes the rest of the support from the team, and Tom Young-Kung, clean house. DarkZero eliminated in the meantime, and it was FaZe, I believe, who took them down. Realize also fallen, and I mentioned how this shift has affected so many teams, almost a fake prediction on where they thought the game was going to be going, and now they're all feeling the effects of it.
Those R9 controller clips just look disgusting,
we were
bro.
talking about earlier, they need wins on the board here on World's Edge if they're to find themselves in the winner's bracket. They are capable of it, but Phony Head goes down. And I don't know whether they're going to be able to get him back up. They might have to play this back as a 2, as it will be finished off, as TSM are just being a nuisance, as Oxygen Esports also go down, and TSM are just having a field day here from height.
I mentioned how this height is so important for these kind of zones, not just if it pulls out to where we thought it was going to, but even if it pulls back to where we are going
Tom
to.
Young-Kung out in 9th.
Pepper shots down from that high ground, and that's exactly what TSM are doing.
Sentinel's got a really nice spot here. They're spread out. They were kind of overlooking the high ground.
The black hole's going to go down. Is he going to connect for big damage?
Should be able to put pressure on a couple of different fights here.
Gets that entry damage and gets a knock as well.
Northception out in 8th.
Have been eliminated. And you have to just say that Sentinels are in a fantastic position for this endgame.
Yeah, Sentinels have poised themselves very well here, and they've been well aware of their surroundings to make sure they don't allow anyone to just creep up on them. Dojo, after that initial win down in the southwest at Thermal, they're still alive as well, trying to make sure they can ensure their place in the winner's bracket. And
Dojo trying to...
Into Force 36 are eliminated. TSM
nice.
eliminated as well. The Dojo, who needed this game, who wanted to have this game where they get
gives them time
the
to be able to search these boxes before they got to move forward with the storm.
It's perfect game for them so far, Dan. Winning the contest and then going forward on the rotate, finding their way to zone, and picking up yet more KP alongside it.
And with that KP, that sends Dojo to an overall of 102 points. Now for me, that's a good cutoff. That's what we're expecting. 100 to be that barrier. So they should be good for the winner's bracket, even after match 4 here. But look at FaZe. They need points even more than the likes of Dojo. And they're gonna have
they aren't doing great, and they need some big
Do
points, which is tough.
Do not breathe.
Do not breathe.
They need a pretty solid storm point here.
Of FaZe Clan. Dojo, though, confidence, you can see it in the way that they're just walking forward at the moment. There is a care package in front of them. You have to wonder what's going to be inside that, and if it's going to help them towards the end game. Designful, though, with the wingman in his hands. One of my favorite players to watch with the wingman. He's always dinking away at those shields, and if he hits a headshot, it's usually the trigger to go.
Snipe down and Frex, still trying to stay alive, still trying to avoid everything, but there's a couple of teams above them. Enemy goes down. And that's not going to be good for Dojo now, because they try and get the smoke down, try and get a little bit of cover. Everything from Timmy being thrown here to get some sort of support to try and get back as a full 3.
A lot of utility being used by teams, understandably so, as we enter our top 5. Timmy's going to have time to reset here, does have the smokes. And he's going to have to shoot across here to help out his teammates. And Timmy now left on his own. Hugging the care package and hoping it's going to be enough to give him the kill.
Still in the zone.
His endgame slides away for a second. Can he survive?
Damn.
The answer is no. Dojo eliminated. We're down to 4, and FaZe have somehow taken the high ground.
Yeah, this is great for FaZe because they can now get another team. Go next, eliminated. 3 squads remaining, and FaZe still have this height. It's Optic Gaming, FaZe, and Sentinels left here. Optic in prime position.
Sentinels down on that low ground, a shift of positions. We saw Sentinels up on height just a few moments ago, but they tried to clear out that side of the zone, and by doing so, gave this height up to FaZe. The ultimate's going to come in from Bangalore, though, designed to try and force FaZe off of that high ground. FaZe just need it up. They don't want to give up this high ground, as Optic just wait.
There's the Q, though. 3v2 going to push FaZe off.
FaZe should be able to do Optic a favor, and Sentinels maybe actually looking to push the agenda. Perhaps they've sensed that it's just a 2
But
above
shouldn't
them.
turn give Optic
wipe them out
a
now
free walk up,
depending
depending on how long this fight goes.
But so does RKN. And now this should open things up for Optic, but they've got to climb. They've got to go up, but they've got to
They don't gotta climb. They just got a queue, bro. What you mean they gotta climb?
It should be a simple finish to this game as FaZe are eliminated. Sentinels versus Optic. Big spray coming in from Skittlecakes, but he will go down as well. The finishing pieces should be picked up though by Nox. And Optic win your first game here on World's Edge. And just at the right time, with the elimination bracket and the winners bracket to be decided.
And Optic Gaming again just further solidifying themselves in that winners bracket with a victory and showing that they are real, genuine competitors at the ALGS Championships, because that is multiple victories we've now seen them have across the first 2 days. Get the Green Wall fans in the building, because Optic certainly are a team we have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think one of the form teams coming into the event. Now, I've got to say their performance yesterday was somewhat surprising to me. We know the group sometimes can throw spanners in the works when you've got people contesting on different drops, you've got people rotating in a way that maybe they didn't do in scrims, whatever it might be. But for Optic, I think they are ready to get their hands on that trophy as well.
That gets them in.
That's what we've learned in these first 2 days.
DSG looking for winners. I don't think they're in.
Quite rightly so for their victories and the only land victories, but there seems to be a good 10 squads that have been fighting.
They're at 58 points going into this.
You know what? If they have a day on that Sunday, there's no reason why they couldn't be lifting
They're
that
at
trophy.
25 points through 4.
At the championship,
So
the biggest
they're gonna
tournament of
need
all,
like a
with
pretty
the biggest prize pool.
either a mammoth game
from
or
our
2
fourth game of the
combined
series,
really solid games.
On World's Edge, and again, it's just a sign of discipline, and that's what wins you these games in these positions from Optic Gaming. They know that the rest of the lobby is in front of them. They're scoping out, they're scouting out.
All right, guys,
They
I'm gonna
knew
go
the
check in
position
on
of both
Little Man
Sentinels
with his headache
and
again.
FaZe, and you can see here, as soon as damage is going to be starting to be done, it's just the trigger to move in.
It's one of those where you're a little bit worried when it's on the high ground, but because Skittlecake's playing Horizon, then there's suddenly all of that worry and any doubt is just left behind. And we see this quite a lot in Apex Legends when you have 3 teams left and you wait for 2 to fight it out, you wait for some damage to be done, and as soon as RKN goes down, that's when it's Optic's time to just get involved in this fight. And of course, it's anonymous mode, so they wouldn't have known who was knocked and which player was knocked, but they certainly saw 2 knocks happening. And that's when they said, look, let's get involved. A good effort from the rest of the Sentinels players to try and make it competitive. They got down Skittlecake, but it's not going to be enough, because the positioning was perfect from Optic Gaming, who find themselves with yet another victory here at the Championships.
I'd say a pretty satisfying final kill as well from Nox, just whipping the 30-30 out, and a little bit of hit fire connects immediately. 1 out of 1 bullet, all that was required to turn that game into a win. But there's always the step before, isn't it? We always see these final circles and we're like, great, Optic Gaming controlled it and they always looked like they were going to win, but it's before that where they cleared out the southern side of that zone down, won that fight, managed to survive through all the carnage that went down, that put them in that position to even third party and have the opportunity to go forward and win that game.
But also Optic chose that position very early on as well. They were right there at the center area. I said there's gonna be a lot of open space. There's not many buildings to really kind of hunker down in. Oh wow, I went very West Country then. Hunker down?
You do it when you get tired.
Maybe it's just, yeah, when I get a little bit more
maybe
tired.
it's the longer you spend in England.
The West Country starts to come through, but yeah, Optic had a very early position there and they made it count. It's one of those things where we see teams try and reside in those positions time and time again, and they'll get bullied off that spot, but Optic held strong.
Yeah, they certainly did it indeed. And the leaderboards obviously will shift and will change. And I think it's good news almost for the bubble teams when you see one team that's in qualification spot take the game away with some decent KP, because it doesn't really affect the standings around that qualification spot in 20th place. So even though it's like, unfortunately, don't win the game, if you're not the team, if it's not one of your, say, competitors in that bubble winning the game, then you can refocus and you can think about games 5 and 6 being the ones that could be yours.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of the teams that have most likely qualified, just as we look at the match 4 results and we get confirmation, Optic Gaming, 20 points for them, but Sentinels picking up a big 19. 12 points for FaZe, it's a start. It's still doable going into match 5 and 6, but they need to catch teams like J-Lings, for example, who were holding down one of those winners bracket spots a little bit earlier when we saw how they were performing. And also Pioneers, they were in 20th at 91 points, but I don't think that's going to be enough. I'm imagining that J-Lings on 98, 100 Thieves on 97, those are the 2 teams that are next in jeopardy. Those are the next ones that are going to be targeted here by all of these teams in the lobby that want to try and find their way to the winners bracket.
One thing that worries me though is Alliance, right? I mean, losing the contest, now they've got 2 games where they're essentially relying on having absolute bangers to get themselves into that winner's side of the bracket. it's a tough situation to be in, right? Knowing that you're going to be contested for the next 2 games as well, because why wouldn't Dojo? They just won the first one. They put good points on the board in a zone that wasn't favorable to them. You know Dojo are coming once again.
I think what's more concerning for Alliance is they don't even need bangers, but they just need some points. And if they are denied game after game here through 5 and 6, they will fall short. They are at the moment 1 point behind the cutoff. And if they don't find a couple of points, they're not going to even have that chance. So they need to win one of the contests here against Dojo. Otherwise, we might be seeing Alliance in that elimination bracket.
Yeah, an impressive 10-kill game coming in from Sentinels to take that second place as well. Those points certainly do stack up. I'm pretty sure coming into this, the Sentinels were overall in 20th position. So it's before the group started. So good performance from Sentinels in this game number 5 might just take the pressure
I feel
off
like
their
that
shoulders
should
and
be your
relax them a little
baseline
bit
win
more
there,
than they
20
were
points.
coming into this set. But
Right.
Optic, I just want to talk about them a little bit more. Not enough people are talking about Optic Gaming and what they are set out to achieve in this tournament.
Yeah, I think Optic Gaming are just an incredible fighting team. So when they get a circle like that they can play so early and other teams have to come to them, they're always going to be in a good spot. I will give Skittlecake credit every single time I see him on my screen.
You're his biggest fan,
I think I might be, with just how impressive his career has been and the rise to the top and being on this Optic roster. I mean, being on an Optic roster is pressure in itself, a massive organization. But these guys living up to the hype here in this series. They're on 41 points at the moment, and that goes towards a total they already had of 89. So as I mentioned earlier, winners bracket already guaranteed.
2 more games to go, and that's how things look. And ANZ, hey, what's up, everybody?
Welcome back.
And now I'm kind of looking at the other end of the table. I'm looking at Fnatic. What's going wrong for Fnatic at the moment? Because it just seems that they're really struggling, not just for placement, to pick up points full stop.
Yeah, I think they are dying in very early situations. They're being out-rotated quite often by a couple of other rosters at the moment. And I don't know whether that's just because the pace of the meta has changed a little bit since Split 2 playoffs.
Why am I dropping so many
haven't quite
frames?
caught up with that. They need to maybe just be moving that extra bit faster and speedier and traversing that map in a way
It's
that
pretty
they can be the
consistent,
teams
looks
that
like.
holds out and just holds those choke points.
Maybe map 5 is going to be that game for Fnatic. We'll have to wait and see, though. When we get back from this break, we'll have the game for you. Don't go anywhere.
Hey y'all, looks like this storm is really messing up my frames. I'm not sure how it's looking on stream. Sure about that? Are we good now? All right, I think we're through the harsh part of the storm, really killing my frames. So I think we're good. Are you sure about that, Nucky? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? Sure about that? Bro, this is so frustrating.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, the night is almost done here in Birmingham, but not quite yet. 2 more games of Apex Legends to get through here in Birmingham at the ALGS Championships, and we are going to find out who heads to that winner's side of the bracket.
Have we mentioned that we're in Birmingham as well?
We're in Birmingham still.
The 4th time as we are here. I mean, it's been a great day here in Birmingham for the ALGS Championships, and it's just going to get better. I mean, this crowd is going to get bigger. The games are going to get even better as well, but we have to send some teams into the elimination bracket, and we have the privilege, or I guess it's not really a privilege if you might look at it that way, to send those teams in these final 2 matches. Match 5 and 6 is coming our way, and I tell you what, it's crunch time. A lot of these teams now are starting to struggle to find those points.
I was going to say, you can send teams to the elimination bracket. I'll send them to the winner's side. I'll be the good guy, you can be the bad guy for once. Usually it's flipped around a little bit.
And that doesn't seem fair. But I can give you the lay of the land and tell you how things are sitting at the moment. In 20th position is Pulverex on 92 points. They have just surpassed Pioneers, which is bad news for Pioneers fans. That means they're done. That means they'll be in the elimination bracket. Ahead of them, Tom Young-Kung on 94, 100 Thieves on 97. So remember, they're not playing right now. Jay Lings on 98. So both Jay Lings and 100 Thieves are the two teams who are not playing, that are watching on and hoping teams will not surpass them. I'll keep you updated as best as I can when teams reach them, but we're back at Thermal Station. It's Alliance versus Dojo round 2.
You can take a little bit of damage off the rip as well, and he's gonna fall once more. So Timmy for the Dojo with the opening pick. Now they just need to play tight, need to play together, and make sure that they don't get kind of the free pick given away to them. Alliance kind of split a little bit differently on their drop this time around, trying to avoid essentially getting that first blood against them. But again, it's the Dojo, not just the first pick, but complete control of the high ground as well here, Dan. This is the worst possible situation for Alliance.
Dojo at the moment, as I've mentioned earlier, 16th position, 102 points. They should be good. So this fight is more important for Alliance, who are outside of those top 20 spots. They need points. They need to be surviving this contest.
Well, it's not looking good because Effect is down as well, and Hackis, well, they know where he is. The shield crack comes in, and Timmy says, boys, he's over there. Go chase him down.
It's just a matter of finding that last remaining player, as Alliance likelihood is they will fall here again at Thermal Station. Now, I will say, I don't think it would be the end of the world if Alliance were to be in that elimination bracket tomorrow. You have to imagine that they've been practicing with Mandy coming into this tournament. Now Effect is back, probably hasn't been playing much this last week. I actually wouldn't mind an elimination bracket run if I was Alliance.
I was actually talking about this in the green room with Genome, I think it was, and I think it might, like you say, might be a really good thing for them just to get more practice under their belt, start to feel comfortable again, and also go through a few games where the Dojo aren't in their group and they're going to be contested on World's Edge. But I think it's an interesting dichotomy, isn't it? Because you don't ever want to be in the elimination bracket. You want to get to the grand finals as quickly as you can and as successfully as you can. But with what they've had to go through, it's understandable if Alliance gets stronger and stronger through that elimination bracket.
And also with extra points, you can't get any extra points going into the grand final from the elimination side. You can only get it from the winner's side. So of course, you would go against the narrative of Alliance usually being very good in groups and then slightly underperforming when we get towards the Championship Sunday. Maybe if they underperform in groups, who knows what might happen on Sunday.
Look at you sowing the seeds for Alliance here with a little bit of storyline. I love that from you. Northeption making their rotate, and you can see why they are going where they're going at the moment. It's going to be that high ground around Survey Camp. You would expect that to be where we are going to be finishing this game. MDYY already there. Northeption, we just saw them. Complexity in a great spot as well, which is very, very much home for them, dropping with their split between Epic, and Survey Camp. Fnatic wrapping all the way to the north side of zone once again, and FaZe are going to have to be aware of that.
So FaZe at the moment, who are trailing those top 20 spots by around.
Sorry, LZ man, really not feeling good.
We're going to have to hope that this could be the game where they can propel themselves up the leaderboards. As for Fnatic, it's a lot to do. It really has to be back-to-back wins here for Fnatic if they are going to find themselves in the winner's bracket, but still doable, still possible.
This isn't dropping
frame. It has to be that comeback story that looks unlikely.
Or I was dropping
at the moment,
frame.
but
I guess it's looking fine
with a
now.
zone like this, they hold the northern tip. Sometimes when you do get these train tracks in this final circle, it can bode well.
Hey, like a lot of people in the crowd, I believe in Yuka supremacy. We'll have to see if that comes through and he can really take over a few games alongside Umi-chan and Meltzera. But like you say, it's a tough road for Fnatic, but it's still a road they can walk. Elsewhere, you can see Oxygen Esports. They're doing a little bit of crafting at the moment. They're going to be approaching Skyhook in a few moments' time as Tom Young-Kung are just ahead of them on their rotate. Elsewhere, though, we've got a fight breaking out, and it's Sentinels who are involved.
Sentinels who more than likely have secured their winners bracket places, but would like to unsecure it for some other teams, and it is going to be the opener as well, coming from Koipel. And they'll get that finish, so Sentinels making sure that
does it look like really weird to you guys? Like,
certainly in the surrounding areas of Epicenter, they're going to get a lot of neighbors. So just create as much
frame
space
rate
as
is
possible.
tanking right now.
Good as Aurora on their rotation. They're going to be meeting potentially another squad here.
Fnatic are going to be close by as well. They heard a little bit of gunfire going down, and they were like, hey, we can get a few KP out of this. Elsewhere, you can see the DarkZero. They're finding their way towards Survey Camp as well, but having arrived, they've found that there's quite a few people already at the inn, so they're going to have to just retreat for a few seconds and think about what their next move's going to be.
DarkZero looking to just go into the winner's bracket as the #1 team as well. They do lead it in the overalls with 166. Blackhand only behind them by 7, but of course Blackhand have already played their game. So DarkZero looking in really good stead. being the favorites going into that winners bracket.
Not looking too good here, though. They're having to find somewhere to heal up. Sentinels decide to rotate away because they know they've got an engagement to win here against Pulverex. They've got to finish this off. They did get that first knock a few moments ago. They know it's a 3v2 situation, but can they convert? That's the question. The Ornator is hitting, but not quite hard enough here from Zenial.
He's able to just get away temporarily, get those shields back. They're not getting too desperate for kills, but they probably can.
That's weird. I wonder what it's doing, because it's even doing it again now, where it's like showing I'm dropping frames.
Sure
my bit rate's 2/3%, but like on my
locked and loaded, ready to go in the winners bracket tomorrow.
Preview, it still looks
Pulverex, very
it's
different
so
story
weird.
for them. We mentioned 20th position. They are the bubble team. They are the target for a lot of these squads. And they could do with a few extra points, but what a performance has been. 36 points in this set.
Well, one thing I will say about Pulverex, as we know, and they're about to ruin what I'm about to say, because Saku just took a lot of damage. If any team knows how to play as a duo, it's going to be Pulverex, right? I mean, they played an entire tournament as a duo, and they really gained a lot of traction in the Apex Legends community for what they were able to achieve. But it's F-Chan left on his own now. Can he do something magical for Pulverex in this game?
I mean, I remember a lot of rap F-Chan moments back then, and I'm sure he can do it again as DarkZero. It's yet another engagement for them. Complexity on the other side there. Another team are struggling a little bit with points. Maybe this could be the Kickstarter though, as it's good damage with the R99.
That's going to be Zainu and Jim Burton down. Zero on his own. DarkZero
DarkZero
eliminated
out.
by Complexity.
Which isn't so much of a big deal for DarkZero right there, because they're in. But what that does mean is that it's more points that's going to be available for people who are leading them right now these last two games.
This is a zone they will know so well. Well, coming out of that, taking down DarkZero in a straight 3v3, it's got to feel good.
And it would have to be, again, similarly to Fnatic, back-to-back wins, really, for Complexity. Big ones as well, if they want to find themselves in the winners bracket. But it's going to be a confidence builder, taking down DarkZero, that's for sure, as Oxygen Esports making their rotation. Now, there was a lot of expectations on Oxygen Esports coming into this tournament, and rightly so. An amazing split 2 performance, but they haven't really matched that as of yet. As for Tom Youngkung, maybe overachieving in terms of what we expected from them, but they deserve every plaudit that they get because they've been playing insane every single day so far.
Should be safer now as well. Nobody really in the vicinity. You can see that they're kind of a little bit aware that there might be a few teams rotating in, maybe from Monument, where Sentinels actually are at the moment. And Complexity have got to be careful here as well. They try to approach Survey Camp once again. Some unfriendly neighbors, though, putting down a little bit of damage for them. Monsoon, ooh, he got a little bit of help on his way down from a grenade. But should be safe for now. Nobody really close enough to challenge Complexity here as they just reset, refocus, and think about what the next play is going to be.
The team I am wondering how they're going to make their rotation is phase up towards Climatizer. They still haven't really moved. I imagine they will try and take this northern side off of Fnatic, who have been holding it for quite some time. But Complexity, they should be safe for now at Epicenter, but they will be joined because the circle is still moving north, so all these southern teams are going to have to join them. Now this is phase what I was talking about. They're still just chilling, happy at Climatizer, but they are going to be forced in ever so slightly.
I was going to say, I mean, they're sitting on fucking 2 whites and a blue.
Catch a whiff of it, there could be a little fight happening on the northern tip, but I think Fnatic, they've focused their attention so much toward the train tracks where Aurora are that FaZe might be able to scamper in unnoticed.
One thing that's impressive here about Fnatic is the position they managed to get, and also the info they're going to get that there's a couple of white shielded players on FaZe coming towards them. That's a double armor check now. One white, one blue. Fnatic are going to be looking at this and thinking, I don't think you really want to take this fight, FaZe, because we have a strong position up on this rock.
Yeah, just as I said they might scamper in unnoticed, suddenly Yuka whips around and spots them. And there's not going to be an easy move for FaZe now. They're going to have to try and think of a plan B here. As Optic hold a solid position. And it looks like maybe they're thinking about getting aggressive here. It's TSM on the other side.
Drop having to be friendly with this crate for a few seconds while it pops the battery. And instead of taking on the team on the height in the open, he decides that just rotating on this low ground with the natural cover and terrain is a much smarter play to make. The Sky's making their rotate into Climatizer as well, just off screen at the moment. But TSM and Optic, they're creeping up on each other here. Oh, and now they definitely know they're close.
Yeah, and now Dropped is going to be laying down the law. Rolling Thunder comes through as well as Dark Veil. So all of the tools being used for Optic to try and either engage or just try and surpass TSM, but they really want to push up on them here.
Yeah, you can see they're just trying to force them back at the moment, and that Rolling Thunder is certainly going to help them do that, just so they can creep into zone, and then maybe they can take a little bit more time to
He can't do nothing though, he's a solo.
Drop does have the
kind of a big feels bad, bro.
And he's also sending A frag
Especially
grenade
with
up
this
into
many
the
teams
skies.
left
Now the
too,
question
man.
is it going to be a golden
Like, where
one?
do you
Doesn't
go?
look like it is for now.
Like, obviously, it's still early. It's only second ring closing, but
not taking any risks at the moment. More than
no
welcoming.
one's really going to want to fight
Optic
too
Gaming
much.
just shadow
This
them
next
for a
ring.
little bit, but we do see Luda getting a knock onto Reps, so they were trying to back off, but now we see other teams getting involved.
We certainly do, and it's going to be complexity, and Monsoon poking, but Monsoon being taught a lesson. You can't poke against Verhulst. He gets ripped down, and now Reps tries to move in. TSM, though, all of a sudden, this is getting a little bit risky. It's all down to Imperial Hal, 142, but Optic are just looking at this and waiting to pick up the pieces. TSM down as Optic move in to surely finish off Complexity.
Yeah, and that's a shame for Complexity. They probably thought their luck was in, where they're able to get that initial knock, not knowing and maybe fearing that someone else could arrive, but it was Optic Gaming who arrived last. Complexity eliminated, and that might
dirty
be their
third
chances in the winners
partiers.
bracket dying with them, whereas Optic Gaming continue to show why they're a real threat.
I mean, Optic are looking like such a strong fighting team. I mean, we know that, right? Yeah. But in previous tournaments, sometimes we've just seen, for whatever reason, the chemistry has felt a little bit off in those 3v3s. Well, Optic look like a well-oiled fighting machine in this lobby especially, and certainly through today's action.
But we also have to remember, in terms of like how many LANs some of these squads have played together, it's often only one or two, and you learn a lot from LAN as Oxygen are going to get pushed on here. Vayne has to back off.
Does a pretty good job of it, though. Let's be real. He's got that digi threat as well, so he'll be able to fire back through the smoke, but Vayne escapes. Much easier to do that on mouse and key than it is on controller. Turn that fast and get out of there.
You just up your sense, Mark. That's all you need to do. But I know you like to play it on low, and that's fine. It's acceptable. So do the pros. Optic Gaming. They just seem to be confidently pushing into anyone at the moment, and I'm not really surprised with how they've been playing so far today, but they still have to move from this southern side of Epicenter. Oxygen are going to basically mirror them on the other side. Sentinels are going to be the team in Epicenter, maybe holding out a few of these squads here.
Well, the one team who's banged center zone at the moment is Go Next. We haven't even mentioned them yet, and you can forgive us for that coming into...
All right, so we're reconnected here. Let's try reconnecting this.
Want to get involved in this one on the other side and maybe hold
Chat.
Optic back. Skillcake
Keep having issues, man. I might
and Optic's still very
watch
much
the
ahead of
last
this
game
fight,
Discord.
but Oxygen are still not getting involved in the fight because this is far riskier for Oxygen. Optic and Sentinels can play a little bit more free, as now Sentinels will again be pushed up on.
Scenario goes down once again. Sentinels could not quite finish yet, but they might be in a few seconds' time. Dropped with a beautiful spray, and now snaps onto Koifo as the last player alive for Sentinels. They're out of the lobby. We're down to 13, and Optic, with this smoke, might be able to reset pretty comfortably.
We've got 7 teams outside of the circle, and this circle is
Dojo's
closing. All
still
these guys
alive.
on the western side are going to have to try and force themselves in. Dojo, Oxygen, Aurora, Gambari Otazan, Northeption, MUI White, E36. They all have to move at the same time. It is not going to be pretty in this kill feed.
Gambari Otazan just thinking KP, KP, KP. Forget about getting to zone. We know we're not going to be able to really survive. We've got to clear this side. But they can't quite
Dojo out, Interforce out, Northeption out.
It's a little bit windy, but
Jesus.
snaps on when needed to. Younghe moving forward now. Northeption eliminated, and even though the
I
zone
just
is a
realized I don't have
problem,
this full
they might
screen,
be
my
able to
bad,
just
chat.
about get inside, but no. Gambari Artisan will be eliminated. The zone doing so much damage.
Optic Gaming also got forced into Tom Young Kung. They're currently fighting right
Yeah,
now,
I
but
got
it is
you, Doug.
still going towards Go Next as Fnatic on this northwestern side have been holding this
My
rock
bad,
for
my
so
bad.
long as Optic Gaming do get eliminated, but still fine. They're still consistent. It's Oxygen, really, who have to do something as Vayne connects with the Kraber.
Well, that
Someone
sucks.
go and get that bullet back out of his belly button, because that needs to be reloaded and used again. That was a beautiful shot coming in for Vayne. Can't quite connect with the 30-30 though.
Confused
Smokes
when he
are gonna
means
go
by-
down, and with a reload
Sorry,
of the
what?
Kraber, Vayne is feeling hungry for more.
And that's like with the teams left, who importantly needs points? Oxygen, FaZe, Fnatic. They all need big games here in match number 5 to give them a chance of getting to that winner.
Well, how about FaZe, right? I mean, they've kind of crept their way into this endgame. They have barely had an engagement, barely had a position
Tom Young
to
Kung
fight
as well.
against. And they are still involved, and speaking of Fnatic, they are also still here. They are winning the fights. Yuka Supremacy might still be something we can talk about, because we mentioned that Fnatic need to win back-to-back games to have a chance of going to the winner's side. It's looking like they may be in a position to do that now.
Bro,
Oxygen are also
imagine
pushing
if
up on
Fnatic
Tom Young
does
Kung,
figure
and
that
it looks
shit out,
like
though.
it's going all right, but Vayne's just been taken down, and as
Tom
I
Young
say
Kung
it,
out
though,
in 6.
Tom Young Kung eliminated, so Oxygen have won that fight on the southern side.
FaZe is still
Oxygen
rocking
alive.
triple
Fnatic
blues,
and
huh?
FaZe also on the northern tip are alive. By the way,
Strong.
Disguised still alive on the eastern side as well. They've been very quiet this game.
FaZe finally up to blues. That's good news for them. Maybe a fighting chance in a 3v3. But this passive playstyle has worked well
What's
for
a
them
sick team name?
up until this point. As we jump over for Fnatic, they need this more than anyone. Let's jump into the comms with Fnatic.
取り切りに行くのありだなこれ左下どうも左下にいやありかもありかもあり行こう行こう今行こうあこの段ねアンチ絶対左下これ登ってるホライゾン100やったこれ壁越える俺いやアンチ来るよめっちゃやってる上右上もいる
Yeah, Tom Ramkun's pretty cool. One of the players who used to be on that was on the EXO roster that was in playoffs on split 1.
左上スロー入れてる左上押さえてる左上見た何もできないよタップいけるか左上押さえてる左上押さえてる下安全な場所ここ俺もいや右上上がんねこれ一回上がっていっても待って巻き終わって2秒たまない俺僕ないよ俺も僕ない
Well, the comms through the win of the fight. Fnatic still alive here, Dan, and picking up KP alongside it.
Yeah, really bad
DSG
news.
still all the way up on the top over here.
Now we see FaZe also fall. They're the next team to get knocked out of this lobby. Fnatic down to 2, but might be able to get the revive. It's Oxygen Esports, Disguised, and Fnatic. Now, Oxygen, yes, they've got a lot to do. As for Disguised...
Disguised are walking up on this.
Disguised want to do this. They want to get involved.
They're walking up on this, but that may have been a mistake, Lou, because you're going against Yuka, and he doesn't miss very often.
Great damage coming out of the Eva
Pretty sure
and now just trying to use the natural cover that's available, but now we see Disguised! They re-engage, but Fnatic, they're holding strong.
Umachan gets the armor swap though. Can he win this fight? Can he look for the KP on the down players? That's the question. Fnatic will be eliminated. Disguise survive, but it just opens the door for Oxygen Esports to finally announce themselves here in Birmingham.
Oxygen Esports keep their winners bracket dreams alive as they start to get a little bit closer to those top 20 positions. And how important could it be that they beat Disguised to it? Disguised were about 7 points off of the top 20. Things are getting really close.
I don't know why I said buddy, pal.
In that 20th position, this is going to be terrifying going into match number 6.
Feel very lucky that we're privileged to be able to cast this final game that's coming up in just a few moments, because my goodness, it is going to be a bloodbath here in Birmingham. For Oxygen Esports though, confidence restored, belief restored, a big win when you needed it the most. Well, they just got it on the main stage.
And it's so impressive how disciplined they were throughout that game.
I don't know how much KP they had
though. They could have got involved in the fight when Optic and Sentinels were scrapping, but they knew it was a risk. They knew getting involved there would just lead them to a potential fourth party. So instead they just played their
because they're gonna need like
40
something.
The power of the Kraber. We always talk about it, right? We saw Vayne, he was able to pick a few players up. I also saw Aiden pick up a Kraber out of nowhere in the kill feed, and he managed to clear a path for Oxygen to move towards that end zone. But it was Fnatic on the northern side of the zone, clearing everything out so close to turning that fight on its head as well. But they do secure a top 3 position with some good KP alongside it. The question is, does it leave them with enough room to maybe make a run in this final game?
And this just gets even more worrying for teams like 100 Thieves, J-Lings watching on, hoping that they've done enough to get into that winner's bracket, because if teams who are further outside of the top 20 continue to score points, it's more likely that we would see J-Lings and 100 Thieves knocked down into that elimination.
The good news is for them, Fnatic hasn't shown up, Alliance or Northeption hasn't shown up.
But for Oxygen, you mentioned it, it was that Kraber that gave them the confidence to push into several fights. They had this kind of western side, and then they heard all that gunfire that was going down. And again, as it so often always is, it's about just trying to time it perfectly, making sure that you engage at the right time, you don't push too soon. They get the information that FaZe are down, so now they're suddenly thinking, okay, is there more gunfire? Yes, there is. Let's make sure we're well equipped, we've got the utility, we're full shields, and then we'll start to push up.
2 shots in the Kraber. Plenty of light ammo to play with in the final battle as well. And like you say, as soon as that knock comes in there from Yuka, you know that's the trigger for Oxygen Esports to move up, take the high ground of this building, and just survey what should be an easy win for them. No pressure really on Oxygen in those final moments. It's all about discipline. We've talked about it so many times today in these situations, Dan, but Oxygen showing as well that they've got that in the tank.
So much information they gathered from Bloodhound as well. Reed's able to just get that scan as Oxygen put 23 more points on the board, which could do them absolute wonders. I believe that will put them up to around 88, which would have them about kind of 6 points off top 20.
Very doable.
Very, very doable. But again, there are other teams they are competing with. It's not as simple as surpassing a point system here. You have to make sure you also beat the teams that are trying to race you there.
Match 5 is done and dusted. ANC is not disappointed, and now we go to the final game of group play. This is going to be ridiculous, but Alliance, I think they've got to be looking at the elimination bracket now, Dan. That's 2 contests, both lost to the Dojo, and that might be the difference between Alliance going to the elimination bracket and the Dojo going to the winner's side.
Well, Alliance, they're on 90 points. I mean, Oxygen on around 88, so 2 teams who are very close to the top 20, but 2 very different stories. And for Alliance, it's as simple as that. They have to win the contest against Dojo in this match 6, otherwise they will be going to that elimination bracket. 0 points in both matches 4 and 5. Dojo winning that one is so important for them, but it is going to be scary times for Alliance in match 6.
I mean, scary times for Alliance, for the Dojo as well. If they win the contest, it's not just winning the fight, is it? It's the fact that you get the KP, which is feeling pretty good as well. Just got a little thumbs up from Design4 as well as he went past. He said, you guys are talking about the right stuff right now. But Oxygen Esports, here's some stats from that match 5 from them. 11 kills, 11 assists, all the placement points that you could possibly want. Good damage dealt from them as well.
Yeah, and stats can tell you a lot, but I think it was the positioning, it was the discipline from Oxygen Esports that really won them that game, and the calls were absolutely perfect from them, and it now gives them a chance of potentially getting into the winner's bracket after match 6. It's doable for Oxygen Esports.
Who's doing it? Who's going through?
I'm worried about Alliance, I will say. Who's
going through?
Oh, I think Oxygen are going to do it. I think they might make it in.
Okay, I love that call, and Oxygen obviously feeling pretty good after what we just saw in that last game, but it's got to be eyes on. Have we ever had a contest which is so important in a final game of groups that could decide what team goes to the winner's bracket?
I feel like Oxygen's already in, right? 53 points plus their 48.
You want to eliminate another team to get them off of their drop spot, but this is just a drop spot situation where it's been
that's Optic as a 53. They're at 40.
We expected it to happen. It was doing it in scrims,
yeah,
and now
they're
it
at
happens
88
here
points.
in tournament play. And I think that Dojo, after 2 successful wins, they're going to be more than
confident. All right,
confident.
chat, here's the deal, man. As soon as they show us who makes bracket after this game, I'm outie.
Some more stats for you to bring up as well, a little bit of leaderboard action for you to show. Essentially what you've got to be keeping your eyes on as we head in towards our final game here. This is ANC. This is how it stands at the moment with 1 game to go. Optic Gaming on the top of the leaderboards, 53 points for them. Sentinels just in behind them with 49, but we were looking at the bubble teams coming in. Oxygen, that win is massive for them. 40 points now puts them in 4th position. Pulverex as well, good points from them.
Yeah, Optic guaranteed in winner's bracket. Sentinels should be good in winner's bracket. DarkZero guaranteed. Oxygen still with stuff to do. Pulverex probably still stuff to do as well. They are right on the teetering edge of top 20. It is really crunch time now for a lot of these squads. There are a few outsiders that with a huge game, with a win plus kills, could still maybe be a surprise package into the winner's bracket.
What's your calculator saying about Fnatic's chances?
It's very unlikely.
Very unlikely?
I think if you type that into the calculator, it probably says too many people, please try again. It's just going to be error codes happening. Fnatic, they are leaving themselves too much to do in match number 6. It would probably have to be a record-breaking game for them to find themselves in winners.
They started with 23 points, and that just, or 22, 24 points, 24 points. And that just might be a third of their total after 3 series.
What up, everybody? I am here at the forum, and I have one of the coolest things to show you guys. So Herman Miller, an official partner of the ALGS, is hooking up the winners with a custom chair. So not only are they walking away with $600,000, but they are walking away with something that you cannot get unless you become a world champion of Apex. So this is also part of your passport.
That's lit.
So if you want to win some free prizes, you got to come down, take a picture, but that's not all. So the most important thing that they are all fighting for is not only a chance at glory, but a chance to be holding this trophy up at the end of the championship on Sunday. On day 1, I said 1 shot, 1 opportunity, seize everything they've ever wanted, 1 moment. Will they capture it or just let it slip? So casters, back to you to see who captures that moment.
Thank you so much, peeps, and I've got to say, that is something kind of special, isn't it, right? The custom Herman Miller that you get if you take that trophy home. A beautiful, beautiful, it's almost artistic. It's almost, it's not antique, it's brand new.
I'm going to give that an A tier Eminem reference.
Should be an antique. Valuable.
Make sure you keep
valuable
it pristine.
like an antique.
Also impressed that he used,
I'm going to stop speaking.
He used Eminem lyrics during that little video there, so hats off to him, or well, hats on to him, should I say, as we haven't seen picks without one yet. But I tell you what, I'm going to get one off him as this week goes on. But match 6 is almost
Bro, why does it look like the
loaded.
complexity coach is sitting in boxers,
eyes will be
bro?
focused right at the start of the game. It's Alliance versus
Holy
Dojo.
shit.
Means far more for Alliance here. If they want to get into their winner's bracket, they have to win this contest. Now, for Dojo, it's about making sure that Thermal Station will be theirs in that winner's bracket, and they would or should have it for free.
Probably one of the most important contests we're going to see in quite some time. But between a team who has essentially owned the POI for so long.
Oop, I hear the weevil. I hear the weaves. We go chat with her
That's what
before
we
we
like
jump
to
in.
call the dojo. Not afraid to take the fight. And certainly not afraid to cause an upset. Oxygen Esports on your screen. They were the winners of game number 5. We're into the character select screen. One more game here in Birmingham and our bracket teams will be set.
This is going to be a brilliant match 6 because these last few places in the winners bracket still firmly up for grabs, and there's what, like 8 teams that could still push themselves into that winners bracket as well. This is going to be pretty nuts. For those watching on, the likes of Jay Lings and 100 Thieves who are still waiting eagerly to see whether they will hold on to those winners bracket spots, I'm sure they've lost their nails by now.
Well, here we go then, everybody. The last game of group play. It's live and the dropship is flying. The legends are selected. And there's only one thing to focus on at the start of this game. All eyes on Thermal Station, all eyes on the dojo, all eyes on Alliance. This could decide the fate of who goes through to that winner's bracket. And I tell you what, it's the perfect time for a listening to start the game.
All right, let's do it.
Jump into the comms with Alliance.
Game 6, chat. Let's get it.
Might beat me, actually. I'm definitely getting those before him. He's beating me. I'm landing close here. I'm landing close here, shooting in the back. I got Eve, right? Where are you guys?
Harase has no gun, Harase has no gun.
Come inside, left side, kill us side if you can. What's...
Yeah, here on me.
Yeah, left side, left side. Terminator. Put my door down. Where are you, FX? You good?
I'm outside, yeah.
30 on one. Nice. On the bin. One high gun. One is pure high. Can we kill the guy in the bin? Can we kill the guy in the bin? He does
one dropping. One is
dead. Let's go. I don't see him. He's on the bin here somewhere. Nope. He's running a platform. Can you kill him together? Yeah. We got it. Climbing. I'm one HP. I'm one. Don't peek.
He's on top, all the way top. Cracked him.
Flash, I'm going on him. Kill him.
41 flash, 1 HP.
Nice. Let's go. Lock it in.
Lock it in here for Alliance.
Lock it in. Yeah, lock it in.
66.
Alliance win the contest. The dojo will fall, and
So what,
Alliance's
they're at 90 now.
of the winners bracket is still alive.
That puts Alliance into
93.
21st position, 1 point away from top 20, 1 point behind Disguised, who currently hold that 20th position. J-Lings and 100 Thieves still are in 18th and 19th at the moment on 98 and 97 points. But with all of these following teams still with the potential to overtake them, Alliance, Pulverex, Oxygen, FaZe, they could all be able to jump and leapfrog them as we get a circle which looks somewhat similar to what we've just seen, but it is going to be ever so slightly more northeast and maybe will favor Sentinels who are on that eastern side.
Very, very similar zone to what we've seen pretty much in the last 2 zones.
Yeah.
So teams will be expected to take up very, very similar positions as you would expect if you've won a game recently. If you're
means Alliance going to have to fight their way in.
Oxygen Esports, you're probably thinking, huh, cool. Okay, we're going to go a long way, but we've already proved that we can do it here. Pulverex on their way to Fragment at the moment. DarkZero just ahead of them.
What does Pulverex need? They're at 36 so far. They're at 56 going into this. They're at 92.
That'll be enough. They need to outplace or outfrag Disguise, Pulverex, and Oxygen.
we're going to see some hearts broken, I think, here on the main stage, because there are some squads who probably think they would have done enough as DarkZero are getting aggressive.
Yeah, they know there's only 2 players left because Jim Burton got the info that one was still trying to cross at the back. So DarkZero want to try and press this advantage. And if someone peeks in, that might be the knock. Flesh all over the place, but nobody on their back quite yet.
Plenty of players in and around Fragment and Monument at the moment as they're all making their rotation through to this northeast side. DarkZero, they're just on the hunt right now as Jen Burton rips through the shields of Saku. And that will be an easy finish afterwards as Zero also gets one too. DarkZero playing ruthless at the moment.
Ruthless is kind of, I think, the perfect way to summarize what DarkZero's performance has been so far here in Birmingham. Elsewhere, TSM, surprise, surprise. The macro looking the same, and Sentinels, well, they're finding out for themselves. Go Next have been eliminated in the meantime. TSM,
I don't think TSM, unless they have a big game here, is going to pass up Blackhand. I think Blackhand's going to have the second best score through groups. Which is pretty cool.
Unfortunate
Pretty cool.
In that final circle just in match number 5 as TSM, I can hear their comms here from the caster booth, let alone what the audience might be able to hear with their shouting and screaming, but Complexity also getting loud at the moment, trying to win this engagement.
Oh, Monsoon goes down though. The Peacekeeper inside of the bubble now turns this fight around. MDY White get that first knock, and you just felt like Monsoon, you almost thought he had a guaranteed kill with the amount of damage he'd done, but doesn't come through. And now the PK, it's going to come back to haunt you.
Northeption eliminated. MDY White still alive and still with a very outside chance of getting to that winner's bracket, but going down means that this is not going to be good as a 2 against what is now going to arrive very shortly at their doorstep. Sentinels also eliminated in the meantime, as here comes FaZe. They want to get very much involved in this one and see if they can give themselves a chance of getting to that winner's bracket.
5th place overall in the group. 20th and above, all that they're really concerned about at this point, trying to get into that winner's side. Dan, how are they looking right now?
Well, they're in 24th at the moment, 88 points. They are, what, 6 points behind Disguise, so again, achievable. But again, you also have to hope Disguise don't get any points, right? And this is why it's going to be so difficult. We have about 4 or 5 teams all fighting for just a couple of spots. And unfortunately, they all cannot make it. There is not room in this winner's bracket anymore.
I was going to say, FaZe have taken the...
well, to be fair, they have, especially here on World's Edge, have had everybody rotating to them, so...
But also the spot they're trying to hold down, right? That truck is... We know it's a minefield. We know it's so difficult. And it's not just difficult to hold down inside. Controlling the space around it is almost impossible as well, because either side of it is this extreme elevation. So you step out for a second, there's going to be people with 30s, with scouts, whatever it might be, just chipping away. And if you put one step wrong, then you're going to fall on your back. So FaZe have chosen what I might call the path less traveled, or the most difficult path, to try and put themselves in a qualification position. But all power to them. Let's see if they can do it.
It's just such a tough spot to try and escape if you do end up getting pressure from either angle. As now we'll see a couple of squads making their move, arriving from Countdown and through the northern side of Landslide. It's Aurora behind Realize, seeing if they can maybe get a little bit of extra damage, not only increase those shields, but also just try and make sure that they're going to have an easier rotation through from this western side over to the east. Complexity are down to just 1, I think, after their fight earlier. They're not so far away from Realize and Aurora. And this is nervy times as Imperial Hal also with the kill feed, making sure he gets a kill.
This might well be almost an identical zone to what we saw in our first game on World's Edge a little bit earlier, that Optic Gaming managed to win. So Optic will be like, hey, cool, we look like we've got a free southern rotate at the moment. If they take the same building they did before, we might be speaking about Optic Gaming in that end game once more.
Fnatic already fighting Tommy Young coming up here.
Were holding. I mean, it doesn't look that bad when you look at it in that point of view.
Complexity chasing Realize?
In that area, but if they can go unnoticed, if they can kind of stay quiet a little bit, they might be able to avoid a lot of attention and hope that everyone else starts taking fights. And then
why is Complexity so far from the circle when they land like right next to it?
On this map, MDY White are the team that are above them. DarkZero also holding down a spot in Epicenter at the moment and are going to be a real threat with the high ground that they hold.
Zero just causing annoying damage as well, and it's going to be Disguised who are down on that low ground. They're going to have to burn the catwall just to escape, knowing that there's that extreme high ground that they're going to have to go up against. DarkZero trying to hunt this down though. You can see that they want to try and get this knock. They're seeing a lot of utility being used, but Disguised actually making a pretty smart play here, Dan, because they knew that that position, it was not a position they're going to be able to survive in for more than a few minutes with DarkZero looking over them.
Yeah, I mean, no one really survives very long with DarkZero looking at them. That is the problem, and that's why DarkZero are just so good at what they do. But now we're going to see Oxygen Esports involved in a scrap, and we know how important this is for Oxygen. GO are eliminated as Oxygen cannot afford to go down here. If they want to be in the winner's bracket, they have to get to the late game.
Also, if they hold down this building for the long game, they're in a great position for the end game. Oxygen Esports know this. They're trying to work around this catwall that's gone down. And now you're seeing the flank come in from Reeds. Can he get the knockdown?
Nice.
It's enough to get the opener, and I love this. Reposition, re-engage with the teammates and make sure that they're going to be the ones who can just play that opening damage, and then you get involved yet again. It's bait and switch at its very finest.
Reeds did get a knock, but Reeds has taken a lot of damage in this position. The good news for them is nobody's looking to third as yet. Oxygen Esports have managed to reset inside this building on the east side of Fragment. Now they're in a great position and set out for that endgame.
Oxygen Esports only 4 points away from that top 20 mark at the moment. Just trying to
Aurora
play catch up.
struggling,
As
bro.
long as Disguised, Pulverex, Alliance are all alive, bad news for Oxygen, as Optic Gaming have found themselves in a very similar spot, which we saw them win a game earlier. Pulverex eliminated in the kill feed, and that means confirmation Pulverex will be in the elimination bracket. Their chances of winners have dissipated with the early exit in 15.
And who's taking them out? It's Disguised. Disguised, who disengaged a little bit earlier on from DarkZero, have come back to maybe give themselves a chance by taking out that team who was holding down one of those winners bracket positions.
Oh,
that's why you
I would
survive
say
in
that
Apex
they're
Legends.
one
That's
of
why you don't take
where I
every
put
single
them.
fight, because
Top
you know
five?
there's other opportunities.
Top
It's
10?
a longer game than just a fight in front of you.
And that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Pulverex, who have had
Probably
such a
somewhere between like
successful
5 and 7.
day here today, and it looked like it was a great series for them as well. But unfortunately, some of the heavy hitters around them started to gain points in these final few games on World's Edge, whereas Pulverex just slipped off the pace ever so slightly. And now it means Pulverex will have to face that elimination bracket tomorrow. Now, as for the other teams, still in the
Somewhere in
round,
there.
Disguised, Alliance, Oxygen Esports, FaZe, all still with a chance of getting in there. And Alliance,
Especially 'cause it's like
given
literally
themselves
everyone.
the opportunity. They won the engagement, but now they have to get into the late game.
If I just recreated the sit forward meme. Did you see that? It's like chilling along and it's
Chilling
like,
and
okay,
he gets shot.
I get shot, time to lean forward. That's exactly what he does. Alliance probably feeling, I was going to say, a little bit up and down at the moment, but they did win that contest and they'll get to play some Apex Legends.
Oh, no.
Disguised. Guess who's coming back for you? It's DarkZero who get the knock. Lou is removed from the game. And now it's up to Xenox and Duplex to maybe do something special.
And this is massive for the rest of the lobby. Remember, Disguise hold that 20th position at the moment. If they fall, it opens the door for the likes of Alliance and for the likes of Oxygen. And unfortunately, it's DarkZero who are the team are chasing them, who are putting in that damage as Disguised are gone. And
Honestly,
now they will
though,
just have to watch on and hope
Disguise being that close, again, I think same thing with like the whole Timmy story, right? Just shows
that there are going to be teams that will nick
how
that
close the
20th
gap is
position
between
away
like
from
challenger
Disguised.
circuit teams and like literally the best teams in the world that go to
Have to
like
be a big game, but there is
go to
still a
the
chance
major
for
lands,
them.
you know?
They're approaching the zone from the north side. Realize they're going to be pressuring them from behind, and Yuka's taking a huge amount of damage on the cross for his team. Enterforce 36 has been eliminated. Well, Fnatic do have a chance to reset. Realize they're going to slow down because they were actually getting shadowed themselves by Tom Young Kung. TSM overlooking Fnatic in the meantime as well. This is a tough spot, not just to survive in, but to rotate out of here, especially with FaZe in the carriage just across from them. This is a rough rotate for them.
So E36 eliminated, and means they will be in the elimination bracket. And you said Fnatic. I mean, I said they'd need a record-breaking game, and perhaps I overstated a little bit because they are about, what, 20 points off of the cut at the moment, so still achievable. A victory here, plus kills, and maybe they could find themselves, but it is still a lot to do. As for Tom Young,
FaZe are in here!
They're getting involved
FaZe
in
are in here!
engagement! And they've gone down. FaZe still holding strong, and FaZe still trying to push their way into the winner's bracket. The dream is very much alive here. In this little crevice that they found themselves in, they hold on strong.
I said how it would be a tough game to win from this position. But if you can hold it down, if you can stop the pressure that's going to continually come your way, you are going to be in a pretty good spot to play from. The only problem is the zone is moving away. MDY White under pressure. Complexity eliminated in the meantime as well, as Feiyu, who's the last player alive now, and it's DarkZero again, who are on a little bit of a tear in this final game.
MDY White now eliminated as well. And this is getting difficult for a lot of these teams that are just desperately searching for a couple of kills.
So MDY White gonna go out? Sorry, y'all.
Secure their spot in the top 20. As it stands, Alliance have just moved into 20th position. Aurora get eliminated as well. And Alliance are keeping the dream alive of winners bracket.
Alliance still alive, realize alive in the game and looking to clean up some KP. Sangyun goes in with the Peacekeeper. Can he hit the grab lift though? Can he survive? Doesn't quite connect, but the teammates are there to give him the assistance, and DarkZero's games today are done. They're out of the lobby. They've done enough.
Realize has done enough as well.
The
44
points. Here,
points.
but Realize pick up some important KP.
7 squads remain. That means extra placement points for Alliance, and that guarantees that Disguised will be in the elimination bracket. Alliance now do hold 20th spot and will be in the winners bracket if it stays like this. But of course, they are still being chased by a couple of teams. FaZe could still potentially ruin their day. Oxygen Esports could still ruin their day, as we have 7 squads left, but still a few that could steal away these final positions.
What I take away from what you just said is someone is about to have their day ruined.
Yes.
Is that correct? 100%. One of those teams that you mentioned is going to be disappointed. One of them extremely happy. High ground now being controlled by Alliance, and I kind of want to focus on FaZe because their rotate is going to be very, very tough in the next few moments. Oxygen are making a play now for the track, smoking it off, and I think they want to try and rotate away from where they believe a lot of teams are going to be stacked up. It's Optic Gaming who are shadowing them, but TSM, they're making their move as well behind them, but this is the rotate. This is the moment here for FaZe. They have Fnatic in front of them, but they should be able to eliminate them, and this might be now a clear run for FaZe. They've cut a straight path towards this end zone.
Do you know what is crazy? Is that there is a world where Alliance, FaZe, and Oxygen could all get in to the winners bracket. It would mean that J-Lings and 100 Thieves would fall out, but Alliance have lost one. They're involved in this fight here.
They certainly are. Yuki's just trying to anchor for his team, but the pressure is coming in. And now it's down to the long-term duo. Hackis, Yuki, can you win the fight when it matters? The answer is yes. Realize are eliminated, and Alliance live on.
Alliance now surpass J-Lings and 100 Thieves, which guarantees Alliance in the winners bracket into the top 5. So suddenly we're looking at J-Lings and 100 Thieves as TSM looks like they're about to go down, as Hal tries to hold on strong as the last remaining player.
Hal's still alive for now, but he's getting chased down, and this is going to be KP
Oxygen
secured potentially
keeping
for
that
Oxygen
hope alive.
Hasn't this just got
Takes
interesting?
TSM out as well.
Eliminated. TSM eliminated, and it's almost as if it was scripted. Our final 3 teams, Alliance, FaZe, and Oxygen.
And I believe all 3 of them should have done enough to get to the winners bracket at this point. They should be pushing J-Lings and 100 Thieves out of the winners bracket spots, but they will not know that. They will still think they need a victory to try and secure this. And of course, admins will always make the final call here. This is only the math that I'm doing, but it looks good for all 3 teams involved in this final circle. You could not write it.
I always like to rely on your maths more than mine. Thank goodness that you're in charge of that. For now, though, what a performance has been from these 3 teams. And look at Snipe Down. He is locked into this game. And let me tell you, I've commentated over this guy for a number of years. And when you see that face on Snipe Down, he knows that it's time to turn up.
Who can get that final victory to give them that extra confidence boost to be in the winners bracket tomorrow? Because FaZe, on to 99 points. They sit in 20th position. They do surpass J-Lings and 100 Thieves. And that's so tough for both J-Lings and 100 Thieves as Alliance down to 1, but still trying to stay alive.
You can see that Alliance, basically all that FaZe were interested in doing there was just forcing Alliance in, but I think you can see the smile on Hackett's face.
They
all
know.
of a sudden, I think he realizes that the job might be done for Alliance. FaZe want to close out here. They have the high ground.
FaZe have got the high ground to work with, a very similar circle to what
So that
we
means
saw earlier.
NRG will be the only one that was not playing today.
They only had 2 players last time they were here,
That'll
but now
go.
they have the full 3.
Alliance eliminated, but I think the job was done early on when they won that contest against Dojo. Now we have a 3v3 to decide who's going to be our final champion of groups. It's Oxygen Esports versus FaZe.
Sounds like more Oxygen fans than FaZe fans. Certainly that is for